Chapter 1. The Circle. The room was dark, the kind of dark that felt alive, like it was watching. A single chandelier hung above the circle table, its light barely reaching the edges of the room. The air smelled like smoke and tension, thick enough to choke on. Around the table, the bosses of the circle sat. One of them at the table, quiet, still, like a shadow that didn't need to move to be felt. The others argued, but his silence was louder than all of them combined. "This split doesn't make sense," one of them snapped, slamming a hand on the table. "I'm bringing in half the money, and I'm getting scraps. How is that fair?" The woman across from him smirked, her voice smooth but cold. "Fair? You're forgetting who's keeping your deals off the radar. Without me, your money would be sitting in a police evidence locker. And who's cleaning up your messes?" Another boss cut in, his voice a low growl. "Every time someone steps out of line, I'm the one putting them down. But sure, let's talk about fair." The first boss threw up his hands. "Oh, come on. You act like you're the only one who—" "I would do that too." The woman interrupted, her tone icy. "If you'd let me handle it. But no, you're too busy playing the hero, acting like you're the only one who knows how to get their hands dirty." The scarred boss leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. "You think you could do what I do? You think you've got the stomach for it?" "I know I do," she shot back, not blinking. "But, unlike you, I don't enjoy it." The fourth boss, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Her voice was soft, but it cut through the room like a blade. "We're supposed to be a team, but all I see is greed. If we keep this up, we'll tear each other apart before anyone else gets the chance." The room fell silent for a moment, the weight of her words hanging in the air. Then the first boss laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. "A team? Don't make me laugh. We're not a team. We're a ticking time bomb, and everyone in this room knows it." And suddenly, he finally moved. Just a slight shift, barely noticeable, but it was enough to make everyone stop and look his way. "Enough," he said, his voice low and calm. The room went still. No one argued. No one even breathed too loud. "We're not here to fight each other," he continued, his eyes scanning the room. "We're here to decide how to move forward. And if you can't do that without tearing each other apart, then maybe you don't belong at this table." The silence that followed was heavier than before. No one dared to speak. No one dared to even look at him directly. Because in the circle, there was only one rule: you didn't cross him. "A year ago, you came to me asking for an alliance, to build an empire together, to become the most powerful." James rose slowly from his chair, his gaze locking onto each of them. His voice was calm, controlled, but beneath it lurked something dangerous. "A ticking bomb, you said? Marcos." Marcos suddenly lowered his eyes, staring at the floor, not sparing so much as a glance in James' direction. Marco the Butcher De Luca, a man whose name alone was enough to silence a room. A killer without remorse, his hands forever stained with the blood of those who had dared to stand in his way. And yet, at that moment, he didn't even dare look at James. "For all I care, that bomb can go off right now." James' voice rose, his piercing gaze sweeping across the room. In his eyes burned a fire that had made even the most ruthless men hesitate. A fire that no one dared challenge. "We made a mistake." Isabella finally spoke, her voice strained, sweat dripping down her face as if she had just run a marathon. Just as Marco made a mistake with his words. "Please, James, overlook his slip." She bowed her head even lower as she spoke. Isabella the Spider Russo, queen of the city's underground, her web of informants stretching into every dark alley and hidden corner of Hargon. The others nodded in silent agreement, none of them daring to lift their eyes toward James. He exhaled slowly, then a smirk played at the corner of his lips. "All right then, let's discuss the split." With that, he sank back into his chair, and in an instant, the entire atmosphere shifted. A collective breath was released, fear momentarily dissolving into the air. Isabella gathered the intel, and Victor was the one who bribed the guards. Correct, James," replied Victor the Viper Moretti, a master of bribes and blackmail. He could make anyone disappear with a single phone call. "Marco and Sophia handled the heist details, didn't they?" "Yes, James," answered Sophia the Ghost Conti, a master of deception. She could walk into a room, take what she needed, and leave without a single soul remembering she was ever there. James leaned back in his chair, tilting his head slightly. So what exactly are we arguing about? Since I had no involvement in any of this, it's only fair that everyone gets an equal 25%. The room fell silent again, but this time, everyone exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering between them. Finally, it was Sophia who spoke. But you deserve a share too. She stopped mid-sentence. The moment she met James' gaze, she understood. That look in his eyes, it wasn't the look of a man who needed anything from them. No, it carried a different message entirely. Do you really think I need it? Understood, James. And so it shall be. Our blood will bear witness. Sophia stood, stabbing her finger with a small blade and letting a single drop of blood fall into the goblet at the center of the table. One by one, the others followed suit, sealing the agreement in the only way the circle knew. James stepped forward, pressing the blade against his own finger. Let my blood bear witness. But as he moved, a sudden dizziness overtook him. He had barely eaten, barely slept. The sharp sting of the blade mixed with his exhaustion, and before he could steady himself, he stumbled right into Sophia. James, are you all right? She asked, steadying him with a firm grip. He let out a quiet chuckle, shaking his head. Forgive me, darling. I haven't been getting much sleep lately. His voice was smooth, his smile effortless, but that smile, mixed with his scent, stirred something in Sophia, something that had been buried for a long time. And the others saw it too. They weren't sure what had just happened, but as they watched the exchange, they all had the same thought. He's planning something. When the meeting finally ended, James was the first to leave. The moment he stepped outside, the cold air hit him like a punch to the gut. His pulse pounded in his ears, his blood pressure spiking. I thought I was going to die there. Holy shit. He took deep, steadying breaths, careful to keep his face neutral. None of his brothers could ever see him like this. If they had rejected my terms, they would have skinned me alive. And seriously, why the hell were they even arguing? They did the job together. What's the damn problem? They're worse than children. And this damn suit, it itches like hell. Sir, a voice broke through his thoughts. To his left, a well-dressed man stepped forward. Hans, take me home, James ordered, quickly regaining his composure. As he settled into the back seat, he closed his eyes for a moment. If only I could go back to my old life. Back to my morning coffee, back to the comforting scent of coffee beans. Back to a time when my biggest concern wasn't whether today would be the day they figured me out. But that thought was shattered by the sudden ring of his phone. And just like that, the man he never wanted to be returned. Hans, to the hospital as fast as you can, James shouted, and that was all Hans needed. He slammed his foot on the gas. Upon arriving at the hospital, James didn't even wait for the car to come to a full stop. He flung the door open and leaped out, rushing inside with all his strength. How is he? He demanded, grabbing the mother's arms tightly. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. He's alive, but how? How could they do this? She sobbed, collapsing into James's arms. How could they do this to my little boy? Her cries echoed down the hallway. That was all James needed to hear. Without hesitation, he stormed toward the hospital room, pushing the door open to find his little brother lying there, hooked up, his body covered in bruises, his head wrapped in bandages. Raphael. James fell to his knees beside the bed, clenching his fists as he fought back tears. I'm here now. You don't have to be afraid anymore. Your big brother is here. His voice broke as he wept. James Bellini? A doctor entered the room, holding a file in his hands. James wasted no time. He stood up straight and locked eyes with the doctor, his gaze piercing and unrelenting, saying nothing. Your brother, his condition is stable, but he was underwater for too long, so. Underwater. James's hands clenched into fists. The doctor swallowed hard and quickly looked back down at the file before continuing. According to the report, your brother was rescued from the Sun River by a fisherman. The doctor hesitated, realizing that his words were fueling a fire that could explode at any moment. But he had no choice. The fisherman claims your brother was thrown into the river by 3 other boys who. Names. I'm sorry, but I can't disclose. The doctor instantly realized who he was dealing with. The James Bellini standing before him wasn't just a name whispered in dark alleys. He was a legend, a nightmare. He swallowed hard before speaking again. The fisherman identified one of them as Adam Hins. He turned himself into the police and confessed. The police chief's son, right? James's eyes held no trace of humanity now, only pure rage. The doctor said nothing, just gave a small nod before quickly stepping out of the room. Rest now, Raphael. Your big brother will take care of everything, James whispered with a chilling smile before stepping out to the waiting mother. Stay with him, James. But he didn't wait. He walked straight to the car. To the police station, Hans. Should I notify the circle? I'll handle it. That was all Hans needed to hear. He started the engine and sped off toward the police station. The moment James walked inside, every eye turned to him. Hey! Cold wave of fear swept through the entire station. No one dared to stop him. They simply let him pass, watching as he walked straight through the metal detector, which started beeping before he even stepped through it. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the police chief's office. The door burst open with such force that the sound echoed throughout the upper floor. Inside, the police chief immediately stood up from his chair, clearly nervous. His son sat beside him, smirking as if nothing had happened. Oh, someone thinks they're strong, a woman's voice came from the side. James hadn't noticed her before, but he didn't care about her presence. Albert, your son. I never thought the man at the top of my most wanted list would just walk right into my arms. The woman interrupted. The one who holds her gun in his grasp, the most dangerous criminal in the city, James Bellini. I'm an agent of the National Security Bureau of Investigations, and as luck would have it, I happen to have a pair of handcuffs right here, so. Shut up. Excuse me. Which part of shut up do you not understand? I am not some low-level cop that you can. Hans. Hannah Firstin, 40 years old. NSBI agent. 2 daughters attending high school in Fernie under fake identities. Her ex-husband is in a custody battle with her. Her parents live under alias identities in Kaput, just like her kids. Hans listed off the information while staring directly into the agent's eyes. Hannah froze. For a second, momentarily shocked, but she knew exactly what kind of man she was dealing with. Threatening an agent? That's a bold move, don't you, T? I'm going to wipe out your entire family tree and sit back to watch as every single one of your blood relatives disappears from existence. So get the hell out of my sight. James's rage had reached its peak. He would never actually do such monstrous things, but he had to use the reputation he had built. Yet, even he was a little shaken by how easily the words had left his lips. Hannah's eyes widened in fear, her hands trembling as she slowly stepped out of the office. By now, the police chief's son had lost his smug expression. Reality had hit him. He was in deep, deep trouble. The man standing in front of him wasn't just dangerous, he was a demon. James, please, let's talk. Tell me, Adam, heads or tails? James pulled a coin from his pocket. Please, James, listen to me. The police chief fell to his knees, begging. Dad, there is no dad here. Heads or tails? Tails, Adam whispered. James flipped the coin into the air, and within moments, it landed back in his hand. If it's heads, I torture everything and everyone you love, whether it's your girlfriend, your damn dog, or your family. But if it's tails, consider yourself the luckiest bastard alive. You'll only have to experience what my brother did, drowning in the Sun River until you pass out. Adam finally realized he had made the biggest mistake of his life. Panic took hold of him, and he screamed in desperation. It wasn't just me. Klein Tim and Alka Immer were there too. They were the ones who pushed him. Not me, he shouted, but no one was listening. His pleas fell on deaf ears. You sealed their fate the moment you said tails, James replied, turning his hand over to reveal the coin. Lucky you, Adam, 70th time in a row, and it's tails. He smirked. Adam was on the verge of passing out from fear. His father had already collapsed to his knees, completely broken. Hans stepped forward, kicking into the police chief to wake him up. Record a video and send it through the usual channel. If I don't receive the footage of your son and the 2 other bastards within 2 days, the heads option becomes reality. Have a nice day. With that, James walked out of the police station as if nothing had happened. Slowly, as his anger and fury faded, a different feeling took over, fear. What the hell did I just do? He had just threatened the police chief's son, his entire family, and even an NSBI agent, inside the police station. Fuck. Chapter 2. From a misunderstanding to be a boss of the city. After Raphael regained consciousness in the hospital and was confirmed to be fine, James and his mother returned home. After such an eventful day, all he wanted was to finally sit down and think. Just for a second. But her mother had other plans. The second they stepped inside, his mother hit him with a question that sent a cold chill down his spine. A question he never wanted to answer. A question that shouldn't even exist. "My son," she started, her voice barely above a whisper. She stood by the entrance, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. James barely had time to pull off his jacket before the weight of her words sank into his bones. Something felt off. Not the usual worried mother tone. Not frustration. Not sadness. This was something worse. Yeah, Mom." He turned to face her, already feeling the pressure in his chest. Whatever she was about to say, he had a sinking feeling he wasn't ready for it. She hesitated, her lips slightly parted as if the words physically hurt to say. Then, finally, "You know the stories that circulate through the streets, about that certain man whose eyes reflect nothing but horror?" Her voice wavered. "I have seen that man before." Her eyes locked onto his. "And that man was you." James's brain short-circuited. What the fuck? His stomach twisted so violently it almost made him sick. His mother was looking at him like he was a goddamn monster. Like she didn't even recognize him. "Mom." She raised a hand. A sharp, silent order. "Shut up." Her eyes squeezed shut, her teeth sinking into her lip. And then, like a hammer to his skull, "James Bellini, my son, is that the person these stories are about? The horrors they speak of, they are about you." Her breath hitched. "James, you are a murderer. Don't you fucking say it." The words tore out of him before he could stop them. His body turned on instinct, his pulse hammering against his skull. For the first time in his entire life, his mother, his fierce, overprotective, "nothing scares me" mother, took a step back. Away from him. She was afraid. Of him. "I'm not a murderer." His voice was raw, low, barely controlled. "Everything they say, everything they whisper, it's all bullshit." "Bullshit." Her voice cracked, and then she stepped forward and slapped him. "Then explain, James," she demanded, her voice shaking, her breath uneven. "Why does your driver carry a gun? Why do you even have a driver? Why do you walk around every single day in a goddamn bulletproof vest? Why the hell are there bodyguards in front of our house?" James swallowed. Hard. "Because people are trying to kill me, Mom. Because I fucked up. Because I got tangled in something I never wanted, something I can't fucking escape from. Because if I let my guard down for even a second, I'm dead." "But how the fuck do I tell you that?" Tears welled in her eyes. "Do you know what it's like to wake up every day and wonder if it'll be my last? To walk outside and wonder when, not if, but when, someone will take me, just to get to you?" Her breath hitched. "I never wanted this life, James. I just wanted you. I just wanted us. A family." James stood there, staring at the woman who raised him, who loved him, who would have fought the whole damn world for him. And now she didn't even trust him. She thought he was a killer, and he had no idea how to fix it. James clenched his fists so hard his nails dug into his palms. His mother's words kept ringing in his head, over and over again. "James, you are a murderer." No matter how many times he replayed it, it didn't make sense. How the fuck did it get to this? His throat felt dry, like he'd swallowed a handful of sand. He forced himself to speak, but his voice was hoarse, quieter than he wanted it to be. "Mom, I swear to you, I never killed anyone." She just stared at him, her expression unreadable, her hands trembling. She didn't believe him. That realization hit harder than the slap. "I don't even know how the fuck this all started," James muttered, running a hand through his hair, gripping the roots like he could tear the stress out of his skull. "One day I was just some guy. A normal fucking guy. And then," he laughed, a bitter, humorless laugh. "Then suddenly, I'm the kind of person people whisper about. The kind of person people fear." His mother's lips pressed into a thin line. "Then explain it to me. Because I don't understand, James. I don't understand how my son, the boy I raised, the boy I love, became the man people say you are." James exhaled sharply. He didn't even know where to start. But maybe it started with that day. The day everything went to shit. 2 years ago, Hargun, city center, Klein coffee shop. Back then, James was just an average 20-year-old broke boy. He had dropped out of university because he couldn't afford the tuition, but instead of giving up, he took a job at a coffee shop. It paid well enough, and the atmosphere was young and lively. But that day changed everything. At the time, the city was drowning in a war between families and gangs. Every single day, there were bombings, assassinations, and brutal shootouts. And at the center of it all was Costa de Ferga, the ruthless leader of the Costa family, the most powerful crime syndicate in the entire city. Despite being a monster, Costa de Ferga had one peculiar obsession: coffee. Not just any coffee, though. He only respected coffee that was made with love and care. It didn't matter if it tasted awful. If he felt that the barista put their soul into making it, he would take a sip, smile, and say, "I've never had anything like this before." Some people thought he was insane. But then again, those people didn't tend to live very long. And on that fateful day, exactly 2 years ago, Costa de Ferga walked into the Klein coffee shop, where James worked. James, completely clueless about the underworld and its key players, looked Costa straight in the eye and spoke to him casually, as if he were just another customer. He had no idea that the entire city feared this man. No idea that a single wrong word to him could be a death sentence. That was the moment the misunderstandings began. Costa smiled, a rare and terrifying sight, and simply ordered an espresso. But how did a simple cup of coffee turn into a nightmare? How did James Bellini become the infamous angel of death? Because that day, everyone who drank coffee died. But James wasn't the one who poisoned it. The real culprit was the CAF owner himself, a broken man who had lost his daughter in a gang crossfire. Blinded by grief and rage, he decided to take revenge by poisoning the drinks. And after watching his customers collapse one by one, he turned the gun on himself. James was the only one left standing. And so, the mysterious man who single-handedly wiped out the entire Costa family, leaving no witnesses behind, was born, the Angel of Death. From that moment on, James found himself constantly at the center of every major misunderstanding. No matter where he went, no matter what he did, it was as if fate itself was determined to drag him into the underworld. Every time there was a hit, a massacre, or a power shift, somehow his name would get mixed into the rumors. And then, one day, came the biggest misunderstanding of them all. James Bellini was arrested. Mastermind of 21 assassinations, the man responsible for the downfall of the Costa de Ferga family captured. That was the headline plastered across every newspaper, flashing on every television screen. But none of it was true. Not a single word. Even the police weren't sure about the details. They had nothing solid, just a bunch of coincidences that all led back to him. But that didn't stop them from working James over, trying to beat a confession out of him. And James? He had had enough. He sat there in the dimly lit basement of the police station, wrists and ankles bound so tightly he could barely feel his hands anymore. Blood dripped from his forehead, his split lip throbbed, and breathing felt like trying to suck air through a straw. The officers had been at this for hours. And then, like a switch flipping in his battered mind, an idea struck him. A brilliant idea. Why not act into it? Still not in the mood to talk. The officer sneered, twirling a rubber baton in his hand, ready to go another round. James coughed, choking on the mix of blood and spit pooling in his mouth. "I'll write it down," he rasped, voice barely more than a whisper. The officer's grin widened. He grabbed James by the hair, jerking his head up to meet his gaze. "What was that? Say it louder, Angel of Death." James forced himself to smile, ignoring the coppery taste of blood in his mouth. "I said, I'll write it down." That was all it took. Within minutes, the captain himself walked in, with 2 detectives. They took one look at James, beaten, bruised, barely conscious, and laughed. "This is the guy who took down the Costa family." One of them laughed. "He says he's ready to talk." The lead detective scoffed, pulling out a chair and sitting across from James. "Fine. Let him write it all down first. Then we decide what to do with him. Maybe we should make an example out of him," the police chief mused. "A public execution, perhaps? Send a message. Meh. As long as he dies, I don't care," the detective shrugged. "But first, let's see what the Angel of Death has to say for himself." And just like that, James was given a pen and paper. They had no idea what was coming. James racked his brain, searching desperately for a way out of this complete and utter disaster. His body ached, his vision blurred from the blood trickling down his forehead, but his mind was alive. He thought back to the coffee shop. All the rumors, all the bullshit stories he had overheard while wiping down tables, pretending not to listen. He had never cared about any of it, never wanted to get involved, but right now, that useless information was his only weapon. The pen in his trembling hand scraped against the paper as he scrawled out his last, desperate hope. When he was done, he let the pen slip from his fingers and leaned back against the chair, barely able to stay upright. The cops snatched the paper from his hands, grinning like they had already won. They were ready to put a bullet in his head. But then they read it, and their grins vanished. Eyes widened. Confusion twisted their faces. One of them swallowed hard, because on that paper were names and addresses. Not just any names. The names of every officer standing in that room. Their home addresses. Their families' names. You think this means? Shit. The officer closest to him raised a fist, ready to strike. But James, somehow, managed to speak first. The moment. I die. He coughed, tasting iron, forcing the words past his battered lips. The second my death is confirmed, they're going to kill every single one of your loved ones. And after that, he wheezed, forcing himself to look straight at the police chief. Without fear, they're going to kill every last one of your officers. Chief. He looked deeply in the eyes of the police chief. Silence. Heavy. Suffocating. For the first time since this nightmare started, James had control. But as James walked out of that interrogation room, a strange sense of finality settled over him. He had won, and the world, it seemed, was just starting to realize it. Hours later, the police chief was found dead. The crash was mysterious, they said. The official story went that it was some kind of reckless driver who crashed into him. But the whispers on the street were different. They said it was a hit, an execution ordered by James Bellini himself. The police department tried to cover it up, but the rumors spread faster than they could contain them. The streets of Hargun were buzzing with speculation. A sense of power flooded through him, filling the void left by endless fear and confusion. He wasn't just some random guy caught in the wrong place at the wrong time anymore. No, he was the angel of death, the man who had stared down the entire police force and walked out alive. And in that moment, he realized something chilling. He had a reputation now, a reputation so terrifying, so infamous, that even the police couldn't touch him. Every cop in the city knew his name. Every criminal knew his story. They whispered about him in the dark corners of their worlds. James Bellini, the one who had made the impossible real. No one dared question it. No one dared challenge it. He had power now, and it wasn't just the power of fear. It was the power of being untouchable, and all because of a string of misunderstandings. Chapter 3, The Dinner. The tension between James and his mother lingered. Who would believe that James had nothing to do with anything, that it was all just a coincidence? Even he himself didn't fully believe it. He had made sure people knew his name, had used that special power to gain an advantage for himself. Perhaps he would never have the peaceful life his mother wished for him. At least, not in this moment. Emotions swirled within him, and just as they threatened to overwhelm him, a soft knock sounded at the door. James' body tensed instantly. His mind leapt to the worst-case scenario. Who would knock at this hour? God, please, let it be nothing. Please, don't let this be trouble. He reached for the doorknob slowly, his other hand instinctively moving to his waist, as if reaching for a weapon that wasn't there. The motion alone might make him look armed, a useful bluff, though, hopefully unnecessary. The door creaked open, revealing Victor Moretti standing there, a broad grin on his face. Is something wrong, Victor? James asked, his voice steady, but his pulse quickening. Please, no. Please don't let it be bad news. No, no trouble, Victor chuckled. I just thought I'd come in person to invite you to dinner. If you're free, of course. His grin remained, but James noticed something else. Victor's legs were trembling slightly. Why are you shaking? James thought. He also realized his own hand was still resting on his waist, as if gripping a weapon. James forced a smile. Sure. What time should I be there? He casually let his hand drop to his side. How about in an hour? I almost gave myself a heart attack thinking he was here to kill me. How could I be so stupid, thinking he'd just show up like that? All right, I'll be there. Victor hesitated for a moment before adding. Sorry for dropping by unannounced, James. Hope I didn't startle you. James let out a small laugh and patted Victor's shoulder. No worries. I'll see you at 8. Victor nodded, spun on his heel, and walked back to his car, his expression almost too bright, like someone who had just successfully asked out a crush. James, however, felt anything but relaxed. Shit. Why is he inviting me to dinner out of nowhere? He ran a hand through his hair, pacing back and forth near the entrance. They're going to kill me, aren't they? He's never invited me to dinner before. Hell, we barely talk. So why now? He tried to think. What did I do? Then it hit him. The profit split. If I hadn't spoken up, he wouldn't have gotten anything. Or worse, the circle would start falling apart. A voice broke through his spiraling thoughts. Something wrong. His mother's voice. James turned, already bracing for another argument. But to his surprise, it didn't come. I'm going to have dinner with a friend soon, he said, forcing a smile. His mother stepped closer. James instinctively braced himself, expecting a slap, a sharp remark, something. Instead, she wrapped her arms around him in a tight, warm embrace. No matter what I've said, I want you to know that I love you. She held him even tighter. You and Raphael mean everything to me. I don't want anything to happen to you. Nothing will, Mom, James murmured, returning the hug. It had been years since he last felt this kind of motherly warmth. His mother suddenly let out a soft laugh. She touched his face gently, then ran a hand over his waist. You weren't lying. Her smile widened. You don't have a gun on you. James hadn't even realized it, but she was right. I'll iron your shirt, she said, pulling away. Go take a shower. James nodded, his chest feeling strangely light as he headed for the bathroom. But even as the water ran over him, he couldn't shake the thought. What the hell is Victor planning? Well, in truth, Victor wasn't planning anything sinister at all. He simply wanted to get closer to James over dinner and introduce him to his family. However, there was one crucial ingredient he had forgotten in his carefully crafted plan: his daughter. Victor Moretti's wealth was so vast that no one could ever truly estimate it, just like the fortunes of the other circle members. And with that wealth came a significant problem. Victor was rarely home, which meant he had little influence over raising his daughter. The result? A spoiled, arrogant 18-year-old. The surprising part was that Victor hadn't even noticed, at least, not until now. Suddenly, it dawned on him that introducing James to his daughter could be a delicate situation. If things went badly, they would be walking a razor's edge. At least, that's how it played out in his mind. So, what did he do next to inform his daughter about the visitor? Penelope, put your phone down for a moment, Victor said as he sat down in the living room, where his daughter lay, eyes glued to her screen. Yes, Daddy, she replied, locking eyes with him without even glancing away for a second. Well, a friend of mine is coming over for dinner, and I want to introduce you to him. That being said, I expect you to be on your best behavior and show him the utmost respect. Okay, she said fastly, already back to scrolling through her phone. Victor lingered for a moment, watching his daughter as she continued scrolling on her phone as if their conversation had never happened. He debated whether to say something more, maybe remind her again, make sure she actually understood, but he decided against it. Instead, he turned and walked toward his office, pouring himself a drink as he mulled over the upcoming dinner. James isn't someone to be taken lightly. If Penelope acts out, it could get awkward. But she's smart. She'll figure it out. Or at least, he hoped so. Meanwhile, Penelope barely registered the conversation. She had heard what her father said, but she wasn't particularly interested. He had plenty of friends coming and going, businessmen, politicians, people she had no reason to care about, but most importantly people who his dad bribed and had in his palms. This next guy is probably just another one of them. She sighed, locking her phone and stretching before getting up. If she was going to be forced into this dinner, she might as well make herself look presentable. Penelope walked into her room, closing the door quietly behind her. The walls were lined with tasteful paintings, her vanity scattered with perfumes and jewelry, none of which she really cared about. She wasn't one to pay much attention to her appearance, but she knew her father would expect her to at least look decent for whatever dinner was happening tonight. She moved to her wardrobe and scanned through the dresses. Nothing felt right. Too formal, too casual, too fussy. After a moment, she settled on a simple black dress. Nothing flashy, just easy. Just then, her mother's voice came from the doorway. You're getting dressed up? For dinner, Yenna said, leaning against the frame with an almost amused look. Penelope looked over at her mom, shrugging. Yeah, some guy Dad's friends with is coming over. Probably one of his business people. The usual. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Yenna raised an eyebrow. Doesn't seem like you're too excited about it. Penelope sighed, sitting down on her bed. It's always the same thing. Dad's friends come over, all of them talking about their companies or whatever, shaking hands and smiling. They're nice enough, but it's always a bit, well, boring. I just sit there, eat, nod, and then get back to whatever I'm doing. Her mother gave a soft chuckle, walking toward the vanity. She picked up a bottle of perfume and spritzed it into the air before handing it to Penelope. Well, you're already looking fine. Just don't make it worse than it has to be. Penelope took the perfume, spraying a little into the air. I'm not planning on making it hard for anyone. It's just a dinner. Yenna gave her a thoughtful look. Well, just try not to seem so detached. Penelope didn't respond, instead turning back to the mirror to adjust her dress. She didn't see the point in pretending, but she knew it was easier to just get through it. Her mother gave her a final look before turning to leave. All right, I'm sure you'll manage. Just don't do anything to upset your father, okay? Penelope gave a small, non-committal nod. Yeah, I'll be fine. Her mother left the room, and Penelope was alone again. She let out a slow breath, staring at her phone. This is going to be another long night. And well, James thought the same as he arrived at the mansion. Chapter 4. More misunderstanding. James stepped out of his car, the night air crisp against his skin. He barely had time to adjust his coat before his driver, Hans, spoke from behind the wheel. They're sleeper agents, Hans muttered, his sharp eyes scanning the street. Jogger at 2 o'clock, dog walker by the lamppost, couple arguing near the corner, all staged. James let out a short laugh, shaking his head. Of course they are. What the hell are they doing here? He thought, his heart rate quickening as a spike of anxiety hit him. Could this all be a trap? Without another word, James extended his hand toward Hans. The driver immediately pulled a compact pistol from his coat and handed it over without hesitation. Should I go in with you? Hans asked. James tucked the gun into his jacket and smirked. No, it'll be fine. This was the first time James had handled a real gun. He'd never killed anyone, but he knew one thing for certain. If it came down to it, he wasn't going to die easily. At least, that's what he thought. But the most important question remained. Why are there so many agents here? And the answer, well, it was miles away. Cerberus Maximum Security Prison. Prisoner 3245, Augustus Lucian. The warden began, placing his feet on the desk casually. I've got some bad news for you. He leaned forward, adjusting the cigar in his mouth. Your lawyer, Legber Hans, the police found his head, left on his office chair. What terrifying news, sir. I liked him very much. Yeah, I thought so. The warden replied, unimpressed. He leaned back in his chair, smoke curling around him as he continued. You won't be seeing daylight for the next month, but before that you have to meet with a National Security Bureau agent. He took a slow drag of his cigar, releasing the smoke lazily before dismissing Lucian with a wave. As they passed by narrow windows, Lucian caught a glimpse of the outside. A beautiful starry night. Finally, they reached the visiting room. A guard pulled open the door, and they guided him inside, the chains rattling with each step. Across the table sat a woman, dressed neatly in a blouse and jacket, her hair pulled back. A stack of papers lay in front of her, and she was looking down at one, her pen in hand. When she looked up and saw him, her expression changed. For a brief moment, worry and tension flickered in her eyes. She quickly put the pen down and straightened, her fingers tensing a bit as she watched him sit. Lucian looked at her face, wondering what she had come here to say, especially this late in the night. I would like to speak with him privately. If anything happens, push the button, and we will come. The guard instructed, pointing out a small, red button, and the heavy door closed. The woman glanced briefly at the red button on the table, then back at Lucian, her face tightening, as if gathering her thoughts. I'm an agent of the National Security Bureau, Mr. Lucian. So, Lucian, just call me Lucian. He interrupted, lifting his hand and placing it flat on the table. All right, Lucian, since you're in quite a tight spot, there's really only one option left, and that is, I've already been sentenced. He began, his gaze fixed on the woman. I've been given double life sentences, so I don't understand why you need to talk to me this late. The woman placed her hands on the stack of documents that were scattered across the table, leaning forward slightly as she spoke again. First-degree murder. You've ordered the deaths of countless people, rivals, traitors, and anyone who crossed you. You've made a habit of killing people to maintain your power, leaving bodies behind like they didn't matter. Lucian sat still, his jaw tightening as the agent continued. Then there's the drugs. You flooded the streets with them, causing overdoses, ruining lives. He didn't move, just listened. You kidnapped people, destroyed families, and you built an army of killers who did your dirty work. Murder for hire, whenever you needed someone to vanish. You even dealt in military-grade weapons, guns, bombs, whatever it took to keep control. You took what you wanted, no matter the cost. She leaned in, her voice lowering to a more serious tone. You've got a choice. We want to tear the system apart, and you can help us. Lucian leaned back in his chair, a slow, amused smile spreading across his face. Which district did you grow up in, miss? He asked casually, his voice smooth, almost mocking. The agent blinked, momentarily thrown off guard by the question. She hesitated, trying to read him, but she couldn't quite place the underlying tone in his voice. First district. Lucian smiled wider, his lips curling as if savoring the irony of the moment. The first district, he muttered, almost as if testing the words on his tongue. The rich, the privileged. He leaned forward then, his posture shifting, his arms resting on the table. His voice dropped, becoming more menacing, more calculated. You have no idea what it's like down there, do you? To grow up where everything's stacked against you, where survival isn't a choice, it's the only damn option. She met his eyes again, her lips pressed tight, but James wasn't finished. You've lived in the first, where everything is shiny and polished, where people wear their wealth like armor. But let me tell you something. His voice was low now, almost a whisper, but the edge was unmistakable. In the 8th district where I grew up, the people starve, and the only thing that matters is who's got the power to make it another day. The agent didn't speak. She couldn't. His words weren't just an accusation. They were a brutal truth she had never experienced, one she could never understand in her privileged, sheltered life. You know, people like you, the ones born with a silver spoon in their ass, they don't get it. They never will. You've got all the doors open for you, everything handed to you on a damn platter. But for people like me, like those in the 8th, there are no doors, only walls. The system is stacked to keep us down, to make sure we never rise above the dirt. He sat back again, his gaze cold, but his words hung in the air like a weight. You've never had to fight for anything, Mississippi. You've never had to worry about where your next meal is coming from or whether you'll survive the night. You've never been on the wrong side of the law, where the system isn't a safety net, but a trap. You can't even imagine it. Lucian paused for a moment, watching her closely, and for the first time, the woman saw the flicker of something raw in his eyes. It was a fire, one that had been stoked by years of struggle, by the relentless grind of life in a world that never cared. The thing is, miss, you live in a world where a person's worth is decided by how much money they've got, how clean their clothes are, how high their family name stands. People like me, though, we're worth nothing. We're just numbers, just another lost soul in the gutter. Lucian sat back again, the smirk returning to his face. You're sitting here, all polished and primed to help me, but you don't even understand the world I've lived in, the way things work down there. You don't even know what it's like to fight for survival. In that moment, the difference between their lives was as clear as day and night, and Lucian knew she would never truly understand what it meant to come from the streets, to rise from the dirt with nothing but blood and grit. The agent took a slow breath, her eyes narrowing slightly as she processed James' words. She leaned forward, her gaze sharp and calculating, as if trying to piece together the puzzle that was Augustus Lucian. So, she started, her voice measured. That's why you chose the wealthier districts like the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st? Because you were jealous of those of us who lived better? Jealous, he repeated, his voice cold but laced with an almost bitter amusement. No, Mississippi, I wasn't jealous. I knew what I was doing. His smile faded into something darker, more intense. I built my empire in those districts because I wanted to show them what real wealth and real power mean. I wanted to be the one they feared, the one they couldn't ignore. I wanted to dominate. I wanted more than what you've got, more than a comfortable life. I wanted to be the ruler, to show everyone that power doesn't come from where you're born. It comes from what you can take, what you're willing to sacrifice, and how much you're willing to bleed for it. Lucian's expression darkened further as he leaned forward, locking his eyes on hers. I wasn't just building an empire, I was building a legacy. I didn't care if it came at the expense of those in your shiny districts. You think you know wealth? You think you know power? It's not the money and the fancy clothes. It's the fear, the respect, the control you hold over everyone else. It's the ability to crush your enemies and make them beg for mercy, knowing you don't have to show any. And that's all in the past, you know, slowly dying in a dark cell for the rest of your life if you don't help me. She placed her hands on top of each other, visibly shaking a bit, then looked directly into his eyes. James Bellini. As the name left her mouth, Lucian tensed up, his eyes widening. If you tell me everything you know about that man, your sentence will be significantly reduced. You might even get out before the age of 60. Sounds like a good deal, doesn't it? She smirked at him. Lucian burst into hysterical laughter, laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. Did I say something funny? She asked, clenching his fists. Oh. Lucian tilted his head back, staring at the floor while chuckling. James Bellini is having dinner with Victor Moretti as we speak. The NSB could raid them at any moment. They just need solid proof. Proof that you can provide us. The woman leaned forward, gripping her hands tighter as she stared straight into Lucian's eyes. Tell me what you know. James made me laugh so hard right before I got arrested. Lucian said, still chuckling. What's the difference between the mafia and the government? One of them is legal. He kept laughing, but the woman wasn't amused. She kicked the chair and stood up. Tell me what you know about that man. She shouted. Lucian stopped laughing and slowly rose from his seat. He knew I was going to be arrested, he said, his voice calmer. He actually told me 4 days before it happened. He said the NSB was coming for me, that there was a rat in my family. He took a step closer to the woman. You know, I laughed at him. I got pissed off. This fucking guy, telling me that someone in my own family is a rat. And then he looks me dead in the eye and says, should we flip a coin? Lucian smirked, shaking his head. I asked him, what's the bet? And he says, if it lands on heads, I kill myself. If it lands on tails, I tell you who the rat is. He chuckled darkly. I was dumbfounded. Who the hell makes a bet like that? His own life, over something that didn't even matter to him. We never worked together, we barely knew each other. That was only the 3rd time we met. Lucian exhaled sharply, almost laughing again. And then he flipped it, before I could even say a word. There's no way. He laughed even harder seeing the agent's reaction, her eyes full of fear. And you and your little agency thought I'd never figure out who the rat was. You really thought you were masterminds. Lucian stepped closer, leaning in until his lips were near her ear. But miss, he whispered, I know exactly every detail of your entire operation. Every single person involved. The agents. Their families. And the snitches. The woman swallowed hard, her breath hitching for just a moment. She had been trained to handle pressure, to maintain control no matter the situation, but Lucian's words put fear into heart. She took a step back, forcing herself to regain composure. You're bluffing, she said, her voice steady but lacking its usual authority. Lucian smirked. Am I? His eyes gleamed with amusement as he tilted his head. Go ahead, call my bluff. But tell me, agent, would you like me to start naming names? Or maybe giving addresses? She clenched her fists, resisting the urge to lash out. This was wrong. He wasn't supposed to know this much. How? She finally asked. Lucian chuckled. Now you're asking the right questions. He stepped as close as his chains would allow, forcing her to meet his gaze. James Bellini didn't just flip a coin that day. He played you all. Every last one of you. Her stomach twisted into knots. That's impossible. He was under surveillance the entire time. Lucian clicked his tongue. And yet, here I am, telling you things I shouldn't know. He leaned back slightly, giving her a knowing look. So tell me, agent, what do you think that means? Her mind raced. If what he was saying was true, if Bellini had really known everything beforehand, then that meant. She felt her pulse quicken. There's a leak, she whispered. Bingo. Her fingers twitched at her side, her training screaming at her to regain control of the situation. But the sinking feeling in her gut told her she was already too late. A leak, she repeated. Lucian let out a low chuckle, tilting his head as he watched her struggle to piece it together. Not just a leak, agent. A flood. She clenched her jaw. You're lying. Lucian sighed, shaking his head. Why do people always say that when they're scared? He took a step forward, the chains rattling as he tested their limits. James Bellini knew everything. Your agents, your operations, even the exact moment you'd come knocking on my door. Her breath hitched. Lucian smirked, watching the cracks form in her confidence. Tell me, do you really think your precious agency can protect you when the floodgates burst open? Her heartbeat pounded in her ears, but she refused to let him see any hesitation. You're bluffing, she said again. But this time, even she could hear the doubt creeping in. Lucian grinned, his voice lowering to a whisper. Then why are you shaking? She exhaled sharply and stepped back. She needed to think. She needed to regain control. Protocol, stick to protocol. But how could she, when everything she thought she knew was slipping through her fingers? Lucian's smirk widened as he watched the conflict in her eyes. Here's what's going to happen, he said smoothly. You're going to walk out of this room. You're going to report back to your superiors. And you're going to wonder, who's listening? She stiffened. Who's feeding me everything I need? He continued. Who in your ranks is whispering secrets into my ear? The woman inhaled slowly, forcing herself to keep her expression blank. Lucian leaned back, satisfied. And the best part? You won't trust anyone. You'll look at every single one of your colleagues and wonder, is it them? He tilted his head. Or maybe it's the person you trust the most. Her blood ran cold. Lucian chuckled darkly. Now, tell me, agent, how do you win a game when you don't even know who your opponent is? She had to get out of here. Now, without another word, she turned sharply on her heel and marched toward the door. But just as she reached for the handle, Lucian called after her. Oh, an agent. She hesitated. Tell your boss I said hi. The door slammed behind her, but Lucian just laughed, the sound low and mocking as it echoed through the interrogation room. He closed his eyes for a second, then exhaled through his nose, amusement still tugging at his lips. James warned you people, he muttered, shaking his head. Told you not to fuck with him. The woman, just outside the door, froze. But you didn't listen, did you? He let out a soft chuckle. You thought he was just another name on your list, another piece on your little board. But James Bellini? He doesn't play the game. The woman's hands clenched into fists. Lucian smirked, feeling her hesitation even through the walls. You don't get it yet, do you? Every move you made, every step your agency took, James already knew. Hell, he probably knew before you even planned it. Silence. Then, after a long pause, he heard her footsteps retreating down the hall. Fast. Lucian chuckled to himself, shaking his head. Too late for that now. Hick. James paused, then smirked. Someone must be thinking about me. Shaking his head, he knocked on the door. Chapter 5, Duel. The door was opened by none other than Victor, who had a huge smile on his face. Without asking any questions, he pulled James into a hug as if they were old friends, which only confused James even more. Make yourself at home, Victor said with a smile, pushing James inside. The sight before him immediately made it clear that Victor loved to spend money. The grand entrance hall was decorated with gold ornaments and white marble, resembling a palace. You have a beautiful home, Victor. My eyes are dazzled, James laughed. Thank you, he replied, leading James to the dining room. On the table, gold-plated glasses, flowers, and lavish decorations made James feel like a princess for a moment. However, he quickly came back to his senses when Victor's beautiful wife and daughter appeared. James, let me introduce you to my wife, Yenna, and my daughter, Penelope. It's a pleasure to meet you. I must say, Victor, you've truly hit the jackpot, James laughed. Not only is your wife beautiful, but your daughter is absolutely stunning as well. Thank you for the compliment. Yenna smiled, while Penelope's expression remained unchanged, making it clear that she had already had enough of all this. Well then, let's have a good conversation over a fine meal. As they sat down, the servants immediately arrived, bringing dish after dish of the finest delicacies and the most expensive drinks available on the market. As James settled more comfortably, the first question came, and it hit his heart like a rush of adrenaline. This time from Yenna. May I ask, where did you grow up? She wiped her mouth. You know, there's a slight accent in your speech. James smiled, but the smile was not out of amusement. It was out of nervousness, because he already knew the whole evening was going to be filled with lies, at least from him. Well, I'd say I grew up in the 8th district, before the regime change. More specifically, in Odessa. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yenna took a deep breath and quickly covered her mouth with her hand, trying to hide her surprise. "Oh my God," she said, placing her hand over her chest. "That must have been terrible." Victor responded, shaking his head. Only Penelope said something different. "What was so terrible about it?" she asked, raising her food to her mouth, but never breaking eye contact with James. "Penelope, please behave." Her mother scolded her, but Penelope held her ground. "I'm just curious, that's all." James chuckled, but his gaze was focused intently on Penelope. "Well, to shorten it for you, you had two choices, money or family. MHHH, and which one did you choose?" Penelope asked. "Neither." James took a sip from his glass, his eyes still fixed on Penelope. "What do you mean by that, if I may ask?" Yenna asked. "It's a long story, and I don't want to." "Tell us." Penelope interrupted, almost as if she were demanding the answers. "Well, to understand it, I start from the beginning. My father and older brother were both soldiers. One day, my brother came home excited, saying some gang offered him money to transport drugs with the military truck, because it wouldn't stop at the district border or the state border. He came home with passion, claiming he'd make money for our poor family. But my father said no. He was a man of dignity, of honor." He paused, shaking his head. "He said it was blood money and that it would tear us apart, and they argued the whole night. My father believed in family, in honor, in dignity, things he thought could stand unbroken against the cruelty of life. But maybe he was wrong. Maybe there's no difference between family and money after all. The world taught me that both are fragile. Both slip through your fingers when you need them most." He let out a bitter laugh, though it was more a sigh than anything else. "Because what is family if not a debt you can never repay? A burden you carry, whether you want it or not. Money promises security, but family demands sacrifice. And in this world, sacrifice often feels like a cruel joke. Just another way to drain you dry until there's nothing left but ashes." And in the end, both of them disappeared into the same cold darkness at the Eastern Front, leaving nothing behind but their ghosts. He looked up, meeting the eyes of the others, his voice barely a whisper. "So, what's the difference?" "Maybe," Yenna began, her eyes meeting his. "The difference is that we keep trying to find it, even when we don't have the answers." She paused, her fingers gently brushing the edge of her glass. "You're right. Family and money, they slip through your fingers. But if we don't keep trying, if we don't hold on to something, what's left? Just the ashes, like you said." Her voice softened, but there was a resolve behind it. "I don't know if that makes sense, but I think sometimes, even if we don't have the answers, we keep going because it's the only thing we can do." Victor started nodding to that answer. Meanwhile, Penelope was looking at James as if she were in a blackout. She was thinking deeply. "Well, your answer is a good one for someone who grew up in the very opposite of the 8th District. The 1st District, am I right?" James asked, smirking while drinking some whiskey. "Yeah, I grew up in Russell. From my point of view, maybe my father was right, maybe Eric was right, maybe neither of them was right. All I know is that when you grow up in a place that strips you of everything dignity, respect, even hope, you start to believe that everything has a price. Even love, even family." Yenna's eyes softened as she listened, her voice low but clear as she spoke. She leaned forward slightly, as if trying to make her words sink in. "Maybe, but it doesn't always have to be that way." Yenna started. "The world can strip away so much from us, but it can't take everything. Love, family, they might have a price in some places, but there are moments, real moments, when they're priceless. When you find something worth holding on to, even if it's just for a little while, that's where you see the difference." She paused, her gaze holding his with a quiet intensity. "I think we're all looking for something that isn't about what we've lost, but what we still have, even if it's just a little piece." James stared at Yenna for a moment, his expression unreadable. Her words seemed to settle around him, like a quiet storm, making him pause longer than he intended. He shifted in his seat, rubbing the back of his neck as if trying to find the right thing to say. But in reality, he was just thinking of good answers that will make sense even if it's a lie. "For me, there is no difference. Money is family, and family is money. Both are things that hold power over you, that can abandon you, that leave you hollow when they're gone. But maybe that's all I've ever known, a life where the things you cherish are just as fragile, just as easily lost, as a few pieces of silver slipping through your fingers." And maybe that's why, in the end, I've learned not to hold on too tightly to anything. He looked at Penelope. So answer, I chose to chase money, power, the things that buy freedom in a world that's already sold its soul. I chose to become the very thing my father feared. Because when everything else is stripped away, when all the noble words are hollow and empty, it's money that puts food on the table. Penelope's eyes narrowed slightly as she leaned forward, a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of her lips. I totally misunderstood who you are, she said, her voice carrying an unexpected edge of amusement. I thought you were just one of those bribed businessmen or officials Dad often brings here. Just another one of them trying to make themselves feel close, trying to act like they belong. But you're different. You're not like them. She paused, studying James with an intensity that made the air between them feel charged. So let me ask you this question. Penelope continued, her gaze unyielding. Who are you? Well, I would say I'm a business partner with your father. He laughed while lifting up his glass and knocking it against Victor's. But Penelope's expression shifted, her eyes glinting with a sharp, calculating look. She leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms, and the air around her seemed to grow colder. My father is the leader of the circle, she said, her voice dripping. With confidence. If you're close with him, I'm sure you know exactly what that is. Perhaps you're one of his underbosses. She tilted her head slightly, watching him closely, as if daring him to respond. The sharp atmosphere was quickly broken when, after Penelope's words, Victor shot up from his seat and spat out his drink onto the table. But before he could speak, James was already talking. Don't you think your question is stupid? Did you just call me stupid? Penelope glared at him. No, I said your question was stupid. And why would you? James leaned forward slightly. Well, if you're going to bring up the name Circle, at least get it right. It's not just a name. It has meaning. You see, every member is equal. There's no leader. So, not only did you say something stupid, but you also lied. He casually took another sip of his whiskey, meeting her gaze steadily. For the first time in her life, someone had called Penelope stupid. No one had ever dared to before, whether out of respect or, more likely, fear. People feared her father, and by extension, they feared her. She simply couldn't accept it. She shot up from her seat, her face flushed with fury, and threw a napkin at James. I challenge you to an honorable duel, she shouted, her voice echoing through the lavish dining hall. Duel? We are in the 21st century. James thought. Penelope, sit down. Victor sprang to his feet, his voice sharp with urgency. James, I'm sorry. Why should I? Penelope snapped, cutting him off. Her glare remained fixed on James. He disrespected me. He called me stupid and a liar. Said I was lying about my father, about you. She pointed an accusing finger at James before turning her attention to a butler stationed near the door, his posture stiff, his hand resting near his firearm. Do you accept the duel, or do you die right now? A thick silence blanketed the room. Victor's expression twisted into something that resembled both panic and rage. His daughter had just declared war without even knowing. James leaned back in his chair, his grin sharp. How about we flip a coin? He suggested, his tone dangerously casual. Victor's eyes widened in shock. No. Penelope, apologize. Now. But before his daughter could respond, Yenna spoke up. She clearly didn't grasp the gravity of the situation. Let them duel, she said. Penelope is a champion of fencing. There's no way she would lose. And James would be wearing full protection, right? It's not life or death. She had unknowingly hit the nail on the head. Indeed, it was life and death. James flicked a coin into the air, the silver glint catching the light as it spun. Heads or tails? Penelope barely hesitated. Heads, the bet is. But the coin had already landed smoothly in James' palm. He turned it over onto the back of his other hand, glanced at it, then smirked. It's tails. Penelope blinked, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. We didn't even discuss the bet. James leaned forward slightly, his smirk widening. Oh, but the bet was already set the moment you agreed. His voice was almost playful, yet laced with something far more dangerous. And it was your life, darling. Penelope barely had time to process his words before James' hand moved. It happened so fast. Chapter 6, More Complication. Penelope's breath hitched as realization set in. Her body reacted before her mind could catch up. She turned, a scream ripping from her throat. Yenna gasped. jumping toward her daughter, clutching her tightly as James reached for something. Pew pew pew. Victor's laughter filled the room, deep and unrestrained, but it wasn't the laughter of amusement. It was something darker, something bordering on hysteria. James leaned back casually, his fingers drumming against the polished wood of the table. Well, that was dramatic. Penelope tore herself from her mother's grasp, her eyes ablaze with fury. That wasn't a duel. You. James raised a hand, silencing her effortlessly. A duel is a test of skill, wit, and strategy, is it not? You challenged me, and I let chance decide. The fact that you didn't ask about the stakes before agreeing? That's your own arrogance at play, darling. His smirk deepened. That's why you lost before the fight even began. Penelope clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug into her palms. Victor wiped a tear from his eye, his laughter finally dying down. He straightened his suit, exhaling sharply. You should be grateful, Penelope. His voice was quieter now, but it carried a strange, dangerous edge. If that had been a real duel, you wouldn't be standing here. His daughter whipped around to face him, disbelief in her eyes. You're taking his side? Victor merely smiled, but there was no warmth in it. I'm taking the side of reality. Yenna, still clutching her daughter, glanced between the two men, clearly unsettled. Enough of this, she said firmly. This was supposed to be a dinner, not whatever this is. James chuckled, finally reaching for his glass and taking a slow sip of his drink. Oh, but this has been far more entertaining than dinner. Penelope gritted her teeth, her fists clenched at her sides, her entire body vibrating with suppressed rage and humiliation. No one, not a single person, had ever humiliated her like this before. She had grown up in power, surrounded by fear, respected because of her father's name. But now, sitting across from her was a man who wasn't afraid of her, a man who mocked her, and worst of all, he had won without even lifting a finger. Victor exhaled through his nose, his fingers drumming against the table. Then, finally, he spoke. Apologize, Penelope. Her head snapped toward him. What? You heard me, he said, his tone firm. Apologize to James. Right now. She couldn't believe it. Her father, the leader of the circle, was telling her to apologize to this nobody? James watched her struggle, his grin never wavering. Unless you'd like to go double or nothing? He offered, flicking the coin into the air once more. Penelope's entire body burned with shame. She clenched her jaw so tightly it hurt. But then she saw something in her father's eyes, a warning. This wasn't a game anymore. James wasn't someone she could bully into submission. He was something else entirely. And for the first time in her life, Penelope felt small. She exhaled shakily, forcing the words past her lips. I apologize. James laughed and downed the rest of his drink, placed the empty glass on the table, and stood. Well, I accept your apology, he stretched, letting out a small sigh. That was fun, but my day was long, and I'd like to rest a bit. He smiled as Victor got up and escorted him out of his house. When he returned, he exhaled deeply, resting his hands on his knees while leaning forward. Who was he? And why didn't you even try to save your daughter? Her eyes were filled with disappointment. Answer me, she screamed, rising to her feet. Victor stepped to the table, poured himself another drink, and downed it in one go before throwing the glass to the floor. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the house. Then, another sound followed, a sharp slap. Penelope's face turned bright red where her father had struck her. Tears welled in her eyes, but she didn't make a sound. She simply stared into her father's furious face. Victor! Yenna stepped closer, trying to push her husband away, but he stood firm like a rock. How could you hit your own daughter? He was James fucking Bellini. Victor roared at her. What? Yenna collapsed to her knees. James this, Bellini that, I don't care who he is. He disrespected me and our family apart. And you were on his side. Penelope shouted back at her father. Victor suddenly grabbed Penelope's arm, dragging her toward the table before forcing her into a chair. He poured her a glass of whiskey. Drink it. I don't dri. Drink the fucking whiskey. Now, he bellowed, his veins bulging with rage. Penelope hesitated before finally obeying, coughing as the alcohol burned her throat. And now, Victor said, his voice dangerously low. You are going to fucking listen to every single word that comes out of my mouth. Not just listen, you will burn it into your mind. Do you understand? Yes, she whispered, and for the first time, she feared her father. He killed Costa de Ferga and his entire family. Then he killed the police chief. Victor poured himself another drink. And as if that wasn't enough, Augustus Lucian, the man who was officially declared an enemy of humanity by the president himself, the man who beheaded 34 police officers and sent their heads to their families. That fucking man knelt before James and kissed his shoes. Victor downed his drink in one swift motion. Can you believe it? He let out a bitter laugh. We created the circle to contain him, to be the chains that keep him locked in place. Because if we didn't, we would already be dead. You, he pointed at Penelope, your mother, me, and every single person you've ever spoken 2 damn sentences to. Then, why not just kill him? Are you fucking listening to a word I just said? Victor leaned forward, his eyes burning with frustration. He has the NSBI leaders in his pocket, along with part of the government, Victor continued. Even slightly offending him could ruin our lives forever. You didn't just risk your own life, you risked your family's. The entire life I built from the ground up could come crashing down because of you. Keep that in mind. He got up and started walking toward the stairs when one of his men entered. Sir, Mr. James would like to speak with you. Should I let him in? Victor's heartbeat, which had already been pounding, sped up even more when he heard that James wanted to talk. Yeah. He forced a smile as James stepped in again. I forgot to tell Victor, you've got a lot of dogs sniffing around outside. Fuck, why did I need to say that? James' heart rate spiked, his paranoia kicking in, wondering if this was all some setup against him. We don't even have dogs. Penelope answered before her father could. James chuckled. I like how innocent you are. Do you have a boyfriend? Victor's eyes widened, his mouth falling open as if he had just been shot. I fucked up. Victor slowly stepped closer and closer, moving like a zombie, until he finally reached James and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. She is pure like the Virgin Mary. Dad, Penelope screamed, her face turning bright red. She couldn't believe what had just come out of her father's mouth. I hate you, you old perverted man, she snapped at James, utterly flustered. Meanwhile, Yenna, who had nearly died of shock just moments ago after hearing Victor describe James, stood frozen like a statue, as if she weren't even there. I'm only 23 years old, James replied casually. But about the dogs, Victor, do you know something? Don't ignore me. Penelope fumed. What? James turned back to her, slightly amused. I know I'm beautiful and have features that could enchant any man, but I don't want you, she huffed, stepping closer to James. Well, okay, James admitted, nodding. And I'll give you that. You are truly gorgeous. You have beautiful features, and your eyes are like a vast, starry ocean. But I'd really like to talk to your daddy, so. Before he could finish, his phone buzzed. He answered it, and only one word came through the speaker. Arrived. Well, I need to go. Be careful, Victor. Pick me up tomorrow. Penelope shouted at James, who had already stepped out the door. What do you mean? No. Please, God, don't do this to me. There's a new ice cream shop in the city center. I want to try it. She mumbled, blushing, her hands trembling from embarrassment. Go with your friends or your dad, James answered as quickly as possible, hoping to shut the conversation down. But it didn't work. Penelope gritted her teeth and stepped directly in front of him, standing just a meter away. I said I want to try it. At that moment, James' heart pounded in a way he had never felt before. A girl had just asked him out, a feeling he had never experienced before. Don't be like that, Penelope. You can't force people to. I'll pick you up at noon. Be ready. And with that, she turned and left without another word. Victor's daughter. No way. I'm going to be in big trouble. Fuck, why? James repeated the same thought over and over as he sat in the car, burying his head in his hands. Home? Hans asked, looking confused. No. To the port. It has arrived. James sighed deeply, knowing there was something far bigger to worry about now. Chapter 7. Fear. James sat in the back seat, staring out the window as the car cruised through the empty streets. Hans drove in silence for a while, the steady hum of the engine filling the car. Then, glancing at James through the rearview mirror, he asked, How's your little brother doing? James sighed, leaning his head back against the seat. He's okay, he muttered. It's been a long day. I just want to check the shipment and get some rest. He closed his eyes briefly before adding, Do I have anything tomorrow? Hans shook his head. No, tomorrow is all free for you. Good, James murmured, letting his exhaustion settle. Outside, the port lights glowed in the distance, the silent giants of cargo ships waiting in the dark waters. The night stretched on, quiet and heavy, as they continued toward their destination. Not long after, they arrived at the vast port situated outside the city. Hans navigated carefully through the maze of containers, the car's headlights cutting through the dimly lit paths. The salty scent of the sea mixed with the faint smell of oil and rust. After a few minutes of winding through the port, they finally reached their destination. A lone man stood waiting before a single container, his figure barely illuminated by a flickering overhead light. He stood still, hands in his pockets, eyes watching as the car came to a stop. James exhaled, straightening up. Let's get this over with. Hans nodded, shutting off the engine. The night was quiet, but something about the air felt heavy. As James stepped out of the car, the cold air hit him suddenly, carrying the salty scent of the sea. He pulled his arms closer to his body for warmth as he walked toward the man, who also looked like he was freezing. Bernat, James spoke, breaking the icy silence. James, good to see you. They shook hands. Any problems on the way? James asked, but his instincts suddenly screamed that something was very wrong. Looking around, he noticed something strange. There wasn't a single worker in sight. The port was usually bustling even at night, filled with workers moving cargo and operating heavy machinery. But now, it was completely silent. When he glanced back at Hans, his expression confirmed that something was off. I'm sorry, James. What? He turned back, but it was already too late. Sirens blared, and blue and red lights flooded the entire port as multiple cars turned the corner. Hands in the air. What the fuck? Within seconds, James and Hans were surrounded by a dozen armed officers, their vests clearly displaying the letters NSBI. Karma, James, Karma. A voice said mockingly. James turned to see an agent stepping forward with a smirk. Oh, if it isn't Hannah Froston. May I ask what exactly is going on? He locked eyes with her. Hannah walked over to the container and tapped on its side. First of all, you threatened me. And, well, I happen to have a voice recorder on me. That's solid evidence for your arrest. She laughed. And then there's this container. What's inside? Drugs? Weapons? Open it up. Without hesitation, two agents rushed to the container, cutting the lock. Open sesame, Hannah said with a smirk. But her smile quickly faded. The container was empty. Not just empty, spotless. What the fuck? She muttered, stepping inside and running her hand along the walls. It was completely clean. James, who still had his hands raised, suddenly started laughing. And this time, his laughter was genuine. The truth was, he had specifically ordered an empty container. His mother wanted to grow flowers in a controlled environment, and a shipping container was perfect for that. His laughter grew louder, full of life, as he realized they had immediately assumed he was smuggling something. Well then, I suppose we're free to go? He asked, lowering his hands. No, the now visibly frustrated agent snapped. You don't have a firearm permit, yet you're carrying a gun. Shit. James had completely forgotten that he had taken Hans's gun earlier and had been holding onto it the entire time. James Bellini, you are under arrest for illegal possession of a firearm. The handcuffs clicked around his wrists, and they were about to drag him away when he looked back one last time. It was nice knowing you, Bernat, he said, locking eyes with him. Bernat collapsed to the ground in fear. Hans, I'll handle this on my own. Get some rest. Hans, who had been ready to slaughter the entire unit on his own, hesitated. Then, at James's words, he turned away and got back into the car. But he does not handle it well. As soon as they threw James into one of the cars, a sack was pulled over his head. But they didn't take him to the police station. Instead, they drove him to the outskirts of the city, to an NSBI interrogation facility. And so began the nightmare that James had never experienced before. First, they stripped him completely naked, and then the first phase of the nightmare started. They beat him until the skin on his back split open, then rubbed salt into his wounds. After that came the high-pressure washer, blasting his back with unbearable force. Once they were done, they dragged him into a basement, chaining him to a chair. That was when the second phase of the nightmare began. Well, not so cocky now, are you? Cat got your tongue? Hannah asked, standing in front of him while two other agents prepared a metal case. By now, James was only fighting to stay conscious. Count. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Should we waterboard him or? One of the agents started, but Hannah was already holding a small needle. She grabbed James's thumb and slowly pushed the needle under his fingernail, driving it as deep as possible, ensuring maximum pain. But James didn't make a sound because he had prepared for this exact scenario long ago. One of his teeth was a fake one with a tiny capsule filled with a fast-acting anesthetic. The moment he bit down on it, the drug took effect, numbing all sensation. But while he felt nothing, his body reacted. His heart rate skyrocketed. "You're tougher than I thought," Hannah muttered before dumping a bucket of ice-cold water over him. It was as if James came back to life in an instant. His head jerked up, his breath ragged. His swollen, bloodied face was barely recognizable, and his gaze remained fixed on the floor. Hannah placed a chair in front of him and pulled out her phone, showing him pictures. Pictures of his little brother, lying in a hospital bed. "We're not the kind of cops who play fair," she said, gripping James's hair and forcing him to look at her. "Because we're dealing with people like you. So you will answer my questions, or your dear little brother will meet an unfortunate end. Do you understand? He will die." James lifted his head, his bloodied lips curling into a smirk. His swollen eyes locked onto Hannah's. "Go fuck yourself." The entire room burst into laughter. Then came the first punch, then the third, the fourth, and then, once again, the ice-cold water. Hannah grabbed James by the hair again, lifting his head. "Where's your wrath, James? Threaten me. Tell me you'll kill my family. Say it." She struck him again, hard enough to knock the chair over. But she didn't stop. She pulled him back up and continued. "Threaten me. Show me your rage. Show me." Another punch followed. By now, the room was painted in blood. "Count. 1,000, 2,000. Get his mother," Hannah ordered suddenly. "That bitch who raised a monster like him doesn't deserve to live." But one of the agents hesitated, glancing at the others. "Go," Hannah screamed. As the agent reached for the door handle, James tried to speak. "You?" A strike from Hannah cut him off. "What? What will happen?" she yelled, hitting him again. James spat out blood, his vision blurred, but he forced himself to gather every ounce of strength he had left. "Your phone will ring." "What?" Hannah stared at him in confusion. James smiled at her, looking directly into her eyes, and for the first time, she felt fear. How? After all this pain, how could he still smile and look her in the eye? How? She turned around, her eyes locking onto the table where James's gun lay. Without hesitation, she grabbed it, spinning back toward him and pressing the barrel firmly between his eyes. "Hannah!" One of the agents shouted. "What?" She snapped, gripping the gun tighter. "He's a monster. He's Satan himself." She pressed the muzzle harder, her hands trembling with rage. "You can't kill him." "Then what the fuck have we been doing until now?" Her voice shook with fury. "Goodbye, James Bellini." Her finger tightened on the trigger. Then, the unmistakable sound of a gun cocking echoed through the room. "Put it down, Hannah." She froze. "Clem, what the fuck are you doing?" Another agent had drawn his weapon, tension filling the air. James coughed, blood dripping from his mouth as he let out a weak, yet mocking laugh. "Fear." He spat at the barrel of the gun. "The feeling of fear. I'm James Bellini, you fucking bitch." Then, the sharp buzz of a phone shattered the silence. Hannah's grip loosened, her fury trembling in her fingers as she reached for the device. "What?" "But he's right here in front of me. We could end this." She fell silent, her expression darkening as she listened. Her grip on the phone tightened. Then, her hand began to shake, not from anger, but from disbelief. "Yes, sir," she finally muttered, her voice hollow. "I apologize." She lowered the weapon. The other agents hesitated, then did the same. "Clean him up and let him go." "What?" "But that was headquarters." Her voice was cold, bitter. "Get his stuff and let him go." They did as ordered, cleaning up James as best they could, though the bruises and wounds still painted his skin like a grotesque masterpiece. When they handed back his clothes, he dressed slowly, every movement stiff and deliberate, as if savoring each second. Then, without a word, he sat down again. The weight in the air didn't lift. If anything, it grew heavier. The agents exchanged uneasy glances, but James remained still, his head tilted slightly, his fingers brushing against his pocket where was a coin. Hannah watched him, her grip still tight on her gun, her knuckles white. What the hell are you waiting for? A slow, eerie smile. I forgive you. His voice was raw, like gravel scraping against metal, yet those 3 words cut through the silence like a blade. Hannah's grip on the gun twitched. What? James raised his head, every movement slow and deliberate. I said, I forgive you. Something shifted in the air. A cold, invisible presence. Hannah felt it, and for the first time in a long time, she felt something she couldn't quite name. A sickness. A wrongness. You think this is a joke? She spat, her voice tight. James let out a weak chuckle, his body shuddering. No. I think this is fate. Head or tails? Hannah's brow furrowed. What? James flicked the coin into the air, the soft ting of metal filling the dead air as it spun, weightless for a moment before landing in his palm. He looked down at it, his expression unreadable. Then he laughed. Not a weak chuckle, not the arrogant scoff he had given before. No, this was something else entirely. A sound too hollow to be real, too sharp to be sane. Hannah's stomach twisted. James lifted his gaze, locking eyes with her once more. It's tails, I guess we'll find out soon. Then, slowly he got up and he was gone on his own. But the room was still filled with him. The scent of blood, the echo of his laughter. Chapter 8, Cerberus. Everyone watched as James staggered left and right, his face and hands covered in blood, leaving the building. A building that no one had ever left before. As he stepped outside, the cold air hit his face and wounds. The numbing effect was slowly wearing off, and he began to feel the sharp, burning pain creeping in. Fuck, why? Why me? What did I do? His thoughts spiraled, trying to make sense of it all. How could this happen? How could something like this be real? He had become someone out of nothing. Someone whose life was now nothing but suffering, every single moment filled with pain. Then, out of nowhere, his legs gave out. He collapsed to his knees as the pain spread through his body. Count. 1,000, 2,000. Blood poured from his mouth as he vomited, and then it happened. His body gave up. His vision blurred before fading into complete darkness. His breathing slowed as he lay on the cold asphalt. The fucking heavens, what a joke. He muttered as a white light appeared before him and got more bright and sharp at each moment. James. Hurried footsteps approached. Someone was running. James, say something. James. It's just you, Hans. Hans dropped to his knees beside James, his breath ragged, panic flashing in his eyes. Shit, James. Stay with me. His hands hovered over James's bloodied body, unsure where to even start. His suit was blood-stained everywhere. There was so much blood. Too much. James felt himself slipping, his vision blurred, his body numb, the world around him distant and fading. Hans's voice was still there, shouting his name, but it sounded muffled, like an echo from another world. James. Damn it, stay with me. Don't you fucking close your eyes. Hans's voice cracked, but James couldn't respond. His lips wouldn't move. His body wouldn't listen. His breath came in shallow, ragged gasps as darkness crept in, swallowing everything. Is this it? Is this how it ends? Then, suddenly, he felt weightless. His body was being lifted. Strong hands gripped him, hauling him off the cold asphalt. His head lolled to the side, his limbs limp like a broken puppet. The sensation was strange, detached, as if he wasn't inside his own body anymore. He wanted to speak, to ask what was happening, but the words never came. All he could do was let the darkness take him as Hans's desperate cries followed him into the darkness. James drifted in and out of consciousness, his mind floating somewhere between reality and the abyss. Hans's voice, once sharp and desperate, began to fade, like a distant echo swallowed by the void. James, stay awake. Don't you dare. The words barely reached him now. They stretched and warped, slipping through his grasp like water. His eyelids felt impossibly heavy. You're gonna be fine. Just hold on. Then, silence. For a moment, there was nothing. No sound. No pain. No fear. Just emptiness. Until a new noise cut through the void. A steady beeping. Faint at first, then stronger. Where am I? A dull ache throbbed through his body as he tried to move, but his limbs felt restrained, heavy, useless. The beeping continued, rhythmic and steady, tethering him to something real. Then, a voice. James. It was weak, uncertain, but familiar. Hans. James forced his eyes open, the blinding hospital lights making him wince. His throat was dry, his body aching in ways he couldn't describe. Slowly, he turned his head, his blurry vision settling on Hans, who sat beside the hospital bed, exhaustion etched into his face. "You look like shit," Hans said with a smile on his face, gripping James's hand firmly. James squinted, his head throbbing as he slowly tried to process Hans's words. "Please tell me that they didn't shove a tube into my dick." James muttered, his voice low, his mind still foggy from the pain and the anesthesia. Hans chuckled, his hand squeezing James's. "I wanted them to, but they gave you diapers instead." He laughed more, clearly relieved but still nervous. James blinked, the light in the room stinging his eyes. The world around him felt like it was spinning in slow motion. "Are Mom and Raphael safe?" "Don't worry, they're both under heavy protection." The relief that washed over him was immense, and for a moment, he believed he could finally rest with ease. At least, that's what he thought, but the truth was far from it. "What time is it?" "I can't see shit." "It's 4:50 a.m. right now. You've been here for about 5 hours. They stitched you up and did all that stuff. They said you don't have any internal damage, just some nasty bruises. And, well, one of your fingernails came off." James let out a slow, exhausted breath, his body feeling like a stranger's. His mind, still trying to catch up, couldn't process the fact that he was alive, sitting here, talking. "And my face? Well, that's another story. You pretty much look like an orc." "Fuck, I can feel some missing teeth too." James laughed a bit, then turned to Hans, even though he couldn't see his face clearly. "You're way too relaxed, my friend. Well, just listen to it." Hans got up from his chair and turned on the TV. James could not see the screen, but he could hear the voice of the broadcaster clearly. "I'm here at the NSBI office on Boving Street, near Parliament, where the first explosion occurred just outside the building. Early sources report at least 45 dead and dozens injured. Authorities have yet to confirm if this attack was coordinated, with no clear link to terrorism or organized crime at this time. Stay tuned for more updates as the situation develops." At first, his mind barely registered the news. The deaths, the injured, the explosions, they were all just noise, another layer of the world falling apart around him. But then, a strange stillness washed over him. The realization hit him harder than he expected. He had been a part of this. His choices, his actions, they had all led to this moment. He knew very well that with all this misunderstanding he was part of it. He wielded this power to increase his chances of staying alive, but with it, he had destroyed lives. He had killed people, whether it was by his will or not. His hands were stained with it. James could feel the weight of it pressing down on him, like a shadow that would never leave. Every move he made, every step he took, led him deeper into the mess. He'd convinced himself that it was for survival, but the truth gnawed at him. How many had died because of me? And while he could justify his actions to himself, the guilt was always there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting to break through. He wasn't just fighting for survival anymore. He was fighting against the man he had become. Who was it? No clue. It wasn't us. James let out a deep sigh, the relief washing over him like a flood. It was the best feeling he'd had in what felt like forever. "I just got a call from an unknown number saying where you were, and then it was all over the news. El Diablo. I'm going to kill myself, for fuck's sake." He closed his eyes, and within seconds, he drifted off to sleep. And Hans took his last sentence to heart. He knew James's struggles, that he didn't sleep well, sometimes felt dizzy, and, most importantly, that he took some kind of medicine. Hans thought it was a sedative, but it was actually just multivitamins that his mother had given him. At that moment, Hans grabbed his phone and called for Cerberus. James had never asked for power or the complications that came with it, but through a misunderstanding, he shared blood with 3 others, and the Bellini family was formed ADN with at the 3 heads of security, Cerberus. Together, they were responsible for protecting the family, whether James wanted it or not. Chapter 9, Bellini Family. "Please no, I have a family." The man's voice trembled as he dangled from thick iron chains, his wrists raw and bleeding from the metal biting into his flesh. "Family." A slow, deliberate voice cut through the silence. In his right hand, he casually twirled a gleaming knife. "Please." Tears streamed down his bruised face, his vision blurred with desperation. The man in the white suit reached out, his fingers grazing his cheek, wiping away a tear with an almost gentle touch. "I have a family too, you know," the man whispered, his own eyes tearing, "and I love them very much." His breathing grew ragged. Then, as if something inside him had cracked, he collapsed onto his knees, his pristine suit pressing against the blood-streaked floor. "And he was hurt," he whispered. His fingers trembled as he wiped his tears away. Then, without warning, a grin twisted his face. His grip tightened around the knife, the blade now angled outward, reflecting his manic grin. "I'll tell you anything," the captive cried, his voice raw with desperation. "Names, locations, anything you want." His screams echoed through the basement. The iron chains rattled as he struggled. "Names." The man in the white suit chuckled, the sound almost childlike in its delight. He turned his gaze toward the shadows where another figure lurked, watching silently. "Did you hear that? He wants to give us names." The other man, barely visible, let out a low laugh. "But you see," the man in white continued, his voice lilting with amusement, "I've already taken care of that." He leaned in, his lips nearly brushing his captive's ear. "I chopped them up," he whispered, his breath warm against the other's cold skin. "All three of them. Then what do you want from me?" His voice was barely above a whisper now, dread sinking deep into his bones. The man in white stepped back, tilting his head as if considering the question. Then, his lips curled into a slow, wicked smile. "Suffering," he said softly. "I want to see you suffer." He traced the edge of the knife along the captive's collarbone, applying just enough pressure for a thin line of blood to well up. "I want to watch as your blood drains, little by little, to see the light fade from your eyes, to hear the last, shuddering breath escape your lips." His eyes gleamed with hunger. "I want to see you die, and I want to enjoy every second of it." And the laughter echoed once more. "You're a fucking psychopath." He spat in his face, his voice filled with hatred and disgust. The man in white didn't flinch. He simply wiped the spit from his cheek with the back of his gloved hand, his expression unreadable. Then, he smiled, slow, deliberate, a predator savoring the moment before the kill. "Bernat," he murmured, his voice dangerously calm. "You knew very well what would happen, and yet, you still stabbed my loved one in the back." He took a step closer, the tip of his knife pressing ever so lightly against Bernat's throat. "But be grateful. I won't touch any of your loved ones." He let the words hang in the air for a moment, watching as hope flickered, just for a second, in Bernat's terrified eyes. Then, he leaned in, his breath warm against his prisoner's ear. "Because unlike you," he murmured, his voice like silk over a blade, "I still have a shred of humanity left in me." And then, he smiled again. Without another word, he plunged the knife into Bernat's stomach. He pulled the blade out, only to drive it in again. And again, another stab, and another, and another. Blood spurted with each thrust, warm droplets splattering onto the white suit, staining its pristine fabric. The wet, sickening sound of the blade sinking into flesh echoed through the basement, accompanied only by Bernat's weakening cries. His struggles slowed. His head drooped forward. His breath came in ragged, uneven gasps. Yet the man in white continued, his movements methodical, almost rhythmic, as if each stab was part of a carefully composed symphony of suffering. Finally, he stopped. With an almost lazy motion, he let the knife slip from his fingers, clattering to the concrete floor. He exhaled, rolling his shoulders as if relieving tension from his muscles. Then, without a care, he stepped back and lowered himself onto a nearby chair. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a cigarette, lighting it with a slow, practiced motion. The flame briefly illuminated his face, calm, almost serene, as he took a deep drag and exhaled a curl of smoke into the heavy air. His eyes drifted back to Bernat. The man still hung from the chains, his body limp, his head lolling forward. Blood dripped from countless wounds, pooling beneath him, soaking into the cold stone floor. The man in white smiled. And then, he simply sat there, watching. "Should we go see him?" one of the men asked, his voice cautious. The man in white took another slow drag from his cigarette, letting the smoke curl between his fingers before exhaling. His gaze never left Bernat's limp, bleeding body. For a moment, it seemed as if he hadn't heard the question at all. Then, without looking away, he spoke. No. The room fell silent. The men around him exchanged glances, waiting for him to continue. First, we go to Victor, he said at last, his tone as calm as ever. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, watching as it scattered across the blood-stained floor. He had dinner with him. He finally turned his head, his cold eyes meeting the man who had asked the question. I want to see if he had a hand in this. And so, he went to Victor. Victor was already waiting, though he had no idea that one of the sworn Bellins would be coming to his house. He sat in his lavish dining room, a half-empty glass of red wine resting on the table. Victor's fingers tapped idly against the glass, his other hand adjusting the cuff of his expensive suit. He had been expecting someone, but not him. A sharp knock at the door echoed through the quiet house. Before Victor could react, the door swung open, not by the hands of a servant, but by force. And there he was, a man dressed in a white suit, now stained with specks of drying blood. His cold, unfeeling eyes locked onto Victor as he stepped inside, the air around him heavy with the scent of smoke and iron. Nice to meet you. I'm Ferruccio Bellini. You are Victor Moretti, am I right? Ferruccio stepped inside without waiting for an invitation, his gaze locking onto Victor's eyes with an intensity that sent a chill through the room. Victor straightened in his seat, his fingers tightening slightly around the stem of his wine glass. Yes, I am, he replied carefully. Ferruccio smiled, and without another word, he walked over to the dining table and sat down in the exact same chair where James had been seated earlier at the dinner. He leaned back slightly, resting his elbow on the armrest. So, do you know what happened? He asked, his voice smooth, unhurried. And if you do, how do you know? Their eyes met again. This time, Ferruccio didn't blink. Victor exhaled, running a hand through his neatly combed hair. I have a man inside the NSBI, he admitted. He informed me about James's arrest, but nothing more. I know nothing beyond that. Ferruccio's fingers drummed against the wooden surface of the table. His eyes studied Victor for a long moment, searching, calculating. Then, ever so slightly, his smile widened. Interesting. Was his name Clen? Ferruccio's smile widened as he locked eyes with Victor once more. Victor's breath hitched for a brief second, but he kept his composure. Yes, it was. But how do you? Well, Ferruccio interrupted smoothly, leaning forward slightly, his voice barely above a whisper. We had a long and interesting talk. He watched Victor's expression carefully, savoring the flicker of unease that crossed his face. Then, with a casual shrug, he continued. But I'm sorry, he's not going to report anymore. Not now. Not ever again. A heavy silence settled between them. Victor tightened his grip on the table's edge, his mind racing, but his face remained composed. He knew exactly what Ferruccio meant. Clen was dead, and if Ferruccio had gone through the trouble of dealing with him personally, then this meeting wasn't just a courtesy visit. It was a warning. Dad, what's happening? Penelope came downstairs, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her voice laced with drowsy confusion. Victor's heart sank. Fear gripped him tighter than before. His daughter, his innocent daughter, had walked into something she shouldn't have. Go back to sleep, darling, Victor said quickly, standing up and gently pushing her back toward the staircase. His voice was calm, but his movements were tense, urgent. But I heard the name Bellini. She mumbled, still half asleep. Is James here? She blinked, her gaze drifting toward the dining table, toward the man sitting there with an unsettlingly wide smile. The moment their eyes met, a shiver ran down her spine. The man stood up slowly, adjusting his white suit, his presence suddenly looming. I am Ferruccio Bellini, he said smoothly, stepping toward her. His tone was polite, almost warm, but something about it made the air feel heavy. James' family member. His brother. Penelope froze. The way he said it, it wasn't reassuring. It wasn't comforting. It felt like a threat wrapped in silk. And that smile, it was like a demon from one of the shows she had watched. It wasn't just a smile. It was something twisted, something unnatural, too wide, too knowing. It sent ice through her veins. Are you close with James? Ferruccio asked, his grin unwavering. Penelope barely heard the words. Her gaze had already drifted downward, catching the details she had missed before. The specks of blood on his pristine white suit, the dark stains near his cuffs. Then, lower, to the knife tucked into his belt. Her breath hitched. She froze. Her body refused to move, refused to breathe. Ferrucci tilted his head slightly, watching her reaction. He had seen this look before, the realization, the fear. And he loved it. Penelope's fear ran so deep that she said what she thought was the safest thing, the only thing that might protect her father, herself, and their family. "We're dating," she blurted out, her voice shaky but firm. Her heart pounded so hard she thought it would shatter through her ribs. She forced a nervous smile, hoping, praying, that this would create some kind of connection, something that would make Ferrucci hesitate before doing anything reckless. Ferrucci's smile didn't falter. If anything, it grew. His dark eyes flickered with something unreadable, amusement, curiosity, or something far worse. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, Ferrucci chuckled, a deep, rich laugh that sent another shiver down her spine. "Dating, huh?" he mused, stepping closer. He reached out, slowly, and brushed a strand of hair from her face, his touch feather-light, almost gentle. But to Penelope, it felt like a snake coiling around her throat. "How sweet," he murmured. Victor clenched his fists, his breath shallow. "Ferrucci," he said, his voice tense, "leave her out of this." Ferrucci finally pulled back, his eyes never leaving Penelope's. "Relax, Victor," he said smoothly. "I'm just getting to know my dear brother's girlfriend." His gaze lingered on her for a moment longer before he turned, casually walking back to his seat. He leaned back in the chair, exhaling a slow breath. "Well then, Penelope," he said smoothly, his voice almost casual. "You should go see him. He almost died from a beating." He continued, tilting his head slightly. "He's in the hospital now." Her lips parted slightly, but no sound came out. "James, beaten? Almost dead?" Ferrucci let the silence stretch, watching as the color drained from her face. Then he sighed. Victor's throat went dry. His fingers twitched slightly against the table as he processed what he had just heard. "What did you say?" he asked, his voice sharp and disbelieving. "James almost died," he repeated, his tone slow, deliberate. "And it's really frustrating to know that you were aware of his arrest this entire time." He took a step closer to Victor, his presence suffocating, his smile gone. "You knew he was tortured. You knew where he was." His voice dropped to a whisper, filled with quiet menace. Victor swallowed hard, but said nothing. Ferrucci let the silence linger before suddenly flashing a wide grin, though his eyes remained cold. "But I forgive you," he said lightly. "Because of your daughter." Victor exhaled shakily, relief barely creeping in, until Ferrucci leaned in even closer, his breath hot against Victor's ear. "But one more misstep," he whispered, "and I will chop you up, okay?" He pulled back, flashing his teeth in a grin that sent chills down Victor's spine. Then, turning his gaze back to Penelope, Ferrucci winked. "Bye, darling," he said smoothly. "Make sure you visit James." He reached for the door, but just before stepping out, he paused. Slowly, he turned back around, his grin stretching wider, his eyes gleaming with something dark and knowing. "Oh, and thank the Lord that I was the one who came," he said, his voice smooth but laced with something sinister. Victor and Penelope froze. "Because," Ferrucci continued, tilting his head slightly, "someone else was really angry. So angry that even I was scared." Penelope clutched her father's arm, her breathing shallow. Ferrucci chuckled at their silence. "Let's hope I don't have to come back," he mused, turning on his heel. "Because next time, it might not be me knocking on your door." And with that, he walked out, leaving behind an unshakable dread that clung to the air like the scent of blood. As Ferrucci stepped outside, he noticed a black car parked nearby, one that wasn't his. His gaze sharpened as a woman emerged from the vehicle, clad in a deep red dress. A wide-brimmed hat shaded her face, and dark glasses concealed her eyes. For a moment, Ferrucci paused, then started toward her. "I didn't hear any shots, brother," she said smoothly. He smirked. "Well, it got complicated. Apparently, Victor's daughter is dating James. And if I kill her, you know what will happen." The woman quickly started walking toward him, stopping right in front of him. "I love James, and he loves me. Why the hell would he date a fucking bitch?" She pressed on, her voice sharp with anger. "He never said he loved you." Before Ferrucci could finish, she spun around and grabbed his head firmly, her fingers digging into his skin. "He kissed me," she hissed. "Kissed me with passion. Our tongues tangled, our bodies burned, delicious and intoxicating. I want more of him. Ferrucci exhaled, his voice calm but firm. He was just giving you medicine. You know he has a fake tooth. That was the only way to get it to you. She tightened her grip, nails pressing deeper. No, it was love. Her eyes burned with fire. And if that bitch lied, she whispered, her lips curling into a vicious smile, I will personally skin her alive, and I'll castrate you and shove your balls in your mouth. Then you'll eat them. Got it. Her entire demeanor shifted in an instant. Her voice turned sweet, almost playful, as she spun around and walked toward her car with a light step. But now, let's go see him. Ferrucci let out a deep sigh, running a hand down his face before following after her. Chapter 10, Chaos. James' eyes slowly opened from a long sleep. His body ached, the dull throb of pain reminding him that, yes, he was still alive. But something soft and warm pressed against his side. Something else, plush, insistent, was brushing against his face. His eyes fluttered open. Boobs. A whole lot of boobs. His brain short-circuited for a moment as he blinked, trying to process the sheer expanse of softness in his immediate vicinity. Whoever she was close. Too close. And he wasn't sure if he was in heaven, hell, or just extremely lucky. Bella, James mumbled as he shifted, pushing himself up slightly on the hospital bed. His body still felt sore, but the warmth beside him was impossible to ignore. James, you're awake. I was so worried about you. Before he could react, the girl lunged forward, wrapping him in a hug so tight it knocked the air from his lungs. His face was instantly swallowed by soft, overwhelming plushness. James froze. The world became nothing but warmth, softness, and the scent of something sweet and spicy. He was completely and utterly devoured by the watermelons. It would be nice if you let him regain consciousness. Hans spoke up from where he sat to the side in one of the chairs. At that, Bella suddenly released James, and in one swift motion, she drew her gun and aimed it straight at Hans' head. You couldn't even protect him, and now you're giving me orders? She disengaged the safety and then turned to James. Can I kill him? Don't look at me so angrily with those beautiful eyes. James replied, pulling himself up from the bed. He ripped off the oxygen mask, letting it fall to the floor as he shook his head. I knew it. Bella suddenly lunged at him again, knocking him back onto the bed as she landed on top of him. Bella. James groaned, his entire body aching. She cupped his face, leaning in close. You love me, don't you? Of course That was all she needed. Bella kissed him, hard, before abruptly springing off the bed again. I'm going to kill that lying bitch. She reached for her coat, but before she could leave, Ferrucci, who had been silently munching on peanuts, suddenly stood up and blocked her path. Not so fast. He grinned at her. James, is it true that you're close to Victor Moretti's daughter? He asked, glancing past Bella at James, who was still dazed from the kiss. James was under the spell of that sudden kiss, but he replied, No, she just asked me out on a date, and I accepted. Bella's eye twitched with rage as she turned around. Why would you accept it? She stepped closer, her voice dangerously calm. Can you explain it, please? She smiled sweetly, but her eyes pierced through James like daggers. Bella, you have no right to speak to James that way. What? The cold blade against. Her throat froze Bella in place. Ferrucci had pressed a knife to her skin with eerie precision. I said, you have no right to speak that way to the family head, darling. He whispered before lifting the blade away from her neck. Bella reacted instantly. In one swift motion, she spun around, grabbed Ferrucci's wrist, the one holding the knife, and twisted it. A sharp crack echoed as she forced his entire arm forward, making him drop the blade. The knife clattered to the ground as Bella pressed the barrel of her gun directly against his throat. Don't you dare call me darling, she hissed, shoving the gun harder against his skin. Ferrucci only grinned. You have some serious mood swings. Are you on your period? Why did God leave me with two psychopaths? Why? My head is exploding, everything hurts, and these two fucking psychopaths are about to kill each other. Why? Calm down, you two. Hans' voice came from behind Ferrucci. Bella glanced at him, ready to snap back, but something stopped her. Hans wasn't looking at them. His gaze was locked downward, staring at the floor. His expression wasn't annoyed, nor was it angry. It was fear. My head is fucking exploding with pain. My whole body is burning, and you two still. We apologize for our behavior. Both of them spoke in perfect sync, their gazes fixed on the ground, slightly bowing forward in unison. James stared at them, but neither dared to look back. They were afraid of him. He sighed. I only accepted her date because of Victor. I need to keep him in my pocket. I know damn well he's involved in shady business. He meets with NSBI agents and officers, and his whole fucking house is crawling with them. Even if I have more power, he's still a threat. Even if I kill him. He took a step forward. Another interesting thing I've been thinking about. Reaching out, he gently touched her face, tilting her gaze toward his. Aren't you supposed to be on a long holiday for that thing you did? Bella's gaze wavered for a moment, and her body started to tremble under James' intense stare. But he didn't wait for an answer. Instead, he simply sat back down. Anyway, where is Hector? Bella's eyes widened, and she was clearly tense. Then, slowly, she turned to Ferrucci with a smirk. Well, you know, don't you? Ferrucci's eye twitched with anger, a vein subtly popping on his forehead. His fists clenched, but instead of looking at James, he stared even harder at the ground. Well, how should I put it? Hans, would you help me out? Ferrucci smiled, but his stress was obvious. Hans stepped forward, just as visibly tense. First, I'd like to congratulate you, James. And second, Hector is currently on his way here. He forced a smile. James frowned. Congratulate me for what? Hans hesitated for a second before sighing. I held back this information, but over the last couple of months, you actually became a billionaire. Hector executed the plan you explained to him. James froze. There's no fucking way. He grabbed his head with both hands, exhaling sharply. When you say I'm a billionaire, how much are we talking about? Bella grinned. Just a little over 2 billion. She was looking at James expectantly, but as soon as she saw his face twist in sheer disbelief. Let me rest a bit, and don't do anything dumb, James said as he lay down on the bed. He heard them going outside, but he also felt something warm, like breathing, followed by a soft kiss on his cheek. Rest well, my love, Bella said with a laugh before hurrying outside. Not only is she a psychopath, but she's also in love with me. He let out a deep sigh, staring up at the ceiling. That fucking Ferrucci. His smile is the worst thing I've ever seen, like a damn monster. And Hector, how the fuck did he manage to make something out of a conversation we had when we were drunk like a damn donkey? James' head was spinning, not just from the insane amount of money they had just told him he had, but also from the fact that he was surrounded by psychopaths. And somehow, this all was happening because of him. Meanwhile, outside, the argument had already escalated. Once again, thanks to Bella picking a fight with Ferrucci. I knew he loved me. She jumped in excitement, her whole body burning with energy. That kiss was full of passion, full of love. I can still feel it. She spun around Ferrucci, a wide grin on her face. You're jealous, aren't you? She winked at him. Ferrucci pulled out a cigarette, lighting it casually. I'm not into men. And let's be real, you were the one who kissed him, not the other way around. He exhaled a puff of smoke. Did it ever cross your mind that you might have just pissed him off? He could have shot you right then and there. But honestly, I would have preferred if he shot me instead. It would have saved me from having to listen to your delusions. He blew the smoke directly into Bella's face. You want to try it again? Bella growled, grabbing her gun and locking eyes with him. Ferrucci is right, Bella. Hans spoke as he stepped outside the hospital, his tone firm. Bella turned to him, her expression darkening. You open your mouth again, and I'll cut your tongue out. She took a step closer. You failed to protect. Bella. Hans stepped forward, grabbing her gun. I'm part of the family. I'm Hans Bellini. And you? You're just a fucking nobody that James took a chance on. He tightened his grip on her weapon. I could kill you right now, and James wouldn't say a word. Because, like I said, your whole existence means nothing to him. Behind them, Ferrucci burst out laughing, exhaling another cloud of smoke. You couldn't have said it better, Hans. He took another drag. You're not a Bellini, Bella. And yet, you play the role of one. You should be grateful James even sees something in you. Maybe it's your body. Maybe it's your ability to kill without hesitation. But at the end of the day, you're just another pawn on his chessboard, just like the rest of us. The only difference is that we actually mean something to him. Bella's hands clenched into fists. I'm going to be a Bellini too. She stepped back, glaring at them both. Ferrucci chuckled. That's a bit problematic, don't you think? He flicked his cigarette to the ground. I mean, you're in love with him. And if you became a Bellini, That would make you his sworn sister? That's kind of creepy. He laughed even harder. Bella didn't flinch. Instead, she smiled. You misunderstood me. She turned to Ferrucci, eyes gleaming. Asking to be a Bellini is a sin. An arrogant mistake. Because only James can decide who becomes part of the family. But, she smirked. If he marries me, that's a whole different story. I'll bear his children, and… Enough of this. Hans interrupted, rolling his eyes. Let's go grab something to eat for James. And they went on arguing even more about what to get for James. Meanwhile, he remained in his room, lost in thought. A breeze from the open window brushed against him, and amidst the soft rustling, he heard something. Am I hallucinating, or did I just hear Bella screaming that she would bear my child? Fuck, these meds are strong. Chapter 11. Hector Bellini, the Genius. James woke up again, a strange feeling creeping over him, like someone was watching him. He turned to his side and found Hector sitting close, smiling at him. How long have you been watching me? Sleep? Hector chuckled. An hour, maybe. The others brought you some food, so let's eat. He grabbed a fork and handed it to James. Sit up, he said. You need to eat. James sat up, blinking away the haze of sleep. Where are the noisy ones? He asked, his voice rough from sleep. He reached for the container of food, peeling it open. Hector tilted his head slightly, eyes sharp with curiosity. Noisy? He echoed, watching as James took a bite. He chewed, savoring the taste, before sighing. Yeah, Bella and Ferrucci. They were at each other's throats the whole time they were here. For a moment, there was silence. Then, Hector's smile widened, but something about it felt off. The plastic fork in his hand groaned, bending under the force of his fingers until it snapped in half. James froze mid-bite. I will skin them alive for that great sin. He stood up, brushing non-existent dust from his pants. Excuse me. James nearly choked on his food. No, it's all right. He blurted out quickly, waving a hand. It was kinda refreshing, actually. Fuck, this guy is worse than the others combined. Hector paused, considering James's words. Then, just as suddenly as the violent thought came, it vanished. His grin returned, this time softer, more at ease. Oh well, he said, sitting back down. Let's enjoy our meal. Silence followed as they ate, a deep, almost eerie silence. The only sound was the occasional clink of their plastic forks against the plates. James found it strange. Hector was usually loud, always talking, always filling the room with his energy. But now, he was completely quiet. As he chewed slowly, his curiosity grew. He stole a glance at Hector, only to do a double take. His heart nearly stopped. Wait, what the hell? James was so caught off guard that he accidentally swallowed wrong. He coughed violently, choking on his food. Hector was up in an instant, concern flashing across his face. Are you good, James? James waved a hand as he caught his breath. I'm good, but he narrowed his eyes at Hector. What happened to you? Hector blinked, clearly puzzled. I don't fully understand your question. James gestured at him, still trying to process the sudden transformation. You glowed up, man. You look like a damn model. The buzz cut, the sharp jawline, those blue eyes. Hell, even that deep black suit looks perfect on you. Hector chuckled, leaning back slightly. Oh, you think so? James shook his head, muttering under his breath. Great. As if he wasn't dangerous enough. Now he's ridiculously handsome too. Hector leaned back, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Well, I spent a long time in Arbora, and I met some people who were ridiculously handsome, he said, chuckling. James raised an eyebrow. So, you found a work partner? Or an assistant? Hector chuckled again, this time with an edge of amusement. No, he was a cartel member. But he was so beautiful that I just had to kill him. For it. James nearly dropped his fork. Wait, what? I skinned him alive. He said casually, as if discussing the weather. But before that, I made sure to ask him how he managed to look that good. And he just told you? Hector burst into laughter. Of course. He spilled everything while he was dying. Ha ha ha. Yeah, definitely worse than the others. Well, you did a great job, I suppose, James said, still eyeing Hector. He decided to shift the topic. They told me you made billions. Is that true? At that, Hector's expression changed. His smirk faltered, and for the first time, he looked away, avoiding James's gaze. No, Hector muttered. You made billions. I just executed the plans you gave me. Tell me. Truth was, He couldn't remember. He only had flashes, blurry fragments of memories, but nothing clear. What the fuck did I even tell him while I was drunk? Between the capital, hangar, where we are, and the neighboring country, Dennis, there's a sea separating us, Hector began, his tone eerily casual. Dennis's capital, Arbora, has a major port, and with the war raging on their borderlands, you saw an opportunity. James listened intently, his stomach twisting. You told me to use the war. Hector continued, a small smirk playing on his lips. So I did. Our government sent soldiers to help Dennis protect its borders. In just 6 months, nearly 3,000 of them died. And, well, the bodies of the dead had to be returned home, right? Sent back to Hangar's port, so their loved ones could mourn, and they could rest in eternal peace. James felt something cold creep down his spine. Where's this going? Hector's smirk widened. So I did exactly what you told me. James's breath hitched. I removed their organs and packed their corpses with kilos of white magic, smuggled hundreds of kilos right into Hangar, hidden inside the bodies of the fallen. James felt his throat go dry. He couldn't tell if he was more horrified by what Hector had done, or by the fact that he had apparently been the one to suggest it. But isn't it the military that brings the bodies back? James asked, confused. Hector chuckled, shaking his head. Well, technically yes. It was supposed to be the military. He leaned back, his tone almost amused. But thanks to our wonderfully corrupt government and a few well-placed bribes, they decided to cut costs. Instead of using official military transport, they outsourced the job to civilian shipping companies, because it was cheaper. Hector grinned. So, I controlled the shipments. And just like that, he snapped his fingers. We had the perfect cover. But the bodies did make it back to their families, right? James asked, his voice laced with unease. Hector gave him an almost reassuring nod. Of course, he said smoothly. We only removed the organs, dumped them into the sea. Nothing too messy. When the shipments arrived at port, we retrieved the packages, stitched the bodies back up, and sent them on their way. James had no memory of suggesting any of this, yet somehow, he wasn't even surprised. What the fuck was I thinking back then? And that alone generated billions? James asked, skepticism clear in his voice. I doubt it. Hector smirked. Well, we also followed through with your other plan. Other plan? You suggested we make the operation more efficient, Hector continued, his voice steady, almost proud. So, we modified the ships, attached powerful magnets to their hulls. Instead of stuffing everything into corpses, we secured the kilos to the underside of the ships with magnetic locks. Wait, what? It's actually a genius. Hector simply nodded. It was seamless. No one suspected a thing. But, wasn't that too risky? I mean the weight distribution and other things. Hector waved a hand dismissively. I had people who knew exactly how to do it right, and after that it began. Divers secured the shipments to the ships before departure, Hector explained. And because those ships were military certified, sea patrols never bothered to inspect them. When we arrived at the port, the divers released the cargo, and at night, another team retrieved it. James just stared at him, his mind racing. Holy shit, I really panned all this. And where exactly is the money? In a bank in Helios. Hector replied casually. And another 200 million in cash is on its way here. James's eyes narrowed, his entire body tensing. Helios. That was the neighboring country to the south, a dictatorship. How the hell did you manage to do that? Hector smirked. Since most countries refused to trade with him, I made a deal. I helped smuggle weapons into Trania. James's blood ran cold. Trania? His voice rose slightly. The same Trania that's at war with Dennis? Yes, Hector nodded. But it was you who said it would be a great idea. James felt the room spin. No fucking way. So why is 200 million coming in cash? Hector sighed, then grinned. Some fucking idiot cartel decided it'd be funny to behead 2 of our captains and bomb 2 ships. James's jaw clenched. And because they died, some of our captains wanted to leave. They were scared. Hector shrugged, as if it were obvious. So, to make sure no one had to be scared anymore. His grin widened. I burned that cartel to ashes. James exhaled slowly. And the money? Hector leaned back, still smiling. Well, they just happened to have 200 million in cash lying around. So I took it. James stared at him, a sinking feeling in his gut. This guy is completely insane. And how much money did you take for yourself? James asked, his eyes drilling into Hector's. For the first time, Hector hesitated. A flicker of fear crossed his face. Nothing, he said quickly. If I ever took anything, I'd kill myself. James didn't blink. He could tell Hector was telling the truth. How much do I pay you? Hector swallowed. His heartbeat pounded in his chest. 10,000 per month. That fucking low. He couldn't believe it. The minimum wage in Larinthia was 2,200 per month, and Hector was managing billion-dollar operations for pennies. James exhaled sharply, then made his decision. From the cash shipment, take 100 million for yourself, and give 5 million each to Bella, Ferrucci, and Hans. Hector's eyes widened in shock. Be boss. You earned it. Hector swallowed hard, his hands slightly trembling. Understood. James leaned back, still watching him. Now they'll know their loyalty isn't wasted. In reality, James didn't want that much cash on hand. It was too much, too dangerous. If the NSBI caught wind of it, they could bust him easily. His mind raced, trying to figure out what to do with the excess millions before it became a liability. But before he could come up with a plan, Hector suddenly hugged him, tightly. James stiffened, caught completely off guard. Hector, he asked, surprised. Hector didn't let go. His grip was firm, almost desperate. When he finally pulled back, his eyes were glossy, his voice quieter than usual. I'm sorry, he muttered. But can I leave you for maybe an hour? James studied his face. Hector's usual cocky grin was gone. Instead, there was something raw in his expression, something fragile. Of course you can, James said, forcing a small smile. Yeah, go, you psychopath. Thanks, Hector whispered. But as Hector opened the door, a girl stood in front of him. His reflexes kicked in immediately. His gun was out and pressed against her forehead in less than a second. Who are you? He demanded coldly. And how the hell did you get past security? The girl's eyes widened in terror. She froze, her whole body trembling. Aye, she's good, Hector. Let her in. James called from behind him. He didn't lower his gun right away. He waited a bit, then he pulled the weapon back. My bad, he said with a small smirk before sprinting down the hall, already in a hurry. James turned his attention to the girl. Are you okay, Penelope? She stood there, her legs shaking, barely able to keep herself upright. Her arms trembled as she clutched her chest, struggling to catch her breath. I brought you some ice cream. Chapter 12, A Monster Other Side. As Penelope stood there, still somewhat frozen from the gun that had been at her head, Hector was sprinting through the hospital. He pushed past others without a second thought before bursting out the doors and jumping into his car. What the fuck is he doing? Ferrucci said, standing up from the pavement where he had been smoking. He watched as Hector's car sped out of the parking lot at full throttle. That psychopath barked at us to leave him alone with James, and now he's running away? Bella spat on the ground, her expression darkening. And that bitch dared to go near my love? I'm going to kill both of them. No, you're not, Hans said coolly. And be careful what you say. Bella snapped her head toward him. What did you just say to me? Hans let out a quiet sigh as he walked toward his own car. You barely know Hector, he said, glancing at her. He's the very definition of a fucking monster. One wrong word, and you're done for. So watch yourself. But, with that, he waved lazily before getting into his car. He's right, Ferrucci said. Don't fuck with Hector. He almost killed me once just for smiling at James too much. He exhaled a cloud of smoke. The world would be better if he did. Bella smirked at Ferrucci. But why is he that dangerous? You and I are monsters too. Or at least, that's what people say. Ferrucci flicked his cigarette away. He was the first to become a Bellini. That means he outranks both me and Hans. And the way he became one, it's terrifying. He turned and started walking toward his car. Don't leave me here without a proper answer, Bella shouted after him. Ferrucci stopped and looked back at her, his gaze dark and serious. He was the one who carried out the railway station massacre. Burn that into your mind. With that, he got into his car and drove away, leaving Bella frozen in place. She had only ever heard whispers that the railway station massacre was carried out on James's orders. But now, hearing Ferrucci confirm it with certainty, an even greater fear settled over her. Fear of James and of Hector. That day had been nothing short of sheer terror. 12 government officials had been chained to the railway tracks, left to meet a gruesome fate as an oncoming train tore through them. But that horror alone hadn't been enough. After the massacre, Parts of their remains were collected by someone and hung from different lampposts around Parliament. It was a message, and that somebody was now entering a children's hospital nearby. He was running, his breath short and uneven. When he finally arrived at the room, he paused before the door, wiping the sweat from his neck and face. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his suit and stepped inside. The scene before him was heartbreaking. Machines beeped steadily in the room, their rhythmic sounds filling the quiet space. In the center of it all was a hospital bed, where a little girl lay, her frail body connected to countless tubes and wires. A hat covered her head, concealing the hair she had likely lost. The look on the girl's face was as if she had seen a ghost. But a moment later, tears began rolling down her cheeks. As Hector stepped inside, he noticed another woman sitting nearby. Her eyes burned with anger, an anger ready to explode. But instead, only a single question escaped her lips. "Where were you?" And then, more tears. She stood up, her steps growing quicker as she closed the distance between them. Her fists clenched, trembling with barely restrained emotion. Then, weakly yet deliberately, she struck Hector's chest. "Where were you?" she asked again, her voice thick with frustration and disappointment. But before she could hit him again, Hector suddenly pulled her into a tight hug. "Let me go." She tried to fight back, but his hold was warm, strong, unshakable. "I'm here now, Mom," he whispered, his voice breaking with emotion. "I'm here now." And just like that, the resistance crumbled. His mother clung to him, sobbing like a child. When Hector finally pulled away, he turned toward the hospital bed, his expression softening. A bright, genuine smile spread across his face, one that held no malice, no menace, only warmth. "I'm here, Amanda." Carefully, mindful of the tubes and wires, Amanda hugged him as tightly as her frail body allowed. "I missed you, Hector," she whispered. Hector reached out, his hand trembling as he gently traced the contours of her pale face. "I have the money, Amanda," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "I have it." His eyes, filled with unshed tears, locked onto hers. But before Amanda could respond, the steady beeping of the heart monitor quickened. Her heart rate spiked, her emotions speaking before her words ever could. "Don't lie." His mother's voice came from behind him, weak yet filled with something deeper than sorrow. As Hector turned around, he saw her already falling to her knees. "Don't lie, Hector." She collapsed completely, her body drained, her face emotionless. There were no more tears left to cry, but Hector only needed to say one name: James Bellini. At that, his mother's lifeless gaze lifted. Slowly, she rose to her feet, stepping toward Hector before wrapping her arms around him in a tight embrace. "We can pay for the surgeries and the medicine, Mom," Hector whispered. Because of him, his mother pulled back just enough to cup his face in her trembling hands. "I forgive you, Hector," she said, her voice breaking. "I forgive everything. The fact that you weren't here, the thing you became, because you did it all for her, didn't you?" Finally, tears began to fall again. "I'm sorry, my son. I'm so sorry," she sobbed, holding him tighter. Amanda, watching them, couldn't hold back any longer. She shifted forward and squeezed herself between them, wanting to be part of the hug. "Am I going to be normal?" she asked, her innocent eyes searching Hector's for response. He smiled, pressing his forehead gently against hers. "You're going to be the prettiest girl in the world," he promised. And then, he hugged her as if he would never let go. "But enough of this," Hector said, standing up. "I won't shed any tears until your wedding day, when the time comes." He turned to his mother, his expression shifting. "Can we talk, Mom?" She kissed Amanda gently on the forehead before stepping outside with Hector. "We'll be back soon, darling." As Hector opened his mouth to speak, his mother placed a firm hand over it, silencing him. "I don't care," she said, her unwavering eyes locking onto his. "You are what you are, and I just don't care anymore, Hector. I love you because I'm your mother, and I will love you even if. That's enough for me." Hector interrupted, pulling her into a hug. He held her tightly before whispering, "But once Amanda's surgeries and therapy are done, you'll both need to change your names and go far away from here. Because I understand." She cut him off gently. "You don't need to say more." She hugged him again, this time holding on just a little longer. Meanwhile, James was munching on the ice cream Penelope had given him, savoring each bite without a care. The atmosphere between them, however, was tense, almost freezing. She still couldn't shake the fear lingering inside her, the growing realization of just how dangerous it was to be around James. "Is this where we're supposed to go on a date?" he asked, licking the small spoon of ice cream. Penelope let out a faint smile, still avoiding his gaze. "Well, yes, but I need to apologize," she admitted. "I actually told your brother that we're lovers." "I know," James said casually, still sucking on the spoon like a child. "You did it to save yourself and the family, am I right?" Penelope froze, her body growing even stiffer. The way he said it so easily, so matter-of-factly, sent a shiver down her spine. "If yes, is that a problem?" she asked hesitantly. James chuckled, his amusement almost unsettling. "Don't worry," he said, flashing a grin. "You're not part of your father's organization, so you wouldn't die." "Thank you, I guess," she whispered. "So with that, you can go home," James said as he finally finished his ice cream. "No." Penelope's answer was quick, too quick. Her face flushed, betraying her emotions. "Just go away. Why do you have to be like this?" "You know," James said casually, tilting his head. "Even if you stay close to me, your father can still die." Penelope clenched her fists, but instead of backing down, she finally met his gaze. "And what if I genuinely like you?" she asked, her voice steady, her eyes searching for an answer. James stared at her for a moment, his expression unreadable. "Then you will die, by Bella's hands." "Well, I'm older than you. You're 18, James said, his tone calm but firm. "And my emotions, at the moment, they're not exactly suited for love." "Then I'll wait," Penelope replied without hesitation. She stood up, locking eyes with James, determination flickering in her gaze. "I'll wait for your emotions," she repeated. But as soon as the words left her lips, embarrassment hit her like a wave. Her face turned red, and before James could say anything, she spun around and stormed out of the room. Finally, silence. "I need to leave this place." Chapter 13. Girlfriend? Day after day passed, and James underwent various examinations, and finally, he was good to go. And that day Hector met up with the others in front of the hospital. "Good morning, my beautiful colleagues," Hector greeted as he approached with 3 men behind him, each carrying a suitcase. "You seem very happy. Did you kill a bunch of guys on your way here?" Ferrucci smirked, but Hector's smile remained unwavering, his kind aura unshaken. For a moment, an awkward silence hung between them. "Well, I'm happy to see you happy," Hans said, stepping forward, but Hector stopped him with a hand. "Not so fast. I have a gift." He grinned and gave a slight wave to his men, who stepped forward and placed the suitcases in front of them. "I hope it's not chopped-up bodies," Bella remarked with a smirk. "Why would it be bodies?" Hector asked, genuine confusion crossing his face. "Forget it. She's dumb." Ferrucci waved dismissively. "But seriously, what's in the suitcases?" he asked while lighting a cigarette. Hector's smile widened. "Well, for your exceptional hard work this year, James has gifted each of you $5 million in cash." As he said, Ferrucci's cigarette slipped from his lips, falling to the ground. Silence fell over the group again. No one spoke. They only exchanged glances. "What?" Hector said. "Open it and see for yourselves." Bella was the first to act. She quickly unzipped one of the suitcases, and as the lid flipped open, stacks upon stacks of cash stared back at them. Her hands trembled as she slowly picked up a bundle, her eyes wide, almost childlike with wonder. "Is this?" Her voice wavered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It's a bonus from," Hector began, but Bella cut him off. "Is this for our child? Is this a message that he's ready?" She stood up, a bright smile on her face, yet her hands trembled as they rested against her stomach. "I'm ready." Stop this nonsense, Bella," Hector said, rubbing his temples and shaking his head. "It's a bonus for your hard work." "Nonsense." She stepped closer to him, searching his face. But when she looked into his eyes, she found nothing, just an empty gaze. "Well, maybe it's nonsense," she whispered, adjusting Hector's suit with a teasing touch. "Or maybe it's a sign." She smiled and stepped back. "I've never seen this much money," Ferrucci muttered, gripping a stack of bills. "Are you sure it's really ours?" He looked at Hector, disbelief in his eyes. "Yes. James told me personally to give it to you. So enjoy it." He then wiped at his eyes, a rare show of emotion. Shit, I can finally buy my grandma a big house. Yes, you can, Hector said, stepping closer and placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Then his gaze shifted to Hans. And you? You haven't said anything. Hans hesitated before exhaling deeply. Well, my daughter is fighting cancer. So I'm going to. He couldn't finish before Hector suddenly stepped forward and wrapped him in a tight, wordless hug, holding him there for a few moments. I have some knowledge in the field, Hector finally murmured. Contact me later. Hans and the others were stunned. More than the money, more than anything else, they struggled to comprehend what had just happened. More importantly, they struggled to believe that this psychopath had feelings. But there was no time to dwell on it. Hector clapped his hands together and spoke once more. All right, that's enough. Get the money put away. It's time to go see James. But just as they were about to head inside, James was already making his way out, his left leg limping slightly. Oh, nice to see you guys, he said as he stepped outside. Damn, they can't leave me alone for a bit. Come on, lean on me, Bella said, rushing to his side. She slipped her arm under his to support him, pressing her body against his. I'm all right, Bella. James reassured her with a small smile. But as he spoke, he realized how close her face was to his, uncomfortably close. And he did something he never thought he would. He leaned in and placed a soft kiss on Bella's cheek. But thank you, he said with a small smile. She suddenly let go of him, stepping back in shock, her face turning bright red. Her eyes widened. I knew you were ready. Her whole body shivered. What? Don't mind her. Ferrucci cut in. The car is ready for you. He gestured toward the parking lot. James turned his head, and his mouth slightly dropped open. In the parking lot, 6 all-black SUVs were lined up, surrounded by men standing guard. It looked like a presidential convoy. Isn't that a bit much? James asked as he walked toward the vehicles. It's necessary for your protection after. What happened? Hector replied, opening the door of one of the SUVs. All right, James sighed, stepping inside. But as he settled into his seat, he caught a glimpse of one of the men standing near the car, under his coat, a machine gun. Are you sure this isn't too much? James asked once again, glancing at Hector, who was sitting beside him. No, it's all right, he replied with a reassuring smile. Where do you want to go? James let out a deep sigh. Let's go to my mother. This feels more like a military convoy. As they got closer, James leaned forward to the driver. Don't stop directly at the house. Yes, sir, the man replied, which surprised James. Sir? A minute later, they came to a stop. As soon as James stepped out of the car, the entire convoy followed. Nearly 20 people surrounding the area. This is way too much, he thought, glancing back at Hector, who was just smiling. We'll wait for you outside, James, he said. No, come in. Hector raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by the invitation. Meanwhile, Bella was fixing her hair and even took out a perfume bottle, giving herself a quick spray. Guys, make sure you all act different, okay? They all nodded in understanding. With that, James took a deep breath and opened the door. As they stepped inside and closed the door behind them, James' mother stood there, her eyes locking onto James. For a moment, he braced himself, expecting a slap. But then something unexpected happened. She walked forward with purpose, and James tensed, preparing for impact. But she didn't stop in front of him. She walked right past him. James turned around quickly, and what he saw was almost unbelievable. His mother was hugging Bella. And it wasn't just a hug. They were literally jumping and laughing together. What the actual fuck is happening? James thought, completely bewildered. It's so nice to see you again, darling, his mother said, cupping Bella's face in her hands. I'm happy to be here, Bella replied, smiling warmly. Then, to James' absolute confusion, his mother grabbed Bella's hand and walked right past him before stopping. Hiding such a beautiful girlfriend is a sin, she said with a teasing smile. What? James blurted out, his brain struggling to process what was happening. He glanced back at the others, who looked just as confused as he was. Finally, they all made their way to the dining table and sat down. The atmosphere felt awkward, at least for them, because Bella and James' mother were completely absorbed in their conversation, laughing and chatting like old friends. James, Hector, Hans, and Ferrucci exchanged uncertain glances, still trying to figure out what the hell was going on. Well, Mom, let me introduce you to my friends, James said, trying to regain some control over the situation. This is Hector Yilja. Hector flashed a beautifully warm smile. Ferrucci Balma. Ferrucci nodded with a small smirk. And you might already know. Him, Hans. James' mother smiled at them all. Nice to meet you all. My name is Erica Bellini, but you can call me Erica. Then she turned back to James with a teasing look. But you forgot to introduce your girlfriend. Not that you need to. I already know her very well. We've talked a lot. She laughed. James blinked in confusion. I'm kinda lost here. Mom, how do you know Bella? Oh, she was here to inform me that you were in the hospital because of some light accident. Erica said casually. But once I knew you were all right, we started talking a lot. About you, the way you love, your life here and back then. She smiled warmly at Bella, who was blushing furiously. James nearly choked on air. But I sent Hans to inform you. He turned sharply to him. Hans avoided James' gaze, scratching the back of his head. Well, Bella got here first, and she insisted on informing your mother. James sighed in disbelief. But before he could say anything, his mother continued. Oh, and I even showed her your baby photos. She grinned. That was enough to make Ferrucci spit out the water he was drinking, spraying it all over the table. I'm terribly sorry, he said, frantically trying to soak up the mess. No worries, I'll get a wipe, Erica said, leaving the room. The second she was out of sight, Hector leaned in with a cold expression. Lying about something serious is a great sin, Bella, a sin that comes with death. Yeah, and I would love to cut her open. Ferrucci added with a grin. Enough, James said, exhaling a deep sigh. Bella crossed her arms. I never said we were together. Your mom just assumed it. So, you're telling James that his mother is in the wrong? Hector asked, leaning toward her. James' voice dropped to a dangerously low tone. Stop talking. The room went silent. They lowered their heads, staring at the table. James clenched his fists. Fuck. This is exactly how my family is going to get mixed up in all this. Too dangerous, fuck. But she's sexy and a genius, and also a fucking psychopath. What do I do? What should I do? James' mind raced. Wait, this is perfect for. I'm back. Erica announced as she walked in with a cloth, cleaning up Ferrucci's mess. I'm sorry, Ferrucci muttered. Don't say sorry, it's nothing. But why is it so quiet? Did something happen? She asked, noticing the tension in the room. No, nothing, Mom. James replied quickly. She raised an eyebrow, unconvinced, but then smirked. So, tell me, why would you hide such a beauty like her from me? James forced a smile, thinking fast. I just wanted the right time for it, because we only started dating. We've only been thinking about it seriously in the last few months. Everyone froze. Bella's face turned deep red, her eyes widening in shock. Oh, really? Erica asked, clearly intrigued. Yeah. James continued smoothly. But I love her with all my heart. Her smile, her eyes, she's just the most gorgeous girl I've ever seen. And before Bella could react, James leaned in, grabbed her hand, and kissed it. Wow, you're such a gentleman's son. Erica laughed. Bella, meanwhile, was completely frozen, her face burning red, her eyes tearing up. My grandchildren will be so beautiful. Erica added. Yes, as beautiful as her. James replied smoothly, though his mind was spinning. But sorry, for a moment, I need to use the bathroom. He quickly added, standing up and making his way to the restroom. As soon as he closed the door behind him, he looked at himself in the mirror. Calm down, calm down. It's going to be all right. He took a deep breath, gripping the sink. With this, the Penelope problem is solved. No emotional ties to Victor. But fuck. He stared into the mirror, his reflection blurred by the storm in his mind. But I was the one who saved her that day. I knew this was going to happen. Fuck my life. Chapter 14, Bella Hone. 1.5 years ago. So, if we get the port under our territory, that would mean nothing but good things. Money, free transfers, and the ability to tax others. Hector said, drawing a circle on the map. James barely paid attention. His thoughts lingered on the consequences. If he took the port, people would die. Before Hector could continue, Ferrucci burst through the door. We found it. He sat down, his fingers stabbing at a point on the map. The hangar just outside the city. It used to be an old factory. And it's exactly what you said. Fuck. James leaned back, clutching his head. How bad is it? His gaze locked onto Ferrucci's eyes, demanding the truth. Really bad. Ferrucci exhaled. There are at least 30 women. His voice lowered. And they're selling them. But before that, they break them in. James's blood boiled. His heart pounded in his chest, a deep, raw fury taking hold, far beyond anger. His fists clenched, his knuckles turning white, veins bulging. Without mercy. He growled. Of course. Ferrucci said, standing up. But James stood too, gripping Ferrucci's shoulder with a force that sent a chill down his spine. Without a drop of mercy. Do you understand? James's grip tightened, his fingers digging in like iron. Ferrucci didn't even dare to speak. He just nodded. Call me when it's finished, James said, sitting back down, his legs shaking uncomfortably. He had experience with this. Because once, a dear high school friend of his had been kidnapped. What they did to that innocent 15-year-old was so horrific that her father took his own life, unable to bear the guilt of failing to protect her. Her life was stolen, and not long after, she ended it herself. That beautiful girl, someone so close to James, was gone. After that, he made a promise to himself. If he ever had the power to protect someone, he would. And after everything that had happened to him, the misunderstandings, the chaos, he could protect people now. Should I get something to drink? Hector asked as he observed James, sensing the rage boiling inside him. Something strong, James muttered. Hector brought a bottle of whiskey, and they drank in silence until James' phone rang. We're done, Ferrucci said on the other end of the line. But there's a problem. If you could come here, that would be good. Without hesitation, James stood up, grabbing his coat. Hector joined him, and they drove to the location with a few men accompanying them. The sight before them was grim. A rusted hangar stood in the middle of nowhere, its windows shattered. As they stepped inside, the stench hit them immediately, a mix of blood, sweat, and something far worse. The air was thick with it, suffocating. Rows of cages lined the walls, each filled with women. Some were curled up in the corners, others stared blankly, their eyes hollow, as if their souls had already left them. James' gaze drifted downward. The bodies of the men responsible for this horror lay scattered across the floor, lifeless and drenched in blood. Ferrucci stood among them, lighting a cigarette with shaky hands. We left one alive, if you want him to talk. James turned his head slowly, his expression unreadable. In the dim light, he saw a man tied to a chair, his face already swollen and bloodied. Hector stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. You're called, James. He exhaled sharply, stepping closer. The man's eyes flickered with desperation as he recognized the one approaching him, the one who decided if he lived or died. Kneeling down to meet his gaze, James spoke in a low, controlled voice. Start talking. Please, I have a family. The man begged, his voice trembling with desperation. James started laughing, a cold, empty laugh that made even his own men take a step back. The rage in his eyes was something they had seen before, but never quite like this. Family, James repeated, his tone laced with pure contempt. His gaze shifted to the side, landing on one of the cages. Inside, a woman, maybe the same age as he, sat curled up, her body trembling. His grip tightened. Give me your knife, he said, extending his hand toward Ferrucci. Without hesitation, Ferrucci handed it over. James swiftly cut the ropes binding the man. Thank. Before the bastard could finish, James grabbed him by the hair and dragged him toward the cage. The man screamed and struggled, but James was stronger. He slammed the man's face against the cold metal bars. Look, James growled, his voice filled with fury. The man whimpered, but James wasn't done. He yanked his head back and smashed it against the bars again. Look at her, he shouted. The girl inside flinched, her wide, broken eyes filled with silent terror. Isn't she beautiful? James hissed, his grip never loosening. Isn't she an innocent woman? Another brutal slam. Blood smeared against the cage. Answer me. Why, yes. The man choked out, his breath shaky. She is. James slammed his head against the bars again, harder this time. Blood smeared across the rusted metal. Then tell me, where was her family when you did this to her? Where was her father? Her mother? He yanked the man's head back, forcing him to look directly at the girl. You took everything from her, and now you beg for your family? The man sobbed, his body writhing under James' grip. Please. I had no choice. They made me do it. James' grip tightened, his jaw clenching. His body was shaking, not from anger alone, but from something deeper, something that had been buried inside him for too long. No choice. He let out a bitter laugh. You had a choice every single time you locked those cages, every time you watched them suffer. And now, you get to suffer too. He pressed the knife against the man's throat. The room was silent except for the soft gasps of the survivors and the shuffling of Hector and Ferrucci, who stood back, watching. But before he could answer, a low, broken voice spoke. Am I beautiful? James looked up at the woman in the cage. Her face was swollen and bruised, but her eyes were wide open, tears streaming down her cheeks as she slowly crawled toward the bars. Is that true? James let go of the man, stepping closer to the cage. Carefully, he reached his hand through the bars, gently touching the girl's face. You are truly beautiful, he said softly. At his words, the woman let out a heart-wrenching scream, crying at the top of her lungs, her voice filled with pain and despair. Her cries echoed through the empty hangar, a sound so raw and broken that it sent chills down the spines of everyone present. And then James said to the man, Run. The man looked up, his head bleeding, his face twisted in fear and confusion. I said run. James repeated, his voice eerily calm. The man struggled to his feet, his legs shaking beneath him, but he obeyed. He turned and started running, stumbling over the bodies of his fallen comrades as he made his way toward the hangar doors. As he ran, James spoke again. Ferrucci. Ferrucci said nothing in response. The man barely made it a few steps before the gunfire tore through him. His body jerked violently as the bullets ripped into his flesh, sending him crashing face first into the dirt. The shots kept coming until there was nothing left but a lifeless, mangled corpse. Ferrucci lowered his gun, blowing out a sharp breath. No mercy, he muttered, echoing James' words from earlier. The hangar was silent again, except for the quiet sobbing of the women still trapped in the cages. James turned back to them, his eyes dark, unreadable. Get them out, he repeated. Now. Hector stepped forward, his face unreadable as he signaled to the men. They moved quickly, unlocking the cages, helping the women out one by one. Some collapsed the moment they were free, their legs too weak to hold them up. Others clung to their rescuers, shaking uncontrollably. James stood there, watching. His body felt like it was burning from the inside out. He wanted to scream, to tear the whole damn place apart with his bare hands. But he didn't. Instead, he turned and walked out, stepping over the dead without a second glance. Hector, James stated, I will pay for all of their medical expenses, and after that, make sure to buy them houses and give them enough money to start their lives. No problem, Hector replied. Let's get the fuck out of here, James said. But as he started walking, someone pinched him from behind. When he turned around, he saw the women standing there. You are safe now, and will be safe for the rest of your life, he said, gently patting her head before turning away. But the woman's grip remained firm. Your name, she said in a low voice. James Bellini. And yours, beautiful. The girl's eyes widened, suddenly filled with life despite the horrors she had endured. Bella Bellahone. As the girl said her name, James saw blood pouring from her side, a lot of blood. Without a second thought, he grabbed her and kissed her, transferring the medicine hidden in his fake tooth. And that day, that kiss meant something greater to Bellahone than James could ever imagine. That girl became someone who would make a name for herself in less than a year and rise as a powerful figure. And then she was there on James' side. Chapter 15, A New Beginning. Half a year ago. James, there's a woman who would like to talk to you, Hans said, as James sat on the bench in the bright sunshine. A woman? James asked, not even bothering to look at Hans. There are even prostitutes in this beautiful park. I don't want to, he said, still sunbathing. Well, sir, she's a different kind of woman, Hans replied. For the first time, James looked at him, lowering his sunglasses slightly. What do you mean? She is Bellahone. If you remember her. Nice to meet you. A soft, yet captivating voice came from behind James. He sat up from the bench, turning around, and was surprised by the sight before him. The broken woman he had once known now stood tall. She was gorgeous, with a perfect figure, her face resembling that of a supermodel. Her sleek black hair cascaded down to her shoulders, and she was tall, standing at the same height as James. He was speechless. There was a silence as James stared, mesmerized by the sight in front of him. Bella blushed deeply, a little embarrassed by the quiet moment between them. How beautiful you are, Bella. It's very nice to see you doing well. James stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her. Her reaction was priceless. Her face turned an even deeper shade of red. How are you doing? James asked as he stepped back. I've never been this happy, she said, her body trembling slightly as she looked down at the ground, clearly flustered. That's when James noticed something. Glancing to the side, he saw Hans gripping his gun tightly. A chill ran down his spine. Something wasn't right. Fuck. Her gorgeousness tricked me? James took a slow step back, subtly placing his hand behind his back. But he had no weapon on him. Just a bluff, a simple act to make her think he was ready for whatever came next. I'm everything, but no danger to you. She quickly raised her hands, her eyes filled with sincerity. James studied her for a moment, then let out a small smile and relaxed his tense posture. What do you mean by everything? He asked, his gaze locking onto hers. Bella blushed, immediately turning her head away, avoiding his eyes. Well, she hesitated, her body trembling slightly. I want to be on your side, forever, she said, her face flushed, but this time, she met James' gaze with deep determination. James' eyes widened. For a moment, they stood there in silence. I think you know exactly who I am, or what I am, James said slowly, watching her carefully. The life I live is dangerous for a woman. And what if I'm dangerous too? She asked. Something in her eyes shifted. The atmosphere around her changed completely. Hans felt it too. His grip on his gun tightened. James' instincts screamed at him to be cautious. What do you mean by that, darling? The moment she heard him call her darling, she beamed, her aura once again turning into that of a playful, sweet woman. I'm the one who destroyed the human trafficking ring in this city, she said, her voice steady. You know, Gerard Farron, Jacob Iljiksek, and Ivan Huller. James swallowed hard as he processed what she had just said. He glanced at Hans, who gave a small nod in agreement. You're the one, James asked, stepping closer to her. The one who was faster than me. He moved another step forward, now standing just ahead of Bella. His face was unreadable, no smile, no expression. His piercing gaze bore into her, making Bella tense up. She swallowed hard, her eyes darting everywhere except at James. I. Suddenly, James reached out and patted her head warmly. Bella shivered at the unexpected gesture. Then, gently, he took her hand, pressed it to his cheek, and lifted his head slightly, forcing her to meet his gaze. If you want to stay by my side, then do so. But if you ever, my life is yours for eternity. James smirked slightly. Good. Then you're mine now. Work starts tomorrow. Hans will help you get familiar with my family. Be prepared. Without another word, he turned away. Let's go, Hans. Bella stood there, frozen, watching as James walked off and got into his car. She was happy, too happy. Her entire body trembled with excitement. Meanwhile, inside the car, James wasn't nearly as pleased. Hans, those 3 guys she mentioned, they were the ones who got eaten by pigs, weren't they? Hans exhaled sharply. That's right, James. Fuck, another psychopath. But I get it. She was a victim of human trafficking, and probably even worse. Still, she's a beauty. No, don't think about it. Hans, check her background. I want to know everything she's done up until today. Look at every detail. Make sure she's clean and has no ties to other families or organizations. I already checked. She's clean. She only has a few people under her, and she has no ties to any other families or organizations. She did it all on her own. So she's strong and a genius, huh? James muttered. Yes, but there's one thing, Hans said, glancing into the rearview mirror. What? I don't know how to say it right, but Hans hesitated. She's deeply in love with you, Hans finally said. She literally worships you after you saved her. And I'm 100% sure that the kiss you gave her, she took it as a sign that you need her in your life. James looked like he had seen a ghost as Hans spoke. I'm sorry, I would have told you earlier, but I think it's a mental illness or something, Hans admitted. James ran a hand down his face, exhaling sharply. I fucked up back then, this is all my fault. But she would be a perfect wife. I mean, she's strong and independent, Hans said with a smirk. James sighed. How old is she? She's older than you. 25, but she looks younger. Test her a bit, and we'll see what she becomes in the future. Maybe my wife. James laughed, leaning back in his seat. No way. There's no way I'm even going to date her. Present. I'm going to date her. James stared deep into the mirror. That's too much. If she stays close to me and realizes I'm just a regular guy, the pigs. But his thoughts were shattered by a sudden knock at the door. You good, James? Ferrucci's voice came through. James sighed and opened the door. Of course I am. They exchanged small smiles before heading back to the others. As soon as they entered the room, his mother greeted him with a teasing smile. So, when's the wedding? She asked playfully. James chuckled but quickly shook his head. That's far ahead, but we need to talk, Mom. His expression darkened, his aura shifting to something serious. Sensing the change, Hector stood up, followed by the others. We'll be outside. James' mother looked surprised as they left the house, leaving her alone with her son. So, they're the so-called Bellini family? Her tone shifted from eerily soft to serious. Only the boys. James replied. I've heard their names before. That Ferrucci guy, his name is rare. And they say there's a man whose smile is like the devil's. And more importantly, someone who is incredibly precise with a knife. She took a sip of water, then shrugged. But I don't care about any of that. I only care about you. So, tell me, why are you so serious? James leaned forward. You and Raphael are moving into a new house. Somewhere more secure. What? She looked stunned. But this house is perfect. Please, just this once, listen to me and do as I say. Please, Mom. She studied him for a moment before sighing. All right, where are we? Going. Silent Hill. Her eyes widened before she burst into laughter. You mean Billionaire Hill? Where the houses start at 50 million. She laughed again, but James didn't. His face remained serious, without even a hint of a smile. There's a large mansion there with a private driveway and 2 gates. No neighbors. It's perfect for protection. There's also a helipad and a tennis court, James continued. You'll have a personal driver and staff to help around the house. And how much is it exactly? His mother was more confused than ever. What is my boy telling me? A helipad? A tennis court? It's 98 million, James said calmly. And it's already in your name. Her reality shattered. Slowly, she realized that her son really was the angel of death people whispered about. But she said nothing. Raphael won't go to school. He'll study at home. I'll get him great teachers until he graduates from high school. James continued. And about money, don't worry. Soon, I'll give you a card and some cash. Wait. His mother grabbed her head, overwhelmed. I'm just a retired factory worker. How could I possibly afford a house worth 1,000 times more than I've earned in my entire life? James exhaled calmly. Well, you actually have 3 legitimate companies under your name. You own a forestry business with 498 acres of land, a marketing company, and a real estate company. Her mother's reaction was pure disbelief. She stared at James as if he had just spoken another language. You're joking, right? She finally said, her voice shaky. James simply shook his head. No, Mom. It's all real. You legally own everything. She opened her mouth to speak, but couldn't find the words. Her hands trembled as she tried to process what she had just heard. This doesn't make sense, she whispered. I've never run a business in my life. How did this happen? James' mother knew something was up. More security? A heavily protected mansion? For what? But she didn't ask. She didn't want to know. Whatever world her son was involved in, it was far beyond her. And maybe, just maybe, it was safer for her not to understand. You don't have to worry about that. Just know that you and Raphael are taken care of. But in truth, all of those were shell companies with only one mission, to launder money through layering transactions. His mother's wealth was nothing more than a carefully crafted illusion, a facade to keep everything clean on paper. She was the legal owner, but in reality, she had no control over any of it. The control was at James. Well, not even him, because Hector was the one who did all of it. Well, that's it. Tomorrow, some people will come to help you pack up, and then you can enjoy a beautiful life. James said with a smile, getting up. But before he could leave, his mother grabbed his hand tightly. Okay, I understand everything. Well, actually, I don't understand anything you're talking about. But there's something more important I need to ask. She looked up at James, her eyes searching for him. One of the bullies who threw Raphael into the river, he drowned. A video of the whole thing was posted online. The police chief's son and another kid were in the water too. So, was it you or not? She tightened her grip on his hand. James didn't flinch. I did nothing, and you know I was at the hospital at the time. I would never do such a thing to a teenager, Mom, he said with a reassuring smile. His mother exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Thank God. Well, I love you, James. I love you too. He kissed her on the cheek, but as he turned to leave, his mother smirked and added, and I want a grandchild before I turn 65. James waved his hand as he walked out. But as soon as he opened the door and stepped outside, Bella was right in his face. How old is your mom? James blinked, caught off guard. Huh. She just said she wants a grandchild before she turns 65. So how old is she? James sighed, rubbing his temple. Bella, that's not the point. But Bella wasn't letting it go. No, that is the point. I need to know how much time I have. Hans and the others, standing nearby, stifled a laugh while James just shook his head. What have I gotten myself into? Chapter 16, Angel of Death. Did everyone get the money? James asked. Meanwhile, Bella was in his face. Yes, I gave it to him as you ordered. Hector said. Bella stepped back, her face filled with concern. Should I buy baby clothes and stuff like that? But what if it's a boy or a girl? Should I just buy everything? She was stressing over something that wasn't even close to happening. Just relax, Bella, James said, grabbing her shoulders gently. Okay. She sighed deeply. I'm relaxed. Thank you, darling. Hans stepped forward, hugging James. The money you gave me is going to save my daughter's life. I'll never be thankful enough. You have a daughter? And I never knew? What do you mean, Hans? My daughter has cancer. It's in the early stages, but she's in a private hospital, and the costs were too high for me to keep up. And you never told me about this? James looked at Hans, seeing the pain in his eyes. I will pay for everything from now on, so don't worry about anything. But it's already okay. Hans replied hesitantly. No, it's not. Keep that money for your daughter's future, college, a house, or something. I'll take care of the hospital bills. And then James turned to Hector. And you? Why were you in such a rush back then? Hector hesitated, running a hand through his hair. My sister. She has a cancer too, and I ran to tell her. I don't need to hear more. James stepped and hugged him. I'll pay for that too, and I don't care what you say. Understand? Yes. They both said at the same time. You too, Bella and Ferrucci. If anything happens, say it, okay? Thank you for your generosity. Ferrucci answered. Me? Too. Bella added. Good. Now, give me a cigarette, Ferrucci. I need to walk alone for a bit. Ferrucci quickly took out a cigarette, handed it to James, and lit it for him. James took a long drag before walking away in silence. As James walked away, Bella was the first to say what they had all been thinking. He cares about us deeply, doesn't he? More than I'll ever be able to give back. Hector admitted. We are all in great debt to him. Ferrucci said, lighting a cigarette. We should be willing to give our lives for him. Not only that, but I'd give my body too. Bella shivered at her own words, while Hans chuckled. Well, that's up to you. Should we go after him? Bella asked. Yeah, let's go, Hector agreed. Fuck. Why did they have to do this to me? James muttered, running a hand through his hair in frustration. He took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. His daughter has cancer, and he didn't even tell me. And I haven't even been paying them good money. James clenched his jaw, frustration boiling inside him. Fuck. How evil am I? They've done terrifying things for me. And all this time, they had dying relatives. He exhaled sharply, taking another drag from his cigarette. Fuck my life. And how many people are working for me? How many of them are living like shit? They got into this life to make money, to survive, to live well. And I. His thoughts spiraled. No. I'm not evil. I'm not like them. They hurt. And kill people that he clenched his fists. Don't think about it that way, James. Fuck. But they did it because of me. Because of a fucking misunderstanding. James clenched his teeth. But I'm still just a regular guy. He stopped suddenly. Then, out of nowhere, he started laughing, a hollow, bitter sound. Who am I lying to? His voice trembled. I'm not a regular guy anymore. I'm a fucking monster too. His chest felt tight as the weight of his thoughts bore down on him. That teenager died because of me. My words killed somebody. My mother was right. I am a monster. And then he stopped. If I end it now, my family will have money. That he let out a shaky breath. Yeah, if I die right now. Slowly, his hand moved to the gun, fingers wrapping around it. James. Ferrucci's voice cut through the silence. He stood frozen behind him, eyes wide in shock as he watched James put the gun to his head. "James! Put it down, James!" Their voices rang out, frantic and desperate. They were all shouting at him. But James didn't move. The gun remained pressed against his head. If I pull the trigger, then it all ends. The death, the killing, would it really stop? James whispered, his finger hovering over the trigger. "James, put it down." Hector shouted, and without hesitation, he raised his gun, aiming it at James. "What are you doing?" Bella gasped, turning to Hector. "I pull the trigger first, then him. I can save him," Hector said, his gaze locked on James. "I'm sorry, Mom." Click. His breath hitched before he burst into laughter, wild, hysterical, uncontrollable. His shoulders shook as he threw his head back, staring at the sky. The gun jammed. "You fucking bitch." He looked up at the sky, lowering his gun. The others behind him stood frozen, too stunned to react. Hector slowly lowered his gun, his face pale. Then James turned to them. His lips curled into a smile, but it was anything but human. It was pure evil. His eyes, cold and empty, gleamed like those of a demon. He let out a slow breath, rubbing his temple. The weight of their words clashed violently with the storm in his mind. He should be dead. He wanted to be dead. But fate had other plans. "Even death rejects me, huh?" No one dared to speak. Their heads were bowed, but every fiber of their being screamed that they were standing before something unnatural. Hans clenched his jaw, staring at the ground, afraid, no, terrified to look up. His entire body was tense, his instincts screaming that James wasn't just a man anymore. Hector's breath was shallow, forced, like he was struggling not to suffocate under the weight of James' presence. The air felt heavier, thicker. Ferrucci, who always had to say something, bit his tongue so hard he tasted blood. The silence was safer. Bella, who had once joked about giving her body to James, now felt like a fragile thing before a predator. Her nails pressing into her skin just to remind herself that she was still alive, that this wasn't some nightmare. But a voice of James, the James that was earlier joking with Bella, suddenly spoke. "What's up, guys?" It was just a joke. They all looked up, their breath still caught in their throats. James took a deep drag from his cigarette, letting the smoke swirl in his lungs before exhaling slowly. His hands weren't shaking. That was the funny part. He felt calm. Too calm. His mind was spinning, but his body? His body moved like it belonged to someone else. "What's up, guys?" It was just a joke. Was it? He almost laughed again, but something in his throat caught it, twisted it into something ugly. What the hell was happening to him? A few hours ago, he was James Bellini, the one who cracked jokes, kept everyone together. He was in control. But now he was someone else. Someone darker. Someone who wanted to die, but couldn't even do that right. "That teenager died because of me. Many people died because of me. Hans' daughter has cancer and never told me. Hector's sister is dying too. They follow me, kill for me, because of me." His grip on the cigarette tightened. His lips curled, but it wasn't a smirk. It was something else. Something wrong. "I'm not crazy. I'm just seeing things for what they really are now." Because wasn't this the truth? That he was a monster? That fate itself had jammed his gun because it wasn't done laughing at him yet? I should have died. But his thoughts shattered as Ferrucci reacted. "Hey, joke." His voice cracked slightly, but he quickly masked it with an uneasy chuckle. "Damn, you sure got us good." Hans exhaled slowly, still staring at James as if he were trying to make sense of it all. His fists remained clenched. "Yeah, real funny." But his voice held no humor. Hector swallowed hard, his mind replaying the last few minutes over and over. Bella finally found her voice. "Yeah, my love, it was funny." Her voice was quieter than usual. But none of them could shake the feeling that, for a moment, that something wasn't James at all. They were seeing what he really was. The angel of death. And the worst part? For the first time, James was starting to believe it himself. Chapter 17. The Devil We Serve. Not a single word was spoken after what had happened, as if nothing had actually happened, but the tension lingered in the air. James sat calmly in the car, which soon arrived at the safe house. Without saying a word or sparing a glance at the others, he simply stepped inside. The rest remained silent, not even speaking to each other. They parted ways without a word, at least Bella and Hans did. Ferrucci and Hector, however, headed together to a bar owned by Hector. With a deep sigh, they sank into leather armchairs while soft jazz played in the background. "What can I get you, boss?" One of the servers asked. Hector seemed not to have heard the question. His eyes were fixed on a single point, his trembling hands. A double whiskey. Ferrucci replied, struggling to light his cigarette. His fingers were frozen stiff from nerves. Bring the whole bottle. Hector added, leaning back in his chair and raising his hands toward the light, turning them slowly, staring at them in silence. Minutes passed until Ferrucci finally broke the silence by opening the whiskey and slowly pouring it. Drink, he said, sliding a glass toward Hector before downing his own in one go and pouring another. First time experiencing something like this? Ferrucci looked into Hector's eyes. It was something not of this world. It was like darkness swallowed everything. I was fucking terrified. Hector grabbed his glass and drank it all at once. I'm a killer. I've murdered dozens, tortured people. I've done things, and had things done to me that should have beaten the fear out of me. They tortured me, waterboarded me in a fucking basement, tore out my fingernails, pulled my teeth, but I laughed in their faces. Not a shred of fear in me, Ferrucci. Not one. He looked into his eyes, his hands still trembling. But this, what I saw, it was something so monstrous that every fiber of my being shook. And all I could think about was, run. Run as fast as you can. Hector. I was afraid. He shouted, slamming the table. The glass shattered. I supposed to love that man with all my heart. And I was fucking scared. Ferrucci. Do you understand that? Fuck. His hand trembled as he covered his face. That man saved my life. Back then, he was the one who saved me. And yet, instead of loving him, instead of being grateful to stand by his side, I feared him. I wanted to run, to fucking run. There's no problem with that, Hector. Ferrucci exhaled a cloud of smoke. Everyone fears someone, isn't that right? And don't get me wrong, James has blessed us with an opportunity. A chance to make a name for ourselves, to hold power. But at what cost? He leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing. Our lives, Hector. Fear strengthens us. Fear is something you can trust, because it reminds you that you're still human. Hector let out a bitter chuckle, rolling the empty glass between his fingers. Still human, huh? He shook his head. I don't even know if that matters anymore. Not when you stand next to someone like him. Ferrucci took another slow drag from his cigarette, his gaze steady. It does matter, he said, because that's the only thing separating us from him. He leaned back in his chair, tapping the ash into a tray. You felt fear, Hector? Good. That means you're still alive. It means you haven't lost yourself. Then silence followed. But Ferrucci had a question he wanted to ask long ago. Tell me, Hector, how did he find you? I've never heard the story. He let out a breath, swirling the whiskey before taking a slow sip. I wasn't always like this, he muttered. I wasn't always a killer. Ferrucci smirked. No one is at the start. Hector chuckled bitterly. Yeah, but I wasn't even in the business of blood. I was a money man. Studied accounting, had a major in it, actually. Numbers were my thing. I moved money, cleaned it, and made it disappear when needed. He exhaled sharply, and I was damn good at it. Ferrucci raised an eyebrow. I somehow assumed it. I handled millions, real money. Big players trusted me. But that trust, he scoffed. It doesn't mean shit when someone decides you're in the way. Ferrucci leaned forward. What happened? They accused me of stealing. Hector muttered, his jaw tightening. I never stole a fucking cent. I was just dumb, too damn trusting. His fingers gripped the glass harder. And then they came for you. Dragged me into a warehouse. Beat the hell out of me. They wanted a confession, but I had nothing to confess. So they were going to kill me anyway. He let out a dry, humorless laugh. Then James showed up. Ferrucci took another slow drag from his cigarette. And he didn't even look at me at first. He was there for them. His eyes darkened. I still remember their faces when they saw him. Hardened men, killers, terrified. Ferrucci tapped his fingers against the table. And what did he do? You know James' rules. Don't kill or hurt children's. Yeah. That organization I worked for ran a human trafficking line. Children, young ones. Fuck. He just stood there, watching as they slowly shot themselves. He shook his head, his voice unsteady. And I just sat there and watched it all happen. How? How the fuck did they all do it? 20 fucking people, leaders of this organization, just killed themselves. One after another. His hands clenched into fists. And he didn't even say a word. Ferrucci exhaled smoke, his expression unreadable. And then, he crouched in front of me, looked me in the eye, and said, stand up. And I did. Without thinking. Without hesitation. He smirked bitterly. From that moment on, I was his. So, you didn't choose him. He chose you. Hector chuckled, but there was no humor in it. Yeah, and that's why I'll never stand against him. Ferrucci nodded, raising his glass. To loyalty. Hector clinked his glass against Ferrucci's, both men knowing that loyalty wasn't a choice when it came to James. It was a sentence. Now you, Ferrucci. Tell me. His voice was quieter now, but firm. How did he find you? Ferrucci didn't answer right away. Instead, he took a long, slow drag from his cigarette, letting the smoke swirl in the light before finally exhaling. Unlike you, I wasn't some numbers guy who got set up. I was born in the gutter, raised in the dirt. My father was a drunk, my mother, he exhaled sharply. Let's just say she didn't stick around long. Hector watched him, silent. I learned quick, Ferrucci continued. Learned how to fight, how to steal. I was running collections for some nasty fuckers. Break a few fingers, crack a few ribs, people start paying on time. He tapped the side of his glass. But I wasn't just some street thug. I had a trade. A skill. Hector tilted his head. A skill. I was a butcher. You worked in a butcher shop? For a while, I learned how to cut, how to slice, how to make things clean. His smirk darkened. But see, there's not much difference between carving up a pig and carving up a man. He took another drag from his cigarette. And I was damn good at both. Hector's expression darkened, but he said nothing. I got close to someone powerful, Augustus Lucian. Hector's eyes widened slightly. El Diablo. Ferrucci let out a dry laugh. Yeah, El fucking Diablo. He rolled the whiskey in his glass. I was his torture man. Hector's fingers twitched. No shit. No shit. Ferrucci said, staring at the ice melting in his drink. People feared him, but you know what? He wasn't the worst part. He exhaled slowly. The worst part was that I liked it. I was good at it. My hands were steady, my cuts were precise, and I could make a man wish for death before I ever granted it to him. That's what got me noticed. That's what made people whisper my name in the dark. Hector swallowed hard, gripping his glass tighter. But even Lucian had a boss. Ferrucci continued. And when I met him, that's when I realized I had no fucking clue what I was dealing with. Hector remained silent, waiting for him to explain. Ferrucci's jaw tensed as he swirled the whiskey in his glass, the memory still as raw as the day it happened. I saw it. With my own eyes, Hector. Lucian was kneeling. The fuck are you saying? I watched him kneel down and kiss James' fucking shoes. I was there, and I still don't understand what the fuck happened. That mass murderer, that monster with no morals, kissing the shoes of a young man like some goddamn disciple. He let out a bitter laugh, rubbing his head. I thought I was having a fucking stroke. Flashbacks, hallucinations, something. Because there was no fucking way Lucian would ever bow to anyone. And that day, I saw him for the first time, the angel of death. I don't mean in some metaphorical, poetic bullshit way, Hector. I mean I saw something not human. His aura was. He trailed off, shaking his head. Terrifying. Like a real monster from the old fairy tales. Satan himself, standing there, looking at me. He was worse than what you experienced earlier. Hector didn't move, he was shocked. I pissed myself. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. Only disbelief, maybe even shame. At that moment, what I felt. I can't even describe it. I thought I was tough, that I had seen the worst things a man could see, but that was something else. He took another slow drag from his cigarette, then snuffed it out. His hands were steady now, but his voice wasn't. And you know what he said to me, Hector? Hector didn't answer. Ferrucci's lips barely moved as he repeated it. Will you be by my side? The words hung in the air like a death sentence. I only nodded. Nothing more. Not a breath, not a single sound. Just a fucking nod. He downed the rest of his drink. And that was it. That was the moment. No contract, no oath, no threats. His voice dropped lower. And just like that, I was his. Hector sat frozen, his mind racing, his heartbeat loud in his ears. Ferrucci poured himself another drink. To James, he muttered, lifting his glass. The devil we serve. Hector finally let out a dry chuckle, shaking his head as he rubbed his temple. Yeah, we sure as hell ain't normal, are we? Well, we did try to kill each other more times than I can count. But hey, look at us now bonding over trauma like a couple of fucking psychos. Hector let out a low laugh, running a hand down his face. Two fucking psychopaths finally opening up. What a goddamn miracle. Ferrucci chuckled, clinking his glass against Hector's. Here's to not stabbing each other in the back. Hector smirked. For now. They both drank, the silence between them heavier than words. Because in the end, no matter what they said, they both knew the truth. They were psychos, and they were his. But more importantly, they didn't know it was August Lucian's birthday the next day, and James was planning to see him. Chapter 18, Bestie. The hot water hit James' skin, almost too hot, but he didn't turn it down. He let it run over him, washing away the sweat, the dirt, the mess of the last few hours. Steam filled the small safe-house bathroom, covering the mirror so he didn't have to see himself. His body ached, not just from the bruises but from everything weighing on him. The gun jammed. He should be dead, but he wasn't. As he laid into his bed, he was staring at the ceiling and it hit him. He really tried to do it. His chest tightened, his breath unsteady. It wasn't just a thought, not just a passing moment of weakness. He had pulled the trigger. If the gun hadn't jammed, he wouldn't be here right now. James covered his face with his hands. What the hell was he thinking? He felt stupid, reckless, maybe even selfish. Lucian was right. His death wouldn't have been clean or simple. It would have left behind a mess, one that others would have to deal with. And now? Now he was still here, stuck with the weight of a life he didn't know what to do with. A sharp exhale left him as he turned onto his side. Maybe sleep would quiet his thoughts. But then, his phone buzzed on the floor beside him. Should I answer? Or should I let it ring? He waited, but the phone kept buzzing. With a sigh, he picked it up. Yes, he asked, pressing a hand to his forehead. How nice to hear your voice. But did you really want to off yourself? How selfish can you be? You have eyes I can't see, don't you? James let out a dry laugh. Yes, I do. James shifted on the bed, staring at the cracks in the ceiling. Then tell me, Lucian, what do you see? I see a man who's still breathing but acts like he's already dead. I see someone, drowning in his own darkness, waiting for someone to pull him out, but too damn stubborn to reach for a hand. Poetic, but you don't know shit. You're still here for a reason, even if you don't know what it is yet. Silence. And if I don't have a reason, then find one. Which guard gave you a phone to act like a psychologist? James laughed. Lucian chuckled. Oh, James, you think I need permission to make a call, right? I forgot. You're special. Glad you remember. Lucian said smoothly. Now, are you done feeling sorry for yourself? Or do I have to keep playing therapist? James sighed, staring at the ceiling again. He hated how Lucian always had a way of getting under his skin. But maybe he needed that right now. I'm not gay, Lucian, so don't talk with that soft voice. James muttered. And by the way, were you the one who bombed the NSBI building? Lucian let out a short laugh. Me? I can't even move an inch. What are you talking about? So it was you. Silence followed. Lucian didn't confirm or deny it. He didn't need to. Tell me, Lucian, how did you endure all the killing, all the burdens, all the... I don't. Lucian interrupted. Why should I? I did all of this to become what I am. To be successful. To have people lick my shoes. And it worked, didn't it? James clenched his jaw. There was no hesitation in Lucian's voice, no guilt, no regret. Just cold certainty. And was it worth it? You tell me. I asked the question, and you tell me, Lucian, was it worth it? Lucian was silent for a moment, then let out a slow, almost thoughtful sigh. That depends. Worth it for what? Survival? Power? The illusion of control? You make it sound like you didn't have a choice. No one ever really does, James. We just pick which chains to wear. He stared at the ceiling, his fingers tightening around the phone. Then what's the point of all this? The bodies, the destruction, the fear. Lucian chuckled. The point. James, the point is that there is no point. We do what we must to survive. You of all people should know that. If the gun didn't jam, I'd be dead. It was not luck. It was the creator of our kind. Lucian said. James laughed as he shook his head. Or maybe it was Satan, just to let me suffer more. Or to bring more suffering to the word. James fell silent, gripping the phone tighter. He wanted to argue, to tell Lucian he was full of shit, but deep down, he wasn't so sure. So, Lucian continued. Are you done questioning me like a priest at confession? Or do you want me to tell you a bedtime story? Fuck you. So you called for your birthday, didn't you? Lucian let out a short laugh. Oh, and here I thought you forgot. Your birthday is tomorrow. What do you want as a gift? A bullet. Tempting. But no. Keep that one for yourself. I have everything I need. Lucian chuckled. How funny you are. A pause. Then, Lucian's voice softened again. I have a birthday. Wish. I'm not killing anyone, Lucian. You don't need to. He laughed. James waited, suspicious. Then what is it? Lucian waited, and then answered. My daughter. She's 7 years old. The woman who was caring for her suddenly died. James sat up straighter. And I need you to be her babysitter until my grandfather comes back to the country. James blinked, then laughed. You're joking, he said, still laughing. Do I sound like I'm joking? Lucian's voice was serious without a hint of joke. James ran a hand down his face. You want me to babysit? Are you out of your damn mind? No, James. I'm out of options. James groaned, already regretting answering the call. This is the dumbest thing you've ever asked me to do. And yet, Lucian said smoothly, you haven't said no. You said she fell into a bullet. The saying mentions a knife, not a bullet, you idiot. Lucian let out a dry chuckle. Yeah, but it was a bullet, after doing drugs in front of my daughter. James ran a hand down his face. Jesus, Lucian. What? Lucian said, unbothered. She didn't listen. Actions have consequences. So you did kill her. Lucian hummed. Well, somebody, yeah. But that's not the problem anymore. The problem is that my daughter needs someone to watch her, and you're going to do it. This is the worst idea you've ever had. And yet, you're still on the phone, Lucian said smoothly. So I'll send you the address. Only because it's your birthday, you fucker. Lucian laughed, clearly enjoying himself. Thank you, my bestie. James scowled. Don't ever call me that again. Too late. It's already in the universe. James sighed, already regretting this. Just send the damn address. Already did. Lucian's voice came through again. Be happy. A child will bring happiness into your life. Yeah, except she's your child, not mine. And, Lucian said, amused. She's cute and will fill your depressing life with joy. You act like I'm some miserable bastard in need of saving, says the one who wanted a bullet. You had enough? Lucian hummed on the other end. No, just one more thing. Say it. Lucian's tone shifted, turning serious. You know if you die, the whole city is going to burn down, right? James stopped blinking, his grip tightening. What are you talking about? You have hundreds of people under you, James. People who depend on you. People who will tear this city apart if you're gone. So be careful with your decisions. I never asked for any of them to rely on me. Lucian chuckled, but there was no humor in it. Doesn't matter. They do. James closed his eyes briefly, letting the weight of those words sink in, but Lucian continued. The burden you wanted to kill yourself over? It would only become heavier if you die. Just think about the death that would come with your death. People screaming, dying. You won't just disappear, James. You'll be the reason this whole city burns. And suddenly Luikin's voice turned again to a soft one. Now sleep, bestie. My daughter loves to play and travel. James groaned, rubbing his face. Never call me. Click. Lucian hung up. James threw the phone onto his bed, running a hand through his hair. Deep down, he knew Lucian was right. Death wasn't an escape. His life meant something, even if it meant death to others. As he sat there, staring at nothing, his mind was caught on them. Bella, Hans, Ferrucci, and Hector. The way they had looked at him, like he was something unnatural, something they couldn't understand. He had seen fear before. He had caused fear before. But this was different. This was deeper, primal, like they had seen something they weren't meant to see. And it was just him. James exhaled slowly, his fingers pressing against his forehand. He wasn't sure he wanted to know what they saw. The nickname he had. The nickname he never said out loud. Chapter 19, Charlotte. As Bella woke up, the warm light touched her face, making her blink against its brightness. And then, like an unshakable ghost, an image of James came to her. Cold. Inhuman. There was something about him, something unnatural, something beyond the world she understood. The feeling he left her with was unlike anything else, a presence that refused to fade, no matter how much she wanted it to. I still love you, she whispered to herself as she turned in bed. And then a knock at the door pulled her from her thoughts. At first, she ignored it, assuming it was nothing important. But then, it came again, louder, more hurried. Something was wrong. Her instincts kicked in. Without hesitation, she reached under her pillow, fingers wrapping around her gun. Barefoot, she moved toward the door. With one swift motion, She unlocked it and pulled it open, gun raised, finger ready on the trigger. If something bad was about to happen, she would be ready. As she looked out, the sunlight hit her face, making her squint for a moment. Standing before her was the last person she expected. "Did I wake you up?" Her breath caught in her throat. James." Her face lit up with a mix of surprise and something else, something she couldn't quite name. There he stood, James, but not as she always saw him. Gone was the crisp suit he always wore, the sharp, polished image he projected to the world. Instead, he was dressed casually, a simple t-shirt and dark jeans. It was strange, almost unsettling, to see him like this. "Yeah," he said, tilting his head slightly. Bella's grip on her gun loosened, her heart pounding in her chest. She opened the door fully, and as she took in James' face, his expression suddenly tense, his eyes flickering away, she realized something. She was only wearing her pajamas that clung to her skin, and worse, with the sun shining right through it. "Do you like it?" she whispered again, staring at James, her body shivering slightly. He visibly tensed, his jaw tightening, as he refused to meet her gaze. Before he could respond, another voice cut through the moment. "Get ready, Bella," Hans said from behind James, his usual blunt tone breaking the strange tension in the air. Bella's eyes snapped toward him, and she immediately used her hands to cover herself as much as possible. "You dare to check me out?" "No. I'm just saying James is in a hurry, so get some clothes on." Hans sighed, looking unimpressed. "TCH. You're lucky I'm in a good mood." Turning away, she stomped back into her house, but she was anything but fast. She was stressing, throwing clothes from her wardrobe, pacing back and forth. "Should I wear something that shows off a little? A skirt, maybe? No, something elegant. But James is just wearing a t-shirt. Should I match him?" Her head was spinning as she debated her outfit choices, the pile of clothes growing behind her. Meanwhile, outside, Hans leaned against the wall, smirking. "No way. It's going to take at least 10 minutes," he said confidently. James chuckled, crossing his arms. 5 minutes. No more." Hans laughed, shaking his head. "You're underestimating her." "All right, I'll put 500 on it." He pulled out the cash and tossed it onto the pavement. But before James could respond, a voice interrupted them. "Who are you guys?" They turned to see an older woman standing behind them. Hans instinctively reached for his gun. He knew a killer could come in many forms, but James held up a hand, stopping him. Instead, he gave the woman a warm smile. "We're here for a friend," he said simply. The woman stepped closer. "Are you the one Bella talks about every day?" "Bella talks about me every day? What a dumb question she does." James hesitated, caught off guard by it. "Well, yeah. Can I know who you?" Before he could finish his sentence, the woman stepped to him and pulled him into a tight, warm hug. James stiffened, completely thrown off by the suddenness of it. Hans remained cautious, though his grip on the gun loosened slightly. "Thank you for giving her a purpose to live, darling," the woman said softly, looking up at James as she placed a gentle hand on his face. "If I could see you clearly, I bet I'd see someone great, someone who truly cares about others." Her words hit James hard, especially after yesterday. Just then, Bella's voice rang out. "I'm ready." The door swung open, and there she stood. She had chosen tight jeans and a t-shirt that hugged her curves perfectly. She was stunning. "Bella, you really found someone special," said the woman as she stepped past her. But before she could react, a sudden slap landed on her cheek. Miss Rebecca, that hurt." Bella whined, blushing hard. Hans and James just stood there like they were invisible. "If I were a man, I'd fall in love with that too." "Juicy and..." "Enough," Bella yelped, her face burning as she shoved Miss Rebecca into the house and slammed the door shut behind her. She stood frozen for a second, her heart still racing from embarrassment. Then James spoke. "So, we're matching outfits?" She glanced at their clothes, both wearing white t-shirts with black jeans. "I thought it would be cute," she admitted with a small smile. James chuckled, his eyes softening. "Well, you're more than cute. But let's go, we don't have a lot of time." He turned and started walking toward the car. Hans, however, stayed behind, his gaze lingering on Bella, eyeing her suspiciously. "What, you insect? Don't look at me like that. I'm just wondering, where did you put your gun?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "I didn't bring one," she said casually, stepping forward. Hans frowned. "You didn't bring a gun?" Bella smirked and walked past him. I'll protect him with my body, she said, her voice teasing as she ran ahead and slid into the car beside James. Hans stared for a moment before sighing and shaking his head. This day is going to be fun. As the car started moving, Bella wasted no time. She immediately turned to James. So this is a date, right? She asked, sliding closer to him, her head tilting to rest on his shoulder. You can call it a date since we're going to be together all day, James said, his voice calm but firm. But we also have a job that needs to be done. Bella felt a shift in the air. Do you have a second gun, Hans? She asked, her tone more serious now. Yeah, Hans replied. I'll give it to you when we arrive. Okay, she said softly, then leaned back against James again, resting her head on his shoulder like nothing had changed. James glanced at her for a moment, but didn't say anything. After a while, they arrived at an empty parking lot. The place was eerily quiet, except for a single black car parked in the middle, surrounded by 4 men. This looks like a trap, Hans muttered as he stopped the car. James, however, just smirked. He loves to play. Without hesitation, he opened the door and stepped out, walking slowly toward the parked car. Behind him, Hans was already on alert, his hand resting near his gun. Bella, too, held her gun behind her back, ready for anything. But just as the tension reached its peak, all the seriousness disappeared in an instant. One of the men suddenly stepped forward and pulled James into a tight hug. I missed you, man. How are you, Valen? Never been this good. He replied, grinning. I bet you maniac serial killer, James, thought. Meanwhile, Bella froze. Her breath caught in her throat as her mind repeated the name over and over. Valen? She looked at him again, her eyes scanning for confirmation. And there it was, the tattoo on his hand. Her hands trembled slightly, and her thoughts spiraled. If these two are meeting, Hanger is going to blow up. Because Valen, Augustus Louis-Kin underboss. And then he opened the car door. Bella's heart jumped, her vision narrowing, but it was not what she expected. A little girl stepped out of the car. So this charming lady is Charlotte, Valen said, squatting down to her with a warm smile. Charlotte, this man here is going to be your guardian angel for a while. Be sure to behave, okay? Charlotte looked up at James, opening her arms. There was an awkward silence between them for a moment as she stared at him with cautious curiosity. James tilted his head. You want me to pick you up? She simply nodded, and James carefully lifted her into his arms. It was only then that he noticed something. The girl's arm was bruised, and not just a little one. It was a huge one covered with a single pink band-aid. Valen said nothing about it. He opened the car trunk, getting a duffel bag out. He didn't want to spend your own money, so here's $3 million in cash. James' eyes widened. $3 million for a child? How should I say this? If she touches something, it's hers. With a smirk, he turned back to Charlotte, placing a soft kiss on her cheek. That's it. Be happy. We'll pick you up when your grandpa comes back. Charlotte, still quiet, looked up at James, her hands gripping onto his shirt. There was something innocent yet unreadable in her gaze. Wait, what about her stuff? James asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, I almost forgot, Valen said, spinning back toward the car. He opened the door and grabbed a small backpack, tossing it to James. Some of her favorite things are in it, but you gotta buy things. James glanced at the bag, then at Charlotte, who clung to him. Quietly. She's a little shy, but that won't be a problem, right? Valen added with a smirk. I don't have a problem with that. James replied. There's also a little notebook in the backpack. Valen added. It has everything you need to know, what she can eat, her allergies, when she should sleep, and other things that might help. James sighed, adjusting his hold on Charlotte. All right, got it. Well, goodbye, Valen said with a smirk before getting into his car and driving off. James watched the car disappear before glancing down at Charlotte. They just wanted to get rid of you, huh? He asked casually. Charlotte kept her eyes on the road where the car had vanished, silent for a moment. Then, finally, she spoke. I'm not shy, she whispered. James raised an eyebrow. They're bad people, she continued, gripping his shirt tightly. I hate them. So, are you going to hate me too? James asked, still holding Charlotte in his arms. Charlotte suddenly looked at him, her big blue eyes filled with brightness and innocence. For a moment, James was mesmerized. Oh my God, we got a daughter, James? Bella interrupted, snatching Charlotte out of his arms and hugging her tightly. I'm James' girlfriend. You can call me Mama, darling. she said, kissing her dozens of times. She's Augustus Lucian's daughter, Hans said from the back. Bella froze for a moment, then slowly put Charlotte down, staring at her with narrowed eyes. So, you're a little demon, but you're still cute. And still just a child. I hate my father, Charlotte suddenly said, her small hands clenched into fists. And everyone who is the same as him. Her voice didn't waver. A 7-year-old, standing before them, filled with confidence and determination. Bella let out a small chuckle and crouched down to Charlotte's level. Then carve his name into your mind, darling, she said with a smirk. Because he is James Bellini. Charlotte's eyes widened in shock. She slowly turned back to look at James, and for the first time, she truly saw him. Standing tall before her was the man whose name she had heard whispered in fear 100 times. The man even the darkness itself feared. The angel of death. Charlotte started, but she was cut off by the sharp ringing of James' phone. He sighed, pulling it out. You sure have a lot of time to call me from maximum security prison. A low chuckle came from the other end. It's more like a hotel, you know. Lucian said casually. Is she with you? Yeah, he replied, glancing at Charlotte. She's standing right in front of me, staring straight into my eyes. Good. That's it, then. Have a wonderful time with her. And just like that, the line went dead. Even if you hate him, he still cares about you, James said, holding out his hand to her. But Charlotte took a step back. I'm fine. Silence hung between them for a moment. Then, suddenly, Bella grabbed James' hand firmly. Hold mine, she said, clinging to his arm. And just like that, the first day of babysitting began, something that would bring more trouble than James thought. Chapter 20. Just James. I killed a teenager, got beaten nearly to death, then tried to kill myself, and now I'm babysitting. All within a week. How the hell did my life turn out like this? James thought, leaning against the car door as Hans drove toward the city center. But as he gazed out the window, he caught Charlotte's reflection in the glass, staring straight at him. He turned his head, locking eyes with her, and they stared at each other in silence for minutes, neither saying a word. Finally, James broke it. What? You're not how I imagined you, she said, her gaze never wavering. What do you mean by that? Instead of answering, she reached into her backpack, pulled out a notebook, and flipped to a page. She held it up for James to see. It was a drawing of a faceless figure with black wings. James raised an eyebrow. What's this? It's you, she said flatly. Me? Angel of death. The car fell into silence. Bella and Hans exchanged glances, but said nothing. They knew better than to get involved. James exhaled, shutting the notebook and leaning back. You're too young to know about things like this. No, I'm not, Charlotte insisted, still staring at him. He smirked slightly. Really? Yeah, she said without hesitation. And I think you're a misunderstood person. James' heart skipped a beat. What did you just say? An angel of death isn't something evil, Charlotte said calmly. It's not something people should fear. It helps souls cross the line, the one that separates us from the afterlife. James stiffened. Fuck. For a split second, his heart pounded in his chest. I really thought this kid was about to unmask the truth. He let out a slow breath, forcing himself to relax. So what should I be then? Charlotte tilted her head, thinking for a moment. Something more fitting, like Lucifer, Prince of the Underworld. James chuckled at her answer, but as he glanced at her again his smirk widened. But I'm the king of the underworld, darling, he said, voice lower, teasing. For the first time, Charlotte's gaze wavered. She looked away, uncertain. James let the moment hang before leaning back with a laugh. Or at least, I would be, if I believed in that sort of thing. Charlotte's fear eased at his words. She looked back up at him, locking eyes once more. Are you an atheist? She tilted her head. I just don't like associating people with non-human entities, he said. If they really want to give me a nickname, they should at least make it something that actually relates to me. Then, what would you call yourself? James, he said with a smile. But there's a reason they relate you to the angel of death. So what did you do? The car fell silent again. Hans tightened his grip on the steering wheel. You're too young to, James started, but Charlotte cut him off. No, I am not, she shouted as looked at him. I'm not going to argue with a child, you know, James said as he closed his eyes and leaned his head back. I am not a child, she pressed more, her eyes piercing through James. Yes, you are in fact a child. But before he could finish it, her tears were already rolling down on her cheek, His little hand clenched into a fist, his eye with pure anger on her innocent face. I lived in horror with that woman who gave birth to me. She beat me until I couldn't move. She cursed at me. She did drugs around me, so don't tell me I am a child when I lived in. Her voice cracked, and before she could finish, James moved. He grabbed her gently and pulled her into his lap, holding her close. Charlotte didn't fight him. The tears had already started falling. But now you're with me, James said, his voice firm, steady. So just be yourself. Be a child. Charlotte clutched his shirt, silent sobs shaking her small body. Bella looked away, her jaw clenched. Hans said nothing, but his grip on the wheel relaxed just a little. Charlotte remained in James' lap as she cried herself to sleep, but after an hour they arrived at the mall. Woke up, lady. Charlotte slowly opened her eyes, and even if she was sleepy, she was surprised. What? You've never been here before? Bella asked, stepping out of the vehicle with a smirk. Never. Suddenly, James grabbed her hand. There's a lot of people here. I don't want to lose you, he said with a smile. Yeah, this fucking insect is already staring at my body. Bella muttered, glaring down at a man who had been checking her out. But of course, I'm all yours, darling. She grabbed his other hand and pulled him forward. Let's go for an adventure. She cheered, practically dragging them both toward the entrance. Hans sighed as they stepped into the mall, the cool air conditioning washing over them like a refreshing breeze. First, the drugstore. We need to get you the necessary things, James stated, walking ahead. But before he could continue, he noticed Charlotte had stopped in her tracks, her gaze locked onto a store filled with art supplies. James followed her line of sight, taking in the colorful display of sketchbooks, paints, and brushes neatly arranged behind the glass window. He turned back to her, noticing the way she stood frozen, almost hesitant, as if she were afraid to say anything. You want to check it out? He asked. Charlotte didn't respond immediately. She just stood there. What are you waiting for? Go, James said, nudging her forward. She turned to him with wide eyes. Really? Really? A bright smile spread across her face, something so rare that James almost found himself staring. Without thinking, her grip on his hand tightened, and she led the way into the store, excitement radiating off her as she stepped inside. Then James let go of Charlotte's hand, but she immediately stopped and looked back at him before grabbing it again. It's a small store. I want to, she said, grabbing his hand and leading him toward an aisle filled with pencils and sketchbooks. How cute she is, Bella commented with a teasing smirk, still holding onto James's other hand. From behind, Hans chuckled. Bella, you look like a little monkey clinging to her mom. Are you jealous? Bella shot back, ready to argue, but before their playful bickering could continue, James suddenly stopped in front of a display. His attention was drawn to a framed drawing setup for display. His eyes widened as he stepped closer, completely mesmerized. Wow, look at this, he muttered, his fingers lightly grazing the edge of the frame. Look at the details. I can't see it, Charlotte muttered, frustrated in her tone as she stood on her toes, trying to get a better look. James glanced at her. Then without hesitation, he leaned down and lifted her up. Look, he said. Charlotte gasped softly, now at eye level with the artwork. She was more than mesmerized. The drawing was of a butterfly, its wings detailed with patterns, each stroke bringing it to life. It almost looked as if the butterfly would flutter off the canvas. It's beautiful, she whispered, completely lost in the details. James held her steady, watching as her eyes sparkled with admiration. You like it? He asked softly. It's amazing how someone can create something like this. James chuckled. You can, too. Charlotte glanced at him, startled. Me? Yeah. He gently set her back down on the ground. You love drawing, don't you? Charlotte hesitated. I do. But. There is no but, Charlotte. If you do something that fills your heart with love, then you can achieve whatever you want. She stood there, stunned. Nobody had ever said something like that to her before. It wasn't just words. It felt real, like he actually meant it. So if you love drawing, why wouldn't you try to aim for the best? Charlotte just stared at him, speechless. All right, she finally said. Help me pick the best ones. James chuckled. You got it. With that, they walked deeper into the store together, Charlotte's heart a little lighter, her grip on her dreams just a little stronger. Her smile widened as she eagerly pulled him toward the shelves filled with sketchbooks, pencils, and paint sets. Her fingers traced over the neatly arranged supplies, hesitating between different brands and colors. James squinted at the endless choices. How about this? He grabbed a random set of colored pencils and held it up. Charlotte gave him a deadpan stare. James, those are crayon. James blinked, looking down at the box in his hand. Sure enough, the label clearly said crayons. Right, that's what I meant, he said, quickly putting them back and grabbing another pack. This is what I meant. And those are highlighters. James laughed and got embarrassed a bit, but for the first time in what felt like forever, his mind was at peace, not thinking about death, the past, or the blood on his hands. Just a moment of normalcy. A moment where he wasn't the angel of death. Just James. Chapter 21. Shopping is over. Almost half an hour later, they were finally finished. The cart was filled with pencils, sketchbooks, drawing paper, and other art supplies. Card or cash, sir? The cashier asked. Card. That will be exactly $1,300, sir. What? James blinked at the number on the screen. Are these made of gold, or what? He let out a laugh before tapping his card to pay. The transaction went through, and they left the store, bags in hand. James glanced at Charlotte, who was holding one of the bags. Hold it firmly, because that's worth somebody's monthly wage. Charlotte's eyes widened slightly, gripping the bag tighter. I didn't realize art supplies were this expensive. James shrugged. I'm just making an investment. Charlotte looked up at him, confused. Investment? Yeah, James said with a grin. I expect to see some masterpieces from you now. Charlotte blinked up at him, her lips parting slightly in surprise. Her eyes shimmered with excitement. Her cheeks blushed. You really think I can make masterpieces? She asked, almost in a whisper, like she was afraid to believe it. James chuckled, ruffling her hair. Of course. Why else would I spend a fortune on all that? She let out a small, happy giggle, hugging the bag, close to her chest like it was the most precious thing in the world. Her steps became lighter, almost like she was bouncing with excitement. And with that, they continued walking through the mall, Charlotte practically glowing, while James couldn't quite shake the small smile lingering on his lips. As they went up the escalator, James suddenly stopped. Okay, we're parting here. Charlotte, you go with Bella to the drugstore to get the, girl things. Me and Hans are gonna grab some ice cream. Okay? Charlotte's shoulders slumped slightly, disappointment flashing in her eyes, but she nodded. Okay. James noticed her reaction and smirked. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his card, handing it to Bella. Here, you can buy yourself something too. Bella's eyes lit up mischievously as she took the card. Oh, so it really is a date then. Should I buy condoms? Shut up, you succubus woman. Hans groaned, waving his hand dismissively, especially in front of a child. Enough, let's go, Hans, said James, waving his hand. Charlotte, meanwhile, watched him go, gripping the shopping bag tighter, feeling just a little bit sadder without him by her side. But James had bigger problems. You noticed it too, right, Hans? Yeah, they actually started following us the moment we stepped in. 4 behind us, and 2 went after the girls. James clenched his jaw. And they aren't NSBI agents. Hans raised an eyebrow. What? One of them has a tattoo, and another. Gun is visible. NSBI agents wouldn't be that sloppy, James muttered. These guys are something else. What should we do? You don't even have on the bulletproof vest. We get our ice cream first. Hans gave him a look. Seriously? Yeah, James said, his voice low but amused. Because if things go south, I want one last good bite before dealing with them. Hans chuckled under his breath. That kinda true. So they did. As James casually ate his ice cream, his gaze flickered to the tattooed man who sat down 3 tables away from them. The more he looked, the clearer the tattoo became. His grip on the spoon tightened. There's no way. Hans immediately noticed the shift in James's tone. His instincts kicked in as he released his hand from the table and gripped the gun hidden underneath. What? What is it? James exhaled slowly. These guys, they belong to Sophia Connie. Hans's eyes widened slightly. You're kidding. But she's a member of the circle. Yeah, she is. Hans tensed. Should we? Before he could finish, James scooped up the last bit of his ice cream and stood up. Without hesitation, he walked straight toward the tattooed man's table and sat down across from him. The man's posture stiffened the moment he saw James. He immediately tried to get up, but Hans was faster. He clamped a firm hand on the guy's shoulder, keeping him in place. I am deeply sorry for my annoyance today, sir, the man said quickly, lowering his head in desperation. But Sophia got jealous of the woman by your side. That's why we were following you. But I know it was a great sin, please. James sighed, cutting him off. That's enough. Thank you. Sophia, another psycho in love with me? Should I just start a harem? No way, and even spying on me. Hans, I know I said it was going to be an easy day, but can you? I do everything you say, James. Hans interrupted. But if I go now, who's gonna drive? Bella can't drive? She can't drive a manual. He smiled. James sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Then I'm going to. Should I just get some men and... No, it's all right. James interrupted. And the car is armored, isn't it? Hans nodded. Yeah. Then go. Handle it. James said as he turned to leave. Hans smirked. As you wish. He made his way to the drugstore, and just as he arrived, he saw Bella and Charlotte walking toward him, both carrying a bunch of bags. Out of curiosity before they reached him, he pulled out his phone to check his balance, only to see that it had dropped by $3,213. His eyes twitched. What the hell did she buy? Where is Hans when we need a donkey to carry our stuff? Bella scoffed, struggling with the weight of the bags. Give it to me, Charlotte. James grabbed 3 bags from her, handing her his ice cream instead. Thank you, Charlotte said softly, a slight blush dusting her cheeks. James then turned his attention to Bella, locking eyes with her. Can I ask exactly what cost that much money? Bella tilted her head innocently. Well, shampoos, hair care, nail care, lip balm. She started listing, her tone casual. James narrowed his eyes. Bella. She grinned. In short, we bought the expensive ones. For quality, of course. And I also got us 6 super niche fragrances so you and I can match up perfectly. You do realize this isn't a luxury shopping spree, right? Bella winked. Handsome men should smell expensive, darling. And if you think about it, I'm spending her money. She pointed at the munching Charlotte. But why don't you understand that it's blood money, and I need to launder it to use it? James thought, shaking head. And Charlotte, still holding her ice cream, suddenly mumbled. She also bought condoms. A lot of them. A 30-pack one with a free. Before she could finish, Bella lunged at her, clamping a hand over her mouth. She's lying. Charlotte frantically shook her head, her wide eyes saying otherwise. Let's go, you two. They walked out of the mall, bags in hand, and headed to the car. James slid into the driver's seat, exhaling as he gripped the steering wheel. Bella hopped into the passenger seat, tossing her bags carelessly into the back. Charlotte quietly climbed into the back seat, hugging one of her bags as she licked her ice cream. We're going to Fashion Street and then heading home, okay? The girls nodded, and thus began 4 hours of sheer agony as James endured endless shopping. While the girls happily browsed store after store, we nearly dropped $40,000 at these stores. I'm really going to have to use that blood money he gave me, huh? Ow. But for his happiness, the shopping was over finally, and it was time to head home. Of course, it wouldn't be James if everything went so smoothly. Blue lights suddenly flashed behind them, followed by the sound of sirens. Ah, really? Bella sighed. There was a 50 speed limit sign. You're getting fined, Charlotte said from behind. James glanced at her in the back seat and smirked. Someone who doesn't even have a driver's license can't be fined. On the outside, he seemed calm. But inside, pure panic. Why now? Why can't I have a normal day? Before he knew it, the officer was already at his window. Good afternoon, sir. You exceeded the speed limit. I clocked you at 78. Can you roll down your window and provide your driver's license? The officer asked. James remained silent for a moment before he simply opened the car door instead. The sudden action made the officer step back, his hand hovering near his weapon. Sir, he asked cautiously, eyeing James with suspicion. I'm sorry, James said, gesturing toward the car. But look, this is a special vehicle. I can't roll down the window, only just a bit. The officer hesitated before stepping closer. As he examined the door, his eyes widened. It was thicker than normal. The windows, nearly half a brick thick, were clearly bulletproof. The officer frowned. I need to check something. You can sit back. He walked past the car, noting the license plate, and returned to his patrol vehicle to run it through the system. Within seconds, bold red letters appeared on his screen. Do not stop. Restricted individual. The officer's pulse quickened as he read the warning on the screen. Restricted individual? His fingers hovered over the keyboard, hesitating. He had never encountered a restriction like this before. A crackle from his radio made him jump. Unit 3-1, status update. Possible restricted individuals. Running a plate now. A long pause. Too long. Then, disengage. His grip on the radio tightened. His eyes darted to the vehicle again. Who the hell was in that car? Dispatch. Confirm restriction on license plate XJ 572Q. I repeat, XJ 572Q. Who am I dealing with? Silence. Then, a sharp burst of static. Unit 3-1, disengage immediately. Do not engage. Then, after a while another car arrived. A full white sedan, no license plates, tinted windows. It parked right behind the officer. A big, tall man stepped out of the vehicle, moving slowly toward the officer's car. He stopped, knocked on the window, and just stood there. If you obstruct a traffic stop, I can. Suddenly, a powerful punch landed straight on his nose. The officer reeled back, dazed. Before he could react, the man grabbed him by the hair, yanking his head up. What the fuck is that saying? He turned the officer's head to the laptop. Restricted person, doesn't it? He scoffed. Even dispatch told you to fucking leave, and you're still here? You got a death wish. The officer, still dazed, fumbled for his gun. No. I want to help you. Look, it says International Security Department. ISD. He showed his badge, but the officer wasn't really impressed. Instead, he pushed the red button in his patrol car. A silent alert. A distress signal. Chapter 22. I feel safe. All units, respond to. Static filled the radio as the man suddenly snatched the officer radio. Dispatch, this is Wei Majua, agent of the ISD badge number 4242KI. I'm with Unit 3-1. There is no problem. Call back all units. Over. A moment of silence. More static. Then, a voice crackled through. Roger. Well, I doubt nobody will come here. So before this situation escalates, thank me, because I just saved your life, son. The man wiped the blood off his face. That guy would have killed you without hesitation, got it? I actually care about you, brat. He sighed, glancing at the officer. I was speeding through traffic, praying you'd still be alive. Praying that your family wouldn't be mourning you by nightfall. After cleaning the last traces of blood from his face, he clapped the officer on the shoulder. So now, drive back to the station. I'll make sure you get 3 days off. Spend time with your loved ones. Be happy, okay? He gave a small smile. The officer swallowed, still shaken. Oh, okay, sir. Nice. Now go drive. He banged on the car door, and the officer quickly pulled away, driving off into the night. I hope you're having a good day, James. I really do. The words echoed in his mind as he approached James' car. But inside the car, they had no idea what happened. The reinforced bulletproof doors were thick, and they didn't hear a single sound from outside. And they weren't even paying attention. Bella was glued to her phone, completely absorbed in her game, not caring about anything happening beyond the screen. Meanwhile, Charlotte had dozed off, her soft breathing the only sign of life from the back seat. And James was just fabricating a good story to tell the officer why he was driving without a license. Then the man appeared with a polite smile. Hello, I'm Officer Barkley from the Highway Patrol. His words were smooth. There's no problem, so you should go and have a beautiful night. Fuck are you doing here? Thanks, answered James, and the man turned and walked away. That was strange. What? Bella asked with a smile, finally looking up from her phone. I'm pretty sure that was an ISD agent. Bella blinked, tilting her head. ISD? Are you sure? James didn't answer right away. He drummed his fingers against the steering wheel, staring at the car as it disappeared down the road. Yeah, Hector gave me detailed information about all of them some times ago, and I remember one with a scar on the face. A soft snore interrupted him. Bella glanced back and chuckled. Well, Charlotte doesn't care. She's out. Well, me neither, James said as he started driving away. Bella raised an eyebrow. Really? Yeah, the NSBI and the ISB hate each other, and they usually sabotage each other's investigations and raids. So, there are no worries. Why do they hate each other? Bella asked, genuinely curious. James smirked. The NSBI and the local police force are corrupt, and the ISB hates them for it. But the ISB controls drug trafficking and makes a profit from it, so the NSBI hates them for that. What? They control drug trafficking. Bella asked, surprised. She knew nothing about drugs. Her field was human trafficking, or rather, destroying it. James nodded. Drug money is so massive that even controlling a small part of it brings extreme wealth. The ISB operates in 4 nations, and the money they make from drugs? They reinvest it into the economy, military, or into the ISB itself. Bella frowned. Wait, so they control your trade too? James smirked. They wanted to, but they found Hector at the worst possible time. And, well, he didn't take their demands too well. I can imagine that. They laughed, and the rest of the drive was filled with small talk until they got close to the house. Since we're dating, are you sleeping with me? James asked. Bella acted like she didn't even hear it. She thought she was hallucinating. Bella? James asked again. Yeah. Shall I take you home, or are you coming with me? She blinked, like her brain short-circuited. But it was already decided as James took a left turn and arrived at the entrance of Billionaire's Hill. She didn't say a word as they pulled up to a double-gated mansion with security everywhere. The house itself was massive, with tall columns. Ah, finally. James sighed, stepping out and opening the back door. Wake up, Charlotte. She didn't respond. Wakey, wakey. He shook her gently, but she was in a deep sleep, completely comfortable. James smirked, then sighed as he unbuckled her and lifted her into his arms. Sir, should we help? One of the guards stepped up, an automatic rifle slung over his shoulder. Yeah, there are a lot of bags. Can you guys bring them inside? Of course. James watched as the guards moved with weapons, almost like a special forces unit. Then he turned at Bella, who was still sitting in the car, staring into space. He knocked on the window. Bella, are you having a stroke? She blinked and snapped out of it. Oh no, I'm fine. She still looked confused, but she finally got out of the car, and together, they headed inside, and it was stunning inside. The house's interior was modern, marble everywhere, a grand chandelier hanging from the ceiling, and vast open spaces filled with fine furniture. Every detail screamed luxury. They walked into one of the living rooms, where James' mother was sitting on the couch, casually watching a reality show. But as soon as she saw James with a child on his shoulder, she shot up from the couch so fast it was as if she were in her 20s again. I said I wanted a grandchild, but this fast? She screamed, jumping up and down. Charlotte woke up at the sudden noise, rubbing her eyes as she looked around in confusion. Mom, I'm not a rabbit. James laughed as he gently put Charlotte down. She is my friend. I mean, buddy, daughter. Just forget it. She'll be staying with me for some time. Charlotte blinked, still half asleep, as she looked at the woman in front of her. Nice to meet you too, she mumbled, unsure of what was happening. Erica's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gently held Charlotte's hands. Oh, your little hands are so soft. And look at those sleepy eyes. She's adorable. She stood up, smoothing out her dress. Well, if she's staying here, then we need to make sure she's comfortable. Charlotte, do you like sweets? Charlotte hesitated, then nodded slowly. I love. Erica clapped her hands. Perfect, I have a lot of them. James, take her to freshen up while I get all the sweets I got. As he led Charlotte away, Erica turned to Bella with a knowing smirk. And you, dear? Are you staying in James' room? Bella nearly choked. What? Yes. No, actually. Erica just laughed. I'm just teasing, sweetheart. Meanwhile, James went with Charlotte on a little adventure through the massive house, searching for the bathroom. Somehow, after taking a few wrong turns, they ended up in Raphael's room. Raphael. How are you? James grinned as he walked in, immediately pulling his little brother into a hug. Raphael groaned but hugged him back. I'm good, but you got me a teacher who makes my life sheer hell. He laughed, then suddenly froze when he noticed Charlotte standing beside James. And she is? Raising an eyebrow at his reaction, James patted Charlotte's head. Oh, she's staying with us for a while. Charlotte, this is my little brother, Raphael. Raphael, meet Charlotte. Charlotte gave a small wave. Hi. Raphael nodded. Hello. James sighed. Now, tell me, where the hell is the bathroom? I couldn't find it. Raphael smirked. End of the hallway to the left. As they stepped into the pure white marble bathroom, so large it was nearly the size of their old dining room, James handed Charlotte a towel and the shampoo they had bought for her. All right, take a shower. I'll go get you some pajamas we bought, he said, turning to leave. But before he could step away, Charlotte grabbed his sleeve. I can't shower alone, she mumbled. James raised an eyebrow. You're 7. Why not? Charlotte clutched the towel tightly, her gaze dropping to the floor. I've never done it alone before. I had a maid to help me, she admitted softly. A maid? James exhaled, running a hand through his hair. All right, here's the deal. I'll stay right outside the door. If you need help, just call me. Okay. She hesitated for a moment, then gave a small nod. Okay. Not even a minute later, Charlotte was already opening the door. I don't know how to start the water, she said, looking frustrated. James blinked. What? It's complicated. Sighing, he stepped back inside, only to be met with the most over-designed shower system he had ever seen. What the hell is this? He muttered, staring at the sleek control panel, multiple knobs, and touchscreen. Why does a shower need this many buttons? Charlotte just stood there, waiting. James groaned. All right, let's figure this out. James pressed a button at random. Whoosh. A jet of high-pressure water blasted straight at them like an industrial power washer. Gah! James barely had time to react before he was completely soaked. His shirt clung to him, water dripping from his hair. Charlotte burst into laughter, doubling over as she clutched her stomach. You look like a wet cat, she wheezed between giggles. Still laughing, Charlotte pointed at another button. Try that one. James narrowed his eyes. You sure? She nodded eagerly. As James pressed the button, the overhead lights suddenly shut off. A soft, ambient purple glow filled the bathroom, and tiny star-like lights twinkled across the ceiling. Whoa! Charlotte stared up in awe, eyes wide with amazement. James, on the other hand, sighed in relief as he finally spotted the right button. He pressed it, and warm water cascaded from the shower head like it was supposed to. Okay there. Shower time. He turned to leave. As James stepped out and leaned against the door, he let out a slow breath. What the fuck? His mind replayed what he had just seen. The faint bruises covering Charlotte's arms, the fading marks on her legs. Some were old, turning yellowish, while others were fresh, deep purple against her pale skin. That's not from falling down. That's not from playing too rough. Someone did this to her. His jaw clenched. A sick feeling twisted in his stomach. He had seen bruises like that before, on people who had been through hell. Get a grip, James. The kid's safe now. That's what matters. He slapped his own face. But even as he told himself that, the anger didn't fade. And after 10 minutes passed, the door was opened. I'm done, Charlotte said. James nodded. Okay, just go downstairs and sit in the living room. My mom will be there. Charlotte ran down the stairs, her small footsteps echoing through the hall. James sighed as he turned back to take his own shower. By the time he finished and made his way downstairs, Bella was already waiting for him, arms crossed and eyes narrowed. You showered without me? I can shower again, he said, and Bella's face turned bright red. Not in front of a child, James' mother screamed. He laughed and grabbed a single gummy bear and said, I'm going to sleep, see y'all tomorrow. It's only 7, Bella said. James stretched his arms. With a yawn. I'm tired, especially after that long shopping trip today. So good night. I want to sleep with you, Charlotte said, grabbing James' arm. Before he could respond, Bella latched onto him too. Me too. James sighed, looking at both of them. I bought a mansion with 9 bedrooms. Go use those. Charlotte looked up with his big eyes and said, but I feel safe with you. James froze for a moment. Safe. The word echoed in his mind, louder than it should have. He glanced down at Charlotte, her small hands gripping his sleeve like he was her only anchor in the world. Her bruises, the way she barely reacted to pain, the way she followed him without question, it all clicked. This kid had never felt safe before. A strange tightness formed in his chest, something unfamiliar, something he didn't know how to deal with. He let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. All right, fine. Charlotte's face lit up, and Bella smirked like she'd just won something. James sighed. He had a feeling this was going to be a long night. And it was, indeed, a long night. Bella snored like a giant. Charlotte, on the other hand, was a relentless sleeper, kicking, rolling, and somehow taking up more space than should be physically possible for someone her size. James endured it for as long as he could. But after the 40th kick, one that landed straight in his ribs, he had enough. With a tired sigh, he grabbed a pillow and moved to the floor. A mansion with 9 bedrooms, and yet here I am, sleeping on the floor. James closed his eyes, accepting his fate. Chapter 23. Morning. As James woke up in the morning, he felt something heavy on his chest. Opening his eyes, he saw Charlotte lying on top of him. This girl, he mumbled, carefully picking her up and laying her down on the bed. However, the blanket was covering Bella entirely, so James yanked it away, only to freeze in place. Bella was wearing nothing but underwear. He quickly looked away. Fuck, I feel like a creep, he thought, hastily covering Charlotte with the blanket instead. Shaking off the moment, he turned around, searching for his phone. Just as he was about to leave, a low rumbling sound echoed in the room. He glanced back, and for a moment, his heart skipped a beat. Charlotte stood there, clutching the blanket in her hands like a ghost. Go back to sleep. James grabbed the blanket for her and lifted her up. No, she mumbled, resting her head on James's shoulder. As he tried to lay her back down, she tightened her grip on him. No, she repeated, holding on to him even stronger and continuing to sleep on his shoulder. This girl? James finally managed to get out of the room and headed toward the kitchen, where his mom was already making breakfast. Ah, how cute. She stepped toward James and reached out to take Charlotte into her arms, but she refused. She's like a sloth that loves you. Laughing, she stepped back and continued slicing the bread. James let out a small sigh, but didn't bother prying Charlotte off. Instead, he walked carefully toward the table. You should just accept your fate. Looks like you're her favorite pillow now. James rolled his eyes, but didn't argue. Instead, he reached for a glass of water, taking a sip while Charlotte continued to doze off peacefully. His mother placed a plate of scrambled eggs and toast in front of him. Eat before it gets cold. Do you want me to make something for her too? James glanced down at her, who showed no signs of waking up anytime soon. Maybe later. She's still out. Anyway, where are her things? You know, the stuff we bought for her. James looked around, not seeing a thing. I got up at 6, so I already sorted everything. Oh, really? Yeah. Her clothes are in the bedroom next to yours. It has a shower, so I also organized the shampoos and other stuff. That's perfect, then we are going to freshen up a bit. James finished his plate and carried Charlotte to her room, who was still snoozing. Wake up. He leaned her forward and started shaking her gently. Wake up, lady. Charlotte slowly opened her eyes as James set her down. She just stood there, looking like a lost kitten, still drowsy as she blinked sleepily. Wash up, brush your teeth, and grab some clothes, James said as he turned to leave. I can't reach the faucet. You can, James replied. I can't. Try it. No. Does she think I'm her servant or what? With a sigh, James grabbed her, lifting her fragile body up and held her in place until she was done. And it took a while, but at least Charlotte woke up fully. Okay, we just need to find you some clothes, but where? James looked around the room, but there was no cabinet in sight. He opened one of the doors, and to his surprise, a large walk-in wardrobe stretched before him. And I got cabinets in my room, huh? He thought as he stepped inside, admiring his mother's immaculate work in sorting the different clothes. When you're finished, come downstairs. I'm going to get dressed too. I want matching outfits, like you did with Bella. Charlotte whispered, staring at the ground, her cheeks turning pink. Why are girls like this? James sighed, but pulled out his phone to check the weather. 27 and sunny all day? So choose something light, he said, scanning the wardrobe. There was so much stuff, he barely even remembered buying this much. All he recalled was the amount of money he had spent. That one. Charlotte suddenly pointed to an emerald green skirt. I don't think I can match that color, James said, taking it down from the hanger. But I'll try. He smiled. I think you should pair it with a shirt, like this. He grabbed a short-sleeved shirt with a floral pattern. Charlotte simply smiled without saying anything. This white bucket hat, and this belt, James added, picking them up. And that's it. You can choose your shoes. Maybe sandals, like these. She remained silent, her fingers lightly brushing the fabric. What? You don't like it? I like it very much, she suddenly shouted, making James laugh. Then that's it. I'll try my best to match it, he said, patting her head before heading out. As James left the room, Charlotte stood there for a moment, staring at the clothes he had picked out for her. She had never experienced something like this before. It wasn't just about the outfit itself, it was about the thought behind it. The kindness, the attention. It made her feel special in a way she wasn't used to. For so long, she had felt like an afterthought, like someone who was simply there, but never truly seen. But now, James, without hesitation, had taken the time to make her happy. It was such a simple thing, yet it meant everything to her. A soft smile appeared on her face as she hugged the clothes close to her chest. It was a small gesture, but to her, it felt like a promise. A promise that she wasn't alone anymore, that someone cared. The emerald green skirt swayed lightly as she moved, and the floral pattern matched it perfectly. When she adjusted the belt, she couldn't help but glance at herself in the mirror again. For the first time in a long while, she felt truly happy. Slipping into a pair of sandals, she finally stepped out of the room, her heart beating a little faster. She wasn't sure why, but she wanted to see his reaction. Would he smile? Meanwhile, James was stressing out because he had no idea what to wear, and Bella's snoring made it worse. If I don't match her outfit, she's going to cry. And if she cries, that'll ruin my day. Wait, why do I even care? He sighed, rubbing his forehead. But she's finally starting to open up. Poor kid. For a moment, he just stood there, lost in thought, before shaking himself out of it. He started going through his clothes, flipping through shirts until he found a short-sleeved one in exactly emerald green. Perfect. Without overthinking, he grabbed a pair of white chinos and put them on, standing there like he had just defeated a final boss. Now, some jewelry. He stepped toward a drawer. He picked out a signet gold ring with a B on it, a bracelet, and finally, a gold watch to complete the look. I gotta thank Mom for organizing everything perfectly. Satisfied, he left the room and headed downstairs to the kitchen again. As James walked down the hallway, he stopped in front of a mirror to check himself out. My God, I look like a cartel member, he muttered, staring at his reflection. He sighed but then shrugged. I don't care. If she's happy with it, I'm happy too. With that, he continued downstairs. The moment he stepped into the kitchen, he spotted Charlotte pacing back and forth, munching on a biscuit. The second she saw him, she froze, eyes widening before she quickly spun around in excitement. What a princess, Erica said, smiling as she admired Charlotte's outfit. Then she turned to James, and he did something that not even his mom was expecting. He spun around like Charlotte, and here's the prince. Almost immediately, embarrassment hit him, and he stopped, face turning slightly red. Charlotte and his mom burst into laughter, and before he knew it, he found himself laughing too. You look cute, he said, stepping toward Charlotte and gently patting her head. Then, suddenly, Charlotte hugged him tightly. James stiffened for a moment, caught off guard, but before he could say anything, she whispered softly, "Thank you." She hadn't expected him to actually match his outfit with hers. When she had asked, it had been more of a passing thought, something she figured he would ignore or laugh off. But he hadn't. He had listened. He had cared. She hugged him just a little tighter, as if trying to hold on to that feeling for as long as possible. Then she looked up, her eyes shining. I need to pee, she said. There was a little silence. Then go. James looked at her. Don't even think about it. I'm not escorting you everywhere. She said nothing and just ran off. This is going to be a problem, he muttered, sitting down. You were just like her, always clinging to me. Now you're experiencing the same struggle I went through. His mother said, sitting down at the table. Let's watch the news while we can. As the screen came alive, James dropped his glass, which shattered and echoed through the house. His mother covered her mouth in shock as he seen the broadcast. What happened? Charlotte came back asking the question. James quickly got up, lifting her up and directing his gaze away from the TV with a smile. But deep down he was panicking. Chapter 24, Forever. Fuck. 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 His hands started sweating. His breathing went shallow, too fast. Shit, this is bad. This is really bad. His pulse pounded in his ears, drowning out everything else. Every second that passed felt like a knot tightening around his neck. Calm down. Act normal. Just don't fucking freeze up. But his body wasn't listening. His heart slammed against his ribs, desperate to break free. And then, warmth. A small touch cutting through the storm. Hands, tiny but steady, pressing against his cheeks. Charlotte didn't understand the weight crushing him, the panic suffocating him. But maybe that's why her touch worked. She wasn't scared, wasn't overthinking. She was just there. Her tiny hands pressed against his cheeks. James just stared into her eyes. Big, round, innocent. Her tiny hands held his face. Calm down. He sucked in a breath, but it was too fast, too sharp. His vision blurred at the edges. He felt like he was drowning in the open air. Charlotte frowned, tilting her head. Why are you breathing like that? You look silly. She blinked up at him, then suddenly puffed out her cheeks like a balloon. She held it for a second, then blew the air out in a long, exaggerated whoosh. Like this, she said, and she did it again. Slowly, deliberately, her tiny hands still cupping his face, her expression nothing but pure focus. James' pulse was still hammering, his thoughts still a tangled, frantic mess. But she wasn't letting go, wasn't looking away, just breathing. Come on, she urged, tapping his cheek. Breathe like me. James tried. The first inhale was too shaky. Charlotte huffed. No, like this. She did it again, exaggerating the motion. In, out, in, hold, out. Still too fast. Again. Slowly, barely the tightness in his chest started to ease. Not gone. Not even close. But something in the way Charlotte kept going, completely unbothered, made it harder to stay stuck in his head. After a moment, she grinned. See? Not so hard. She smiled, but the moment they had not lasted long. A loud, ear-piercing screech tore through the street, the sound of brakes grinding hard against the road. James barely had time to register it before two cars sped through the gates. Doors flew open. Ferrucci was the first to step out, moving fast, his expression unreadable. Hector followed right behind, his sharp gaze locking onto James. James tensed, his body still buzzing from the panic that had just barely begun to fade. Go inside, okay? James said, his voice was firm but not harsh as she put down Charlotte. She looked up at him, her tiny hands curled into fists. She wasn't stupid. Something was happening. Something. Big. Big enough to shake James, the angel of death. No, not that. He wasn't that. He was just James. Okay, she said. But before turning away, she looked at James one more time, her voice quieter but unwavering. If I can help, I'm here. Then she spun on her heel and ran inside. James exhaled slowly, his shoulders tightening as he turned back to Ferrucci. The moment of calm was gone. And whatever was coming next, it wasn't going to be good, and it was worse than James thought. So, she's his daughter? Hector asked. James exhaled harshly, raking a hand through his hair. Yeah. Fuck. What are the chances they're going to come after her? She's the last Augustus, which means she owns everything. Ferrucci said, lighting a cigarette. Millions worth of houses, land, cars. And who the hell knows how much cash stashed away somewhere? I only saw the news. Who died exactly? Hector sank onto the couch with a heavy sigh. Every top dog. Valen, Marius, Daniel. Everyone with power in the family. James let that sink in. It wasn't just a hit. It was a purge. This was a message, wasn't it? Ferrucci exhaled smoke through his nose. Yeah, and they made sure everyone saw it. Bodies on the news, no censorship. Even CCTV footage of Lucian getting stabbed. He spat onto the floor. Stabbed in maximum security. We need to act, Hector said, standing up. He ran 10% of the drug trade. Now that is up for grabs, and the sharks would come fast. No, James. Voice was firm, unshakable. Hector frowned. No. If we step in, it's going to be a bloodbath. Ferrucci flicked ash from his cigarette. So we do nothing? The ISB is in the city. I met one of the agent yesterday. Hector's eyes widened. You what? Not exactly met. James' expression remained unreadable. Traffic stop. Fake cop. Ferrucci and Hector exchanged a look. Where the hell was Hans? Hector asked. I sent him on a mission. James kept his tone even. No way I'm telling them Sophia joined my fan club. Ferrucci let out a slow breath. But why kill Lucian? He wasn't what he used to be. He still had government officials in his pocket. So there's the option, NSBI or the ISB. Hector looked at James, but the problem right now is the kid. The heir is in your care. Ferrucci said, stomping his cigarette. James nodded. What the hell do I do with her? Her grandfather overseas probably doesn't even know what's happening. Hector scoffed. Well, Lucian's dead. Someone's got to bury him. James let out a bitter laugh. Oh right. Almost forgot. So we just sit back? Ferrucci asked, his voice edged with frustration. Not exactly, James said. Call everyone we have in our pocket. See if anyone knows what the hell is going on. We need clues. Ferrucci nodded, already pulling out his phone. In the meantime, James continued, I'll take care of Charlotte. You need more security, Hector said, his tone firm. At least another car following you. If the ISB or the NSBI had a hand in this, they didn't just want Lucian dead. Yeah, I agree. And double the security around the house, too. Don't let Mom or Raphael go out, he said, and turned around and stepped inside the house, where his mother was playing with Charlotte. What do you want to do, princess? He asked with a smile. Date, Charlotte declared, staring straight at him. James blinked. You want me to take you on a date? Yeah, she mumbled, blushing. A date? On the same day your father was stabbed to death? That's going to be ruthless. But he forced a grin and ruffled her hair. Okay, let's go. He grabbed her arm gently, ready to take her out. Wait, James. His mother's voice stopped him. He turned. Yes, Mom. She glanced at Charlotte, then back at James, hesitating. Did you have a hand in, James didn't even flinch. No. His mother let out a long sigh of relief, her shoulders sagging. As they stepped outside, 2 black SUVs were already waiting for them. Guards stood beside the vehicles, their hands resting on automatic rifles. James frowned. Hector, isn't this a bit much? Don't worry, Hector said, unfazed. They're legal, licensed to carry, fully certified. James sighed, glancing at Charlotte, who was looking up at the heavily armed men with wide, curious eyes. Princess, you're about to have the safest date of your life. Charlotte beamed. Yeah, I am, she said proudly before climbing into the car. Outside, the guards moved with precision, securing the perimeter before the SUVs pulled away from the house. Fancy restaurant or something else? What do you want? James asked. Fancy one, Charlotte answered without hesitation. James smirked. All right, go to Helios, he instructed the driver, who nodded and pulled onto the road. When they arrived, it was something else entirely. The 2 black SUVs pulled up in front of a high-end restaurant with a sprawling terrace. The moment they stopped, heavily armed guards stepped out first, scanning the area before opening the door for James and Charlotte. A long line stretched outside, filled with morning diners dressed like celebrities, their outfits screaming wealth and status. As James and Charlotte walked past them, whispers started. Eyes lingered. Welcome back, James. One of the waiters greeted, stepping forward with a polished smile. Hello, James said casually. Can I get a table for 2? Of course you can. Please follow me, the waiter said, leading them inside without hesitation. Helios was a fancy restaurant, an expensive one. But James didn't just dine here. He had money invested in it, or at least that's what Hector did. Wealthy people loved to sniff, and a high-end restaurant was the perfect place to get certain products flowing into the right hands. Influence, deals, and power were exchanged over wine glasses and gourmet meals. And right now, James was walking in with the last air of the Augustus Empire. As they sat down, Charlotte felt the weight of countless eyes on them. The hushed whispers drifting through the restaurant made her frown in confusion. Why don't they know who you are? She asked, locking eyes with James. He raised a brow. What do you mean? You're the underworld king, and it seems like they don't know. James chuckled, leaning back in his chair. You know, Bella seems like she's doing nothing. Like she's still sleeping, right? Charlotte nodded. Yes. James smirked. Bella controls the media, the writers. She makes sure my name doesn't get mentioned. If something about me does slip through, she buries it before it spreads. She usually works at night, when she's not harassing me, that is. But she can't stop everything, Charlotte pointed out. James smirked. She doesn't waste time chasing every little rumor online. That's impossible. But the big news corporations? The ones that actually influence important people? That's where she has her grip. Charlotte leaned back, thinking. So, as long as she controls the major outlets, even if people talk online, it never really becomes real news? James nodded. Now you're getting it, princess. This girl, Lucian's blood is already showing. A waiter approached, pen and notepad ready. What would you like to eat? James glanced at the menu briefly before ordering. A medium-well steak, a potato salad, and water. The waiter nodded, then turned to Charlotte. And for you, miss. Same, she said without hesitation. Since it's a date, we need to get to know each other better, don't we? James said, resting his chin on his hand. Charlotte nodded eagerly. What's your favorite color? She asked. Beige. James answered without much thought. Yours? Beige. She repeated instantly. James blinked. Beige. She nodded again. He stared at her for a moment before sighing. Why is she like a parrot? I need to ask about her grandparents. But how should I? Before James could figure out a way to bring it up, Charlotte spoke first. Where is your dad? She asked, tilting her head. James blinked. My dad. Yeah, I didn't see him in the house yesterday or today. He leaned back, exhaling. He went for milk. Charlotte frowned. Milk? Yeah, and he hasn't come back yet. She stared at him, processing his words. When will he? James smirked, but there was no humor in it. Probably when he finds out I'm worth a lot of money. Charlotte froze for a moment, completely still. Why don't you just say that he left? She asked quietly. James sighed. Because you're a child, and that's why. You don't need to say it like that. I know what it means. Charlotte huffed, rolling her eyes. What about your grandparents? He asked, watching her reaction carefully. My grandparents. Charlotte repeated, her brows furrowing slightly. Yeah, he said, keeping his tone casual, though his eyes stayed sharp, watching her closely. There, already buried. Charlotte said. James choked on his water, coughing hard. What did you just say? He stared at her, his grip tightening around the glass. They died. She repeated calmly. James felt his mind racing. Wait, when Valen told you that your grandpa would come back, and you just said okay. They told me I had to say that. Charlotte admitted, her voice steady but quiet. And if you ever asked, I was supposed to lie and say I had a grandpa. James felt his chest tighten, his pulse hammering in his ears. His mind scrambled for any other possibility. Anyway, this wasn't what it sounded like. No, no, no. Lucian, no fucking way. No fucking way you did this to me. You fucking knew. Lucian, you bastard. No, no, no. James' thoughts spiraled, his chest tightening with every realization. If her grandfather was already dead, that meant there was no backup. No safety net. No one left. You chose me to raise her? No. There's no way. It's all just a big lie. Don't panic, James. Don't fucking panic. His mind screamed at him to fix this, to find another way, but there wasn't one. Lucian, you son of a bitch. You're doing that weird face again. Charlotte's voice cut through the chaos in his head. James blinked, snapping back to reality. His breathing was still too fast, his hands still unsteady, but the weight of her stare anchored him. Yeah, sorry. Just thinking. Charlotte narrowed her eyes. Thinking too hard. James let out a short, shaky laugh. Maybe. Think. I know he died, or at least I assumed from your reaction earlier and now. She said with a shaky voice, looking down. He told me he was going to die, and that he would find someone to take care of me. And it's you, James. She looked up, her eyes filled with tears. James froze again, his mouth agape as he stared at her. She said it so easily. What do you mean he knew? What did he say, Charlotte? Who was after him? Who? I want to know what happens next. Her voice shattered the calmness of the restaurant. Are you going to throw me away? James' breath slowed as he looked into her eyes that reflected everything she felt, her broken soul laid bare. There's an orphanage that. Her sniffles and quick, uneven breath stopped him from saying anything else. Don't think about it, James. You have no relation to her. She's Lucian's daughter. Don't think about it. She was waiting, hoping. He could see it, the fear of being abandoned, the silent plea hidden behind her trembling lips. His thoughts screamed at him to walk away. She's Lucian's daughter. She's not your problem. Don't do this, James. How about you stay with me instead? He said it. He said what his heart told to say. Because this child only cared about love, love that she never felt, love that she never got. She didn't want money, influence, or people to fear her. Just a child, born into one of the bloodiest families, and now she was alone. Charlotte's eyes widened, her tear-filled gaze snapping up to meet James. For a moment, she just stared at him, like she couldn't quite believe what he'd just said. Forever. Her voice was barely above a whisper, raw and fragile, like she was scared the answer would change if she spoke too loudly. James sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, princess, forever. A shaky breath left her, and before James could react, Charlotte threw herself forward, knocking over the silverware and the glasses of the table, wrapping her arms around him. The dam holding back her emotions finally broke, and quiet sobs muffled against his shirt. James stiffened at first, not used to this kind of thing, but after a second, his hand came up to rest on the back of her head. We are family now. Charlotte nodded against him, holding on as if she was afraid he'd take it back. Chapter 25, Therapy. I really did it, didn't I? James questioned himself, but Charlotte's crying and the way she clung to him so tightly gave him the answer. I became a foster father out of nowhere. No, this was Lucian's plan. That bold-headed. No, he's dead. Respect the dead, James. Respect the dead. That motherfucker, Lucian. I'm going down to hell to kick your ass. James. Charlotte looked up at him, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Why ya? Are you okay? She asked, gripping him even tighter, whispering the words near his ear. Of course I am. But what about you? You just lost your father. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she hugged him even more tightly. I was always with my mother in a huge house. He only saw me 3 times, and that was enough to know he never wanted me. James felt something crack inside him. Before he even realized it, a tear slipped down his cheek. He understood that feeling all too well, the pain of having a father who didn't want him. Not the father he made up for stories, the one who supposedly died in the war. No, his real father. The one who left them when things got too hard, when they became too expensive to keep. A small hand touched his face, gently wiped away his tears. James? Oh, I'm sorry. He quickly wiped his face, but Charlotte just stared at him. Then, to his surprise, she cupped his cheek, just like she did that morning. From now on, I'll call you Daddy. Silence. No, there's no way you're calling me that. He pulled her away and set her back down in the chair. Why? You don't want me. Her voice trembled as fresh tears welled up in her eyes. No, that's not it. But you can't call me that. Just call me James, and that's it. But you're technically my father now. Charlotte, I was the one who shoot his. Shit. Chill, James. You can't say that to a kid. Shot what? She tilted her head, confusion written all over her tear-streaked face. Why am I not panicking? Panic, James. You just took in a child you've only known since yesterday. You can't develop feelings in 2 days. Lucian knew. He knew I wouldn't let his child be alone. That bastard used me. If my father died, what's going to happen to the family? Charlotte's voice shattered James' thoughts. How the hell was he supposed to answer that? He exhaled. You are the family. Her eyes widened. For now, I'm not going to talk to you as a child, but as the head of the Augustus family, James continued. Everyone else is gone. Valen, Marius, and Daniel, the pillars of the family, they're dead. And the men who once served your father? They've scattered. But Charlotte's reaction wasn't what he expected. She smiled. Daniel died. She asked. Yeah. James felt a chill run down his spine as her smile widened for a brief moment before dropping into something softer, relief. This kid is creepy. Is she possessed by a demon? Charlotte stared at her hands, knuckles turning white. I think you've noticed the bruises on my body. James didn't say anything, just watched her. The woman who gave birth to me. She was the one who beat me. Her voice wavered, eyes welling up with tears. And it was also. You don't have to explain yourself. James cut in, his voice firm yet steady. You don't have to justify why you feel the way you do. You don't owe them anything. He leaned forward slightly. We're living in the present, and we'll go into the future together. As a family. You Augustus Charlotte. And me James Bellini. Why the hell am I talking like this? Since when did I start sounding like a damn father? Charlotte hesitated, then slowly lifted her gaze to meet his. So, does that mean you'll let me call you Daddy? James groaned, running a hand down his face. Charlotte giggled at his reaction, the first genuine laugh he'd ever heard from her. It was light, small, almost foreign coming from someone who had lived through hell. James sighed, leaning back in his chair, rubbing his temples. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Maybe. She smiled again, but this time, there was something softer in it. It's funny seeing you all serious. James let out a breath, shaking his head. You're a weird kid. I know. A silence stretched between them, not heavy, not awkward. Just there. The kind of silence where words weren't necessary. Then Charlotte spoke again. What happens now? James tapped his fingers against the table. What do you mean? I'm the last you said. When you grow up you will do what you want. What I meant by that is the family as a organized crime is over. The Augustus name no longer feared or has influence. But I'm still alive. She was right. She was alive, which was a problem. A big one. They would come for the money. There was no way Lucian hadn't written everything in her name. He might have been a bastard, but he wasn't stupid. I'll make one thing clear, Charlotte. His voice was firm. If you stay with me, you're under my protection. You don't need to fear anyone. Charlotte tilted her head, thinking, so I really can't call you daddy? James sighed again, dragging a hand down his face. He didn't answer, but deep down, he felt something strange, something unfamiliar. Family. He had never wanted one, never thought about it. But somehow, in the span of just a few days, this stubborn little girl had wormed her way into his life. And now, she was his responsibility, whether he liked it or not. Here's the medium-rare steak and potato salad. The waiter arrived. Thank you, James muttered. He picked up his fork, hesitated for half a second, then started stress eating. Charlotte watched him, then picked up her own fork and poked at her food. This is our first meal as a family? She asked, her voice light, almost teasing. James paused mid-chew, glancing at her. Yeah, so eat every bit of it. Charlotte giggled, but did as he said, taking small bites at first before slowly easing into it. For the first time in a long time, she ate with warmth, because, for the first time in a long time, she felt like she truly belonged somewhere. After finishing their meal, James reached into his pocket and tipped the waitress generously, not just for the service, but for putting up with the little dramatic scene Charlotte had caused earlier. The woman gave a grateful nod, and James waved it off before leading Charlotte out of the restaurant. Home, or where? He asked as they stepped outside. Shopping, Charlotte said. Immediately, James raised an eyebrow. Shopping? What do you want? A ring. A ring. He gave her a skeptical look as she blushed, hiding her hands behind her back. Yeah, but I'll explain it after we buy it, she said, her voice firm like it was an order rather than a request. James sighed. All right, hop in. As they got into the car, James leaned toward the driver. Just find a jewelry shop. The driver nodded. James expected a decent jewelry store, something mid-tier, respectable. But as the car rolled to a stop, he realized this wasn't just high-end, it was beyond high-end. From the outside, the jewelry shop looked elegant. Inside, gold decor, polished white marble floors. But James knew the signs. The real giveaways were the details, the staff wearing white gloves, the way they moved with precise. Charlotte, however, didn't seem fazed at all. She walked right up to a glass display like she belonged there. What do you want, Charlotte? James asked, already preparing himself for whatever nonsense she was about to say. Matching rings. Matching rings? She blushed again, avoiding his gaze. Ah, this girl will bankrupt me. One of the staff approached and gave James a bow so deep it made him feel like some kind of emperor, which also gave away that this is going to be expensive. Can you help us find matching rings? Yes, of course. Please take a look at these. With a practiced motion, they pulled out a velvet tray lined with elegant rings, each one gleaming under the bright lights. All right, you better start explaining. Charlotte grinned. I will, after we pick one. Of course. She carefully examined each ring, her small fingers delicately tracing over the different designs. She took her time, eyes sparkling with excitement as she scrutinized every tiny detail. Finally, after what felt like forever, she picked one. It was a matching set with small butterfly engravings, each wing inlaid with different colored crystals. Of course, it had to be something complicated. How much? He asked, bracing himself. This pair symbolizes peace and freedom, represented by the butterfly motif, crafted with the finest quality diamonds, and just the price. Please, James interrupted, already feeling his wallet ache. This pair costs $134,000. James stared. Charlotte, on the other hand, looked up at him with glowing eyes, completely oblivious to the fact that they were standing in front of a six-figure purchase. But before James handed over his card, he turned to Charlotte. All right, before I pay, tell me, why do we need matching rings? Because we're not related by blood, she said softly, but from this point on, we are family, and this will always symbolize that. James froze. It wasn't some childish excuse. It wasn't just some whim. She meant it. Oh, okay. I'll only buy it if it fits, he said. And of course, it fit, almost like fate wanted it to. As they left the jewelry shop, James let out a deep sigh, still feeling the sting of spending that much money on rings of all things. Charlotte, on the other hand, looked completely satisfied, clutching the tiny box like it was the most precious thing in the world. And not even 5 minutes later, she was already out sleeping. How the hell did this happen? His dead friend's daughter. A girl who had lost everything. Yet she was smiling, happy that he took her in, like it was the most natural thing in the world. It's not realistic. People didn't just move on like this. A child shouldn't be this. Accepting, this calm after everything. A simulation. A trick. Some messed up dream his brain had cooked up to torture him. He let out a slow breath, staring down at her peaceful face. If this is a dream, he thought bitterly, then why does it feel so damn real? Maybe I should send her to some sort of therapy. Would that even help? Charlotte had lost her father who didn't care about her, and on top of all that, she had been abused by the people who were supposed to care for her. Yet here she was, smiling, acting like nothing was wrong. That wasn't normal. No one bounces back that fast. James glanced down at her sleeping face. Peaceful. Too peaceful. Like she had just decided to move on. It didn't sit right with him. He knew that look, the kind of look someone wore when they buried things deep enough that they convinced themselves it didn't hurt. He'd done the same thing once. And now? He was still fucked up. James exhaled sharply and looked back out the window. Yeah, therapy. I should go too. Chapter 26. Next move. As the car turned into the driveway, James was immediately taken aback by the security. He had instructed them to double the guards, but what he saw was far beyond that. Vehicles blocked the entrance. Armed men stood at every corner with rifles in hand, and the entire property looked more like the stronghold of a true kingpin than a home. For a moment, his instincts flared, but the soft sound of Charlotte's cute snoring beside him eased his tension. Gently, he unbuckled her seatbelt, scooped her up in his arms, and stepped out of the car. She stirred slightly, mumbling something incoherent before nuzzling against his chest. James walked towards the house, where another surprise greeted him inside. Seated at the dining table, comfortably eating sandwiches with his mother, were Hector, Ferrucci, and Bella. They looked completely at ease, as if they belonged there, as if this was just another normal family dinner. But as he wanted to say something, Charlotte woke up and blinked sleepily. "Are we home, Daddy?" she mumbled, looking around. Silence fell over the room. Everyone stopped chewing, their attention snapping to James and Charlotte as if they had misheard. "Daddy?" Bella stood up, her face flushing. Then I am the mummy?" "No, there is no mommy and Daddy," James said firmly, stepping toward his mother, who looked just as stunned as everyone else. "Can you take her to sleep?" She stared at him for a moment before nodding. "Of course. Come here, darling." She gently took Charlotte in her arms and carried her upstairs. Hector chuckled as took a last bite. "It's only noon, and you're already a father. You are truly a man, James." "Yeah." James sighed and sat down. But Bella's sharp eyes caught the gleaming ring on his finger. "I think you forgot something," she said with a smirk, though her eyes were serious. James tilted his hand, confused. "But I can wait," she murmured, blushing. James, however, had no idea what she was referring to. "So, the girl is staying with you?" Ferrucci asked. "That was Lucian's plan from the beginning. He used me, and now I'm going to adopt her." Hector nearly choked on his drink. "You said what?" "I adopted her. I really am mommy." Bella launched herself at James, hugging him tightly. Yes, yes." She bounced slightly in excitement, pressing herself against James, causing an awkward moment as her chest unintentionally smothered his face. James quickly grabbed Bella's waist and gently pushed her away to avoid being suffocated by her watermelons. "I see you're awake, Bella," he said, blushing. But Bella was lost in her own world. "But we need children who share our blood." "But I'm young. I want to wait until I'm 28. But if you want, I can." She shivered, her hands resting on her stomach. "Calm down, you succubus, and let us hear James." Hector said, "That's the second time you've called me that name." Bella muttered, barely glancing at him. "I'm going to castrate you if you keep that filthy mouth." "Stop," James interrupted her. "Don't threaten anyone in my house." His eyes were firm. "I'm sorry, darling." Bella quickly sat down. "And sorry to you, insect." "So what now, James? Who knows how many shipments are on the way? How much money does she own now? People are going to need answers." Hector asked. "Well, if I adopt her, that means she's my daughter technically, so all the assets, money, and business he had are mine until she's old enough to handle it." Hector and Ferrucci shared a glance. "Then we need to eliminate everyone who wants a share." "Yeah, I feared this. More blood to my name." "Is it necessary?" he asked. There's nobody with real influence now, Hector replied. But we need to show them that the two families have merged into one. And as for the ISB, they're like jackals, they want a piece of the money. James leaned back, looking at the chandelier. So there's no other way. Then do it. Finish all the trades that were in progress, sell every bit of the drugs they had, sell the houses, all the assets, cars, jewelry, everything. I'll do my best, Hector assured him. What about the circle? Ferrucci asked. They're fucking nobodies. We don't need to worry about the... Hector said, laughing. Fuck this. You're probably laughing, aren't you, Lucian? Anything else? James. Hector eyed him. Yeah. Did you get any information? Zero. I called 20 people and no one has any idea. Me too. It's like it was completely under the radar. Ferrucci added. Even the government doesn't know about it? Well then, do what I said and be careful. I need to bury that fucker. That's going to be a shit show too. Ferrucci said. Why? Well, it's going to be full of gangsters, which means a lot of agents too, lurking around, taking photos every second. Hector explained. Oh, that's right. For a moment, I forgot who he was. Even after your death, you're bringing trouble. But before burying him, you need to see his body. Bella said. They all turned to look at her. Are you into dead bodies? Hector teased, to which she hissed in response before turning to James. You said he knew he was going to die, and there's a chance he had something that could give us clues, like personal belongings or something. Maybe a tattoo on his body with some meaning. Yeah, like that anime with the treasure map on prisoners' backs. Ferrucci added with a smirk. Maybe we need to skin him. Or cut him to pieces, maybe he has a chip in his body. Bella added with a smile. For a good minute, I forget you all psychopaths. And Charlotte needs to see him too. She's his last relative. She needs to confirm with her own eyes and get the paperwork. Bella finished now with her first sentence that made sense. So before all that we talked about, I need to officially adopt her, don't I? Yeah, but one call, and it's done. Hector replied. Wow, you have quite the influential guys in your pocket. Ferrucci laughed. Well, I just prepare for every scenario. Hector laughed, but in a split second, he was looking serious, and so on the other. So, you're really adopting her? His mother's voice came from behind. Yeah, her father died, and she has nobody who can raise her. James said, not hesitating a bit. His mother's eyes softened, and a warm smile spread across her face. Oh, James, that's wonderful news, she said, stepping forward and cupping his face with her hands. I always knew you had a good heart, but this makes me so proud of you. James blinked, a little taken aback by her reaction. You really think so? Of course, she beamed, her excitement growing. Oh, I can't wait to take her shopping, cook her favorite meals. She clasped her hands together, already making plans in her head. Bella chuckled. Looks like someone's more excited than James himself. His mother turned to Bella with a bright expression. Of course I am. A child needs love, and if James is willing to give that to her, then she's already part of this family. Then, her expression shifted slightly as a new thought crossed her mind. But, James, are you really ready for this? Raising a child is a huge responsibility. One day, it's about bedtime stories, and the next, it's school, friends, lessons, everything. James took a deep breath, nodding. She need to know? Well, you need to know something before all that. Yeah, what? Her full name is Augustus Charlotte. As James spoke, his mother's expression shifted from happiness to concern. Huh. She let out a hysterical laugh. The same Augustus that. Yeah, she's Augustus Lucian's daughter. She took a step back before suddenly. I don't care, she shouted, startling everyone. She's just a child. Even if her father was a horrible person, she's still a broken child. A child who needs help and love. And I am here for it. James barely had time to react before his mother pulled him into a tight hug, squeezing him so hard, he almost lost his breath. You silly boy, she huffed, ruffling his hair like she used to when he was younger. You had me worried for a second. James blinked. Wait, so you're not mad? His mother pulled back, placing her hands on her hips with a smile. Mad? James, she's a child. And if she's in your life now, then she's in mine too. Her mind was already racing with ideas. Has she eaten? Oh, I should cook something special for her. What is she like? His mother's energy was unstoppable when she set her heart on something, and right now, it was clear she had already decided Augustus Charlotte was family. James felt a lump form in his throat. He hadn't been sure how his mother would react, but somehow, this felt exactly right. "Come on," she said, dragging him toward the kitchen. "Help me cook. Something special for her. We'll make her feel safe here." Augustus Charlotte had no idea what she was in for. She had just gained the most loving, unstoppable mother in the world. "Well, then we are going to work yet to work," Hector said, looking at James, and they all stood up going out. "Careful, guys, and where are you going, Bella?" She stopped, looking back. "Home. This is your home." Fuck, this was too much to say. She needed no other words. She launched herself at James, now kissing his cheek like a maniac, then turned around. "Go home, you slave, it's my house," she shouted at them. Hector laughed at Bella but turned around. "James, before I go, that ISB agent who stopped you, what does he look like?" "Well, he had a scar on his face, across his eyes." Oh. James blinked at Hector's expression. "Nothing." He turned around quickly. He knew exactly who James was talking about. The same man who had tried to take a bite from their money. Chapter 27. No drone? A month ago, Arbor Docks. "So you want me to shove it up my ass?" An awkward silence. "Yeah." "Hector, I can't do that." "Like what?" "Look at me, Ray." Hector grabbed his shoulder firmly. "One trip is 5,000 for you. No tax, no other bullshit. You want me to shove it up my ass, walk into the Ministry of Justice building, pull it out, and sell it?" Hector's eyes fluttered for a moment. "Exactly. No, I'm not doing that." "I'm sorry." Ray threw up his hands. "Why not? I got some oil. It'll go in smoothly, no problems." "Hector, that thing is as big as a lighter." "You shit bigger, Ray. Don't panic. And like I said, it's not going to leak and drug you up. I mean, of course, it could happen, but don't worry, this one's secure. It even has a little string hanging out so you can just pull it right out," he explained while showing it to Ray. "Why can't somebody just sell to them directly? They're influential people, always monitored. They can't just walk up to one of the dealers. And you're a security guard there. How much do you earn? 1,000 a month? This could change your life. 10,000, and I'll do it." Ray's eyes were serious. "Nah, that's too much. Too much to shove that in. They could fucking arrest me and put me in prison for years." "Hector, look at me, Ray. We've known each other since college. Yeah, it's high risk, but you go in, sell it, come back with the money, and you have 5,000. 5 trips in a week is 25,000. You're never gonna earn that much any other way." Ray exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. "Man, this is insane." Hector smirked. "Insane is being broke, Ray. Insane is working a job that barely pays rent while the assholes up top swim in cash. This is just a shortcut." Ray paced a little, his hands on his hips. "And if I get caught?" "You won't. But if I do?" Hector sighed, stepping closer. "Then you keep your mouth shut, do your time, and when you get out, I'll make sure you're set for life. But, listen, no one's getting caught. Not if you do it right." Ray let out a bitter laugh. "Right. Just walk into the Ministry of Justice with a fucking lighter-sized package up my ass, then pull it out like some magic trick. Yeah, totally normal." "Exactly," Hector said with a grin. "You're catching on." Ray stared at the little package in Hector's hand. He could already feel the weight of the decision pressing down on him. "1 trip," Ray muttered. "I'll do 1 trip." Hector clapped him on the back. "That's my guy. Now go home, sleep, and in the morning, you do it. You come back with the money. Then I pay you, okay?" "Yeah," Ray muttered, stuffing his hands in his pockets. He turned to leave, but Hector grabbed his arm. "Hey." Ray glanced back, his expression tired. "Don't overthink it," Hector said, his voice low. "Just get it done." "You're such an evil guy, Hector," one of his men said while Ray walked away. "They are buying it like candy from our dealers. Doing it with your old friend. I always hated that fucker. He always fucking outsmarted me in college. He was number 1. Always. You're evil. He deserves it." The man beside Hector shifted uncomfortably. "And what if he doesn't overdose? You gonna pay him 5 racks every time?" Hector let out a low chuckle. "If he doesn't overdose the 3rd time, I'll just kill him." "You sure about this? I mean, he's just some desperate security guard. That's the point. He was top 1 in college with. Business major, and now he's a fucking guard. What a loser. Still, cold as hell, boss." Hector exhaled a cloud of smoke, smirking. "But the most importantly, why the fuck are you still talking to me? Load the fucking bodies." He took a slow drag from his cigarette, watching as his men worked. stuffing drug into the dead soldier's stomach. Bit by bit, liver, kidney, intestines disappeared into thick black sacks. Then after they finished putting the drugs in the bodies, they put them into coffins and to the ships. Hector. A voice came from behind, one that didn't belong there. As Hector turned, he pulled out his gun in an instant. Who the fuck are you? Boss. One of his men raised his weapon, aiming at the tall figure. Do your work. We don't have time for this. Go. Hector didn't take his eyes off the man. The stranger casually sat down on a nearby crate. I have a business proposal. Hector scoffed. You think you're in a fucking movie? He glanced around mockingly. Or am I getting pranked? The man didn't react. No. I am an ISB agent, and I'm here too. The fuck is ISB? Irritating sack of balls. Hector burst out laughing. His men chuckled, but the stranger remained stone-faced. I am an agent of the International Security Bureau. The man continued, unfazed. You are manufacturing drugs in Arbora, smuggling them to hangar, and hiding them inside dead soldiers' bodies. Hector's smirk faded slightly. And what do you want, Mr. Sackov? Balls. 50% of the money. In exchange, we ensure smooth transport and keep the police and other agencies away. And this isn't a negotiation. I have this. He lifted his shirt slightly, revealing a microphone, and held up a small device in his hand. If I press this, a drone will strike this place, killing me, you, your men, and destroying the drugs. So, before he could finish, a gunshot cracked through the air, the bullet grazing past his head. And Hector quickly stepped in, smashing the barrel of his gun against the agent's eyebrow, splitting the skin. The agent grunted, staggering back, but before he could recover, Hector drove a hard kick into his stomach, sending him to the ground. You think? Hector kicked him again. You can fucking order me. He spat on the agent, landing another kick for good measure. Why are you quiet? Talk. The agent coughed, blood pooling in his mouth. His fingers trembled over the button, his breathing sharp and uneven. Hector crouched lower, his face inches away. Go on, press it. Let's see if you got the balls to die with us. The agent's eyes darted around, his mind racing. Hector chuckled. Yeah, that's what I thought. He yanked the man's wrist, twisting it until the agent groaned in pain, forcing the detonator from his grip. Then he grabbed him by his collar and dragged him toward a nearby table. He slammed the agent's hand down and motioned to one of his men. Bring me a knife. A blade was quickly passed to him. Hector pressed the tip against the agent's fingers, grinning. You've got 10 seconds to start talking. Otherwise, I'll start cutting. The agent clenched his jaw, sweat dripping down his forehead. Hector tapped the blade lightly against his pinky. 10. Silence. 9. Still nothing. 8. The agent's breathing grew more erratic. Hector sighed. Fuck it. He pressed down, slicing into the skin. You have no idea who you're messing with. Hector raised an eyebrow. Is that so? He grabbed the agent's hand again. Let's see if your bosses care enough to save you. He brought the blade down. Bang. A single shot rang out from outside. Hector froze. His men tensed, weapons raised. The agent smirked through bloody teeth. They're already here. Oh no. No, I'm so scared, help me. Somebody help me. Hector shouted, then started laughing. You psychopath. He grabbed him again by the collar and dragged him outside where at least 10 cars were lined up with their doors open. Fully armed operatives stood around, their bulletproof vests stamped with ISB in bold letters. Hector didn't really care about that. He tilted his head up, scanning the sky. Where's the drone? His gaze flicked back to the agent. You lied to me? He pressed the knife against the man's throat. One of the ISB agents raised his rifle. Drop the weapon. This is sack of balls. Hector smirked. He glanced at the line of agents, calm as ever. They had time to shoot me, but they didn't. The money's worth more to them than this idiot. A new voice cut through the standoff, a woman's. Smooth, confident. We don't want to harm you, Hector, no? The angel of death. What? She said what? Did she call me? Just let us talk. We don't need to be. Laughter. Not just a chuckle, Hector's real laugh. Deep, raw, almost joyful. His whole body shook with it, his head tilting back. A few tears even welled up in his eyes as he tossed his knife aside, nearly doubling over. The ISB agents hesitated, exchanging confused glances. Even the agent who had been crawling away froze, looking back at Hector like he'd lost his damn mind. Weapons lowered. The woman, still standing firm, narrowed her eyes. What's so funny? That motherfucker walked in like he was bulletproof. He laughed again, shaking his head. Then you all show up like it's some damn movie set. And the best part? His laughter died just as fast as it had come. His gaze locked onto hers. His smile disappeared. You called me something that only my boss deserves. Silence settled like a heavy weight in the air. For the first time, the woman's confidence wavered. This is going to be the best damn story to tell my friends. Hector laughed again, loud and easy, like the whole thing was a joke. But then he moved. Quick. Before the woman could react, he was right in front of her. His fingers barely brushed her chin, forcing her to look up at him. Too close. Too fast. Too dangerous. You mean to tell me? He grinned. You all came here, walked right into my business, and didn't even know who the fuck I am? Silence. The ISB agents didn't move. Neither did his men. No one even breathed. Hector tilted his head, mock curiosity in his voice. Or more importantly, who my boss is. The woman tried to keep her face steady, but he saw it. The flicker of doubt, the second-guessing. They didn't know. His grin widened. Y'all are so damn dumb. He let her go with a sharp tap to her cheek, turning away as he laughed again. The money's blinding you, isn't it? All you see is the cash, the power, so you walk in here like you run shit, thinking you can make demands. Then, just as quickly, the laughter was gone. His gaze snapped back to her. You should have done your fucking homework, but the shipment is already late, and y'all just fucking wasted my time. And you don't even have a drone? Pathetic. He spat. So get the fuck out of here. And you? Hector pointed at the agent on the ground, still clutching his bleeding eyebrow. You dumb fuck, go dig into some top-secret files about James Bellini. Maybe then you'll realize just how bad you screwed up. The woman hesitated for a fraction of a second, but Hector saw it. That flicker of fear. Hector caught it immediately. His smirk deepened. Oh, you've heard the name, haven't you? She didn't respond. But her silence was an answer in itself. The other agents noticed too. One of them, standing behind her, whispered, Who the hell is James Bellini? She didn't turn, didn't speak, because she had heard the name before. In hushed whispers. In classified reports that barely had any details. In conversations that ended with people disappearing. James Bellini wasn't just a name. He was a myth. A ghost. A nightmare whispered in places where power existed. And now, she was standing in his shadow. You're shaking. Let me guess, you don't remember where you heard it. Huh? Or maybe you do, but you're hoping you're wrong. Praying it's some other James Bellini. She finally spoke. Her voice was low, careful. That name shouldn't exist. Hector let out a cold laugh. Oh, sweetheart. He stepped so closer, he was in his face. Not only does he exist, you just made him notice you. A loud ship horn shattered the tense atmosphere. Well, thank you all for this incredible performance, he said, turning back to them and laughing. I'll be back tomorrow, so if you have any other performances, please come. How could this even happen in real life? He was still doubting whether it was a movie set, a prank, or something else. But most importantly, one thing. He wanted a drone. Chapter 28. I hate my brother. Mom's joyful screams echoes through the house. She is ecstatic. And then there is that woman Bella. She has stunning long black hair, piercing gray eyes, and pale skin. And those maniacs. That Ferrucci guy brown eyes, the same height. As James, a 27-year-old monster. Then there is Hector. Online, they called him the drug trade lord. 32 years old, towering at 190 centimeters, built like a basketball player. Green eyes. But his appearance had changed. His buzz cut and sharp jawline made him look more like a model than a criminal. And then there was the last one, Hans. Out of all of them, he still seems the most normal to me. Brown hair, green eyes, nothing particularly striking about him. He is in his early 30s, around James's height, maybe a couple of centimeters taller. There is barely any information about him, except for one thing. He is some kind of bodyguard. And finally, James, my brother, the one who seems the most ordinary. Nothing special. Short hair, brown eyes, 184 centimeters tall, maybe around 80 kilos. Not a single search result with his name. No trace of him on social media. He went to college, but we couldn't afford it, so he dropped out. He was just a guy with no friends, didn't talk much, kind of like me. He got a job at a coffee shop, quietly going through life. And then everything changed. Drastically. The moment that old gangster died. And that's the moment I started to hate him. He was supposed to be my brother. A brother who cared about me. Someone who talked to me every day, even just a little. Someone who played with me, helped me with homework. But none of that happened after he changed. He used to be lazy, just like me. The kind of person no one noticed, no friends, nothing. But then, that lazy brother turned into someone I was afraid to even look at. Afraid to ask him questions. Because what if he killed me too? I might just be his little brother, but I know who he is. A drug lord. A gangster who rules over our capital. A man who silences anyone who speaks against him. A murderer of government officials. A man whose people do whatever he commands no matter how horrific. And I know how these things work. I've seen movies about gangsters. Read history books. Even visited museums. I know they can even kill their own. That's why I never asked where all the money came from. I never asked about the armed guards, the bulletproof cars. But then the bullying started a half a year ago. I was the fat kid with glasses, a terrible haircut, and acne. But I never really cared about those things until my classmates started calling me names. Then they stole my money. Slowly, it turned into daily beatings. I hid the marks. Because I was scared. Scared that if he saw them, he asked me, and I told him he would kill them. Those guys would be dead within the day. I tolerated everything. The bullying, the humiliation. They beat me, spat on me, and I endured it all. I hated them with every fiber of my being. Those guys were terrible kids. But they were just kids. Maybe they would change. Maybe they never would. But I didn't want anyone to die. But James didn't care about those things. One day they stopped. The bullying, the beatings, the humiliation, it all just ended. Not because the world suddenly became kind, but because they were terrified. I didn't know what happened at first. The ones who used to bully me wouldn't even look at me anymore. They avoided me like I was cursed. Some transferred to different schools. Others suddenly became quiet, acting as if I never existed. And then I heard the rumors. One of them was found in the alley behind our school with a broken finger. The others? Some of their fathers lost their jobs or got beaten. It didn't take much to put it together. James did that. I should have been relieved. Happy even. But all I felt was fear. Because my brother, the brother who was once too lazy to even care about the world, had changed into something else. Something terrifying. He never said a word to me about it. He never asked if I was okay. Never even acknowledged what he did. He just came home like always, sat at the dinner table, ate his meal in silence, and went to his room. Like nothing ever happened. And I realized then, I wasn't just scared of him. I hated him. Because he didn't do it for me. He didn't do it because he cared. He did it because that's who he had become. A monster who solved problems with fear and violence. I wasn't someone to be feared. I was nobody. I just wanted friends, people to go to karaoke with, to go bowling with, to just exist beside them like a normal kid. And so, I transferred to another high school. But things only got worse. The bullying started on my first day. I was 16, and I tried my hardest to hide it. I smiled, told funny stories, acted like everything was fine. I even told James how great the school was. But every day, they beat me, humiliated me. The same thing all over again. And then not long ago, they decided it wasn't enough. They told me to jump into the river. And I did. They didn't have to throw me in. I jumped in on my own. Then darkness. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. My body felt numb, my throat burned, and I couldn't speak. But I could hear James. He was crying, and then he said it. The words that made my blood run cold. I'll deal with this. I wanted to scream at him. Don't do it. Don't kill them. But my body wouldn't move. My voice wouldn't come. A few days later, I saw the video. They jumped into the river just like I did, and one of them died because of my brother. Relief? No. Satisfaction? No. All I felt was a sinking, crushing weight in my chest. One of them was dead. Gone. Because of my brother. I stared at the screen, watching the video over and over. Their laughter had turned into screams. Their playful shoves became desperate thrashing. I could hear them crying for help, just like I had. And then silence. I turned off my phone. My hands were shaking. This wasn't justice. It wasn't even revenge. James didn't do this because he cared about me. He did it because someone hurt something that belonged to him. And James Bellini didn't let things go. I should have hated those guys. They bullied me. They beat me. They made my life hell. But I didn't want them dead. And yet, one of them was. Because of me. I wanted to confront him. Scream at him. Tell him that this wasn't right. But out of fear, I could even look at his eyes. And now, I sit in a mansion worth millions more money than I could ever imagine having to our names. I don't go to school anymore. Instead, the best teachers come to me. Tutors paid obscene amounts of money to make sure I get the best education possible. But none of it matters. Because I can't leave. I can't make friends. I can't live a normal life. I wake up in a golden cage every day, trapped by the choices of a brother I don't even recognize anymore. James thinks he's protecting me, but he isn't. He's making sure nobody can use me against him. Because that's what I am, his weakness. The one thing his enemies would love to break. And Mom, she's no different. We are both prisoners in this life he built. James doesn't see it that way, though. He thinks he's keeping us safe. That's the difference between him and me. He sees this house as a shield. I see it as a prison. Or maybe this is all my imagination. Maybe James isn't a monster. Maybe he really is just my brother, the same one who used to sit next to me in silence, who never had friends. Maybe I've convinced myself he's worse than he really is. But then I hear the sound of a car pulling up. Outside, black-tinted windows. Armed men stepping out. I don't recognize their faces, but I know what they are. They aren't family. They aren't friends. They're soldiers, James soldiers. And suddenly, I can't breathe. Because imagination doesn't explain this. Imagination doesn't make people disappear. Imagination doesn't put fear in a teacher's eyes when they say my last name. This is real, and I am trapped in it. I hate my brother. A man who built an empire with blood and silence. A man feared by criminals and law enforcement alike. A man whose name never appears in the news, but whose presence lingers in every dark corner of this city. And me? I'm weak, soft, useless. I don't belong in his world. Because no matter how much power he gains, no matter how feared he becomes, I still see him for what he really is. A boy who was never supposed to be a king. A liar wearing a crown made of fear. A monster pretending to be untouchable. I hate him. Is it too much? He put down the pen, leaning back staring at the ceiling. Then a sudden knock echoed through the room. Raphael, come down. We're cooking something special. He quickly threw the book into a desk drawer. Oh, you're writing something? James raised an eyebrow. A diary? No, just things. You know, an aspiring writer. A story. Cool. James leaned against the doorframe. What's it about? Raphael hesitated for a moment before forcing a small smile. About a man who doesn't realize how much he's lost. Oh, that's good. Let me read it when you finish it. I will. Give me a minute and I will be down. He smiled and James nodded, closing the door. No matter how much I hate him, no matter how much I tell myself I won't become like him, he is still my brother. The day went on as they cooked together, making some kind of meat dish and soup. For a brief moment, it felt like they were just two brothers, nothing more, nothing less. No crime, no fear, no walls between them. Just a family sharing a meal, talking, laughing, even if only for a little while. When Charlotte finally woke up, Raphael was informed that she was now part of the family. The words shook him more than he expected. He listened as they explained exactly why she was staying, their voices calm, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. He wasn't sure how to feel about it. But as he watched them, as he saw the way James spoke, the way Charlotte fit into this strange new reality, a thought slipped into his mind. A small, quiet whisper to himself. Maybe, just maybe, I was wrong. Chapter 29, Prison. The next morning, James' mother looked confused as she saw him up at 7. So why are you up this early? She asked, pouring herself a cup of coffee. We're going with Charlotte to see her dad. I told you yesterday. For a moment, his mother froze. Her grip on the mug tightened slightly. That's going to be hard for her, don't you think? Maybe, James said with a shrug. They didn't know each other that much. She'll just check. I'll sign the paperwork, and that's it. His mother sighed, shaking her head. James, he's still her father. Seeing him dead on a table isn't easy, no matter how distant they were. Mom, this is reality. James said, his tone even. She's his only living family. She needs to see him. She studied his face for a moment before sighing again. Okay, I won't argue. Should I iron a black suit for you? Yeah, and something black for her too. She nodded and went upstairs, leaving James alone in the kitchen. Still feeling groggy, he turned on the news, something he rarely ever watched. But it snapped him awake for sure. The mayor election will take place in 1 week, and the strongest and most supported candidate is Mr. Takoy Mario, a former NSBI agent. In his latest speech, He declared his mission to purge every criminal from the city. The screen cut to Takoi standing at a podium. Today, Hangern has fallen into chaos, a playground for drug trade, murder, bribery, and gang wars. But if the people put their faith in me, I will serve with all my might. I will reform our law enforcement. I will ensure that every mobster, gangster are not only imprisoned but wiped out. They will never see the light of day again. I promise to personally speak with Prime Minister Salvatore and Justice Minister Jessica Timber to secure the necessary authority. I will push for full military intervention, and we will destroy the last remnants of this chaos. But then the candidate's next words caught his attention. One of the worst criminals of our history, Augustus Lucian, is dead. And while people say we should not disrespect the dead, he deserved it. He deserved every stab, every agonizing minute as he bled out. I promise you, this is exactly how we will deal with the rest of them. James' eyes widened for a moment. Fuck me. If they elect that man, a disaster is going to play out here. Disaster? Bella's voice came from behind him, soft yet curious. Who is the current mayor? James asked. That would be Perez, the one who loves street girls and white magic. Oh, then that explains why they're supporting this new guy like hell. Well, we were the ones who sold him the drugs. No, they sold, not me, not me. James's thoughts trailed off when Bella suddenly hugged him from behind. James, why ya? He responded, slightly caught off guard. Why are we sleeping separately when we're supposed to love each other? Before James could say anything else, his mother came back, holding up a black suit and a dress for Charlotte. I'm done with your suit, and this is what I chose for the sleeping princess. She held up an elegant black dress for Charlotte. I thought this would be best. She handed the outfit over. She should look presentable when seeing her father one last time. James took the suit from his mother's hands, glancing at the dress she had chosen for Charlotte. It was simple yet respectful. Bella reached out and traced her fingers over the fabric. It's a good choice. James gave a small nod, and he folded his suit over his arm and turned toward the stairs. I'll wake her up. When he entered Charlotte's room, she was still curled up in bed. He sat on the edge of the bed and placed a hand on her shoulder. Charlotte, wake up. She stirred, her blue eyes blinking open sleepily. What? We have to go. I don't want to see him. Charlotte, he began, but she cut him off. He wasn't in my life. He never came for me. He never played with me. He didn't hug me. Her voice cracked, and she bit her lip hard. I don't want to go. Charlotte, it's not just about him. It's about you, too. Closure matters. What closure? That the man who ignored me my whole life is finally gone. That I should feel something? Because I don't. I feel nothing. She shouted and pulled the blanket on her head. It doesn't matter how you feel about him. He's dead, and you're his only living family. Whether you liked him or not, whether he was a father to you or not, you should at least go. Just once. I don't want to. She said it with a faint voice. James pulled the blanket away and petted her head. I won't force you, but you need to understand something, Charlotte. In this world, the dead don't care if you say goodbye or not. But the living you might regret it later, even if you don't think you will now. Charlotte sniffled. Why? Should I say goodbye to someone who was never there? Because, whether you loved him or not, he was still your father. And sometimes, we don't say goodbye to them. We say it for ourselves. The silence stretched, heavy as James was petting her head. Will you be there? She whispered, barely audible. The whole time. You won't be alone. Okay, I won't cry. James gave a small, tired smile. No one's asking you to, so come. He grabbed her and lifted her up. A few minutes later she was done. The long-sleeve dress was simple, but elegant, reaching just past her knees. A small black ribbon was tied neatly around her waist. She looked small, too small for what she was about to face. James pushed down the unfamiliar feeling in his chest. You ready? She nodded. All right, let's go. And with that, they left. Charlotte held James' hand the whole way to the prison. Her grip was tight, small fingers wrapped around his like a lifeline. She didn't speak, didn't ask questions, just held on. And a while after the prison loomed ahead of them, a monstrous concrete fortress surrounded by rusting barbed wire and guard towers. Armed men patrolled their dogs barking as their car approached the gates. This is part of the message, isn't it? They kept his body in the prison, like a warning. Like they're saying, look, you'll be here too soon. Charlotte squeezed his hand tighter, her breath shaky as they stepped outside. A guard approached. James Bellini. His voice was firm, professional, but there was hesitation in his eyes. Yeah, James said, his voice flat. Follow me. They walked through the cold, sterile halls. Finally, they reached a room. A morgue. The guard pushed open the door, and the lights buzzed overhead. He's inside, the guard said before stepping aside. Charlotte squeezed James' hand even tighter, her tiny fingers trembling. She didn't say anything, but he could feel it. The fear, the hesitation, the overwhelming weight of it all pressing down on her little body. James held back a sigh and gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. Then, together, they stepped inside. The air was cold, sterile, filled with the stench of bleach and something deeper, something final. She didn't want to be here. One of the men inside moved to the table, his gloved fingers pulling the sheet back. Augustus Lucian, her father. His skin was pale, deep lines creased his forehead, as if he had died in pain. His lips slightly parted, frozen mid-breath. Charlotte's breath hitched. Her small body tensed. James could feel her trembling beside him. Then the question came that James never thought would, especially a scenario like this. Did he ever care about me? James opened his mouth, but no answer came. What was he supposed to say? That Augustus Lucian, a man who spent his life drowning in blood and crime, had loved his daughter? That somewhere beneath the violence, the corruption, the cold, unrelenting ambition, he had felt something real? Charlotte let out a breath, a shaky, uneven thing. Her eyes never left the body. I don't think he did. James' chest tightened. Charlotte was only 7, yet she understood something it took most people years to accept. She took a step closer, her small frame dwarfed by the cold metal table. For a long moment, she just stood there, staring at the man who had given her life, but never his love. Goodbye, Dad. She turned away and walked toward the door, her movements stiff, mechanical. A child trying to be strong. He glanced once more at Lucian's corpse. A father who never was. A daughter who deserved better. As James stepped out the room, a man in a dull gray uniform stepped forward, holding a clipboard. His face was blank. It was just another dead body to him. Sign here, he said, extending the papers toward James. James took the clipboard without a word, scanning the documents quickly and scribbled his signature and handed it back. Look, Charlotte, I need to do a little thing. Go ahead with Terver, okay? He glanced at the bodyguard that came with them. As they exited the morgue, James stepped inside again. Does Lucian have any tattoos on his body? No, nothing. Just the stab wounds. How many? 14. A maximum security prison, and he gets stabbed 14 times. This was a setup. He said nothing and left to form the morgue where Charlotte was waiting at the car. Get in. We're leaving, he said, opening the door. But she didn't move. She just stood there, staring up at the towering prison walls. I'm going to lose you too, aren't I? She asked softly. James' grip on the car door tightened. He looked at her, really looked at her. A 7-year-old kid who had already lost too much, standing there with eyes far too old for her age. He squatted down to her. As long as you love me, I'll always be here. Even if I'm not right next to you, I'll still be with you. Right here. He tapped his heart. Charlotte sniffled, staring at him for a long time before finally nodding. Okay. Chapter 30. Filthy Rich. James didn't say anything as the car continued down the road. Charlotte sat beside him, her small hands resting on her lap, eyes fixed on the moving city outside the window. What happens next? She asked, her voice quiet. The funeral, James said. But before that, we need to claim what's yours. She finally turned to look at him. What does that mean? We're going to the central bank. He explained. Your father had a safe there. I've known about it for a while. If we show the right documents, they should give us access to it. And the funeral? She asked. They first need to. James trailed off. Charlotte tilted her head slightly. Need to what? He exhaled. There's a law, he said finally, keeping his voice steady. People like your father can't be buried, only cremated. Charlotte didn't say anything, her expression unreadable. And his grave? She asked after a moment. Only an empty coffin, ceremonial thing. James admitted. The headstone will have nothing on it. She was silent for a long time. Then, in a voice too calm for a child, she said, That's okay. James glanced at her, but she had already turned back to the window. The rest of the drive was silent. James kept glancing at Charlotte, But she didn't move, didn't fidget, didn't ask any more questions. When they arrived, she held on to James' coat as they entered the massive building. Inside, the air smelled of paper and polished wood. Everything was too big for her, the counters, the chairs, even the chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. She didn't look nervous, though, just quiet. Before they could even say anything, a man stepped in front of them. "Nice to meet you. I assume you are James Bellini and Augustus Charlotte?" The man said. James nodded. "Yeah, that's us. Please, follow me." They did as instructed, walking behind him through a series of hallways until they reached an area with nothing but guards and a massive vault. "This is our main safety deposit vault," the man explained, gesturing toward the enormous structure. "But this isn't what you're looking for." He turned to the right, where a reinforced safe stood alone. "This is the vault belonging to Lucian." James's mouth parted slightly in shock. The sheer size of the safe was unlike anything he had expected. The man continued. "Lucian informed me some time ago that James Bellini would come with a girl. He gave clear instructions." Stepping forward, he began inputting a long passcode into the security panel. After a moment, there was a loud clank, followed by the slow, heavy groaning of the massive door unlocking. "I'll handle the paperwork in the meantime," the man added. "The contents will be registered under your name, sir." He gave a short nod before stepping away, closing a barred door behind him to give them privacy. "So, should we step in?" James asked. "Yeah," Charlotte said without hesitation. With that, they entered. "Oh my God, Lucian," James muttered, letting go of Charlotte's hand in shock. Before them, in the center of the vault, was a massive pile of gold bars. To the right, stacks of bundled cash. But what truly caught James's attention was on the left, a giant portrait of Lucian himself, seated on a grand throne, dressed like a king. "Are you shocked?" Charlotte asked, tilting her head. James exhaled. "Yeah, I knew he was a narcissist, but not this much." "Narciss what?" "Nothing." James sighed, rubbing his head. "Just go look around." Charlotte didn't hesitate, stepping forward into the vault, her small figure barely a shadow among the overwhelming wealth surrounding them. James stepped toward the pile of gold bars and squatted down, counting. There were 30 1-kilo bars in one column. He stood up, did a quick count, and counted 50 columns in total. He pulled out his phone to check the gold. "Price, 94,000 a kilo." "What?" Charlotte asked, looking up at him. "Nothing." He smiled and put his phone away before stepping over to the stacks of cash. The top bundle had a piece of paper on the top. 50 million. James ran a hand through his hair. "Lucian, you bastard. Why the hell are they all in $500 bills? The most obvious sign that this is illegal." I need to clean this fast." Charlotte was already eyeing the pile with curiosity. "Can I take a note?" she asked. "No," James said quickly. "I need to, write some papers to make it official first, but let's check out the safety boxes." "Come on," James said, picking up Charlotte and stepping toward the wall where the safety deposit boxes were located. "Open one," he said. Charlotte reached for the left one, opening in. She pulled out a small box and slowly opened it. "So pretty," she whispered, mesmerized by the diamonds inside. They gleamed under the vault light, each one cut to perfection. James stared, stunned. "I've never seen diamonds this big. Just how much money did you leave this girl?" "Aren't they pretty?" Charlotte asked, looking up at him. "Yes, they are. But open the other one too." Charlotte carefully placed the diamond box back, then turned to unlock the next safety deposit box. "Nothing." "What?" James bent down to check for himself, but she was right. There was really nothing inside. "Well then, open the last one." Charlotte reached for the final box. She pulled out a small pouch, her fingers hesitating before she opened it. Inside was a single folded piece of paper. She unfolded it carefully, her brows furrowing. "There's writing," she whispered, then turned to James and handed it to him. "Read it." James took the paper, his eyes scanning the simple yet heavy words. "Our blood binds us, for life." "What does it mean?" James forced a smirk. "It means Lucian was dramatic as hell." Charlotte giggled, but James couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this message than it seemed. He put down Charlotte and gave her the box with diamonds, closing back the safety boxes. "How much money is this?" Charlotte asked, her voice filled with curiosity, looking at the gold. "So much money that you will never need a job in your life." Charlotte's eyes widened. "That much?" "Yeah." Charlotte kept stared at the gold bars, the stacks of cash, and the diamonds. So what do we do with it? James sighed, kneeling down so they were at eye level. Because this bank is under government control. If they start asking questions about where all this came from, things could get complicated. Charlotte blinked. Oh, so where are we taking it? A private bank, James said, pulling out his phone. Somewhere with no questions asked, no records leaked, and people who know how to keep their mouths shut. Charlotte nodded. So, we just put it in another bank? Not exactly. We'll spread it out, different places, different names, and some of it won't go into banks at all. Charlotte frowned. Then where will it go? Should I really explain it to a kid? Somewhere safe. That's not an answer. James chuckled. It's the only answer you need for now. Charlotte grinned, but didn't argue. Instead, she looked at the piles of gold and money again. How do we even move all this? It's heavy. That's why I've got people. He tapped a few things on his phone and sent a message. They'll handle the transfer. Trucks, security, everything. Before she could ask more, a knock echoed from the barred door. The same bank official from earlier returned, holding a folder. Mr. Bellini, everything has been processed. The assets are now officially under the designated name. James took the folder, flipping through the papers. He nodded in satisfaction before handing it to Charlotte. She blinked, confused. What name? James looked down at her. Yours. Charlotte's eyes widened as she stared at the folder, then at him. Mine. Yeah. This isn't just some stash of money, kid. It's your inheritance now. Charlotte held the folder tighter. So, I'm really rich. James smirked. Filthy rich. She hesitated, looking at the gold again. Then, what do I do now? Nothing really. If you need something, ask and I buy it. I want a horse. James blinked. A horse. Charlotte nodded seriously. A big one. A horse? Where do I put a horse? A fast one. She continued. Why not a Barbie or something else? Okay, I will buy you a horse that can outrun the IRS. She tilted her head. What's the IRS? Something scarier than your dad was. Charlotte gasped. Scarier? Way scarier. Okay, then I want 2 horses, just in case one gets tired running from them. James laughed, and they stepped out of the vault, and Charlotte was marching ahead with all the confidence of a tiny warlord. As they hopped into the car, James realized that Charlotte was serious, dead serious about these horses. Wait, so it wasn't a joke? The horses? James asked. Her expression suddenly changed. In that big house where I lived, Dad bought horses. I liked them, but when he was imprisoned, the horses were sold. So the horses somewhat connected them. Charlotte looked out the window, her small fingers gripping the edge of her seat. They were mine, but they took them away, just like everything else. All right, we'll get you some horses. Charlotte turned to him, her eyes searching his face. Really? James smirked. Yeah, fast ones. Ones that can outrun the IRS and anyone else who tries to take them from you. As they drove off, James found himself wondering, not for the first time, just how far he'd go to keep that smile on her face. Chapter 31, Pure. As James and Charlotte arrived back after the long drive, another surprise awaited him. Just like yesterday, Hector was calmly eating at the table. But now, Hans was there too, casually munching on a piece of toast while James's mother baked something in the background. Now you too, Hans? He glanced up, still chewing. What? James sighed. Nothing. This house is starting to feel like something straight out of a mafia movie. Hans finally finished his toast and leaned back slightly. Congratulations on having a daughter. He gave a rare smile. You'll be a good father. James blinked, caught off guard. Yes, he will be an amazing one. His mother added with a firm nod. Charlotte squeezed his hand, smiling up at him. James exhaled, feeling a strange mix of emotions. He wasn't sure whether to be touched or just suspicious of how weirdly supportive everyone was being. Go change for something lighter, okay? He said to Charlotte, who nodded and went to her room. She's already listening to you, and I can't even get my 2-year-old dog to sit. Hector laughed. James blinked. Did he just compare a kid to a dog? Shaking his head, he pulled out a chair and sat down. Anyway, what's up, Hans? Hans took a sip of water before answering. I wanted to talk to her, but I couldn't. He set his glass down. There's a suspicious amount of cars going in and out, and she doubled the security. Who? Hector asked, confused. Nothing. James waved his hand dismissively. Stay there for a few days and just leave it. Hans nodded. Understood. And then James' eyes landed on Hans's wrist, noticing a yellow bracelet. What's that? He smiled, lifting his hand slightly. My daughter is getting better, so she made this for me. You have a daughter? James' mother asked, surprised. Hans hesitated for a moment before nodding. Oh yeah? She's 6 years old. Why don't you bring her here from time to time? I think Charlotte would be happy to meet her. His expression darkened slightly, though he still held a faint smile. She is very ill, and before he could finish, she quickly stepped forward and hugged him tightly. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Hans was momentarily stunned, but slowly returned the hug. It's all right. Thanks to James, she's getting better every day. She stepped back, her expression softening. Really? Then should I bake something for her too? Does she like strawberry cake? Hans's smile grew warmer. Yes, she loves it. Okay then, I'll make her one. Then make one for Hector's sister too, James said, looking at him. How is she? Hector smiled, briefly touching James's shoulder. Thanks to you. She's getting everything we couldn't afford. James's mother turned to Hector, her expression softening. Your sister? Yeah. He nodded. She has cancer, but now she's in a private hospital with better doctors and opportunities. Without hesitation, she stepped toward Hector and pulled him into a long hug. Then, to everyone's surprise, she muttered, "Fuck the government." The room went silent. James just stared at her. What? She looked at him, unfazed. My inhaler went up from $40 to $120. I can't even imagine how much cancer treatment costs at a private hospital. Well, it's expensive, Hector admitted. But James made sure she got everything she needed. James's mother turned to him. So you paid for them? Yeah. And James was the last victim of his mother's hug as she stepped to him. That's my boy. Thanks, Mom. But he sniffed the air and glanced toward the oven. The thing in the oven is almost black. She gasped, "Oh shit," and rushed to it as the other laughed. The moment she opened the oven, a wave of smoke puffed out, and she coughed, waving a towel in the air. Mom, you might have just invented the first cake that could be used as a weapon. Oh, shut up, she huffed. It's not completely ruined, just a little crispy. James laughed and got up. Let's leave her baking. They all stepped out into the patio. So, did you start selling it? James asked, sitting down on. Hector exhaled. I wanted to talk about that. There's a problem, a big one. But I've got good news too. Give me the good news first. Hector sat down, pulling out his phone and swiping through some pictures. He turned the screen to James. This is the main family house. We found nothing unusual in it. It's worth maybe a light 40 million. He swiped again, showing another image. Then he has this penthouse, 15 million. And that's it. No other properties. James glanced at the photos, nodding as Hector continued. Car-wise, it's mostly armored SUVs. We can use those, so I don't think we should sell them. He leaned back. And then there's the last thing, a helicopter. James raised an eyebrow. A helicopter? Yeah. James leaned back in his chair, his eyes drifting toward the massive garden. Past the tennis court, near the edge of the property, was a helipad. He exhaled. I mean, we could use that too. Then it stays, Hector said, locking his phone. A brief silence settled before Hector glanced up again. Should I tell you the bad news now? James sighed. Yeah, go ahead. The guys found 3 storage units, packed with white magic. James blinked. Okay, and the problem? The problem, Hector said, tapping his fingers on the table, is that it's all mixed. James frowned. He barely understood the process behind white magic, but one thing he knew was that they only sold pure products. Wait, we've been selling the pure stuff, and Lucian was too. So what the hell did they mix it with? That's the point. A lot of dealers started cutting it with garbage so they could profit more. James let out a sharp breath. Fuck. So they did this without Lucian knowing? Exactly. He ran a hand through his hair, already feeling the headache coming. How much is in those storage units? I'm still waiting for the number, Hector said, swiping on his phone again. But the pictures they sent, I'd say around 70 million worth. This is really fucking bad, James muttered, rubbing his head. I have seen enough movies and read enough books to know exactly what would happen next. If Hector sold that mixed product under our name, it would set a dangerous precedent. Other dealers would start cutting their supply too, flooding the streets with garbage. And when the effects weren't the same as pure white magic, people would take more. They'd overdose. They'd die. James clenched his jaw. What do we do? Then, without hesitation, he stood up. Burn it. Silence. Hector blinked. Burn it. Yeah, James said, his voice calm but absolute. Burn every last bit of it. And make sure people know it was us. I want it clear, we don't sell trash. I can save life with this, hopefully. Neither Hector nor Hans said a word as James turned and walked back into the house. They didn't move, didn't even breathe for a second. There was something unsettling about how easily James made that decision. He wasn't just making decisions. He was deciding what was right and wrong. Hector sat still for a moment, his fingers tapping against the table. Then, slowly, he looked at Hans. So this is the first step, huh? His voice carries a mix of amusement and admiration. What do you mean? The first step of his plan to take over the entire country's drug trade. Hans's eyes widened, his expression shifting from confusion to disbelief. You're saying this was all part of James's plan? Hector chuckled. Come on, Hans. Think about it. If we burn it, it sends a message. Not just any message, an act of war. His smirk deepened. They won't take it lightly. Hans ran a hand through his hair, piecing everything together. The funeral, he whispered, realization dawning on him. He turned to Hector. There are going to be gangsters from all 12 states. Hector nodded. Exactly. And I highly doubt Lucian's men were selling directly to customers. No, they were working with others. And if we burn it, we're not just hitting Lucian's men. We're provoking everyone involved. Now you're getting it. Hector's grin widened. They're going to be furious. Because this isn't just a simple hit. This is James declaring war on an entire network. And do we know who was supposed to receive the shipment? Hans asked. Hector shook his head. Not yet. But Bella's working on the guest list for the funeral. Once we see the names, we'll have a better idea. Someone's bound to come looking for answers. He chuckled darkly. They'll probably question James. A brief silence fell between them. They stared at each other. And then, suddenly, they both laughed. Question him, Hans scoffed, shaking his head. Hector wiped a tear from his eye, still chuckling. Yeah, I almost feel bad for them. And then in a second Hector's expression turned into something else while knuckled his hands. But we don't just burn it. He said, his voice low. We burn the people who mixed it and sold it too. Hans said nothing. He just stared at him. Do what you need to do, but don't do too much, Hector. I'll do what's necessary. Hans didn't respond. He just glanced toward the house, then back at Hector. Why didn't you mention the other thing? He asked, his voice quieter now. Hector glanced at him. What thing? The 6 bodies. The ones found stuffed in black bags. In a trash can. Near Lucian's house. They were all once his men. Hector sighed, leaning back in his chair. Yeah, they came at me, saying they were still part of the family. I told them, real nice, that the family is no longer. And guess what? They didn't like that. He let out a dry chuckle. Next thing I know, they're pointing guns at me. It was self-defense. Hans just stared at him, then slowly shook his head. Hector, one of them was shot 32 times. He tilted his head, lips curling into a small, amused smile. Okay, maybe I went a little overboard. A little. Hey, they pulled first. That doesn't explain 32 bullets. My finger slipped. Hans raised a brow. Yeah? And while slipping, you changed the magazine. Silence. We should get to work. Hector stood up, still smiling. Hans watched him go, then muttered to himself, this guy. Inside, James was leaning against the counter, casually watching his mother finish baking. We're leaving, James. Hector said with a smirk, waving a hand. James glanced at them. Oh, Hans, wait a bit. And rushed after him, holding out a key. Here, I'm giving. You back the car key. Hans glanced at it, but shook his head. I don't need it. They'd notice me immediately if I used that car. I'm using my own. James chuckled. A real spy, huh? Hans smirked. Something like that. With that, he turned and walked out, leaving James watching after him with a small smile. Then Charlotte suddenly sniffed the air. Something burnt. James burst out laughing while his mother turned to her. It's my new technique to make a really good strawberry cake. His mother declared proudly. James smirked, shaking his head, but then his eyes landed on her outfit. Charlotte, when I said to change into something lighter, I didn't mean pajamas. She looked down at her soft bunny print pajamas, then back up at him. But it's light and comfy. James sighed. You know we still have things to do, right? She blinked. Really? Really? Charlotte stared at him for a second, then nodded. Okay, then I'll change. James gestured toward the stairs. Go on then. Okay. Then she turned and ran off like a bunny. His mother stared at them, smiling, and when Charlotte disappeared, he locked eyes with James. Don't forget that he is your daughter now. What do you mean? She's 7 years old, James. That means school, doctor checkups, and everything else a single father should handle. Even if you're just her adopted father, all of that is on your shoulders now. Oh, yeah. Before he could respond, Charlotte came back, now wearing a white strappy dress. What? She asked as James just stared at her. I just realized you're my daughter. Charlotte beamed, her eyes shining with excitement. Yeah, I am, Daddy. But where are we going? She tilted her head curiously. To buy a casket. James. Her mother's voice snapped like a whip, sharp and filled with disbelief. But before she could say anything more, Charlotte simply smiled. It's okay. Then, without hesitation, she grabbed James's hand and tugged him toward the door. Let's go. James let her lead the way, while her mother stood frozen, watching them disappear outside. Her heart caught somewhere between worry and something she couldn't quite name. Chapter 32, Monster. Charlotte swung her legs slightly, watching the passing streets before turning to James with a puzzled expression. Why does he need a casket if he can't be buried? She asked, her voice filled with childlike curiosity. I already explained once, it's a ceremonial thing. You know how, if a soldier doesn't come back from war, they still bury a casket for him. Charlotte thought for a moment before nodding. Like a symbol? Exactly. It's the same for Lucian. But he wasn't a soldier. She pointed out. No, he wasn't. James admitted. But it's the same thing. Charlotte fell silent, processing his words as the car continued down the road. Can I ask a question? Yeah. Are you the same as him? James froze for a moment. The question hit him harder than he expected. The same as him? Lucian was ruthless, manipulative, and willing to destroy anyone who stood in his way. He had always told himself there was a difference. Lucian took what he wanted without thinking twice, without caring about the consequences. But then again, did that really make him any better? For all his justifications, all his carefully laid plans, wasn't he still standing in the same blood-soaked world as Lucian? He exhaled slowly, shaking off the thoughts before they could drag him any deeper. Finally, he answered, No, I'm not the same. But you're still a bad person, aren't you? Charlotte's voice was soft, yet unwavering. She sat there, staring at James with those sharp, unblinking eyes that always seemed to see more than they should. James didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked out the window, letting her words settle in the quiet space between them. Finally, he asked, What do you think? Am I a bad person? Charlotte tilted her head slightly, considering his question. No, she admitted. But sometimes, your eyes scare me. Why? He asked, confused. Charlotte hesitated, then spoke with the kind of honesty only a child could have. Because they don't look like they belong to a person, they look like they belong to something else. He wasn't sure if he wanted to ask what she meant. Because deep down, he already knew. Like a brave lion? James smiled, hoping to turn her words into something lighter, something easier to accept. Charlotte, however, didn't smile back. No, she said softly, like a monster from books. The smile on James's face faded. For a moment, silence filled the car, heavy and unspoken. The hum of the engine was the only sound between them. A monster. Coming from her, it was different. It wasn't an insult. It wasn't fear. It was just the truth as she saw it. And what does a monster look like to you? Charlotte didn't hesitate. Like someone who doesn't feel anything when they hurt people. But I didn't hurt anybody, he said, his voice steady but quiet. Charlotte didn't look convinced. She kept staring at him, her small hands resting on her lap. Yeah, but my father's eyes were like that too. She whispered. But yours are darker. James felt something tighten in his chest. He forced a small chuckle, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. And what does that mean? It means you scare people without trying. Do I scare you? He asked after a moment. Charlotte hesitated, then shook her head. No, but sometimes I feel like I should be. James didn't respond. Because for the first time in a long time, he wasn't sure if he wanted to hear the answer himself. Okay, you've asked a lot of questions, he said, leaning back slightly. Now it's my turn. He glanced at her. First of all, you're 7, so you need school. Tell me everything I need to know about you. Charlotte blinked up at him, then tilted her head. Isn't this a little late? James frowned. What? You never asked before. He paused for a moment, then sighed. Yeah, because I didn't know you were going to become my daughter. So, does that mean you want to know now? Yeah, so start talking. I always had private tutors. Charlotte said matter-of-factly. I never went to kindergarten, so I don't want to go to school. James raised an eyebrow. Never. She shook her head. Nope. And I was born in 2018. July 23rd. James blinked. Oh, your birthday is in 2 weeks. Yeah. Charlotte grinned. I want a big cake. James chuckled, but shook his head. Before that, I think you need to go to school. You need to have friends and… I don't need friends. She beamed up at him. I only need you, your mom, and Bella. Bella? He didn't know whether to feel honored or worried. That's not how it works, kid. Charlotte just smiled wider, completely unconvinced. Your brother also studies at home. Why can't I? James sighed. Because my brother was hurt by people. Hurt? Yeah. James said, his tone quieter. By people like you? No. James shook his head. By his classmates. And he's the type that doesn't fight back. Charlotte sat in silence for a moment, processing his words. Then, as if it was the most obvious solution, she said, give him a gun. The car fell into dead silence. Even the driver glanced at the rearview mirror, his eyes wide with shock. What did you just say? Asked James with a smile on his face. He was shocked, but at the same time it was funny coming from a little girl. Give him a gun, Charlotte repeated, making a small finger gun gesture with her hand. The sheer confidence in the way she said it, the casual way she mimicked a gun with her small fingers, it was unsettling. Not because she didn't understand the weight of her words, but because she did. She's really Lucian's daughter after all. Yeah, no? We're not giving him a gun. Charlotte huffed. Then how's he supposed to protect himself? You don't solve everything with a weapon, James said, though even as the words left his mouth, he wondered if he was being a hypocrite. Charlotte tilted her head, watching him closely. Then how do you solve things? James glanced at her, then out the window. The truth was, for the past few years, his entire life had been built on violence, on the power of control, even though he didn't want it at all. Sometimes, you don't fight at all, he finally said. Then how? She asked. My father was feared, and you are too. How do you do it without weapons? James exhaled, shaking his head. Do I really tell her? He glanced at her. She was watching him closely, waiting to an answer that would make sense of the world she had been born into. For a moment, James hesitated. He could lie, tell her something soft, something that wouldn't plant deeper roots in the darkness she was already leaning toward. But Charlotte wasn't a normal child. He sighed and leaned back against the seat. Fear isn't just about weapons, it's about control. Knowing what people want, what they're afraid of, what they're willing to do. A gun can make someone scared for a moment, but real fear? That stays even when the weapon is gone. Charlotte narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking. So, you make them scared without touching them? Exactly. Charlotte seemed to consider that for a moment, then grinned. I want to learn that. James chuckled, shaking his head again. When somebody has a secret that could ruin them, you need to grab hold of it. James said, his voice calm but firm. You understand? Charlotte tilted her head. But how do I do that? You start with the people around them, those who work for them or friends with them, those they trust. Everyone has something to hide. And if I know one person's secret, they'll do anything to keep it from getting out. And then, James continued, we move up. Little by little, we reach the top. The higher up you go, the bigger the secrets, and the more desperate they are to keep them hidden. Before they even realize it, you've got them wrapped around your finger. He leaned back slightly. That's how you control people without ever having to hurt them. Charlotte's eyes sparkled with understanding. So, you don't need a weapon. No. Secrets are the best weapon. Charlotte looked up at James, her eyes sharp with curiosity. Then, what is your secret? James froze for a fraction of a second, but quickly masked it with a smirk. You trying to control me, kid? He asked, his tone light, but his gaze unreadable. Maybe. Nice try. But knowing a secret and using it are two different things. You're still a little too small to play this game. That's not fair. No, it's not. But that's how the world works. Charlotte crossed her arms, staring at him. One day, I'll find out. Maybe. A silence settled between them after that, stretching through the rest of the drive. Neither spoke, lost in their own thoughts. Soon, the car rolled to a stop in front of a funeral supply store. Through the glass windows, rows of caskets and somber decorations were neatly displayed, a stark reminder of the reason they were here. Charlotte walked through the store with quiet determination, her small hands trailing over the polished caskets as she observed each one carefully. She finally stopped in front of a full white casket, her fingers resting against its smooth surface. "This one," she said firmly. James watched her for a moment before nodding. "All right." Next, they moved to the section for headstones. Charlotte's eyes scanned the options until she pointed to a granite one, solid, heavy, and enduring. "This too," she said. "We need to know the name, the date of birth, and leave it blank," James said to the woman. She immediately understood what he meant and, with a smile, stepped back. 2 days later, the funeral was set. The preparations were done, and soon, people would gather to pay their respects. But Lucian's burial wasn't just about saying goodbye. It was a statement, a message to those watching. And James knew that message would not go unnoticed. Chapter 33, The Meeting of the Century. Day before Augustus Lucian funeral. The scene was like straight out of a movie, a big, straight table with people sitting in those black, low-quality leather chairs, looking at each other with serious eyes, like they were enemies. And this meeting was unlike any other, because seated at the table were some of the most powerful figures in the nation. The director of the International Security Bureau, Stephen Larkey. The director of the National Security Bureau of Investigation, Odin Ress. And the director of the Intelligence Force, Thomas Servich. Their presence alone was enough to make the air feel heavier, each of them representing an agency that would rather see the others burn than work together. "I don't understand why we have a meeting at 7 in the morning," Odin said with a shrug. "And more importantly, why the hell is the if here? Two dumbass agencies, one corrupt as hell, the other selling drugs to its own citizens. What a great way to start the morning." Thomas snapped back, casually sipping his coffee. "Dumbass? You're supposed to run the most intelligent force in the country, and yet I can smell the whiskey in that coffee. You drunk motherfucker." Odin answered, his eyes locked on him. "My vacation started yesterday, and because of you two who always fuck everything up, we're here. So I'll do whatever the hell I want." He chuckled, unfazed, but Stephen spoke. "Your agency was the one that thought putting cameras on pigeons was a good idea. How dumb can you be? Do you not know what drones are?" He scoffed, shaking his head. "Oh wait, let me guess. It was a budget fraud scheme, wasn't it? You two corrupt fuckers will do anything to line your pockets." Thomas leaned forward, scoffing. "Budget fraud? So the last one that can judge me. You drug-smuggling nobody." But before anyone could comment, the door swung open again. This time, it wasn't just anyone. It was the Justice Minister herself. As the Justice Minister stepped in, the entire atmosphere of the room shifted. "I could hear you three dumbass arguing," she said, her voice cold and cutting. "For once, just for an hour, try to be professional." She tossed a thick folder onto the table. "Today's early meeting is because James Bellini burned 1 ton of drugs." She continued, "And if that wasn't enough, we found 12 bodies at the site." Their faces darkened as they reached for the documents. Odin clenched his jaw, rubbing his head. "Jesus Christ." Thomas closed the folder, his fingers pressing into the table. 1 ton. His voice was low, almost disbelieving. "That's not just a statement. That's a war declaration. And if that wasn't enough for us to deal with, Augustus Lucian's funeral is tomorrow." She paused, looking at them for a second. "And do any of you idiots know who Lucian's daughter's adoptive father is?" No one spoke. She slammed a hand on the table. "James Bellini, which means he had far more connection to Lucian than we ever thought." She folded her arms. "So I'm going to ask this once." Her eyes burned into each of them. "If any of you had a hand in Lucian's death or the murder of his underbosses, tell me now." Silence. Heavy. They looked at each other waiting to see who was so dumb to do it. "No," Thomas said casually. "I may be a lot of things, but I'm not suicidal," said Odin, looking at the pictures. Stephen leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. "If I wanted Lucian dead, I wouldn't be sitting here right now." She studied them, looking for any sign of a lie. After a long pause, she spoke again. "Then we have a much bigger problem." Her expression hardened as she flipped to another page in the file. "We conducted a top-secret mission. We sent an agent to talk with Lucian. We disguised her as an NSBI agent." She let the words sink in. But the moment she stepped out of that meeting, she fled the country. That caught their attention. The main topic of their conversation? She glanced around the table before dropping the final piece of the puzzle. James Bellini. More silence followed. We all know Bellini is dangerous. That's not the point. She tapped the folder again. The point is that whatever Lucian told her, whatever she heard, was enough to make her disappear before we could even question her. So what? We're supposed to believe Lucian just handed her some grand secret about Bellini? Stephen asked, reading the files. Lucian wasn't a fool. If he was talking about Bellini, it meant something. His gaze darkened. And now he's dead. Odin ran a hand down his face. 12 dead dealers. 1 ton of product burned. A missing agent. And now, Lucian and his underbosses are wiped off the map. He shook his head. All of it connects to Bellini. So what's the plan here? Do we actually try to do something about him? Thomas asked. Try what? We make a move, and he'll know before we even finish our damn paperwork. Thomas let out a laugh. The minister's gaze hardened. Then maybe it's time we stop playing by the rules. Stephen let out a dry laugh. Oh, should we drone strike him? Or maybe send a hitman? His voice dripped with sarcasm as he leaned forward. Because that would totally end well for us. Thomas took a slow sip of his coffee. You do realize if Bellini goes down, a war will break out and the government structure will crumble with him, right? He raised an eyebrow. Or are we pretending we don't know that? The minister clenched her jaw. I'm aware. But letting him roam free isn't an option either. Odin smirked. Oh, and what is the option, minister? Because last time I checked, the last person who went after Bellini got sent back to us in pieces. What? Odin sighed and leaned back in his chair. Oh, you didn't know? He shook his head with a smirk. Yeah, not officially, of course. A little off-the-books operation. You know, just to see if he was as untouchable as people say. Stephen crossed his arms. And Odin's smirk faded. And 3 days later, we found what was left of our guy. Packaged up nice and neat, delivered to our office, piece by piece. He exhaled sharply. No fingerprints, no evidence, no witnesses. Just a very clear message. The room fell silent. The minister's grip tightened on the table. Who authorized that operation? Does it matter? Point is, if you want to take down Bellini, you'd better be ready for the consequences. He leaned in, his voice lowering. Because the last time we tried, he sent the consequences back to us in a box. The room tensed as the minister stood up and stepped forward, her eyes piercing straight through Odin. Her voice was cold, firm. I'll ask you one more time. Who authorized that operation? Odin held her gaze for a moment. Look, he said, dragging a hand down his face. It wasn't me, if that's what you're thinking. Stephen scoffed. Then who was it? Because if someone had the balls to go after Bellini without telling us, we all deserve to know. Odin sighed. It was one of my deputy directors. Thought he could make a name for himself. Thought Bellini was just another crime boss who could be taken out like the rest. He shook his head. The minister didn't blink. And you let this happen under your watch. Odin clenched his jaw. I handled it. That deputy director paid for his mistake. Trust me. And remember the time your idiot agents almost beat him to death? Stephen scoffed. They fucking bombed your agency's building in response. Don't remind me. But that too wasn't ordered by me. There was silence for a moment. But the problem isn't just Bellini. Thomas started, rubbing his head. It's that idiot running for mayor, going around saying he's going to vanish all gangsters. Oh yeah, real smart move. Announce to the entire criminal underworld that you're coming for them before you even win the election. What's next? Promising to personally arrest Bellini during his campaign rallies. Odin laughed. The minister shot him a glare as sat back down. That idiot candidate is still a public figure, and if something does happen to him, it's going to be our mess to clean up. Stephen sighed. So what? We protect him. Then Odin chuckled darkly. From who? Bellini? The other gangs? Hell, half the city wants that guy gone already. Even his own campaign team is probably placing bets on when he'll drop. She slammed her hand on the table. I don't care. Whether we like him or not, he's a high-profile candidate. And if he dies, the media, the public, everyone will be screaming for someone to blame. She shot a glare around the room. And that blame will land right at our feet. But what if he actually wins? Thomas asked, leaning forward. Isn't his campaign also saying that he'll personally talk with you? He pointed at her. And the president to bring in the army? She crossed her arms, her expression unreadable. Yes, he's been running his mouth about that too. Odin let out a laugh. Bringing in the army for crime control? What is this, a dictatorship speedrun? Yeah, because that has worked out so well in other countries. The second you put soldiers in the streets, it stops being law enforcement and starts looking like a war zone. Thomas chuckled. She sighed. I know that. And I already made it clear to the president that deploying the military for this is out of the question. But this candidate, he's a loudmouth, and people like loudmouths. He's selling them a fantasy. They don't care if it's realistic. But we all know why he wants it, right? Stephen looked at them. If he brings in the military and takes control, he can get billions worth of product, and you'd have to be dumb to think he's going to burn it. No, he's going to sell it, move it through his people, and make a fortune while pretending he's doing it for the greater good. And when the dust settles, guess who's going to be sitting on top, richer than ever? Exactly. No way he's just going to burn all that. That whole for the greater good act is just a cover. He's playing the long game, making sure he's the one cashing in while everyone else thinks he's some kind of hero. Classic move. Odin agreed with him only this time. There is no going to be a military in this city, she said while slapping the table. And we can't even sabotage his program. Why? Stephen asked. Because he is dating the vice president's daughter, she said with an annoyed expression. You. Odin leaned back, grabbing his head. Arrest him. They have 20 years between them, Thomas laughed. The girl is 26, so that's legal. She leaned back the fifth time in the chair. So we have a wannabe hero whose action would throw the city into more suffering, and a mafia boss who basically declared war. That's why we're having this meeting. She looked at each of them, her gaze piercing. We need to decide now before this spirals out of control. Decide exactly what? Odin asked, raising an eyebrow. The justice minister's next words made the entire room fall silent. To officially make peace with Bellini. Chapter 34, Drug Trading Agency. There was absolute silence in the room. Everyone just stared at the justice minister as if they were dreaming. Stephen blinked. Excuse me. Well, damn. Never thought I'd live to see the day. Thomas let out a laugh. Odin rubbed his chin. So what's the plan? We sit down with him like we're negotiating with a foreign power. The justice minister nodded. If that's what it takes. She exhaled, glancing at the documents in front of her. Like it or not, Bellini holds power in ways we don't. If this idiot candidate wins and actually tries to clean up the city with brute force, we'll be dealing with a war on two fronts, against the criminals and against public unrest. And if that happens, Stephen sighed, shaking his head, then we're fucked. But this is high risk, Stephen said, his tone more serious than before. We joke about him, but let's not forget, our agents have died because of him. Yeah, and if we don't do something, more of our agents are going to die. Probably worse. Odin added, we're not making peace because we want to. We're doing it because the alternative is getting dragged into a war we can't win. She said, so we're just making the same mistake as Fonda? We all know what happened there. The government collapsed, and a fucking war broke out. Tens of thousands dead. Thomas asked, smiling at them. Fonda failed because they let every cartel have a seat at the table. We're talking about one man. One operation. Controlled and contained. She said. Odin shook his head. You think Bellini is controllable? The second he realizes he has more power than us, he won't need our permission for anything. Thomas leaned back, swirling his coffee. That's assuming he even agrees. You think a man like him will take orders from politicians? If he says no, then what? Then we go to war. The justice minister said bluntly. Silence. We can't win a war against him. Odin sighed. That's why we're here. We either bring Bellini into the system, or we prepare for a war we will lose. There is no third option. Stephen sighed. And what? We set up a meeting with him? Sit across from a man who's buried more bodies than all of us combined. The justice minister met his gaze. Yes. Odin let out a dry laugh. Oh, this is going to be fun. But how do we do it? Send him an email invitation or what? Odin asked. No, I have somebody. Come in, Layla. As Layla stepped into the room, she felt tense and uncomfortable under the gaze of the country's most powerful figures. Please don't tell me she's a... Yes, she's an office worker. Minster interrupted. We're sending an untrained office worker to meet with him? Stephen scoffed. No, just to deliver a message. Layla shifted uncomfortably under the weight of their stares. She already regretted agreeing to this. Odin leaned back with a smirk. Great. We're sending someone who probably can't even hold eye contact with him, let alone deliver a message without pissing herself. The minister shot Odin a sharp look. She's not here to negotiate. She hands him the letter, and she leaves. That's it. Thomas sipped his coffee, assuming he lets her leave. Bellini never puts his hands on women, so don't worry, Layla. If you have anything to ask, ask it. The minister reassured her. Layla hesitated for a moment before speaking. I just don't understand. Why do we fear him this much? There are bigger drug lords in the country. The room went silent. She had asked the dumbest question imaginable. Because in just 2 years, he's managed to put half the government in his pocket, controls the wealthiest elites in the country, and he's not even 30. Odin said. Stephen looked directly at her. There are bigger figures, sure, but he's different. He doesn't just run drugs, he controls information. And unlike the other drug lords, he doesn't deal with lowlifes. No street gangs, no messy turf wars. He sells only to the rich and powerful. He's their supplier. Thomas let out a bitter laugh. And the worst part? They protect him. He's not just some thug with an empire he's connected. Thomas finished. The room fell silent for a moment before the justice minister finally spoke. So tell me, are you still wondering why we fear him this much? I got it, she said with a shaky voice. The minister held their gaze, her fingers tapping lightly on the table. Then we meet. Meet where? A coffee shop? A 5-star restaurant? You think Bellini is just going to show up like a normal citizen? Odin scoffed. Stephen shook his head. That's a death trap. He could set us up, have us all wiped out the second we step in. We don't have a choice. Whether we like it or not, Bellini has become too powerful to ignore. If we refuse to meet, we admit weakness. If we attack, we start a war we cannot win. Odin sighed, locking eyes with her. So let me get this straight. We're just hoping he wants to talk and not put a bullet in our heads. No, we're betting on it. Silence filled the room. Stephen exhaled. And if we lose that bet, then we won't live long enough to regret it. Okay, but what happens after that? What exactly do we want from him? Odin asked. We want him to lead the DTA. DTA? What is that? Drug Trading Agency. It will be a shadow agency, no public records. Only we and the president will know about it. If Bellini agrees, he will slowly take control of the entire country's drug trade. This is a dream. You said we were making peace, not putting him in a position in the government. Odin said with disbelief. Stephen leaned back, rubbing his jaw. You want to hand over the entire country's drug trade to Bellini? Give him full control? She nodded. Yes. If we can't destroy the drug trade, we regulate it. And if we regulate it, we need someone who already has control. Odin shook his head in disbelief. This is insane. You're saying we're going to let Bellini run the underground economy? Thomas chuckled darkly. Oh, this isn't just letting him. This is putting a crown on his head and calling him the drug king officially. Layla remained quiet, watching their reactions. All right, let's pretend for a second that we go through with this. What happens when Bellini decides he doesn't need us anymore? When he gets too powerful to control? The justice minister folded her hands together. That's why this agency DTA will operate in the shadows. We control the flow, and Bellini becomes a piece in our game. Odin let out a laugh. No, you're wrong. We become a piece in his game. You think Bellini will just play nice and follow our rules? That's a risk we take. Because the alternative is worse, war, chaos, and an economy that will collapse. We're really considering this. Stephen leaned forward, putting his hand together. He's selective, disciplined. He doesn't work with cartels. He doesn't sell to street-level gangs. If anyone else controlled the trade, the streets would be flooded with tainted, deadly products. Bellini only sells pure, uncut supply to the wealthy. If he's in charge, overdose rates drop, violent gang wars slow down, and the money comes in. Stephen finished bitterly. She gave a slow nod. Exactly. The revenue will be massive. No more wasted resources on pointless drug busts. No more bloody power struggles in the streets. And most importantly, we get to keep the balance. Odin leaned back, running a hand down his face. This is either the smartest move we've ever made, or the dumbest. Thomas smirked, sipping his coffee. Well, gentlemen, are we really about to make James Bellini untouchable? So, let's summarize it, Stephen said, leaning back in his chair. We put James Bellini in a position where he oversees and controls all drug trade in the country. In return, we make a profit, stabilize the market, and, most importantly, keep him from exposing the government. Exactly. Bellini is already running half the system from the shadows. This way, we ensure that we control him instead of the other way around. This is another level of corruption, Stephen muttered, shaking his head. It is, the justice minister admitted, her voice calm. But the money that would come in could help us. Our healthcare system is in ruins. People are dying from hunger in the countryside, and I don't even want to talk about the rising overdose rates. And what about our agents? Stephen asked, narrowing his eyes. All operations against Bellini will be stopped immediately. Odin scoffed. You mean to tell me that after years of chasing him, we're just going to act like he doesn't exist? Not exactly, she said, placing her hands on the table. We're going to act like he's one of us. The room remained silent, the weight of her words settling over them like a storm cloud. You mean officially recognize him? Thomas asked, his eye wide opened. Yes, but not in the way you're thinking. On paper, he won't exist. No records, no trails. To the public, he's just another ghost. But behind closed doors, he'll be working with us, not against us. Odin laughed up. This is insanity. Bellini isn't some politician we can manipulate. He's a damn kingpin. If we do this, we're giving him absolute power. There was silence as she slowly stood up. Look at me, all of you, she shouted suddenly. Our country is already teetering on the edge of dictatorship, wrapped in the thin illusion of democracy. We all have secrets. Our agencies are compromised. Half our agents are either scared or bribed, leaking classified documents to the highest bidder. And I don't even want to mention the government officials. She let her words sink in before continuing. We are told to serve the people, to protect this country. But let's not fool ourselves. We've stolen. We've lied. We've done things we can never take back. Does that make us bad people? She exhaled. Maybe, but we're still here. And if we want to keep this country from collapsing into absolute chaos, we need to make choices no one else can. Her gaze hardened. This isn't about morality anymore. It's about survival. So let's vote. She raised her hand, her expression unreadable as she looked at each of them, waiting. They exchanged glances, their faces tense. Some hesitated, fingers twitching as if the weight of their decision pressed down on them. One by one, hands rose into the air. No hesitation, no second thoughts. All of them voted yes. The justice minister let out a slow breath, glancing around the room. Even those who had been the most resistant, the most vocal about their doubts, had their hands raised. It's decided, she said, her voice steady. We bring Bellini in. A heavy silence followed. There was no applause, no satisfaction, only the weight of what they had just agreed to. Odin ran a hand down his face. God help us all. Chapter 35, Funeral. So, who do I actually need to care about at this funeral? James adjusted his black suit. Bella ran through the document in his hand. Well, funerals like this aren't just for mourning. They're business meetings too. The ones worth talking to are Silas Ricci, Dante Castillo, and Damian Montoya. But honestly, they all just want to be like you. Like me? James thought, buttoning his suit jacket. Silas Ricci, the man practically owns the entire northern region. Dante Castillo, another ambitious one, but still in Silas' shadow. And Damian Montoya? That guy's a weapons smuggler, busted once for transporting actual tanks. As James adjusted his black suit, lost in his thoughts, he noticed Hector watching him with an amused smirk. What? Nothing, Hector said, still grinning. Just picturing them all scrambling to get your attention. James tightened his tie, his expression darkening. There will be no talking, no business meetings. Today is Charlotte's day to say farewell to her father. If anyone so much as hints at business, I understood. Hector's smirk faded instantly. His posture shifted. I'll make sure they keep their mouths shut. Okay. What about the NSBI and the other? He looked at Bella. You know who they are? I think more agents will attend than friends or business partners. She said, smiling. Why are you smiling? They make my life harder. But don't worry, security will be top-notch. Nobody can even look at you with bad intentions. She added, I dare them. Hector said, I will give them love. He opened his suit, revealing 2 guns hanging inside. This man. But I need one too. I'm the boss, at least for look. Give me a gun too, James said. Bella and Hector just looked at each other. What? James asked, tilting his head. Nothing. Hector shook his head. I'll give you one of mine. He pulled a pistol from his holster. It already has one in the chamber, so the safety is off and ready to go. he said with a wide smile. James reached out, but his eyes locked onto the weapon in Hector's hand. It wasn't just any gun. The silver surface, intricate engravings curling along the barrel. This is yours. Oh yeah. Hector smiled, a rare, genuine grin breaking across his face. I thought if I ever get into a shootout, why not have a sexy gun? He turned the pistol slightly, letting the engraved silver surface catch the light. It's handmade. For a moment, the tension in the room eased not because the danger had passed, but because Hector, despite everything, was genuinely happy talking about his gun. James turned the gun over in his hand, running his fingers over the engravings. Handmade, huh? Hector nodded. Yeah, every detail, every piece perfectly balanced. His voice carried a strange sense of pride, like a craftsman admiring his finest work. This isn't just a weapon. It's personal. But Bella's forcefully coughing broke the moment. What about this? She held up a bulletproof vest. James glanced at it, then shook his head. I don't need that. It's only an hour, and then it's over. Bella didn't move. Her grip on. The vest tightened. An hour is all they need. She's afraid for me. This girl truly loves me, huh? James exhaled, pushing down the strange warmth creeping into his chest. But he didn't dwell on it. Instead, his gaze hardened as he turned to Bella. And who are they? It was a question, but his voice carried no curiosity, only warning. Bella stiffened, her fingers twitching slightly. I talk too much. I'm sorry. She looked away, her eyes refusing to meet James. Ugh. Okay. He turned toward the door. I'll check on Charlotte. What was that reaction? With that, he left the room. Hector, however, remained still, staring at the floor as if lost in thought. He didn't ask for the gun to protect himself. Bella swallowed, her voice barely above a whisper. Yeah, they both knew it. James wasn't afraid of dying. He made his way downstairs, where Charlotte was sitting in front of the TV. She wore a full black dress, her tiny legs swinging slightly over the edge of the couch. A black hat sat on her head, too big for her, tilting a little to one side. James walked over and sat beside her. How are you? Charlotte didn't look away from the screen. Bored, she mumbled. James raised an eyebrow. Bored, she nodded. Funerals are boring. James huffed a quiet laugh. Yeah, they are. Is someone going to try and hurt you today? He turned his head sharply, meeting her wide, curious eyes. Where did you hear that? She shrugged. Nobody told. Me. James exhaled, leaning back against the couch. Then why do you think that? Charlotte twirled a strand of her hair. Because Bella's and Hector acting weird. Hector's just dramatic. Charlotte frowned. So no one's gonna hurt you? James hesitated for half a second, too long. He doesn't know what is going to happen. Charlotte noticed. She crossed her arms. You're lying. James sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. It's complicated. Charlotte watched him for a moment, then reached for the remote and turned off the TV. She scooted closer, her tiny legs barely making a sound against the couch. Do you have a gun? She asked. James blinked. What? A gun? She pointed at his jacket. Like Hector. Why are you asking that? Charlotte shrugged. Because if someone tries to hurt you, I think you should shoot them first. James stared at her, half in disbelief, half in something else, something heavier. 7 years old. And yet, she spoke like someone who had already decided that safety came from pulling the trigger first. I'm not going to answer dummy questions. Do you need sunglasses? Charlotte shook her head. I'm not going to cry. James smirked slightly. You sure? She looked up at him, her expression serious. I hated him. James didn't react right away. He just nodded, like he expected that answer. I know. Charlotte stared down at her hands, gripping the fabric of her dress. But that doesn't mean you can't cry, James said. Gently. Her fingers twisted the hem of her dress, her small shoulders stiff. Would you be mad if I did? She finally asked, her voice quieter. No, he said. I'd only be mad if you thought you had to hold it in. Are people going to kiss me? Charlotte asked suddenly. James blinked, taken off guard. What? You know? She frowned. Like on the cheek. Old people do that at funerals. James smirked. They're only going to pay their condolences, if they even know who you are. Charlotte made a face. I don't want that. Then just stick by me. No one will touch you. She adjusted her hat, fixing the part he messed up. Good. James stood up and adjusted his cuffs. You ready? Charlotte nodded. But as they walked toward the door, she tugged at his sleeve. If someone tries to kiss me, can I punch them? She asked seriously. James let out a short laugh. No. Charlotte pouted. What if I just push them away? James sighed, shaking his head. Don't start a fight at a funeral, all right? She thought about it for a second, then gave a small nod. Okay. James smirked. This kid. As the head to outside, Charlotte gave a small wave to James' mother, though she didn't look too enthusiastic about it. Outside, 6 black SUVs were waiting, packed with guards. A guard opened the door to one of the SUVs, and as James helped Charlotte inside, she tugged on his sleeve again. Do we have to go? She whispered. James met her eyes, his voice quieter now. Yeah, we do, she sighed, crossing her arms as she sank into the seat. Stupid funeral. With that, the doors shut, and the convoy rolled forward, heading toward the one place none of them wanted to be. He expected the cemetery to look like a mafia gathering, but this was too much. Limos, black SUVs, and luxury cars lined the streets, parked in a tight formation that screamed importance. Men in dark suits standing by the vehicles, scanning every face that passed. It wasn't just a funeral. It was a declaration. Somebody influential had died. And also it was an opportunity. The drug he ordered to burn had sent a message that wouldn't go unanswered. And the thought lingered in his mind like a shadow. They wouldn't leave this place without blood being spilled. His fingers twitched slightly, instinct making him check the weight of the gun Hector had given him earlier. It was there, secure, but that didn't ease the tension coiling in his chest. The people gathered here weren't just grieving. They were watching, calculating, waiting. Because in their world, funerals weren't just about saying goodbye. They were about who was next. Chapter 36, Gazes. As they stepped out of the cars, all eyes turned toward them. It wasn't just curiosity. It was the weight of expectation, of fear, of whispered rumors coming to life in real time. James Bellini looked exactly how people imagined him. Dressed in a sharp black suit, flanked by his underbosses and right-hand men, he moved with a quiet authority that made it impossible to ignore him. He didn't need to declare who he was. His presence alone made it clear. He was a king in the underworld, and today he had arrived like royalty. But soon, the gazes shifted. Not to his men, not to the bodyguards, but to the small girl holding his hand. Dressed in mourning black, wearing an elegant yet respectful hat with tinted sunglasses that shielded her young eyes from the world, Charlotte looked like a princess in a funeral procession. A black princess. A princess whose bloodline carried in fallen empire's weight. Why are they staring? She asked, her small fingers tightening around James's hand. Because of you, he said calmly, his eyes sweeping over the watching crowd. Me? She repeated, confused. You are the last Augustus. Charlotte followed his gaze, and only then did she truly see what he meant. Those watching eyes no longer held just curiosity. Some were respectful, some afraid, but many looked at her like hunters. Predators sizing up their prey. Meanwhile, Hector, walking a step behind James, furrowed his brows. His sharp gaze scanned the sea of people, his instincts kicking in. He was searching for something, someone. Something was off. What? Bella asked, her voice quiet but alert, picking up on his sudden shift. She was walking just behind Charlotte, her posture rigid, ready. I don't see any agents. Not even one. Hector whispered back. His voice was calm, but there was an edge to it. That's strange. Bella didn't reply, but he saw it. Her shoulders stiffened just a bit more. She understood. Something wasn't right. Meanwhile, as they entered the cemetery, in another car sat none other than Silas Ricci, his son Aubrey Ricci, and their men. We're really worried about that boy? Aubrey asked, letting out a short laugh. He's younger than me. His father, Silas, an old gangster, one of the true OGs of the underworld, didn't smile. Not even a bit. He clutched his walking stick tightly and stared straight into his son's eyes. Be respectful, he said slowly. Aubrey scoffed in disbelief. His father, who didn't rule just a city but an entire region, was saying nonsense about a boy. Respectful? He burned the drugs, 40% of which were ours. We already paid for that shipment. Aubrey clenched his fist. I'm going to. You're doing nothing. His father grabbed his left hand firmly. What? Augustus Lucian was a madman. Someone even I respected and feared because of his unpredictable moves. He stabbed everyone in the back, worked alone, and built an empire. Silas' grip tightened, making Aubrey flinch. And that boy was the only one who could not just speak to Lucian but order him, to make him kneel before him. That's just gossip, father. That fucker's just a wannabe. Don't let blind anger cloud your judgment. Silas let go of his hand. Even just looking at him, I can tell he's someone who wants to be confronted. He's someone I spent a lifetime trying to become. He opened the door and stepped out. Aubrey slammed his fist against the seat in frustration, but before he could step out, his door swung open. One of the family's right-hand men stood there, looking straight into his eyes. There are 3 rules you need to follow, the man said, stopping Aubrey to step out. First, never look into his eyes. Second, only speak when he tells you to. Third, that guy behind him, he's ready to kill you the second you say something disrespectful. Then, the man stepped aside, giving him space to exit. Aubrey clenched his jaw but stepped out of the car, his fingers still twitching with frustration. He wasn't used to being told what to do, especially not by pawns. As he adjusted his suit, he caught sight of the funeral crowd up ahead. The air was thick with tension, the kind that made even seasoned criminals like him uneasy. The funeral wasn't just a farewell to Augustus Lucian, it was a battlefield. His father walked ahead, his presence alone parting the crowd like a king among lesser men. Aubrey followed, his eyes scanning the attendees. It didn't take long to spot him. James Bellini stood near the casket, dressed in an all-black suit that seemed to absorb the light around him. He looked calm, too calm for someone whose mere presence had the country's biggest players holding their breath. Beside him stood Hector, the man Aubrey had been warned about. Even from a distance, the bodyguard's sharp gaze flicked over every movement in the crowd, as if he were already deciding who would die first if something went wrong. This is ridiculous. He's just a kid playing at being a king. But as he took another step forward, James's gaze finally landed on him. Cold, unreadable, absolute. It wasn't the look of a man sizing up an opponent. It was the look of someone who had already decided the outcome. A predator who didn't need to chase because he knew the prey would come to him eventually. Aubrey felt something tighten in his chest. It was unfamiliar, unnatural. What the hell is this feeling? It wasn't fear, not the kind he knew. He had faced death before, had stared down gun barrels, and walked through battlefields of the underworld. He had fought, killed, survived. But this was different. James Bellini didn't just look at him, he pressed down on him. Like an invisible weight settling on his shoulders, suffocating, inescapable. Aubrey had always thought of himself as someone at the top, someone who stood among giants. But in that moment, under that cold, steady stare, he realized something terrifying. He wasn't looking at a man. He was looking at something else. Something that didn't belong in this world. Something that shouldn't exist. A king? No. A monster wearing a king's crown. Why the fuck is he staring at me? James thought as Aubrey was looking at him. Is he into men or something? Nah, don't think about that. This is a funeral, and we in the presence of God, or maybe Satan. He sighed and looked down at Charlotte. She wasn't paying attention to anyone else. Her gaze fixed on the casket, expression unreadable beneath the tinted sunglasses. And finally, the bell rang. The priest began his speech, but it was as hollow as the ceremony itself. There was no mention of Augustus Lucian, not even a vague reference. Just an empty prayer over an empty casket and a meaningless tombstone. James didn't need to hear the words to know what this was. A performance. A forced ritual to mark the end of a man who had no place in the afterlife, no peace in death, only erasure. And yet, even with his name buried in silence, the weight of his presence still hung over them all. But for somebody, it was the last farewell. Charlotte's little sniffles pulled James from his thoughts. She was gripping his hand more firmly now, her small fingers trembling slightly. Even though she had always said she hated Lucian, her reaction told a different story as they lowered the casket into the ground. Maybe she was crying out of relief, relief that her life had finally changed, that she was no longer in danger. Or maybe she cried because, despite all her hatred, he had still been her last living relative. Or maybe, just maybe, she wasn't crying for her father at all. She was crying because she could feel the suffocating presence surrounding her. The silent, watching eyes. Eyes that demanded an answer. Eyes that wanted what Lucian had left behind. As the priest ended his hollow prayer and the casket was finally lowered, it was time for the final farewell, the moment to throw in the red roses, the ones James had chosen. He stepped forward with Charlotte by his side. With a calm, unreadable expression, he let the rose slip from his fingers, watching as it landed on the casket below. "Farewell, Lucian," he said simply. Charlotte hesitated, gripping the stem of her rose tightly. For a moment, she didn't move. Then, with a deep breath, she let go, the flower falling softly onto the wood. "Farewell, Dad," she whispered. They stepped back, watching as others tossed their roses into the grave, some as a gesture of respect, others simply relieved that the man was finally gone. "I want to go," Charlotte whispered, gripping James' hand tightly. Her voice was small, laced with a sadness that she herself might not have fully understood. James glanced down at her, then at the grave, where more roses rained upon the polished casket. "You don't want to wait until they bury it?" he asked, crouching to her level. Charlotte didn't answer. Her tiny fingers trembled against his, and then, without a sound, the tears came. She didn't sob, didn't wail, just quiet, stifled cries, barely audible, yet enough for James to know. It was time to leave. Without hesitation, he lifted her into his arms. She clung to him as he turned, walking away from the gravesite, away from the waiting earth that would soon swallow Lucian's name forever. As they left the and headed toward the cars, the atmosphere remained heavy with unspoken words and lingering stares. Then, suddenly, a nearby car door swung open with force, slamming against its frame. 4 men stepped out. They positioned themselves in a line, blocking James' path. "James Bellini," one of the men said, stepping closer, his hand almost touching Charlotte's face. James swiftly shoved the man's hand away, his expression darkening. "Who the fuck are you?" he asked, his voice turning cold. The man chuckled, unfazed. "We're just some very angry men here to collect 50,000 crisp dollars," he said, his tone dripping with mockery. "Because some idiot decided to burn something we had money in." His gaze shifted back to Charlotte, eyes narrowing with cruel amusement. "So, darling, where's Daddy's money? Better tell me before I put a bullet in that cute little face of yours." Charlotte started crying, clinging to James even tighter than before. Hector and Bella were already reaching for their guns, ready to shoot the man on the spot, but they froze when James suddenly laughed. "Don't worry, darling." James gently put Charlotte down, his voice calm but firm. "Go with Joseph, okay?" He nodded toward one of the bodyguards. Charlotte, however, didn't move. She had stopped crying, but her small hand still clung to James' sleeve. Her wide, tear-filled eyes locked onto his face, but it wasn't for comfort. It was fear, because the eyes staring back at her weren't the ones that held her hand, that reassured her, that told her everything would be okay. It was the eyes that were darker than Lucian's. Chapter 37. No more talk? As Charlotte slowly walked away with the guard, James' laughter grew more intense, the kind of laugh that told you, without a doubt, that you had just fucked up. Bella and Hector knew this laugh all too well. It was the laugh of the angel of death. But the men standing before him? They knew nothing. "Are you fucking stupid?" The man snapped, his face twisted with anger. "I want the damn 50 grand right now," he shouted as if his words actually meant something. James continued laughing, stepping closer and closer, his eyes locked onto the man's. Then, his gaze shifted to the others standing behind him. "You want 50 grand? He asked, his voice calm, too calm. "Yes. Or?" James asked back, staring at him, smiling, like he was waiting for the answer, dying to hear it. "I kill you and that little girl," the man whispered. James laughed again, turning back to look at Hector and Bella, but their faces were anything but amused. They avoided his gaze because what lurked in James' eyes was something otherworldly. "Did everyone hear that?" James asked, his voice disturbingly casual. "You came bitching about 50 grand? He turned back to the man, his smile gone. "For 50 grand, you came here to threaten me and my daughter?" His voice dropped lower. The laughter stopped. The man stepped even closer, their faces almost touching. His breath reeked of arrogance, of someone who thought he had the upper hand. "Yes," he said, his voice firm, and he had no idea he had just sealed his fate. Because James may not have been born a murderer or a maniac, but one thing mattered more than anything else, his family. And for them, he would burn the whole city to the ground. For a second, silence. Then James smiled, and suddenly a right hook landed on the man's jaw, sending him to the ground. His men reached for their guns, until they realized something. They were completely fucked. Not a single one of James' men moved for their weapons. They just stood there, watching, waiting. James stepped over him, grabbed his hair, and yanked him up. The man groaned, dazed, his eyes unfocused. Before he could even process what was happening, crack! James slammed his face into the side mirror of a nearby car. The glass exploded into shards and blood smeared across the fractured surface as the man slumped against the car. But James wasn't done. He leaned down, picked up the broken mirror, and started slamming it to the man's head. I make hundreds of millions. Another blow. The man's nose burst open, blood gushing out. And you, slam, came here, slam, bitching about 50, slam, fucking, slam, 1,000. The mirror finally broke to pieces as it impacted the man's head. And then, James' voice dropped to a whisper, his fingers tightening around the man's throat, suffocating him. You threatened my daughter? He stared at his broken face, his eye rolling back as he fought for his life and reached for his gun. But then a voice cut through the silence. Stop! He barely looked up, and the man who shouted was none other than Takoi Mario, the mayor candidate, holding a phone in his hand. James released his grip on the unconscious man, letting him slump to the ground. His entire body was covered in blood, his face, his hands. Slowly, he looked at Takoi, who was walking toward him. To Takoi, James was just another piece of trash, nothing more than a lowly thug born from a woman who should have never given him life. Look at you. Takoi sneered, waving his phone slightly, as if he was debating whether to make a call. Nothing more than another piece of shit carried out by a whore. He made his first big mistake. James' emotions were already through the roof. Adien, he just added to it calling his mother that word. He smirked, lifting his phone. See, I could make one call right now, and you'd be nothing but a tragic story. Another arrogant thug. Slowly, he wiped the blood from his hands onto his suit, completely unfazed. His expression was unreadable, but something about his presence shifted. Even Bella and Hector took a step back. Then he spoke. Is that so? His voice was calm. Takoi smirked. Yeah, that's so. You're just another dog. And dogs don't rule this city. He smirked barely. Had time to fade before James lunged forward, slamming his forehead straight into Takoi's nose with a sickening crack. The so-called future mayor stumbled backward, his perfectly styled hair now a mess, his hands flying up to his face as blood poured from his nose. His phone slipped from his grasp, clattering uselessly onto the pavement. James didn't hesitate. He stepped over to Takoi like he was nothing, grabbing the man's fallen glasses in one hand before gripping his collar with the other. Without a second thought, he slammed his fist straight into Takoi's face. And then he did it again. And again. Takoi's expensive suit was now stained with his own blood as James delivered another blow. His head snapped back, eyes rolling slightly before refocusing, just in time to see James raising his fist once more. You talk too much. He hit his face again, blood splattering across the road. Takoi, who had been so sure of his power, was now barely conscious, his face unrecognizable. James finally stopped. Then, crouching down, he grabbed Takoi's bloodied face, forcing him to look him in the eyes. Dogs don't rule this city, James repeated, his voice low, almost mocking. He smirked. Then why is it that every time I show up, men like you start barking? Takoi didn't respond. He couldn't. His once proud, arrogant face was now just a swollen, bloodied mess, a mere remnant of what it had been just seconds ago. He patted Takoi's bruised cheek almost mockingly. What? No. More speeches. His voice was low, dripping with amusement. No more lectures about men like me? He barely managed a gurgled sound. James sighed. That's what I thought. Then, he noticed a crowd had formed around them, and in the midst of it stood Silas Ricci. He stood frozen, his grip tightening around his walking stick. The weight of James Bellini's gaze felt suffocating, as if he were staring into the abyss itself. James exhaled sharply, his bloodied hands flexing as he slowly turned his head, scanning the silent crowd. Anybody else? His voice was calm, almost casual. Because my daughter is waiting for me. Silence. No one spoke. Silas felt a strange, unfamiliar sensation creeping into his chest. Fear. Without another glance, he turned his back to them, walking toward the car where Charlotte waited. Hector and Bella followed, but not before giving one last look at the frozen men, silently daring them to move. They didn't. As James sat into the car, his body covered in blood, Charlotte sat stiffly in her seat, her small hands gripping the edge of her dress so tightly her knuckles turned white. The metallic scent of blood filled the space, overwhelming her senses. She wanted to speak, to say something, but the words were trapped in her throat. Instead, she stared at his face, at his hands, at the deep red stains soaking through his clothes. James didn't say a word. He leaned back against the seat, his breathing heavy, his gaze distant. Charlotte swallowed hard. Her tiny fingers twitched before she hesitantly reached into her pocket and pulled out a small pack of tissues. Slowly, she held it out, her arm trembling. James glanced at her. For a moment, he just stared at the tissues in her hand, then at her face. She wasn't crying, but her lips were pressed together, and her eyes, those wide, innocent eyes, were filled with something he couldn't quite place. Was it fear? Worry? Or was she simply trying to understand the monster sitting beside her? James took a deep breath, then reached out, taking the tissues from her with his blood-stained fingers. "Thanks, kid." She didn't respond. She just turned her head toward the window, her reflection staring back at her. Charlotte didn't know what scared her more, the blood covering James, or the fact that a part of her wasn't afraid of him at all. What have I done? His breath was slow, controlled, too controlled. He wasn't panicking. No, panic would mean regret, would mean guilt. But all he felt was nothing. The man had deserved it. That much he knew. The moment James laid his hands on him, it wasn't a fight. It was a sentence being carried out. A punishment written in blood. But then he remembered her. Charlotte had seen it. James clenched his jaw. Damn it. She had seen him. Not the man who took her hand when she was scared. Not the one who lifted her up so she could reach the cookies on the top shelf. She had seen this. He tried to tell himself it didn't matter. That she was just a kid. That she didn't understand what she saw. But he knew better. Charlotte wasn't stupid. And she wasn't blind. He had done it. He had snapped. The second they spoke Charlotte's name, the second they dared to bring his mother into it, they had sealed their own fate. But deep down, that wasn't the whole truth, was it? Would he have stopped even if they had begged? Even if they had taken it back? Would he have been able to pull himself back from that edge? Or had he already decided the moment he walked in there? The worst part wasn't the blood. It was the fact that, for a split second, he had enjoyed it. And this was just the beginning, something that would bring more blood and shake the city to its core. Chapter 38, No Turning Back. Heads up. The next chapters contain heavy violence and people getting hurt. Please read at your own discretion. The drive was silent. The only sound was James' attempt to wipe the blood from his hands. Then, finally, Charlotte's voice broke the silence. Don't worry. Her voice came suddenly. I'm only afraid if you look at me with those eyes. She gripped her dress tightly and looked straight into James's eyes. I've seen more blood, so don't worry. James stared at her. Just for a second, he forgot how to breathe. This child, this little girl who had somehow stumbled into his life, sat beside him, looking at him without even a flicker of fear. No disgust. No hesitation. I'm a bad person, Charlotte. Yeah, I can never be myself. That James that was lazy, that was struggling to decide what he wanted to become. I truly fucked up my life. Maybe it's a bad idea for you to stay with me. Before he could finish, Charlotte moved. She moved over and grabbed James' hand, holding onto it so tightly it made James freeze. No. Her voice cracked, shaking with something raw, something desperate. Her lips trembled. Her grip only tightened, like she was afraid that if she let go, he would disappear. I don't care, she whispered, shaking her head furiously. I don't care if you're bad or good. I don't care if you're covered in blood. I don't care what anyone else says. Her voice broke, and her small shoulders trembled. I don't want to be alone again. James felt something deep inside him crack. Charlotte looked up at him, her big, teary eyes filled with something he didn't deserve. Trust. Hope. She wasn't afraid of him. She was afraid that she would lose him. He wanted to tell her she was wrong, that he wasn't someone she should trust. But as he looked at her, this small, broken girl clinging to him like he was the only thing keeping her from falling apart, he knew one thing. He couldn't leave her. A child who had seen too much, lost too much. A child who had decided that even after everything she still wanted to stay by his side. I don't deserve this. I don't deserve her trust. James squeezed his eyes shut, a slow breath escaping his lips. But when he exhaled, His arms moved before his mind could stop them. I'm here. The words felt foreign, strange, but they left his mouth before he could stop them. I'm not going anywhere. And James now truly meant it. He wasn't going to leave her alone. Not now. Not ever. We're going to a safe house first. They can't see us like this. She only nodded, her grip on his hand tightening just a little. When they arrived, she followed him, her small frame barely making a sound as she climbed out of the car. She was still gripping the hem of her dress, her knuckles pale from how tightly she held it. James knew she was trying to keep herself together. She was strong, but she was still a child. Come on. He grabbed her hand and led her down the alley. The blood on his hands, it wasn't just his. His shirt, his skin, even his face. He must have looked like a nightmare. And yet, Charlotte still walked beside him, unwavering. He quickly changed into a clean shirt, wiping away the last traces of blood from his face. The metallic scent still lingered, clinging to his skin, but at least he didn't look like he had just stepped out of a box ring. He rummaged through the duffel bag, pulling out one of his spare shirts. It was oversized, even on him, but when he handed it to Charlotte, it nearly swallowed her whole. The fabric draped over her frame, the sleeves hanging past her hands, the hem reaching just above her knees. Charlotte tugged at it, her small fingers gripping the material as she looked up at him. It's too big. James let out a short breath, almost a chuckle. Better than what you had on. With that, they got back into the car. In the whole time, James rested his arm against the window, his fingers tapping absently against the door. His mind was a mess, running through everything that had happened, everything he had done. As they arrived back home, his mother immediately noticed their clothes and frowned. What happened? She asked, her eyes scanning them both. We fell into a ditch, James said without hesitation. Charlotte, standing beside him, nodded with a bright smile. Yeah. His mother narrowed her eyes for a second, but eventually sighed. Okay. Her gaze shifted behind them, noticing something, or rather, someone missing. Where are the others? She asked, looking past them. Bella and Hector were nowhere to be seen. They stayed with some friends. He answered with a smile. Ah, they must still be cleaning up. His mother gave him another long look, but eventually just sighed again. We're going to shower, James said, changing the subject. Did you cook? Yeah, I did. She replied, still watching them with suspicion. But as James walked past her, the faint, unmistakable scent of blood hit her nose. His mother stiffened for a fraction of a second. Her eyes flickered, first to James, then to Charlotte. The clothes, the hurried excuse, the way James avoided her gaze, it all clicked. But she didn't say anything. She simply watched as her son led the little girl inside, his posture tense, his movements carefully controlled, like a man who had already decided not to talk about it. She exhaled slowly, her fingers curling at her side. What have you done this time, James? But instead of asking, instead of demanding the truth, she said nothing. And for now, she left it at that. Meanwhile, as James and Charlotte enjoyed a refreshing shower, washing away the blood and tension, Hector and Bella were having their own kind of fun. In a dark, abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city, the air was thick with the scent of sweat, fear, and blood. The so-called candidate was barely recognizable. The wannabe gangsters, the ones who had once stood so proudly, were now either unconscious or barely clinging to consciousness. Some had broken noses, others had dislocated limbs, and a few were curled up on the ground, groaning in pain. Hector cracked his knuckles, his usual smirk widening as he crouched beside Takoi. Man, for someone who talks big, you really don't hold up well, do you? Hay groaned, spitting blood onto the floor. His one eye, since the other was too swollen to open, glared at Hector. You animals don't know who you're messing with. He slurred. Bella scoffed, twirling a bloodied crowbar in her hand like it was a baton. Oh, we know exactly who we're messing with. Some piece of shit who thought he could threaten James Bellini and get away with it. Takoi's blood ran cold. Bellini. His good eye darted between them, fear creeping in, replacing whatever false confidence he had left. Wait, this was just a misunderstanding. Crack. Bella swung the crowbar straight into his ribs, making him collapse with a choked gasp. Hector sighed, rubbing his head. See, that's the problem with you types. Always talking shit, always thinking you're untouchable. But then, when the tables turn, suddenly it's all just a misunderstanding? Nah, buddy, not how it works. He crouched down next to the wheezing Takoi, watching him writhe on the floor, struggling to suck in a breath. Damn, he muttered, tilting his head. You hear that? That little whistle in his breathing. He glanced up at Bella. I think you broke something real good. Bella rolled her shoulders. Yeah, well, he was pissing me off. Takoi tried to push himself up, one arm trembling under his weight, but Bella shoved him back down with her boot. Please, he rasped, coughing up a bit of blood. I can fix this. Hector let out a dry chuckle, shaking his head. Oh, now you want to fix things? What happened to all that big talk? What happened to James and his daughter? Bella let out a long sigh. You know, I was actually starting to enjoy this. Then he went and ruined it by begging. She huffed, gripping the crowbar tighter. We could always make it more entertaining. Takoi's bloodied face paled further. No, wait. Hector patted his shoulder, shaking his head. Nah, you had your turn, buddy. Now it's ours. Bella leaned down, grabbing him by the hair and forcing him to look at her. This, she whispered, this is just the beginning. But then the warehouse door burst open, slamming against the wall as Ferrucci rushed in. Bella and Hector both turned, immediately tensing. They thought something had happened. Why the hell didn't you two call me? Ferrucci demanded, his breaths coming heavy and sharp as if he'd sprinted here. Hector blinked. What? I want a piece too. Slowly, a grin crept onto Ferrucci's face as he reached down, unbuckling the sheath from his belt. In one smooth motion, he pulled out his knife, the blade gleaming under the light. Bella raised an eyebrow, amused. You came all the way here just for that. Ferrucci twirled the knife between his fingers, his smile widening. You two always get to have all the fun. Hector snorted, stepping back with a smirk. Let's make a bet. Whoever can make him scream more, win 500. Bet, said Ferrucci with a bright smile. Chapter 39, 3 Artist. Ferrucci was the first to step toward Takoi. He grabbed Takoi's hand, pressed the tip of his blade under his fingernail, and peeled it off. His scream rang out, sharp and agonized, but not loud enough to impress Hector and Bella. I give it a 6.5, Hector said, scratching his chin like he was already planning what to do next. I give it a 5. It was ass. Bella added, unimpressed. What? It was a decent scream. Ferrucci scoffed, shaking his head. Let me show you what a real scream sounds like. Hector said, stepping in. He grabbed the same hand Ferrucci had just tortured and, without hesitation, began bending each finger backward, slowly, making sure Takoi felt every excruciating second of it. His screams were louder this time, his fingers now mangled beyond recognition. Basic, but the suffering was good. I'll give it an 8. Ferrucci said, nodding in approval. Yeah, I'd say a 7. Bella agreed. Then she turned to Ferrucci, holding out her hand. Give me your knife. Ferrucci didn't hesitate for a second. He handed it to her without question. Now we need to hang him up somewhere, Bella said casually. Hector and Ferrucci exchanged confused looks. Hang him? Hector asked. Yeah, I want to cut his balls off. Silence. Hector and Ferrucci just stared at her, disbelief in their eyes. You want to do what? Ferrucci asked, like he hadn't heard right. Cut his balls off, Bella repeated, completely serious. Ferrucci blinked, staring at Bella like she had just spoken in an alien language. You're messing with me, right? He asked, letting out a nervous chuckle. Nope. Bella twirled the knife between her fingers, perfectly serious. We hang him up, and I sliced them right off. Hector let out a long, exaggerated sigh, rubbing his temples. Bella, I like a good torture session as much as the next guy, but cutting off his balls. Isn't that a bit extreme? Are you seriously asking that? Bella raised an eyebrow. You just broke all his fingers backward like a psychopath, but I'm the extreme one. Yes, because what I did was elegant. It was art, Hector replied, dramatically placing a hand on his chest. What you're suggesting is just barbaric. Bella scoffed, crossing her arms. Me? Barbaric? She pointed accusingly at Hector and Ferrucci. You two skinned people alive and cut them into pieces. Hector raised a hand like a professor about to give a lecture. First of all, that was strategic. Yeah. Ferrucci nodded, backing him up. It was a message. An artistic statement, if you will. Oh, so when you two do it, it's strategic, but when I want to do it, it's barbaric? Bella, we didn't just cut balls off, Hector said, looking mildly disgusted. That's just unnecessary. And weird. Ferrucci shook his head. And impractical. You guys are such babies. Bella muttered, rolling her eyes. Takoi, still writhing on the ground, tried to speak through his pain. Wait. Please just. Shut up, Hector cut in. We're having a debate about your balls. Yeah, don't interrupt. Bella added. Takoi groaned in agony, probably regretting every single life choice that led him to this moment. Then out of nowhere, Ferrucci suddenly burst out laughing, his laughter so intense that tears streamed down his face. What? Hector asked, his lips twitching. As he started to smile, Ferrucci only laughed harder, tilting his head back for a moment before choking out. Bella is the ball master. Hector lost it. He doubled over, laughing so hard his shoulders shook. What? Bella shrieked, her eyes narrowing dangerously, but the two idiots just laughed even harder. You love balls, don't you? Hector wheezed between fits of laughter. Without missing a beat, Bella crossed her arms and shouted, I only love James balls. Silence. Ferrucci collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach as he howled with laughter. Hector fell against the wall, gasping for air. Bella's face turned red, her whole body stiffening. Wait, no. The whole warehouse echoed with laughter, a twisted, almost nightmarish contrast to the horror that surrounded them. But as Bella shivered from the stress and embarrassment of the situation, one of the gang members groaned, which only pissed her off even more. So she pulled out her gun and shot them. All of them. An entire magazine unloaded straight through their bodies. Even when the gun clicked empty, she kept pulling the trigger, her frustration refusing to die down. The warehouse fell silent. Hector and Ferrucci, who had been laughing like maniacs just moments ago, both straightened up. Bella, shut up, she screamed, throwing the empty gun at the ground. Silence again. She then stepped toward Takoi, her fists tightening with frustration. Without hesitation, she began pounding his face. Left, right, left again until his head lolled back, barely conscious. Then, something small and black slipped from his pocket and clattered onto the ground. A phone. Bella paused, breathing heavily, before crouching down. She grabbed Takoi's bloodied face, forcing his barely open eyes to meet the screen, and the phone unlocked. As she scrolled through his gallery, her movements slowed. Then, she froze. We can't kill him. She took a step back, eyes still locked on the screen, her jaw tightening. Then, she thrust the phone toward them, her voice filled with barely contained rage. Because of this bitch. Ferrucci stared at the screen for a second before blinking in confusion. Who is it? Hector asked. The vice president's daughter. Fuck. Hector exhaled sharply. Vice what? Ferrucci blinked, looking at them as if they were speaking a foreign language. The vice president's daughter is this fucker's girlfriend. Bella repeated slowly, as if that would help. Ferrucci blinked again. Okay, but what is the vice president? Silence. Bella and Hector exchanged a look before turning back to Ferrucci, their brows furrowing. What do you mean, what is that? Hector asked, genuinely baffled. Like, what is a vice president? Ferrucci said, his face dead serious. Hector let out a laugh, shaking his head. You stupid. Bella groaned, rubbing her temples. There's the president, and then he has a vice president who takes over when he's not available and does other government shit. Ferrucci frowned. So, like, a backup boss. Hector smirked. Something like that, yeah. Ferrucci nodded slowly, as if he finally understood. Then, after a second, he asked, so, does the vice president have a vice president? Hector burst out laughing, nearly doubling over. A vice president? Oh my fucking god. Bella clenched her fists. Ferrucci, I am begging you. Stop talking before I actually shoot you. Ferrucci frowned. I'm just saying, if the president has a backup, doesn't the backup need a backup too? Like a safety net? What if the vice president also dies? Hector wiped a tear from his eye. They got a whole chain of command. They don't just stop at 2 people. They like us, the family. That's a bad example because only James gives us orders. Bella said, rolling her eyes. Well, there was Marcello too. Hector added casually. What? Bella and Ferrucci said at the same time, both turning to look at him. Marcello was the underboss. Hector shrugged. But he died. Silence. Bella blinked. Hold the fuck up, who? Marcello. Hector repeated, looking between them. Ferrucci frowned. We had an underboss. Bella's face twisted in disbelief. And he's dead. Well, yeah, it was at the beginning. Hector said with a shrug. I think I'm the only one who actually knew about it. He smiled like he didn't just drop a fucking bomb on them. Bella's eye twitched. Are you fucking kidding me? Ferrucci ran a hand down his face. So, wait, you mean to tell me that we had an underboss this whole damn time, and we just never knew? Well, not exactly. I was the only one who ever served him or talked with him. He died before any of you could even know him, Hector said, still grinning. Bella took a slow breath, like she was trying not to strangle him. And when exactly were you planning on telling us? I don't know. Hector shrugged again. Never really came up. Ferrucci stared at him, deadpan. Never really came up? Bella looked like she was about to explode. Marcello was an underboss, Hector. That's kind of big fucking news. Well, he's dead, so what does it matter? Hector said nonchalantly. Bella turned away, breathing deeply like she was summoning every ounce of patience she had left. Ferrucci, on the other hand, just looked at Hector with newfound disbelief. Hector, you are the most unserious motherfucker I've ever met. What happened? Who killed him? Bella asked, her voice quieter now. Hector glanced at her, then at Ferrucci. He hesitated for just a second before answering. It was James. Bella and Ferrucci just stared at Hector, their expressions frozen. The weight of his words sank in slowly, like a stone dropped into deep water. You're telling me, Bella started, her voice dangerously calm, that there was an underboss, and James just killed him, and nobody knew about it? Hector shrugged, still grinning. Well, yeah. I mean, I knew. But you guys never asked, so I figured it wasn't important. Bella crossed her arms, looking at Hector with narrowed eyes. So why did James kill him? Hector's smirk faded a little. No clue. But if I had to guess. He trailed off, glancing at the unconscious Takoi on the ground, then at Bella and Ferrucci. Bella arched a brow. Guess what? Hector grinned again, but this time, there was something dark in his eyes. If James did it, there was a damn good reason. Chapter 40, Buried in Blood and Silence. But anyway, we really fucked up, dealing with this nobody. Yeah. Ferrucci muttered, running a hand through his hair. We can't kill him, but he's seen our faces and knows our names. Then let's cut out his tongue. She twirled the knife between her fingers. Hector turned to her. If we cut out his tongue, he can still use his fingers. Bella paused, then shrugged. Then cut off his hands too. Ferrucci smirked, nodding along. Not a bad idea. Maybe break all his fingers first, you know, just for fun. Then we need to blind him too. Hector added. Bella snapped her fingers. Ooh, good point. And we should break his legs before cutting it off. Hector and Ferrucci turned to her at the same time. His legs? Hector asked, raising an eyebrow. Bella rolled her eyes. He can type with his toes. There was a brief silence as the words settled. Then Ferrucci leaned down, poking Takoi's cheek with his boot. So we cut off his arms, legs, take out his tongue, and blind him. Are we trying to turn him into a potato? Hector laughed. Actually, this is too much work. Let's just kill him. You were literally the one saying we couldn't kill him 2 minutes ago. Hector rubbed his forehead. Takoi let out another weak wheeze, like he wanted to say something. But honestly, after hearing their conversation, he was pretty sure words weren't going to help him anymore. I was really looking forward to a little more entertainment. Ferrucci's eyes flicked to Hector. You sure we don't want to at least take a finger? Takoi stiffened, his entire body trembling. No, we can't kill him nor chop off bits, but psychological damage lasts longer than physical. Hector said, tossing Takoi's phone to Bella. Check his contacts. Bella caught the phone easily, gripping Takoi's hair again to tilt his bruised face up. His one good eye was barely open, the other swollen shut. He let out a weak whimper, but didn't resist as she pressed the device against his face to unlock it. Fuck, it didn't recognize him, she said, grabbing one of his fingers and pressing it to the fingerprint scanner, but the blood wasn't helping. Tell me your code. 0625, he barely managed to say. She scrolled through his contacts, messages, and photos. Let's see. She smirked before tapping on another folder. Oh, look at that. He's got 2 sons. Nice. Ferrucci said with a slow grin. All right, you walk out of here. You act like this never happened. You go home, kiss your kids. Pretend you didn't just shit yourself in front of us. She tilted her head with a smile. But if we even hear a rumor that you mentioned our names? Hector crouched down. Then, we pay a little visit to your boys, And trust me, I love family reunions. Takoi nodded so fast it looked like his head might fall off. His breath came in ragged gasps, his swollen eye twitching. Good, Hector said, standing up and wiping his hand in the suit. Now, get the fuck out of here before I change my mind. Takoi struggled to his feet. His legs wobbled beneath him, barely supporting his weight. For a moment, it seemed like he might collapse again, but pure terror kept him upright. He staggered toward the door, clutching his side where Bella had slammed him with the crowbar. Every breath he took was labored, his ribs probably cracked, maybe even broken. But he didn't dare stop moving. Who were these guys? Asked Ferrucci as she knelt before the bodies, slowly checking out their tattoos. A street gang, Hector replied, called West Side 99. West Side 99? Ferrucci raised a brow. They're a gang from the west side of Hangern, the old District 7, Olympia. The 99-foot comes from the residential blocks they claim. Ferrucci snorted. Why not just call themselves the Olympia then? That name's already taken by another shitey gang. Bella said. And they don't have numbers? Ferrucci asked, glancing between the two. Nope. The Olympia are just another gang with teenagers and ogs who think. They are still young. They rob from other gangs, drive by shooting and shit like that. But in the end, they're just another group of idiots trying to play the mafia. Well, they are no longer on the west side. Ferrucci laughed. Yeah, but there are some things that quite worry me. Hector said. What? There were no agents at the funeral. Only gangsters. That never happens. It means one thing. They're preparing for something big. Bella crossed her arms. You think they're making their move soon? Hector nodded. I don't know when, but it's coming. And I saw Silas's son watching James. Not just looking, staring. He wants something. Silas Ricci's son, huh? That little bastard never had the guts to step into his father's shoes. But if he's watching James that closely, his voice trailed off, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Then he's either looking for revenge or an opportunity. Bella's gaze darkened. Or both. If they're preparing for something big, it's not just about James. The whole city's about to shift. So what's the play, Hector? You want to test the kid, or are we cutting him down before he grows into a real problem? No, we let him. His father was the real deal, an old-school gangster before we were even born. His son? He can't do shit without him. You're saying he's nothing without his father's shadow? Bella asked. Exactly. He's just some rich punk trying to play the role. Without Silas, he's got no spine, no instincts. He's trying to step into a world that'll eat him alive. We don't need to waste time making the first move. He'll screw himself over eventually. Maybe. But he's still got his father's name. And that's enough to make people follow him. Desperate men will take desperate leaders if they think it'll bring them power. Ferrucci said. Yeah, but the more problematic one to me is the Takoi guy. After all, he is dating the vice president daughter, Bella said. Hector shook his head. He showed up at the funeral with full of gangsters alone. No government security. And we kidnapped him without a fight. Bella crossed her arms, eyes sharp. Maybe. But don't forget what he said, one call, and James disappears. If he's bluffing, he's got balls. But if he's not, she trailed off, the implication hanging heavy between them. We are not just men following orders. We are the hands that enforce his will, the shield that guards his name. If they think they can touch him, they have no idea what kind of war they're starting. They all agreed. There was nothing more to say. Without hesitation, they started the cleanup process, which was tow things, gasoline, and a lighter. After the flames engulfed the whole building, one by one, they disappeared. Bella, however, had only one destination in mind. She needed to ask him. She needed to know. When she arrived, the same usual scene unfolded before her. Cars blocking the driveway, guards patrolling with guns in hand. As she made her way inside, she heard the low hum of the TV from the main living room. And there he was, sitting on the couch, eating a bowl of cereal like it was just another quiet day. On the other side of the couch, Charlotte was completely knocked out sleeping, so Bella took the opportunity to slip closer to him. Bella. His voice was calm, steady. She didn't answer. Not right away. Instead, she watched the screen, eyes unfocused. Then, after a long breath, she spoke. I heard something. Her voice was quiet, almost careful. James put his bowl down looking at her. Heard what? She hesitated, then met his gaze. That you once had an underboss. Is that true? James didn't answer. He just stared at the screen, unmoving. His eyes didn't shift, didn't blink. It was as if he was looking straight into the abyss. Bella's chest tightened. That underboss, whoever he was, he had been at James's side. Trusted. Important. And now he was nothing. Just like that. Bella's breath hitched as a horrible thought sank its claws into her heart. One day, would that be her? Would she become just another face James turned away from? Another person he let slip through his fingers like they had never mattered. He died by suicide. Her heart stopped. James didn't look at her, didn't explain further. The silence, the hesitation. This wasn't a man he had killed. This was a man he had lost. Something happened. And his words trailed off, and he just stared at the TV, as if he had been pulled back to that exact moment in the past. And then she saw it. A tear. A single tear slipping down the edge of his jaw. She almost didn't believe it. James never cried in front of them. But now, in the stillness of this house, in the weight of the past, he did. And something inside Bella shattered. She didn't think. She just moved. She just hugged him, feeling the rise and fall of his breath, the quiet tension in his body. James never spoke of his past. Never let anyone see the weight he carried. But tonight, for the first time, he let the silence speak for him. And Bella understood. She wasn't replaceable. Not to him. Chapter 41, Guilt of the Past. The moment his tears had fallen, the second Bella's arms had wrapped around him, he had allowed a crack in the armor, one he never should have shown. His body tensed. He swallowed hard, pushing back whatever remained of that brief, fragile moment of weakness. Without a word, he pulled away. "I'll lay Charlotte down," he murmured, his voice rough, barely above a whisper. His hands were steady as he lifted her, though something in his chest felt like it was trembling. Charlotte stirred, her small face pressing against his shoulder as she mumbled something in her sleep. Bella watched him, her heart heavy. The silence between them felt thick, suffocating. She took a slow step forward. "James, you can talk to me." Her voice was soft, careful. "No." The word came out fast, sharp. Then he looked at her, and Bella froze, because the man standing in front of her wasn't James Bellini. The man in front of her was different. His eyes weren't cold at all. They were hollow, sunken into something deeper, something older. A wound that never healed. Those weren't the eyes of a ruthless boss. They were the eyes of a man who had buried something so traumatic, so agonizingly deep, that he had spent years trying to forget it. And yet, in this moment, Bella could see it clawing its way back to the surface. His gaze didn't just meet hers, it buried into her, dragging her into whatever abyss he was drowning in. James turned away before she could say anything else, his movements precise, controlled, like a man forcing himself to stay composed. Bella wanted to stop him, wanted to reach out, but something about the way his shoulders tensed, the rigid set of his jaw, told her that if she pushed, he would shut down completely. So she let him go. She watched as he carried Charlotte upstairs, his footsteps quiet but heavy, like the weight of the past was pressing down with every step. She stood there, arms crossed tightly over her chest, her mind racing, because James never showed weakness. Not in front of them, not in front of anyone. But tonight he had, and she couldn't shake the image from her mind. The way his eyes had darkened, not with anger, not with his usual calculated sharpness, but with something raw, something buried so deep that even James himself refused to acknowledge it. He had been staring into the abyss of his own past. Minutes passed, maybe longer. She forced herself to move, walking toward the liquor cabinet, her fingers brushing against the cool glass of a whiskey bottle. She poured a drink, but before she could take a sip, she heard him. Footsteps. When she turned, James was already coming down the stairs. His face was unreadable, locked back into the expression of the man she knew, the man who never faltered, never let his guard down. But his eyes, they still carried the ghosts. James. He didn't stop, didn't answer. He just walked past her, heading for the back patio. Bella hesitated, then followed. James stood near the railing, hands gripping the edge, his head bowed slightly as if lost in thought. Bella didn't speak at first. She just stood beside him, staring out at the same skyline, waiting. "You don't have to tell me," she finally said. "But I'm not stupid, James. I see it." He exhaled, slow and measured. "You see what?" "The way you locked up the moment I asked about him." Her voice was careful, firm. "The way you looked at me like you weren't even here anymore. Like you were back there, wherever there is." James didn't answer. Bella swallowed. "I get it. Some things aren't meant to be spoken about. But you know what's worse? She turned her head toward him, letting it fester, letting it own you. James let out a low, almost humorless chuckle, shaking his head. You don't understand, Bella. Then make me understand. He finally looked at her, and what she saw is guilt. Bella's chest tightened. James. His voice was quiet when he spoke next. Marcella was my best friend. Bella felt her heart drop. James had never said that about anyone. Not once. James straightened, his posture closing off again, shutting her out. But I don't want to talk more about him. He glanced at her, searching her face, maybe expecting resistance, maybe waiting for her to argue. Bella hesitated, then took a step closer, her voice softer now. You know, talking about someone doesn't erase them. He let out a short breath, almost a laugh, but not quite. Doesn't mean I want to remember. She realized. It wasn't that he didn't want to remember. It was that he couldn't without it hurting too much. And maybe, just maybe, that pain ran so deep that forgetting was the only way he knew how to survive. James gripped the railing tighter, his knuckles turning white, the cold metal biting into his skin. But it was nothing compared to the ache inside. It was there again, that hollow, gnawing feeling, creeping through the cracks he swore didn't exist. But no matter how deep he tried to bury it, guilt had a way of clawing itself back to the surface. It never faded. It never eased. It never let him go. Because this wasn't just guilt. It was his fault. Or so he thought. Because when it truly mattered, when he should have seen, should have stopped it, he hadn't. Instead, he let it happen. He let him fall. And now? Now all that was left was silence, the kind that seeped into his bones. The kind that whispered, over and over, you should have saved him. But he hadn't. He had failed him. And the worst part? James had tried to forget. Tried to push it down, deep enough that it could never crawl its way back up. Some wounds never closed. And this one bled. Even now, and James had realized it too fucking late. He could still feel the coldness of that hand when he had reached out, gripping lifeless fingers like somehow, someway, he could pull him back. But there was no coming back. He had been too late. And now, every time he closed his eyes, he saw it all over again. The empty stare. The stillness. The weight of knowing that the only person who could have saved him should have been him. And he had failed. A shudder ran through him. But he forced himself to straighten, to breathe past crushing his chest. He wouldn't break. He couldn't break. Because breaking meant remembering. And if he remembered too much, he'd have to accept the truth. That his hands had been empty when it mattered most. He exhaled sharply, his breath uneven, his hands gripping his knees so tightly his knuckles turned white. He didn't belong in this world. His gaze distant, lost in something only he could see. He was just. His voice broke, and for a second, Bella thought he wouldn't go on. But he did. He was just my best friend, my brother. His lips curled into a hollow, bitter smile. Bella clenched her fists. James. I should have sent him away. His voice was hoarse, thick with something he refused to name. I should have told him to run, to get the hell out before it was too late. But I didn't. I let him stay in my world. A world that was too much for him. His hands raked through his hair, his breathing coming in short, sharp bursts. And then one day, he was just gone. His throat bobbed. Just fucking gone. Bella's chest ached as she watched him, as she saw the guilt of years pressing down on him, crushing him from the inside out. You don't understand. James whispered, his eyes meeting hers. Every night, I see him. Every goddamn time I close my eyes. He let out a shuddering breath. And the worst part? The worst fucking part. Bella swallowed, bracing herself. I don't even remember his voice anymore. His expression twisted, like the realization was cutting him open from the inside. I remember his face. I remember the way he looked at me before. He sucked in a breath, his voice catching. But his voice? His laugh. His fucking laugh? I can't hear it anymore. Bella's chest squeezed painfully. You don't forget people like that. He whispered. You shouldn't. Bella hesitated for only a moment before reaching for him, her fingers gripping his wrists solid, steady. Then let's remember him. She said softly. Tell me about him. James let out a shaky breath, closing his eyes for a moment like he was trying to pull himself back together. I can't. Why? She asked gently. James swallowed hard, his jaw clenching as his fingers curled into a fist. Because if I do, it makes it real. His voice was quiet, rough with something unspoken. Bella watched him, her eyes searching his face. It is real, James. His breath hitched, and he pulled his wrist away, running a hand down his face like he could wipe away the emotions threatening to spill over. I know that, he muttered, turning his back to her. I just don't want to face it. You don't have to face it alone. It's not about being alone. It's about what happens when I let myself remember. Because once I start, I don't think I can stop. Bella felt her chest tighten at his words, at the weight he carried alone. She wanted to tell him it was okay, that remembering didn't have to be a weakness. But she knew better. Instead, she simply said, "Then let me be here when you do." She didn't wait for him to say anything else. She just stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. James stayed still, his head slightly bowed, his hands hovering at his sides like he wasn't sure what to do. Then, almost hesitantly, he lifted his arms and returned the hug. His grip was uncertain at first, but then it tightened, his fingers pressing into the fabric of her shirt like he was anchoring himself. Bella felt his breath against her shoulder, uneven and strained. She could tell he was holding back, struggling to keep everything contained. I don't want to forget him. Bella closed her eyes, holding him a little tighter. Then don't. Chapter 42, Friends Forever. Marcelo was just a friend to James, a very good friend, and the only one he truly trusted. They became friends during the 1 year James spent at university. Both of them were the kind of guys who struggled with their future, unsure of what they wanted to be. Their only option was to study, but getting into university on a scholarship meant they had to maintain high grades. When their grades started dropping dramatically, they were faced with a harsh reality. They had to pay a lot of money to keep up, money they simply didn't have. Marcelo was the kind of guy who laughed even when everything was falling apart. He accepted his fate with a grin, pretending it didn't bother him. And people like that, you had to pay attention to them. Because beneath all the laughter and easygoing attitude, the pain was there, buried deep. And when it built up too much, when there was no more room to hold it in, the floodgates would open and emotions would collapse. James, on the other hand, wasn't like that. He didn't just accept failure, he owned it. He knew it was his fault. He knew he had messed up, big time. Their shared struggles became their bond. It was what connected them. Two messed up guys. A friendship that would last a lifetime. So they spent every remaining time together, pushing each other beyond their limits, trying to escape the cycle of failure. But in the end, it wasn't enough. They dropped out. That was when they made a promise to work, save up, and get back to university. To prove to their families that they weren't failures. To take a step toward a better life. For Marcelo, that meant finding whatever job he could to scrape by. For James, fate had other plans. A simple job at a coffee shop became the first step, not to a better life, but to a bloodstained one. James never forgot the look on Marcelo's face when he told him he had found a job. A coffee shop. Marcelo laughed. Man, you? Serving lattes and smiling at customers. It's not that bad. Marcelo shook his head, still grinning. You? Not that bad. Come on, you barely have the patience to deal with me, and I'm your best friend. It's just a job. A way to keep busy, I guess. James said, smiling. Yeah, I get that. His voice had lost some of its humor, turning quieter, more thoughtful. You ever think about what we're doing, man? Like, what's the point of all this? James glanced at him. You mean university? Yeah, life. Everything. Marcelo waved a hand vaguely. I mean, we're just barely scraping by. Even if we make it through this degree, what's next? More struggling. James didn't answer right away. He had thought about it too, late at night when the weight of everything pressed down on him. Guess we just keep going. James finally said. What else is there? Marcelo huffed out a laugh. Yeah, just keep going. Keep pretending like we got it all figured out. Man, I swear, sometimes I think the people who just give up have it easier. Just say screw it and stop trying. James frowned. That's not you. Marcelo smirked, but there was something tired in his eyes. Yeah? And what about you, James? You got some master plan you're not telling me about. James scoffed. If I did, you'd be the first to know. Marcelo sighed, rubbing his face. Damn, man. We really messed up, huh? James didn't answer. They both knew the truth. Two guys, broke and barely holding on, trying to find their place in a world that didn't seem to care whether they made it or not. But at least they had each other. Marcelo let out a long breath, then turned his head to James. You ever think about running away? James raised an eyebrow. Running where? I don't know. Anywhere. Somewhere where no one expects anything from us. Where we're not just some guys trying and failing to make it. James thought about that for a moment. The idea of leaving it all behind. No responsibilities, no expectations, no disappointment. Just freedom. It sounded tempting. But at the same time, it felt empty. Nah, James finally said. Running doesn't change anything. We'd still be the same messed up idiots, just in a different place. Marcelo chuckled. Yeah, figures you'd say something like that. He rubbed his hands together. Damn, it's late. You working tomorrow? James nodded. Yeah. Morning. Shift. Marcelo snorted. God help the customers. James smirked. Shut up. For a while, they sat in silence, listening to the faint sounds of the city. Then Marcelo spoke again, quieter this time. You ever wonder if we're gonna make it, man? James could have lied, told him they'd be fine, that everything would work out. But Marcelo wasn't the kind of guy who wanted lies. I don't know, James admitted. But if we don't, at least we tried. Marcelo nodded slowly, as if turning those words over in his mind. Then, after a long pause, he grinned again, punching James lightly on the shoulder. Yeah, at least we tried. Marcelo leaned back on the bench, stretching his arms behind his head. Man, sometimes I think about what it'd be like if things were different. Like, if we had rich parents or some kind of golden ticket. You ever think about that? James scoffed. What? Like being born lucky? Yeah, like waking up one day and not having to worry about rent, grades, or if you can afford lunch tomorrow. James stared at the sky for a moment. Can't miss what you never had. That's some depressing shit, man. James smirked. You asked. Marcelo shook his head, grinning. Yeah, but still would be nice, wouldn't it? James didn't answer right away. He'd never let himself think about a life that wasn't this one. Because what was the point? Dreaming about what could have been didn't change what was. You ever gonna give up? Marcelo asked, his voice quieter this time. James turned his head toward him. Are you? He sighed, running a hand through his hair. No, I don't think I know how to. Then neither do I. Silence settled between them again, but this time it felt different, heavier, but solid, like an unspoken promise. Marcelo reached for the last cigarette on the table. He took a slow drag, then offered it to James. James hesitated before taking it, inhaling deeply. Marcelo grinned. We're gonna be fine, man. James looked at him, at the way he said it, not like he believed it, but like he needed to say it out loud just to keep going. He didn't say anything back, just took another drag and passed the cigarette back. Marcelo let out a slow breath, watching the smoke swirl upward. You ever wonder what we're really doing here? James leaned forward, resting his arms on his knees. What do you mean? He flicked ash into the tray. I mean this. The late nights, the stress, the barely scraping by. What's the point? What if we're just wasting time? James was quiet for a moment before shaking his head. I don't think it's a waste. Marcelo raised a brow. You actually believe that? James shrugged. I think, as long as we keep going, it means something. Marcelo let out a soft laugh. Damn, that's deep. They sat there in silence for a while, the only sound being the faint hum of traffic. It was moments like these that made everything feel less heavy, like as long as they had each other, they could keep pushing forward, even if the road ahead was unclear. Hey, James. Yeah. No matter what happens, don't turn into one of those assholes who pretend they never struggled. James scoffed. You think I would? Marcelo grinned. Nah, but if you ever do, I'll come back and kick your ass. James shook his head, a small smirk tugging at his lips. Noted. Marcelo closed his eyes. Good. This was their last real conversation before James Bellini became the ruler of the city, before the name carried weight, before it was whispered in fear and respect. After that day, life pulled them in different directions. Marcelo got a job in another state, working long shifts just to get by. James walked a path that led him somewhere else entirely. They didn't see each other for a while. Not until James Bellini had become the boss of the city. And when they met again, James wasn't the man Marcelo had known. The friend who once laughed with him over late-night meals, who complained about exams and the weight of the future on their shoulders, he was gone. In his place stood someone colder, sharper. Someone whose presence carried an unspoken authority, whose eyes had seen too much, whose silence was heavier than words. Marcelo looked at him, searching for the traces of the man he used to call his best friend. But James Bellini had become something else. Marcelo forced a grin. the same easygoing smile he always wore, but even he couldn't hide the slight tension in his eyes. "Long time, huh?" he said, shoving his hands into his pockets. "Guess you've been busy. You shouldn't be here." Marcelo scoffed. "That's how you greet an old friend." He gestured around. "What? Your new life doesn't have room for the past." James exhaled slowly, glancing away for just a second, just enough for Marcelo to catch it. That hesitation, that crack in the armor. "You have no idea what kind of life this is." Marcelo tilted his head, eyes narrowing. "Then tell me, because all I see is a guy who used to be my best friend, now acting like a stranger." Chapter 43, Ghosts of Who We Were. "Tell me, do you even recognize yourself anymore?" James didn't answer. Marcelo laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Guess that means no." He sighed, rubbing a hand down his face. "Look, man, I don't know what you've done to get here, and I'm not asking. But I need to know, are you still you?" He didn't answer right away. Then, after a long pause, he muttered, "I don't think I am." Marcelo nodded slowly, as if he expected that answer. "Then why the hell did you agree to meet me?" James finally looked back at him, something sharp in his gaze. "Because for a moment, I wanted to remember who I used to be. So, now that you're here, what do you want to do? Reminisce about the good old days? Act like nothing's changed?" His voice carried a hint of bitterness. "No," he said quietly. "I just wanted to see if you'd still look at me the same way." Marcelo stared at him, searching his face, then exhaled sharply. "And?" James gave a small smirk. "You don't." Marcelo frowned, shifting uncomfortably. "Can you blame me?" James didn't answer. He just gave him one last look, one that carried spoken words, and then turned to leave. Marcelo watched him go, feeling like he had just spoken to a ghost of someone he used to know. He wasn't sure what made him call out, but the words left his mouth before he could stop them. "James." He stopped, but he didn't turn around. Marcelo hesitated, then ran a hand through his hair, exhaling. "You really think I look at you differently?" James tilted his head slightly, just enough for Marcelo to catch the sharp edge of his profile. "Don't you?" Marcelo swallowed. He wanted to say no, wanted to say that nothing had changed, that they were still the same two idiots who used to laugh about their problems over cheap beer and overdue assignments. But that wasn't true. James Bellini wasn't the same James he knew. The boy who used to crack jokes about failing his exams was gone. The man standing before him now carried an air of quiet authority, of something far more dangerous. His presence alone felt heavier, like the city itself bent around him. Marcelo sighed. "Yeah," he admitted. "I do." James nodded once, like he expected that answer, like he had already made peace with it. "But that doesn't mean I don't still see you in there," Marcelo added, taking a step closer. For the first time that night, they looked eyes with each other. And for a brief second, Marcelo caught a flicker of something buried deep beneath all the layers of power, control, and blood-stained reputation. Then, just as quickly, it was gone. James smirked faintly, but it didn't reach his eyes. "You always were too sentimental," Marcelo scoffed. "And you always pretended like you weren't." Another silence. James shifted, glancing up at the night sky, then back at Marcelo. "Go home, Marcelo." His voice was quieter now, almost tired. "This city isn't for you." Marcelo clenched his fists. "And what about you? You think it's for you?" James didn't answer, because they both already knew. Marcelo clenched his jaw. "You know, I used to think we'd figure things out together." "We did. You just figured out one path, and I figured out another." Marcelo let out a bitter laugh. "Is that what you call it? You think this is just another path?" He gestured around them, the towering skyline, the expensive cars parked nearby, the men in suits standing just far enough to give James privacy, but close enough to act if needed. James didn't respond. He didn't have to. Marcelo shook his head. "You used to care about what came next, about making something of yourself. Now, all I hear when people talk about James Bellini is fear." James smirked, a humorless thing. "Fear keeps people in line. Fear makes people turn on you." Marcelo shot back. "It makes you alone. I remember what you told me." James continued, his tone unreadable. "Back then, when we were just a couple of broke kids with no clue what we were doing." Marcelo frowned. "What are you talking about?" James' gaze darkened, but there was something almost distant in it, like he was remembering something from another lifetime. "You said not to forget about you when I'm at the top." He turned back and walked toward Marcelo, pulling out a check. It's enough to start a new life, with no struggle. He held it out. Marcelo stared at the check in James' hand. He didn't even look at the number written on it. He didn't need to. He knew it would be more money than he'd ever made in his life. More than enough to start over somewhere far away, just like James wanted. But that wasn't the point. Marcelo let out a slow breath, shaking his head. You think this is what I want? James held the check out a little further. It's what you need. Marcelo scoffed, shoving his hands into his pockets. No. What I needed was my best friend not to turn into a ghost in a $1,000 suit. James' expression flickered, just for a second, but then the mask came back, smooth and cold. Take it, Marcelo. Go. Marcelo's fingers twitched, but he didn't reach for it. And if I don't? James' gaze hardened. Then you're making a mistake. The city buzzed around them, but in that moment, it was just the two of them, standing on opposite sides of something neither of them could name. Marcelo stood his ground, his eyes steady. Let me be your friend, James. I don't want anything to do with the business, the money, the power. I just want my friend back. The guy who struggled with me. The guy who didn't have everything figured out, but still kept going. James exhaled slowly, lowering the check. His fingers curled around it, crumpling the paper slightly. You don't understand, Marcelo. That guy doesn't exist anymore. Marcelo took a step closer. Bullshit. He's standing right in front of me. James looked away, his jaw clenching. He wanted to believe that. Wanted to believe that after everything, after the blood, the violence, the weight of the Bellini name, he could still have something real. Something untouched by the world he'd built. Things aren't that simple. James muttered. They are if you let them be. James stayed silent, staring at the check in his hand like it held an answer he couldn't find. Finally, he sighed and slipped it back into his pocket. Fine, James said, his voice quieter now. But don't expect me to be the same. Marcelo smiled, small but real. Wouldn't have come if I did. For the first time in a long time, James felt something shift, something he thought was long gone. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe, just maybe, some things didn't have to be lost forever. But it was the worst decision Marcelo could have made. Because he couldn't handle it. He thought he could, though he could brush past the stories. The whispers, the news reports filled with blood and bodies. Though he could ignore the way James' name was spoken in fear, the way his presence alone made people stiffen, shrink away. He tried. God, he tried. Tried to see James as the friend he once knew. The guy who struggled with him. The one who used to complain about classes and dream about a better life. But that James wasn't there anymore. Maybe he never was. What stood in front of him now wasn't just a man. It was a kingpin. A murderer. A ghost of someone he used to know. Marcelo told himself it didn't matter. That friendship meant holding on, no matter how much the other person changed. But the truth clawed at him every time they met. Every time James spoke about things in a way no normal man should. Marcelo cared too much. And it got worse when the whispers started. People spoke his name in hushed tones, the way they did with James. They called him Marcelo Bellini. James Bellini's right-hand man. His underboss. A ruthless enforcer who handled business in the shadows. It was all a lie. Marcelo had never killed anyone. Never sold anything. Never fought a day in his life. But none of that mattered. They saw him as James' shadow. And in a world like this, shadows were just as feared as the man who cast them. Marcelo Bellini. The silent killer. The man who spoke with James every day. And no matter how much he denied it, no matter how far he tried to run from it, the world had already decided who he was. And it was too much to handle. Marcelo tried to ignore it at first. Tried to laugh it off, pretend like it didn't matter. But the weight of those whispers grew heavier with every passing day. People looked at him differently. Friends hesitated before speaking his name. Strangers crossed the street when they saw him. Even the ones who used to struggle alongside him now spoke in hushed voices, like he was something dangerous, something untouchable. It didn't matter that he wasn't part of James' business. It didn't matter that he had never pulled a trigger or given an order. What mattered was perception. And in the eyes of the world, Marcelo Bellini was already a killer. One night, he sat alone in his apartment, staring at his reflection in the dark screen of his phone. He didn't recognize himself anymore. James had given him a choice, to take the money and walk away, to start over. But Marcelo had stayed. He had wanted to be James' friend, nothing more. And one day it all cracked. It wasn't the rumors. It wasn't the whispers in the streets or the headlines that painted him as something he wasn't. It was his family. It was the way his sister hesitated at the door when he came to visit. The way she pulled her child closer, her grip tightening as if to shield them from him. It was the way his mother wouldn't meet his eyes, her gaze fixed on the floor, on the table, anywhere but at him. It was the way his father's voice, once strong and certain, now trembled when he spoke. Like Marcelo was a stranger. Like he was something to be feared. And that was when he knew. The world had already decided who he was. And so had his own family. It was enough for Marcelo. The weight, the whispers, the looks from his own family. The feeling he had buried deep for so long surged up like a tidal wave, and one day, it finally swallowed him whole. He checked into a hotel. Alone. No calls. No messages. No letters. Just silence. He sat in the chair by the window, staring at the city below, the city that had never been kind to him, the city that had given him a friend and then taken him away. He thought about James, about the boy he once knew, the boy who struggled beside him, who dreamed of something better, the friend who had laughed with him when there was nothing to laugh about, who had shared his failures, his fears. That James was gone. And maybe, Marcelo thought, so was he. He reached for the gun, the one James had given him, the one meant to keep him safe. His hands didn't shake. There was no hesitation. One last breath. One last thought. One last pull of the trigger. And then, silence. And with him, a piece of James was gone too. Chapter 44, God's Answer. Bella had told him to sleep. Said it had been a hard day. But James couldn't. Not tonight. After their conversation, after the hug that lingered a little too long, he pulled away and told her he needed time. Time to sit with his thoughts, to let them settle instead of running from them. Bella didn't argue. She just gave him one last look, something between understanding and worry, before nodding. Don't stay up too late, she said softly. James didn't answer. Now, he sat in the living room, sinking into the couch, staring at the TV. Marcelo. The name sat in his chest like a weight that wouldn't lift. He hadn't spoken about him for a long time, but hadn't let himself think about him for too long, because when he did, it always led back to that day. That room. That gun. It should have been different. Marcelo should have had a life beyond the rumors, beyond the name people forced on him. He should have been happy. He should have been alive. James leaned forward, elbows on his knees, rubbing a hand over his face. The regret, the guilt, it never faded. No matter how much time passed. And it never will. He let out a slow breath, his eyes fixed on the coffee table in front of him. He closed his eyes, just for a moment, listening to the distant sounds of the city outside. Maybe Bella was right. Maybe he should try to sleep. But he knew the moment he tried that, Marcelo would be there. What good was remembering if all he could remember was failure? He had thought he was giving Marcelo a choice, a way out, a chance to live a life without struggle. He thought handing him that check meant something. That Marcelo would take it and leave, start fresh, be free. But Marcelo had stayed. He had stayed because he was James's friend. Because he didn't care about the money or the power or any of the things people whispered about James Bellini. And it destroyed him. James pressed his fingers against his forehead, trying to push away the thoughts, but they clawed at him, relentless. They hadn't killed Marcelo with a gun. They killed him with rumors, with assumptions, with fear. They killed him by making him something he wasn't. And James had let it happen. He could still see Marcelo's face the last time they spoke, the tension in his jaw, the weight in his eyes. He should have seen it then, should have known. He let out a bitter laugh, his voice raw, hoarse. He tilted his head back against the couch, eyes burning as he stared up at the ceiling. What do you want from me, huh? He muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. He turned his head, gaze shifting to the window, looking at the distant sky. Is this it? He asked, his voice cracking. This what you wanted from me? His hands curled into fists. All that struggle, all that pain, was it just for this? He let out a breathless chuckle, shaking his head. He exhaled sharply, running a hand down his face. You took everything from me, Mom and Raphael, who pretend every day to be okay with me. And you took Marcelo. His jaw clenched, teeth grinding together. He was a good man. Better than me. So tell me why. His voice rose, echoing in the empty living room. You let him die alone. And I had to stand there, looking at his damn casket, knowing I did that. Knowing that you. His breath hitched. That you just watched. James laughed again, but it was empty, broken. You watching now? Are you enjoying this? Silence. The world gave him nothing. Like it always did. He let out a shaky breath, his fingers gripping the edge of the couch so tightly his knuckles turned white. His eyes stayed locked on the window, on the empty sky beyond it. His chest rose and fell heavily, his body tense as if he was bracing for some kind of answer, some kind of sign. But there was nothing, just the steady hum of the city, the distant sound of sirens wailing in the night. "You hear me?" he said, his voice sharper now, filled with something between rage and grief. "Do you hear me?" He pushed himself up from the couch, running a hand through his hair, pacing. His heart pounded in his chest. All this power, all this control, and I still couldn't save him. His breath hitched, his throat tightening. You just let him rot, let him suffer, and for what? James swallowed hard, his voice quieter now, almost a whisper. You could have taken me instead. His fists clenched. I will beat the shit out of you if we ever meet. He leaned back, closing his eyes, and for the first time in a long time Marcelo wasn't there, only the darkness. Then a sound. A dull thump outside. Probably one of the guards. Maybe the wind is knocking something over. He opened his eyes, his vision was foggy, then again a sound outside, and the motion sensor lamps turned on. That was weird. With a quiet sigh, he pushed himself up and stretched, rolling his shoulders as he headed toward the patio. Maybe one of the idiots outside had dropped their gear. Or maybe it was just a stray cat. As he stepped out, the warm summer night was refreshing, with a slight breeze. But as he looked toward where the sound had come from, his breath hitched. A man just stood there. James blinked, his brain slow to register the sight. The guy wasn't moving, wasn't saying anything, just stared. Who are? He didn't hear it, didn't even realize what had happened at first. The pain hit a second later, sharp, burning, like a blade tearing through his insides, burrowing deep into his gut. His hand went to his stomach instinctively, pressing against the sudden, unnatural heat spreading there. His fingers came away wet, warm, sticky, dark. Blood. His blood. For a second, he just stared at it, mind struggling to catch up, to make sense of what was happening. His breath came in short, shallow gasps, heart pounding against his ribs, his body screaming at him to move, to do something, but he was frozen. Then, another shot. This time, it slammed into his shoulder, ripping through flesh and bone, forcing his body into motion. His feet stumbled backward, his body twisting with the impact, a sharp cry tearing from his throat. He hit the patio hard, the cold stone sending another jolt of pain through him as he collapsed onto his back. Everything spun. The sky above blurred, the stars swimming together in a dizzying mess. His ears rang, his lungs fought for air, but each breath was a struggle, like he was drowning in his own body. No, 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 no. James pressed his hand harder against the wound in his stomach, desperate to stop the bleeding, but it just kept coming, spilling through his fingers, warm and endless. It soaked into his shirt, his skin, pooling beneath him, painting the ground in deep, crimson red. His fingers trembled. His arms felt weak. His body refused to listen to him. A cough racked through him, and something warm and thick bubbled up his throat. Blood spilled past his lips, staining his teeth, the metallic taste clinging to his tongue. His breath rattled. His chest heaved. His body shuddered violently against the growing cold. And then, footsteps. Slow, deliberate. James' blurred vision lifted, and through the haze of pain, he saw a figure standing over him. A shadow against the night sky, face unreadable, gun still raised. He forced his lips to move, but all that came out was a ragged breath. The man took another step closer. James' pulse thudded weakly, his body screaming at him to move, to fight. But he was barely hanging on, his strength slipping away with every drop of blood leaving his body. No, no, I can't die here. His vision swam, his chest heaved for air, and then, in a desperate, broken voice, he forced out a scream. Help! It was hoarse, weak, but he pushed through the pain, his throat burning as he shouted again. Somebody. His voice cracked, but he didn't care. The walls of the house felt so far away, the doors shut, the world silent except for his own ragged breaths. The man standing over him didn't move, didn't flinch. James' gaze darted toward the house, toward the windows. Someone has to hear me. Someone has to come. But nobody came. Ma. Her face flashed in his mind. Soft, kind, the way she used to hold his face between her hands when he was younger, smoothing his hair back. whispering words of comfort. No, please don't hurt her. The thought sent a new kind of pain through him, worse than the bullets, worse than the cold creeping into his bones. James forced his head up, locking his gaze onto the man standing over him. His lips moved, his voice barely above a whisper, wet with blood. Please. The man tilted his head slightly, but said nothing. His vision wavered, black spots creeping at the edges, his body barely holding onto consciousness. The man didn't respond with words, but with the barrel of a gun pressed against James's head. He should have left. Should have run. Should have said it was all a misunderstanding. Should have said goodbye. The final shot rang out, and everything went dark. James. His eyes snapped open. He was still in the living room, still on the couch. His body was drenched in sweat, his breath unsteady, his heart pounding like hell. Was it a nightmare? Chapter 45. Control the slums. James. His mother's voice came. James opened his eyes. He was still in the living room, still on the couch. His body was drenched in sweat, his breath unsteady, his heart pounding. Was it a nightmare? His mother looked at him with worry. Yes, it was, James muttered, leaning forward as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. His hands were still shaking slightly. What's the time? It's exactly 10, she said softly. James let out a slow breath, rubbing his face as he tried to shake off the nightmare. His mother sat down beside him, her brows furrowed in concern. You were shouting. Was I? He didn't even realize. His throat felt raw, like he had been gasping for air. She nodded. You called for help, and then her voice wavered. You said, don't hurt her. James stiffened. His fingers curled into fists against his thighs. His mother placed a hand on his arm. James, are you? I'm fine, he interrupted, standing up. He needed space. He needed air. It was just a dream. She didn't look convinced. James. But he was already walking away, heading toward the bathroom. He turned on the sink, letting cold water run over his hands before splashing it onto his face. His reflection stared back at him in the mirror, haunted, tired, lost. It was just a dream. His breath hitched as he pressed his palm against his stomach again, harder this time, as if expecting pain to flare up. But there was nothing, no warmth of blood seeping through. His fingers, no torn flesh, no agony, just the steady rise and fall of his chest. James let out a shaky breath, his fingers trembling slightly as he pulled up his shirt. His skin was unmarked, smooth. No wounds, no bullets, nothing. But the sensation lingered, the burn of metal piercing his body, the suffocating weight of death creeping over him. I swear I felt it, he muttered under his breath, staring at his own reflection. His voice was hoarse, uncertain. He looked down again, pressing his fingers along his ribs, his stomach, his chest, then splashed cold water onto his face, letting the sharp chill ground him. He stared at his reflection in the mirror, water dripping from his chin. His pulse was still unsteady, his body tense as if bracing for another shot that would never come. Suddenly a knock came. Hector wants to talk to you. His mother voice. James exhaled sharply, gripping the edges of the sink. I'm coming, he muttered. He wiped his face with a towel, running a hand through his hair before stepping out of the bathroom. The weight of the nightmare still clung to him, an invisible wound that refused to fade. But he pushed it down, just like always. Stepping into the hallway, he found his mother watching him closely. There was something in her eyes. What? He asked with a forced smile. She hesitated, then shook her head. Nothing. Just talk to Hector. He nodded and made his way to the door, already preparing himself for whatever was coming next. But he didn't expect to see Hector like that. Hector stood tall, dressed in a new beige suit, James' favorite color, paired with shining black, elegant shoes. Do I look good? Hector asked with a smile. Like a businessman. James answered, smiling at him. Hector chuckled at that. Well, he glanced at James' mother before continuing. Let's talk outside. He turned, gesturing toward the patio. As they stepped out, James froze for a moment. His eyes drifted to the exact spot where the man had stood in his dream, where the gun had been raised against him. Then, slowly, he looked down at the ground, right where he had collapsed, bleeding out, and then a final shot to the head. His chest tightened, his breathing shallow. It felt too real. The weight of the bullets, the searing pain, the helplessness. He could still hear the gunshots echoing in his head. James. Hector's voice pulled him back. James blinked and exhaled sharply, shaking off the lingering fear. "Nothing," he muttered, running a hand over his face. "Just tired." They sat down, and Hector pulled a small notebook from his suit, placing it in front of James. "What is it?" he asked, grabbing it and flipping it open. His mind was still foggy, still stuck in the nightmare, and the pages were filled with numbers, endless rows of them. His head wasn't ready for this. "We only have around 250 million worth of white magic left. And that's it." Hector's voice was calm, but he wouldn't meet James' eyes like he was. Afraid of his reaction. "Why?" James frowned, flipping through the pages even though numbers weren't his thing. He didn't answer right away, just rubbed his forehead before finally speaking. "Well, the border war in Dennis, it's gotten worse. They decided not to fight in the open anymore, but to take it into the jungle, where those fuckers can't see each other." He paused, glancing at James, but there was no reaction. "So, our camps and plants are in danger. They've already destroyed 8 out of 67. Hector's voice was calm, but there was an edge to it, like he was holding something back, waiting for James to say something, to react. But James just stared at the notebook, his fingers tapping against the table, his mind still half trapped in the nightmare from before. "Tell me, Hector, what is the process of making white magic and how much time it takes?" Hector was stunned for a moment, but quickly continued. "Usually, it takes 5 weeks for one full rotation. That means if we calculate with the 67 camps, that's about 100 kilograms per camp, so 6,700 kilograms in total." He paused, watching James, then went on. "The white plants, which we extract the liquid from, take around 3 weeks to flower. But that was never a problem because the jungle has plenty of them, so when they ran out of it just went in the jungle looking for the plants." Hector exhaled, rubbing his head. "But now, with the jungle turning into a war zone, those plants don't mean shit if we can't get to them. The soldiers are burning everything. Camps, crops, even the people inside. It's all turning into ashes, James." He flipped through the notebook again, the numbers blurring together. The supply chain was crumbling, and with it, the power that came with controlling it. "So what are you saying?" James finally asked, his voice calm. Hector hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "We need a news source. If the jungle is lost, we need another way to produce it, or—" He stopped, locking eyes with James again, as if gauging how far he could push. "Or we fight to keep what we have." James let out a short laugh, but there was no humor in it. "Fight." He rolled the word in his mouth. "With who?" "The military." Is he really saying we should fight the military? This man is willing to let more people die just for money. But if I don't do anything, that'll just create more problems. What do I do? Think. He turned to Hector, his voice sharp. "What's more important than white magic?" Hector blinked, caught off guard by the question. "There's nothing else that sells for this much at such a high price." "Think, Hector. What is more important than white magic?" James asked again, locking eyes with him. Hector hesitated, unable to find an answer. "The people, Hector. In the countryside, there's hunger and slums. For them, there is no hope left. The government doesn't care. The people in the cities don't care. Sure, maybe some aid groups send food, but what would happen if we helped them? What if we gave them hope?" Hector blinked, clearly taken aback by James' words. You want to help them?" James exhaled sharply, running a hand through his hair. "I'm saying if we want to survive, we need something bigger than just selling white magic. If we pour money into those slums, into the people, we aren't just running a business. We're creating something untouchable." Hector frowned, still trying to process. "You want to buy the people's loyalty?" James scoffed. "Loyalty, trust, power, call it whatever you want. But if we give them food, shelter, jobs, if we make them rely on us instead of a government that doesn't give a damn, then we control something far greater than drugs. And at least my name will have something good attached to it. Helping those who were left to rot in a desperate place, giving them something to hold on to." But it was only for James because Hector's mind was already calculating the cost of making not white magic, but something more popular, something that took over the market, green weed. Smoke it like a cigarette, and you get high. The cost of making it was far less than white magic, and people buy it like candy. More than candy, it popular among even the poor and all ages. And the slums, the place of despair where even the police wouldn't go, were the perfect place to hide a plantation. Hector looked with a big smile at James. "Understood." Only one thing that worries me. If we just leave the market, there's going to be a shift in power, a shift that will make the underworld rumble. We are the only ones selling pure white magic. Everyone else mixes it. Pump up the price. Make it so high that even the richest will know it's a ripoff. James said simply. Why? Hector looked confused. Because they're addicted. They want ours because it's the best. You said 250 million? Make it a billion. Raise it so high that even you will laugh, and they will still buy it. And if more comes in from the camps before they get destroyed or seized, sell those too. This is our goodbye to the market. Hector stared for a moment, letting the words sink in. Then, a slow smirk formed on his lips. I will make a detailed plan. Do it, James said, getting up and walking back to the house. Hector just smiled, staring at him as he went. Because in his mind, James wasn't just quitting a market that brought in billions. No, he was doing it on purpose. To shake the market. And then, make a comeback. A comeback that will make him the history's biggest drug lord. Then picked up his phone. It was time to raise the price and watch the world burn. Chapter 46, Mommy and Daddy. Where are Charlotte and Bella? James asked his mother as he stepped back into the house. They're in the garden painting. She replied, though her eyes and expression were still filled with worry. Bella too? He asked, raising an eyebrow. His mother chuckled softly. She said that if you like painting and women who paint, then she's going to become a painter. James exhaled, shaking his head with a slight smirk. Well, I'll be in the office if anyone needs anything. He grabbed an apple from the counter and headed straight to his private office. When he bought this house for his family, his priorities were clear. First, security and privacy. A 2-meter-high brick wall surrounded the property, reinforced by a dense hedge wall to ensure complete privacy. Second, a spacious kitchen for his mother and areas for relaxation. Everything else was just part of the deal, including the office. A masterpiece of craftsmanship, polished hardwood, elegant leather chairs, and a grand desk. But he was only there once since he bought the house, to put in documents and reports. And now, he needed to go through everything, see how things had unfolded so far and how they would play out next. This was the only room in the house that required a code to enter, because inside certain documents were stored, documents that, if seen by his family, would undoubtedly cause trouble. Stepping in, he walked straight to a large safe embedded in the wall, hidden behind a painting. He moved the artwork aside and unlocked the safe. Stacks of documents lay inside, along with bundles of cash. But what he truly needed were the records, the files that contained the real weight of his empire. He pulled out a thick pile of documents and settled into his chair. From the desk drawer, he retrieved a notebook. That notebook was the holy grail of the Bellini family. Within its pages were records of bribes, drug trades, the trafficking routes, and every single detail about everything. And yes, it was the dumbest thing to do, keeping such records. He knew it well, but he couldn't possibly remember every detail in his head, nor could he risk storing it on a computer. So, what I just said to Hector is going to cause trouble, he muttered, flipping through the pages, scanning the reports. The circle will complain, customers will complain, and other families, well, they'll be happy. Hector basically held a monopoly over the city. He leaned back, gazing at the intricate carvings on the ceiling, letting out a slow sigh. I'm sure there's going to be a war between families and gangs over who gets to rule what I left behind. But still, 250 million and the camps that keep producing white magic. It'll take at least 4 months to sell everything. So for months to get ready. He went through one of the documents and pulled out a report. It was Silas Ricci's file, filled with every little detail about the man. This fucker will want to break in. He's got hundreds of dealers selling garbage, and the capital is a strategic point. From here, he can transport everywhere. How many people are going to die sniffing that shit? He looked up and rubbed his face, frustration creeping in. Fuck, maybe I made a mistake. But if I kept things running, the military would have wiped out. The workers at the camps. More than 60 camps, each with at least 20 workers. They're just people from poor backgrounds trying to make money. He leaned back, staring at the ceiling again. How much is a life worth? Some of them would take a bullet for $1,000 a month. Some would work all day for the same amount. Some would do anything for that kind of money. $1,000, not even minimum wage. And yet, they'd still do it. Then leaning back, he flipped through the notebook again, stopping on a specific page. His fingers traced the numbers. 1,231 people. 61 of them are guards and bodyguards, trained, with military backgrounds or private contractor experience. Then there are 623 enforcers, making sure no one steps into our territory and causes trouble. Another 78 are dealers and middlemen, handling the wealthy clients, bringing in more business. He flipped the page. And the rest are workers and the so-called legal team laundering money and keeping things running. He glanced at another number. For 1,231 people, I only pay $6.1 million a month in salaries. That's good money, $5,000 a month, at least statistically. But not everyone gets paid that much, some barely get paid at all. He exhaled, tapping his fingers on the desk. If I just took that money and helped the slums, my men would be furious. I'd be giving handouts to strangers while they work their asses off. Some even killed. No, they don't kill. They just enforce. He trailed off, lost in thought. Let's say. He grabbed a pen and started writing. If Hector can push up the price and turn that 250 million into a billion, no, let's say 700 million, then I could put 100 million into the slums and another 100 million toward my men. Which means, he pulled out his phone and opened the calculator. I could give them an $81,234 bonus. No, why am I being stingy? I'm already a billionaire. Let's double it. If I put 200 million toward them, that means a $160,000 bonus per person. James stared at the numbers on his phone screen, his fingers drumming against the desk. $160,000 per person. That's enough to change lives. Enough for them to leave this life if they wanted to. But would they? If I start throwing cash around, they'll wonder why. They'll think I'm stepping away, leaving them behind, and if they feel abandoned, someone else will step in. He had to be careful. Too much money at once could be as dangerous as too little. Maybe stagger the payments. He thought aloud. Bonuses spread over time. Give them security without making them desperate or reckless. He sighed, glancing back at the notebook, his eyes scanning the names until they landed on Hans. Fuck is up with him? Didn't message, didn't call. No way he's getting freaky with Sophia. He stopped, shaking his head. What the hell am I even thinking, and why do I keep saying it out loud? What if there's a drone circling up there listening? He stopped talking and looked up at the ceiling. Again, like he could see the skies. If anyone's listening, fuck all of you. If even one agency wasn't corrupt, I would have ended up as a mafia boss. You fuckers. He let out another sigh. Maybe I should get freaky too, relieve all this tension. There was silence. Then he laughed at himself. Bella, she's beautiful. She loves me. The problem is. He paused. What exactly is the problem with her? He crossed his legs. He spun the chair slowly, deep in thought. She's a psycho. She's crazy. He let out a breath, staring at the ceiling. But she's warm, and she truly loves me. His fingers tapped idly on the armrest. Why the hell am I even questioning her? My damn life revolves around crazy people. He paused the spinning, rubbing his eyes. I can't be this naive even if all of this is a misunderstanding. I still play along. My decisions, they're not just mine. He exhaled, running a hand through his hair. They're absolute. Whatever I decide, they follow without question. No, if I get too comfortable, things will only become harder. I need to stay cautious. Maybe they misunderstood things too. Well, James had hit the nail on the head, because Hector had misunderstood everything on an entirely different level. And then there was Charlotte. My daughter. He sighed. I need to be her father, teach her things, and, more importantly, let her be a child. Her birthday was coming up soon, and those damn horses that could outrun the IRS. How much money did he owe? Them? Hundreds of millions? Fuck them too. But before he could think about it any further, a loud knock, more like punching, echoed through the door. Daddy, let me in. Charlotte's voice rang through. Yes, Daddy. Bella's voice followed hers. James quickly locked the documents back in the safe before heading to the door. Wait a bit, and don't bust down my door, he shouted. When he swung it open, he found both Charlotte and Bella standing there, their faces and clothes covered in paint. What the hell happened? He asked, raising a brow. Charlotte burst out laughing. Bella and I had a battle with the brushes, she announced proudly, her face smeared with every color of the rainbow, her once white clothes now a canvas of chaos. And what about the painting? Charlotte's eyes lit up. Come see it, she said, immediately taking off toward the stairs. Slow down. I don't want you rolling down. James called out, sounding like a real father. Bella chuckled beside him, then locked eyes with James and asked softly, "How are you?" But before she could expect an answer, James pulled her in, kissing her on the lips. Bella blinked in shock, her body tensing as James pulled away. Her fingers hovered near her lips, eyes wide with surprise. James cleared his throat, suddenly realizing what he had just done. He rubbed the back of his neck, looking anywhere but at her. That was her face turned bright red. She looked away, pretending to fix her sleeve, but it was clear she was flustered. I wasn't expecting that," she mumbled. "Yeah, me neither," James admitted, shifting awkwardly. The room suddenly felt way too small. A beat of silence passed between them, both avoiding eye contact. Then, Bella, still visibly flustered, muttered under her breath, "We can do more." James froze. His brain short-circuited for a second. Bella, realizing what she had just said out loud, turned an even deeper shade of red. I mean if you want to. Not that we have to. She covered her face with both hands. James let out a strained cough, his ears burning. "Yeah, maybe when we have time," he mumbled, feeling just as embarrassed. Neither of them spoke for a moment. "Let's go see what Charlotte painted." Bella nodded quickly. "Yes, good idea. Very good idea." As they walked toward the garden, Bella kept sneaking glances at James, her face still warm. He looked just as awkward, running a hand through his hair and keeping his eyes forward like he was on a mission. They reached the massive canvas where Charlotte's painting stood. James took a moment to take it in. "Is that us?" he asked, looking at the mix of colors and strokes which somehow made up three faces. "Yeah." She beamed, then pointed her finger at it. "This is me, this is Daddy, and this is Mommy." Bella and James got embarrassed again, their faces turning red. "I'm going to ask Grandma to see it." She ran away again fast. "Grandma." She called Mom Grandma. "Huh. You know?" Bella started burning back James from his thoughts. "I think Charlotte really sees us as a family." She blushed a bit. Kids see things how they want to. Bella suddenly stepped beside James and leaned on his shoulders. "And you?" "We could be one, but..." He couldn't finish as Bella slipped her fingers through his, clutching it firmly. "You don't have to overthink everything, James," she said quietly. "Sometimes things are just simple." He glanced at her, their eyes locking onto each other. Slowly, James leaned in and gave Bella another kiss. And this time, she returned it. This was James's answer to her. "Yo, they're kissing," Charlotte shouted while jumping up and down, completely embarrassing them. They quickly stepped away from each other as if they were strangers. Charlotte ran up and hugged Bella. "So you're really my mommy?" she asked, beaming with happiness. Bella glanced at James, who gave a slight nod. "Yes, I am," she said with a bright smile. Chapter 47, A Throne for Two. While James had experienced something resembling a family, Hans had a vastly different experience. His time with Sophia Connie was nothing like he had expected. If anything, she was even more unhinged than Bella. For the past few days, Hans had been spying on Sophia. He trailed her, snapped photos of her house, and watched her men. Something about her recent activities was off, unusual even for someone like her. Sophia Conti was a master of deception, known in the underworld as Ghost, because she could change her appearance drastically with wigs, masks, and even subtle height adjustments. But now, she wasn't hiding. For the first time in a long while, she was just herself. Her makeup wasn't designed to deceive, it was meant to stand out. Her outfits weren't meant for blending in, but for showing off her curves. More than that, she was out shopping, parading through the city as if she were nothing more than a wealthy woman, completely ignoring the fact that she was a key player in the circle. That was what truly unsettled Hans. Because just as James had doubled his security, Sophia had done the same. When James bought Charlotte art supplies, Sophia did too. When Bella purchased a particular perfume, Sophia bought the same one. Hans stared at the report in his hands, his fingers tightening around the pages. "No way," he muttered, sitting in his car parked outside Sophia's house. His eyes scanned over his notes, connecting the dots. She's not just in love with James. She's a sharp knock on his window cut him off. Instinctively, Hans reached for his gun before glancing up. Sophia stood outside, smiling warmly at him through the glass. He hesitated before rolling down the window, subtly shoving the report down to the car floor. "Can I help you?" he asked, forcing a smile. I know who you are, so don't bother with this whole spy act, she said, tilting her head slightly. You've been here for days. Do you want to come in? Hans knew, in that moment, that he had screwed up. She stood there, waiting, as if she fully expected him to follow. He had no options, so he opened the car door and stepped out. Don't leave the report in there, she chuckled, turning on her heel and walking toward her house. I'll help you add details. Hans blinked. Was she joking? Or was she actually inviting me in to help? In the end, he picked up the report, shut the car door, and followed after her. Her mansion was massive, just like James's, and just as heavily guarded. Armed men stood at every entrance, some patrolling the perimeter, others watching from the roof. Security cameras were placed in every corner, making sure no movement went unnoticed. The gates had opened automatically when Sophia approached, revealing a large courtyard with a marble fountain in the center. Perfectly trimmed hedges lined the walkway, and strange statues of faceless figures stood along the path. Something about them made Hans uneasy. As they reached the entrance, he noticed the massive double doors, black and sleek, with golden accents. 2 guards stood beside them, giving Hans a sharp nod before stepping aside to let them in. Inside, the mansion was just as grand. The floors were polished white marble, shining under the light of a huge crystal chandelier. A wide staircase curved up to the 2nd floor, its golden railings smooth and spotless. The walls were decorated with expensive paintings, some classical, others abstract, but all worth a fortune. She led him down a long hallway. The rooms they passed were spotless, too perfect, like no one ever used them. But as Hans scanned the house, his eyes caught something unusual. They had just walked past a room where the door was slightly open. At first, it seemed unimportant, but as his gaze lingered for a brief second, something inside sent a chill down his spine. It was an altar. Candles flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls. And at the center of it all, James's photo. Hans only saw it for a couple of seconds before they moved past, but he was sure of what he had seen. He said nothing as Sophia just walked like it was nothing. Finally, they entered a lounge. A bar stretched across one side, stocked with expensive liquor. Large windows revealed a stunning view of the garden, where a stone path led to a pool. Sophia motioned toward one of the soft chairs near the bar. Sit, she said, walking over to pour herself a drink. Hans hesitated before sitting down, still on edge. Sophia took a sip of her drink before looking at him. So, she began, her voice smooth. Let me see the report, she said, holding out her hand. Hans shifted uncomfortably in his chair, clearly uneasy. After a brief pause, he tossed the report toward her. She caught it effortlessly, flipping it open. As she read, her expressions shifted. Sometimes she smirked, other times she let out a quiet chuckle. But then, her amusement faded. Her eyes sharpened, her brows furrowing as she focused on certain details. Then, without warning, she snapped the report shut and locked eyes with Hans. Silence filled the room. Hans clenched his jaw. He wasn't sure what was coming next, but he knew one thing. He had just stepped into something far bigger than he expected. You? Sophia started, her voice low and unreadable. Hans tensed, already gripping his gun. One in the chamber, safety off, he was ready. But then, you only did half the job, she suddenly screamed, her face turning red. What? Hans asked, confused, his hand slowly moving off the gun. I wasn't just shopping, she huffed, flipping through the report again. I bought exquisite underwear too, and you didn't include it in the report. She held up a picture, one of her walking into a shop. I know men like something playful, so I picked out some really, how should I say it, sexy pieces. She mused, rolling her eyes with a dramatic sigh. Then, she giggled, cheeks still flushed. Hans blinked. This couldn't be happening. I know very well that James sent you, Sophia said confidently, flipping her hair back. And I know his motive too. He wants me. She spoke as if it were an undeniable truth, but she was far off. I have beautiful white skin, blue eyes, and blonde hair. She continued, running a hand down her body as if admiring herself. My boobs are big, my booty too. She shivered slightly, as if overwhelmed by her own words. I'm 178 centimeters tall and 26 years old. I'm a perfect match for him. Hans was frozen in place, struggling to find words. Finally, he spoke, his voice flat. James only sent me because you sent people to stalk him. Sophia's expression shifted instantly. The playful glow in her eyes darkened into something more serious. Hans felt his fingers twitch near his gun again, just in case. Oh, they got busted? She asked, tilting her head. Yeah. Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. The call was answered immediately. Kill those fuckers I sent after my love. She shouted, then casually ended the call. She turned back to Hans with a bright, almost childlike smile. So, she said sweetly, where were we? Boobs and booty. He said, oh yeah, so I have far more to offer than that woman who was with him. Sophia said, her voice laced with arrogance. But then, her eyes darkened again. So tell me, Hans. She leaned over the table, her gaze piercing. Who is that woman? Hans didn't hesitate. They're in love. Silence fell between them. For a moment, Sophia didn't move, but then, her eye twitched. In what? She asked, her voice unnaturally calm. Hans let out a heavy sigh, leaning back in his chair. In love. He repeated. They started dating some time ago, and they're happy together. Also, he paused, watching her carefully. I assume you already know that Augustus's daughter is now James's adopted daughter, which means they're already a family. Sophia just stared at him. Her fingers, which had been resting lightly on the table, curled into a fist. Then this is a fight, Sophia declared. Be careful what you say, Hans started, but he couldn't finish. I may be the second, but I can fight my way to be the one, she said, a slow smile curling on her lips. Hans frowned, more confused than ever. Did she want to fight against Bella? But then, she leaned back, her expression almost dreamy. A powerful man like James, rich and controlling the capital, can't possibly relieve all his stress with just one woman. She murmured. Her cheeks flushed deeper, and a visible shiver ran through her body. I'm going to be his second, and when he realizes I'm better, I'm going to be the one and the best. Hans stared at her, struggling to process what he was hearing. You want what? He asked. Obviously, James can't be satisfied with just one girl, so why not have two girlfriends, or two wives? That's not how it works, Sophia, Hans said, rubbing his head. That is how it works. Two is always better than one. She insisted, her tone almost playful. Hans exhaled sharply. What was the word? Not harem, something more sophisticated. And I'm still a treasure in this rotten world, Sophia said, her voice soft yet filled with conviction, pulling Hans from his thoughts. He blinked, trying to process her words. What do you mean? Sophia's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of pink, and for a moment, she hesitated, lowering her gaze. Her fingers traced the rim of her glass. Then, she looked back up at him, her blue eyes locking with his. I'm a virgin, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper, as if sharing a precious secret. Hans just stared at her. The air between them felt heavier, not because of what she said, but because of why she was saying it. Sophia wasn't embarrassed. She wasn't shy. No, she was boasting. Like it was some kind of prize, a bargaining chip in whatever insane game she was playing. Hans exhaled slowly. This conversation was going in a direction he really didn't want to deal with. What kind of delusion does this girl have? Hans had thought she just wanted to do something with James, but this is not what he thought of. This wasn't just about seduction. This wasn't just an obsession. Sophia truly believed she was meant for James. Like it was some inevitable fate, something written in the stars. And worse, she wasn't just waiting for it to happen. She was planning it. Hans felt a chill crawl up his spine. This woman wasn't just dangerous. She was unstable. Well, I guess I'll be heading back now, Hans said, standing up from his chair. To his surprise, Sophia stood up just as quickly. Wait. Hans stopped, but didn't sit back down. What is it? Can you tell me something? Hans narrowed his eyes. What exactly? She crossed her arms, her sharp blue eyes locking onto his. You're one of the most mysterious people in his family. I know Hector, Ferrucci, and even that girl to some extent. She tilted her head slightly, studying him. But you? Nothing. Just a name. No past, no background, nothing. Hans stayed silent, his gaze now sharp and calculating. Sophia smiled. So, tell me, how did you end up with James? The air between them grew heavier. Hans, who had been relaxed, or at least pretending to be, now carried a different presence. His shoulders squared, his jaw tightened, and his normally indifferent expression was replaced by something colder. For the first time in their conversation, his eyes were the ones piercing into hers. Sophia's playful smirk faltered for a split second. "You want to know how I joined James?" His voice was lower now, more controlled. Sophia nodded, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Hans stared at her for a long moment, then finally spoke. "You wouldn't like the answer." "Why would I?" she asked, tilting her head, her curiosity still present but slightly hesitant. Hans didn't hesitate. His gaze darkened, his voice dropping to something cold and absolute. "Because you'll realize that you mean nothing." Sophia's breath hitched. Hans didn't move, didn't blink, just stared her down with an intensity that made her skin prickle. But this time, there was something else in his eyes. Something dangerous. "People like you, or the circle, you all think you're friends with him. That you have some kind of connection with James." Hans said, his voice low and steady. "But nobody does. That's what I mean." He leaned in slightly, just enough to make her feel the weight of his words. "You are nothing, just a disposable piece." Sophia swallowed, shifting slightly under his gaze. Forcing herself to smile, she stepped back, creating distance. "Well, that's just your opinion." Hans still didn't respond. Sophia turned away slightly, trying to regain her composure. But no matter how much she tried to ignore it, one thing was clear. Hans wasn't someone she could play games with. Chapter 48, Sword of Bellini. Hans didn't care about the criminal underworld. He had no connections to it, and was never part of it. He was a security guard after serving his time in the military. But he quickly realized that the city he was born in had become something different. People were dying every day due to shootings and wars between families or gangs. One time his whole family had been attacked once by a group of gang members. But at that moment, he was unarmed and couldn't protect his father, who was shot dead in front of him, in front of his family. From that day on, his life only got worse. His wife divorced him after their daughter was diagnosed with a terrible illness. She needed every bit of money they could gather for medicine and therapies. But Hans did everything he could to make sure his daughter not only got the medicine and surgeries, but to have a beautiful life when she gets well. The only problem was the pay. As a security guard, he earned barely anything. He couldn't cover the bills, the medicine, and the surgeries. He couldn't provide for his own daughter. But fate gave him an answer. Whispers of James Bellini spread through the streets. Whispers of a man who didn't rule like the common criminals, but instead moved like a shadow behind the scenes. Hans paid attention. He wasn't just another gang leader fighting over scraps. He didn't rely on brutal force alone. He was a strategist, a tactician, a man who controlled the game rather than played it. He dealt in power, influence, and loyalty. Hans needed money, but more than that, he needed security. He needed someone who could give him stability in a world that had taken everything from him. So, for the first time in his life, he approached the underworld willingly. He tried to find James and spent days gathering information. He even talked with dealers on the streets, but nothing. Until one day, he randomly met him at an ice cream shop. After he ordered a vanilla cone, he then turned, scanning the tables. Most were empty, except for one near the corner where a man sat alone. Without thinking too much about it, Hans walked over and sat across from him. "There are other tables, you know," the stranger said. "Yeah, but this one looked comfortable." Hans replied. The man smirked slightly. "You a vanilla guy?" Hans looked at him. "Yeah, simple. Can't go wrong with it." "Boring choice." Hans huffed a quiet laugh. "What about you?" "Chocolate." Hans made a face. "Too bitter sometimes." The man shook his head. "That's only if you get the bad kind." The quiet hum of the shop filled the space between them. "You come here often?" Hans asked. The man chuckled. "Not really. Just felt like I needed an ice cream." Hans nodded. "Same." For a while, neither of them spoke. It was a strange kind of quiet, not awkward, not tense. Just normal. The man across from him seemed at ease, eating at his own pace, as if he had all the time in the world. It was rare to see someone like that in this city, where everyone always looked like they had somewhere more important to be. Hans found himself speaking without really thinking. "You live around here?" The man smirked slightly. "Something like that." Hans took another bite of his ice cream, then glanced at the stranger's nearly empty cup. "You really like chocolate that much?" The man leaned back in his seat. "Yeah, I like the taste. And, well, it reminds me of something." "What?" "When I was a kid, there was this small shop near my house. They had the best chocolate ice cream I ever had." He smirked slightly. Guess it stuck with me. Have you ever gone back to that shop? Burned down years ago. Hans frowned. Damn. Once again they sat in silence, finishing their ice cream at a slow, unhurried pace. It was rare to just talk, without expectations, without purpose. Just two people sharing a table, eating ice cream, and passing time. No names, no pasts, just the present moment. And somehow, that felt good. Do you work in an office? Hans asked, glancing at the man's suit. Do I look like an office guy to you? Kinda. Nice suit, clean shoes. Either you sit behind a desk, or you own a whole company. The man chuckled, setting his spoon down. Interesting theory. Hans leaned back, studying him a little more. So, am I right? No. The man simply said. Hans took another bite of his ice cream, watching the stranger for a moment. Something about him felt different. Not threatening, not dangerous, but definitely not normal either. Let me guess. Hans said. Are you a lawyer? The man laughed. Nope. Banker. Not even close. Hans frowned, thinking. Tell me. The man locked eyes with him and said, logistic and human resource. He wasn't sure why, but he suddenly felt like he was sitting across from someone far more important than he first assumed. Now let me guess about you. The man said, tilting his head slightly. You handle weapons? Security guy? Hans smirked, taking another bite of his ice cream. What gave it away? The way you carry yourself. Straight posture, always glancing at the exits. Hands steady, even when you're eating. You look like someone who's seen action before. Yeah, served for a while. Did my time. The man nodded. And now? Hans exhaled, looking down at the table. Now just trying to get by. Looking for work? Said as he tapped his fingers against the table again, as if thinking. Depends. Are you hiring? Hans laughed. Maybe. He extended a hand. James Bellini. Hans stared at the hand for a moment before shaking it. He didn't react, but the name hit him like a brick. His mind and heart was already racing. He spent days searching for him. And here he was, sitting across from him, in an ice cream shop. Hans studied him for a moment. He didn't look like the type to get his hands dirty, no scars, no hardened expression, but there was something about him. A presence. The kind that made people listen when he spoke. But he was really young. He expected an old man. So, Hans said casually, this the part where I should be worried? James chuckled. Depends. Should you be? Hans huffed a small laugh. Guess that depends on why you're asking if I'm looking for work. James leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on the table. Because I see potential. Hans narrowed his eyes. Potential for what? A man like you, trained, disciplined, but stuck in a city that doesn't appreciate it, you're wasting your skills. Hans exhaled slowly. And you have a better offer? James tilted his head. I have opportunities. Hans tapped his fingers against the table, thinking. He wasn't stupid. He knew what kind of man James was. This wasn't some corporate job offer. What kind of work? Hans asked, keeping his voice careful. The kind that pays well. The kind that gives you a purpose. He met James' gaze. I'm listening. James smiled. I need a bodyguard. You? A bodyguard? Surprised? A little, Hans admitted. Didn't think a guy like you needed one. Figured people were too scared to even try something. James chuckled. Fear works. Until it doesn't. There are always people willing to test the limits. Hans considered that for a moment. He'd seen men like that before. Powerful, untouchable, until they weren't. It made sense that someone as well known as James Bellini would have enemies. And you're asking me? We just met. Hans said, tilting his head. I know people. And I know you're the type of man who doesn't take orders from just anyone. You want a job with purpose, one that actually matters. And I'm offering you that. A bodyguard? There's no way he only needs a bodyguard. He has hundreds of men. And why me, out of nowhere? That's too high of a position. Why would he? As he thought about it, he suddenly looked at James. He already knows who I am, my past. He knows it. And it was true. Well, not exactly. When Hans tried to look for James, he made it very clear that he wanted to meet him. He literally asked dealers and shady men where he could find him. So those informed James about him, and he wanted to find out who it was. So he already knew about Hans' past in the military and that he had no connections with any agency. James didn't care about anything else, which is why he didn't know about his daughter. But still it was a big surprise when he saw him walking into the ice cream shop while he was trying to relax. What's the pay? Hans finally asked. Enough. Hans met his gaze. And what if I say no? Nothing happens. He had a choice. One path led to uncertainty, to risk, to the unknown. But the other? The other led to opportunity. Hans looked back at James, his decision already made. When do I start? Right now? I came here alone, so you are going to drive my car to my home. James stood up. Hans blinked. You want me to be your chauffeur too? He looked at Hans. Consider it your first task as my bodyguard. Besides, I had a driver, but he got reassigned. He didn't ask what reassigned meant. Instead, he followed James out to the car, which was a luxury sedan, the kind that screamed money and power. He walked up to the car and gripped the handle, expecting a smooth pull. Instead, he was met with a heavy door. He yanked harder, finally managing to open the door, and he immediately noticed how thick the windows and the door were. He sat and looking back to James. This thing armored? James smirked. Fully. Hans didn't say anything back, just started the car and drove where James said to. When they arrived at James' home, Hans was surprised. He had expected a mansion that would fit a mafia boss, but it was a simple, middle-class house. The only difference was the guard standing outside. This your real house? What? You expected a castle? A little, Hans admitted. James chuckled as he got out of the car. Wait a bit for me. Minutes passed. Hans leaned back in his seat, glancing around. The neighborhood was quiet. If it weren't for the guards, no one would suspect who lived here. Then, James returned. Without a word, he opened the passenger door and tossed a thick bundle of cash onto Hans' lap. Your payment for the next 3 months. James said casually. You can go home with the car. Be here in the morning around 8. See you tomorrow, Hans. He looked at the cash in his hand, then at the car he was sitting in. This job was real, and he was officially in. Of course, he couldn't wait to get home, so at a red light, he counted the money. $12,000. It was more money than he had ever held at once. But he knew, money like this never came clean. With this much cash, blood would eventually follow. There was no such thing as easy money in a world like this. Sooner or later, he'd have to get his hands dirty. And he was fine with that. Back in the military, he served his time in the Tactical Interrogation Unit of the Special Forces, and he got kicked out after brutally beating a high-profile informant with an axe. He knew pain, and he could give pain. He was ready to earn every dollar. At first, Hans felt like nothing more than a bodyguard, but as time went on, he realized he was more than that. He became James' shadow, his will. He familiarized himself with the underworld, the key players, the power struggles, and the agencies. Hunting James down, he made sure everything stayed intact, ensuring there were no leaks, no loose ends. And if there was a problem, Hans handled it even without James knowing. Killed many who swore loyalty to James, because in the end, they were only in it for the money. Killed police officers. Killed agents. And with Hector, he did things that would be considered as crimes against humanity. He became Hans Bellini, the right-hand man of James Bellini. Chapter 49, An Incoming Storm. After the talk with Sophia, Hans finally made his way back to James' house. As he passed through the gates, James's mother greeted him with a warm smile. She had been tending to the flowers outside. If you're looking for James, he's in the garden, she told him kindly before returning to her work. Hans made his way through the house, stepping out into the vast, beautiful garden. But as soon as he set foot on the soft grass, he stopped. Before him was a sight that felt almost unreal. James, Charlotte, and Bella were gathered around a massive canvas, painting together. Their laughter filled the air, carefree and genuine. James had a paintbrush in hand, smudging a streak of blue onto the canvas, while Charlotte giggled and tried to mimic him. Bella was smiling as she carefully added details to their artwork. They looked like a perfect family, something Hans had longed for but never truly had. A warmth spread through his chest as he silently watched them, unwilling to disturb the moment. But before he could take another step, James had already noticed him. Hans, what a surprise. I thought you found love and ran off. He teased, laughing as he walked toward him. With Sophia? Hans laughed. She's too much to even talk to. He shook hands with James. So, you actually spoke with her? He asked as he stepped inside the house. Hans let out a chuckle, running a hand through his hair. How should I say it? I thought I blended in perfectly. James smirked as he grabbed a bottle of apple juice, pouring a glass for both of them. So, what happened? Hans took a long sip before sighing heavily and sitting down at the counter. I don't even know how to put it, he admitted, glancing at James. But one thing's for sure, she's not a threat, At least, not to you. James looked at him, confused. If she wasn't a danger to him, then who was she a danger to? She is. Hans continued, struggling to find the right words. He rubbed the back of his neck before finally sighing. I'll put it simply, she's madly in love with you. And she's jealous of Bella. But that's not all. She even said she's going to be your second girlfriend or wife. James opened his mouth in confusion and shock, staring at Hans, who had already burst into laughter. She dressed up just to impress you, Hans said, still chuckling. And she even snatched the report I wrote on her, just to add more details herself. So, I'll have to go back to her later. James rubbed his head, sighing. What's wrong with these girls? I don't even think I look that handsome. I mean, you're a good-looking guy, but more than that, you hold power. You're rich. And I could go on. So she's a gold digger? James laughed. Hans shook his head. I don't think so. I believe she's loved you for a long time, but kept it buried. Then she saw you with Bella and realized she made a huge mistake by not confessing sooner. Now, she's desperate to get your attention, to win your love, like in some TV drama. He downed the last of his juice. Wow, Hans, you're turning into a relationship advisor now. James teased. Then, grinning, he asked jokingly, is it even legal for me to have 2 wives? I can make it legal for you with just 1 phone call. Hans replied, completely serious. I was just kidding. James shook his head and poured himself another glass of juice. Did Hector contact you? You mean about us leaving the market? He sent a message. And what do you think? Hans didn't answer right away. He was deep in thought. After a moment, he smirked. It's a good strategy. I like how you plan to control them. What? Hans leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. I mean, it's obvious why you made this decision. Leaving the market, especially the capital city market, will send shockwaves through the entire country. Prices will fluctuate and uncertainty will spread. But more than that, others will fear stepping into our territory without permission. They'll come to us, asking for meetings, looking for guidance, and that's when we tax them. James listened confused what Hans was talking about. We can even dictate what they sell, control the supply, so overdosing and market saturation won't be an issue. And if anyone tries to enter without permission, we have every reason to go to war. We show them that the Bellini family isn't just powerful, we're untouchable. What? No. Why the fuck is he overthinks it? I just want to leave the market, and that's it. Did I said something wrong? Hans asked, confused at James' silence. No. He downed his juice. And your opinion on the slums? Simply genius. Genius. Hans chuckled, shaking his head. The slums are chaotic, yeah, but that also makes them the perfect blind spot. Everyone focuses on the big players, the major deals, but the slums? That's where the real power brews. The whispers, the movement, the desperation. If we control that, we don't just leave the market. We reshape it. He leaned forward, tapping the counter. You're not just leaving, you're rewriting the game. Making them think they're free when, in reality, every step they take still falls under your control. He let out a short laugh. This isn't pulling out. This is playing God. I don't even know what's happening anymore. Playing God what I just want to help them. But, Hans said, now with serious tone, that guy you beat the shit out of, the mayoral candidate, I'm worried about him. He looked back up. He has connections with the vice president and other powerful people. Yeah, that kind of worries me too. He's talking about bringing the military and all that shit into the city, but I couldn't handle my emotions. James admitted. We might need to leak something to the media if the people backing him start making moves or go shopping in the black market. Black market? James raised an eyebrow. If the military comes in, we'll need machine guns, grenades, sniper rifles, maybe even some .50 cal weapons to make sure we can give them a proper answer. Hans said with a grin. This is spiraling way too fast. That can only happen if he wins the election, and I doubt the government sees him as a hero. James said, leaning forward. We have information, dirty business, corruption, tax mismanagement, and plenty more. They can't risk it. So you're saying the government will have an internal conflict? Exactly, James said, crossing his arms. If this mayoral candidate's backers start making moves, the government itself will have to decide whether they want to risk exposing their own corruption just to protect him. Hans smirked. That means they'll hesitate. And hesitation means we control the pace. We let them know that if they try to bring the military into this, a lot of secrets might suddenly come to light. Hans chuckled. Blackmail really is your preferred weapon. Something like that. James stood up. Help Hector with the planning, and when it's ready, present it to me. We will, Hans said, standing up as well. But before that, he glanced at James. What about the circle? You're not going to address it with them. Only when the plan is ready. James replied calmly. They're not a threat to us, so let them do their thing. Still, you know how they are. The circle doesn't like being left out, and if they find out we're making moves without them, they might start asking questions. James exhaled, setting his glass down. Let them. They're not a problem. Hans thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll get started then. Anything else? No, just keep me updated. Got it. Then, with one last look, he turned and left. And I really thought that Hans different than the others. Let's hope nothing happens. But 2 days after their conversation, something began that would change James forever. The crash of glass echoed through the Justice Minister's office as she threw a paperweight across the room. That fucking idiot, she screamed, slamming her fist onto the table. Who the fuck does he think he is? Takoi had done it. He had made the move she had feared the most. He couldn't just sit still. No, he had to play hero, had to make a statement. Now, the entire country teetered on the brink of chaos because of his stupidity. The doors suddenly burst open. Odin, the NSBI director, stood there, his face pale, sweat dripping from his forehead. He clutched a sealed document in his trembling hands. We're going to die, he said, his voice thick with exhaustion and something far worse, fear. She snatched the document from his hands and tore the seal open with shaking fingers. Her blood ran cold. A detailed report on the circle, every known associate. And at the bottom of the final page, written in bold, undeniable ink, was the order to eliminate all of them, signed by the Vice President. Chapter 50, The War Begins. The Justice Minister's fingers clenched around the document, the paper crumpling as her entire body trembled with rage. She looked at the signature again, Vice President Alex Carter. Signed hours ago. That motherfucker. She shouted. Odin barely had time to flinch before she grabbed the nearest lamp and smashed it against the desk. They actually did it. They actually fucking did it. She screamed, slamming her fists onto the desk. Do they have any idea what they've just done? She then looked at Odin. How long have you known? Minutes before I walked in. Odin said quickly. Her nails dug into her palms as she turned away, her entire body shaking. If Bellini finds out. If. She let out a humorless, almost manic laugh. Oh, he'll find out. And when he does, there won't be a government left to run. She stormed toward the wall, slamming her fist against a hidden panel. A section of the wall hissed open, revealing a secure red-line phone. Odin's eyes widened. Who are you calling? She didn't answer, but before she could call anybody, the door burst open again. It was Stephen, director of ISB. Did you see that fucking order? He didn't need an answer. He saw the faces and the phone in the minister's hand. And with that, she dialed. The line rang once, twice. Then a cold, clipped voice answered. This is Carter's office. Get me the vice president. Now, she shouted. A pause. I'm sorry, but she didn't let him finish. Listen to me, you fucking intern. If you don't put Carter on the phone in the next 5 seconds, I will personally ensure your entire career is erased. You will be jobless, nameless. Do you understand me? Silence for seconds. This is Carter. The vice president's voice came through, annoyingly calm, as if he hadn't just signed a death sentence for the entire government. Her fingers twitched against the phone. Are you out of your fucking mind? I don't appreciate the tone. Shut the fuck up. She slammed her hand against the desk again. Do you even realize what you've done? You just declared war on the most powerful man in the underworld. Carter sighed. We had no choice. Bellini is a threat. A threat. Her laugh was sharp, unhinged. You arrogant son of a bitch. The moment he goes down, the floodgates open. Every bloodthirsty bastard he kept in check is gonna tear this country apart. She shouted, then continued. Do you even have a fucking clue how many files do we have about the government? Odin and Stephen exchanged glances as the Justice Minister spoke with the Vice President like nobody. Carrot laughed and said, how many times have classified files leaked, prompting calls for the government to step down? Countless times. And yet, nothing changes. People have long realized that their voices hold no real power. That's precisely why our government remains unshaken. He laughed again. A gangster can do nothing, just die like a dog. Silence. Then, the minister exhaled sharply, her hand trembling with pure rage. Then you better start writing your fucking will, you arrogant son of a bitch. She hung up, and without warning, she started beating the shit out of the phone. Then she looked at Odin and Steven. Fuck, she said, opening her desk drawer and pulling out a flip phone. I call the president, she said, and dialed a number. After 3 rings he picked up. Do you even know what your idiot vice president just did? I assume you're talking about the direct hit order on the circle. Her blood boiled. You let this happen? I didn't authorize it, William said. But Congress is backing it. If I try to withdraw the order now, I'll be fighting a losing battle. Carter played his cards right. Too many people want Bellini gone. She slammed her fist on her desk. Then we're fucked. Carter and Congress will be nowhere to be found. The president was silent for a moment. Then, quietly, he said, but it will do good on our part. What? If we can't stop it, we work with it, William said, his tone shifting into something more calculating. If Bellini survives, let him know exactly who ordered it. He won't just go after Carter. He'll go after everyone who had a hand in this, which means he'll be eliminating the very people we can't touch through politics. That's a death sentence. Bellini isn't just a killer. He won't go on some blind rampage. He'll pick his targets carefully. And if we make it clear we had no hand in the direct order, what happens after he takes out Carter and his allies? We move forward with the plan we already made, William said without hesitation. We make him the head of the DTA. So we go with that. The DTA isn't just an offer, it's his best option. It gives him everything: immunity, resources, and most importantly, control. She nodded, considering the angles. And if he refuses? Then we remind him, William said, his voice calm but firm, that disappearing isn't as easy as it used to be. Too many eyes are on him now. He's no longer just a name whispered in the underworld. He's a problem the government needs to handle. If he wants to survive, the safest place for him is with us. She sighed, running a hand through her hair. What about the media? If Carter and multiple members of Congress suddenly drop dead, they're going to ask why and who did it. We control the narrative. She scoffed. You think the press is just going to look the other way while some of the most powerful people in the country end up dead? They won't have a choice, he said smoothly. By the time the story breaks, we'll have already buried the truth beneath layers of misinformation. Carter was involved in too many shady dealings. We can pin it on a political power struggle, internal corruption, even foreign interference. The public doesn't need the real story, they just need a convincing one. And what if someone digs deeper? Someone always does. Then we make sure they find exactly what we want them to find, Williams said. We leak just enough information to satisfy their curiosity, but not enough to lead them to Bellini. We paint Carter as a man who had too many enemies, and Congress as collateral damage. We just need to shine the right light on the right ones. It was a dirty game, but one they had played before. What about the opposition? She asked. You really think our political enemies won't use this against us? They'll try, William admitted. But that's where the chaos works in our favor. Carter had enemies on all sides, not just ours. If we play it right, both parties will be too busy blaming each other to come after us. By the time anyone pieces together the bigger picture, Bellini will be in position. She felt a chill run down her spine. Okay, we're walking straight into the biggest conspiracy in modern history. Anything else I need to know? William hesitated for just a moment before saying, yeah. Augustus Lucian's death, it was ordered by Carter. Her breath hitched. What? Lucian knew too much. William continued. Even though he was locked up, he was still a threat. Carter made sure he was silenced, along with his entire organization. But they missed someone. She swallowed hard. What do you mean? They left someone alive, someone they can't afford to ignore. Who? Lucian's daughter. She felt her pulse quicken. Wait, you mean Charlotte? Bellini's adoptive daughter. William's silence was enough of an answer. They want to kill a little girl. William sighed. She's not just any girl. She's the heir to whatever Lucian was hiding. And right now, she's under Bellini's protection. Her heart pounded. This was worse than she thought. William. Her grip tightened on the phone. If that girl dies, Bellini is going to burn down the whole capital. William didn't argue. He knew it too. This isn't just about revenge for him. She continued, her voice low and sharp. This is personal. Bellini may be ruthless, but Charlotte is the one thing keeping him tethered to something human. If she dies, he won't just kill the ones responsible. William finished for her. He'll tear down everything and everyone who had a hand in it. A heavy silence settled between them. They had played dangerous games before, but this was different. William exhaled. If that happens, we better pray Bellini shows mercy. But they both knew he wouldn't. One more thing, who's going to do it? The military? She asked. No, the capital. Police. They want to do it during a traffic stop. William sighed. A clean hit, close range. No firefights, no media circus. Just a simple stop, a gun to the head, and it's over. The Capitol Police? Her voice was laced with disbelief. Yes. Her jaw clenched. And how long do we have before these idiots move? I would say in a couple of days. The operation is still under planning. Then a low mumble came from the background. I have to go, get rid of the phone, and get ready for what's coming. I'll handle it. She hung up, turned to them. She laughed bitterly, stood up, and threw the phone with all her strength, watching as it shattered against the wall. Odin and Stephen stood in silence, absorbing everything they had just heard, her conversation with the president still echoing in their minds. With deliberate movements, she straightened her posture, adjusted her suit, and looked at them. We are about to carry out the biggest operation we ever imagined, she declared, one that will shake the very foundation of democracy. Nobody spoke, only exchanging tense, worried glances. So it was true. Odin finally broke the silence. Carter is working with Takoi to take control of the capital and the drug trade. Yeah, and Takoi got beaten to a pulp. Stephen paused, his eyes widening. Wait, it was part of their plan. He grabbed his head in realization. Odin looked at him, and the truth hit him. Fuck, they did it to create a reason to wage war against Bellini and the Circle. The most fucked up government, and I'm a part of it. Stephen let out a shaky laugh. What do we do now? Odin asked. We prepare DTA plan. Then we wait and hope he survives. And if he does, that means we just pulled off the biggest political cleansing in history, and we will need to bury many bodies with the truth. There was silence in the office, while outside the city bustled with life. The city, which wasn't ready for the amount of blood that would soon flood its streets. Chapter 51, Building a New Empire. Days went by, and nothing out of the ordinary happened until they sat down to discuss the plans. They gathered in James' office, sitting around the table with plans in front of them. James was already stressed because he knew that his original plan was no longer going to work as intended. Hans and Hector had overcomplicated everything. His only choice was to act as if everything had gone exactly as he wanted, even if it meant blood. So what are you saying? James looked at Hector. That you've already sold all the white magic? Yeah. Hector smirked and slid a paper across the table. James picked it up, scanning the numbers and names. His eyes narrowed as he quickly ran through the figures. What he saw only confused him more. 1.1 billion? He looked at Hector in shock. Yeah. I raised the price as you said and spread a whisper that we were leaving the market, only to our biggest buyers, of course. They panicked, thinking they'd never get their hands on this pure and rare product again. So, they started stress buying, even placing money down in advance for the next shipment. He leaned back, tapping the table with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the market started shaking. What was once just a monopoly became an absolute monopoly. But don't worry, it'll stabilize after the last shipment arrives in 3 weeks. James' eyes widened as he studied the list. The wealthiest people in the country and even those from neighboring nations had bought it all up, as if it were Black Friday. But you said the plants take weeks to bloom before they can be harvested. Yeah, but like I told you before, they also grow in the jungle. So, workers are out there gathering whatever they can find, until the military reaches them. James exhaled looking through the list, and then, something caught his attention. And what about the resellers? I mean, Ivan Herx alone bought over 100 kilos. I refuse to believe he's sniffing all of that himself. He let out a short laugh. Hector's smirk didn't fade. That's the second phase of the plan. Once we've sold everything, the resellers will start distributing what they bought. They think they're in control now, but they're still playing by our rules. But our camps in Dennis are middle of a war zone. If they cut off supply lines, it won't matter how much stock the resellers have. Eventually, the market will dry up. That's exactly the point. Hector leaned back. Once the resellers run out, demand will spike even harder. People will scramble for whatever's left, paying insane prices. All right, I get it. We squeezed the market, pushed demand to the breaking point, and got out before the collapse. But let's be real, this won't last forever. The moment people realize there's no more supply, they'll start looking for alternatives. How do you plan to re-enter? Hector smirked, tapping the table with his fingers. We don't need to, Dennis. That place is a war zone now. But supply? Supply is never the real problem. It's control that matters. James narrowed his eyes. Go on. First, we're already working on shifting operations. Hector explained. Dennis was just convenient, not irreplaceable. There are other regions where we can grow and refine the product, places where the government isn't breathing down our necks. Our contacts are already securing land. James nodded slowly. And the distribution? That's the best part. Hector leaned forward. The resellers don't realize it yet, but they're about to become our new supply chain. Once their stock runs out, they'll have no choice but to turn to us and beg to us to come back. Except, instead of dealing with us directly, they'll be working through shell companies and offshore routes. They won't even know they're back under our control. James exhaled. So, while the market thinks we're gone, we'll be the ones feeding it from the shadows. Hector grinned. Exactly. And since supply is low, we set the new price however we want. Higher than before. James drummed his fingers on the table, his expression unreadable. And what about the slums? Hector chuckled. I was wondering when you'd bring that up. He leaned in. The slums are key to our long-term strategy. James raised an eyebrow. How? We can bring a new product into our portfolio, the greenweed. Hans said. James frowned. Greenweed? Explain. Hans leaned back, glossying at Hector, then started. White magic made the family rich, but it has limits. It's expensive. It's exclusive. And the slums are where desperation meets opportunity. Right now, everyone sees them as nothing but trash heaps filled with beggars and criminals. But for us, they're the perfect distribution network. James nodded slowly. And greenweed. Greenweed is different. It's not an elite product, it's a culture. White magic for the wealthy and powerful. Greenweed, it's for everyone. The slums, the workers, the students, the everyday people. Hector smiled. James took a slow sip of his drink, his mind turning. How safe is it? Hans shrugged. Addictive, but if it's pure, like white magic, there's no real risk. The problem is always contamination, not the product itself. That's why the street dealers get people killed. They cut it, lace it, ruin it. But if we control the entire supply chain, greenweed will be seen as something clean, something safe, something trusted. James was starting to see the bigger picture. So while the government is busy fighting white magic, greenweed spreads quietly, infecting every level of society. Hector nodded. Exactly. And the best part? It's legal in some places, or at least in a gray area. We don't need to hide it like we did with white magic. We infiltrate the supply chain, set up farms in the slums. We don't sell greenweed like a drug, we sell it as a lifestyle. So while the white magic empire collapses under its own weight, greenweed rises in its place, more stable, more widespread, and untouchable. Exactly. The world won't even realize what happened until it's too late. By then, we won't just control the market, we'll control society itself. James leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers against the polished wood of the table. His expression was firm, his eyes calculating. And the plan to get the slums' loyalty? How much money do we need to pour in? Hector smirked, expecting the usual conversation about market manipulation and supply control. Not as much as you'd think. James cut him off. I don't want them to rely on drugs. I want to give them something real, food, housing, jobs. Hope. Hans and Hector exchanged glances. James continued, his voice firm. White magic made us rich, but it never made us anything more than suppliers. This time, we're not just selling, we're building. I want the slums to see us as the ones who gave them a future, not just another group taking from them. He leaned forward. How much will it take to fix Sierra Slum? Hector exhaled, rubbing his chin as he did the calculations in his head. Sierra Slum has about 20,000 people, right? If we want to run proper food programs, we'd need enough to feed them every day. That's around $30,000 to $50,000 a day, depending on quality. Monthly, that's $1.5 million. Hans nodded. Housing's the real problem. The slum's infrastructure is falling apart. If we renovate existing buildings, we could work with about 100 to 400 million, depends on how bad it is. James processed the numbers, then asked, "Total?" Hector leaned back. "If we want real change, around 400 million. James didn't hesitate. "We do it." Hans raised an eyebrow. "That's a lot of money to pour into a place no one cares about." James smirked. "Exactly. No one cares, except the people living there. And when we're the ones who gave them a future, they'll never forget." Hector chuckled. "We make them depend on us." James shook his head. "No. We make them believe in us, but don't want our name attached to any of this." Hector nodded, already understanding. "So we funnel the money through a front, some humanitarian organization, a real estate firm, maybe even a trade group. On paper, it's just another development project. And behind the scenes, we bribe the right people, grease the wheels, and make sure everything runs the way we want." Hans added. James tapped the table. "Exactly. We don't need the spotlight. What we need is control. We put the money in, we build the infrastructure, we hire the right people, but the public face of it? Completely clean." Hans leaned back, thinking, "All right, then we'll need key players. Officials to approve the projects. Contractors to build. Local leaders to sell the vision to the people." He smirked. "We'll make them think it's their idea." James nodded. "And the workers?" Hector chuckled. "Easy. The locals. We hire from the slums, make them feel like they're part of something bigger. That way they're invested. They protect what they build." James exhaled. "Good. Pay off inspectors, city officials, whoever stands in the way, make them move." He said and pushed his chair back and stood up. "Let's start after Charlotte's birthday. Until then, I want to relax a bit. We will do our best." Hector stood up too. "Yeah. By the way, what are you going to buy her?" Hans asked, switching the heavy atmosphere they were in. "A horse that can outrun the IRS." James said, laughing. Hector looked at James. "I need a lot of them." After a shared laugh, they all went outside to the garden, where Raphael was sitting with Charlotte, a brush in hand as he carefully painted on a canvas. "Like brother and sister." Hans mused, stretching as he observed the two. "Yeah," James said with a small smile, watching them for a moment. James clapped his hands. "Come on, Charlotte. Let's go get some ice cream." Charlotte's eyes lit up as she immediately jumped to her feet and ran over to him. "Let's go, Daddy," she said excitedly, grabbing his hand. Hans chuckled. "Ice cream, huh? What a good life." "Meanwhile, I gotta go see Sophia." Just as he was about to leave, Raphael suddenly spoke up. "Can I go with you, Hans?" All of them turned to look at Raphael. "To Sophia?" James asked, raising an eyebrow in confusion. "Well," Raphael scratched his head. "If you're talking about Safi Conti, I'm pretty sure she lives minutes away from a library." James thought for a moment, then said, "You can. I actually came with my own car. You know, the coupe." Hans scratched the back of his head. James sighed, realizing the issue. It wasn't armored. "I'll take the coupe with Charlotte." James decided. He glanced at Hans. "You take the SUV with Raphael." Hector and Hans exchanged looks. It was too risky. They had just shaken up the market, flipped everything upside down, and now James wanted to go out without security or an armored car. "You can't step out without security, you know why." Hector tried not to say too much before Raphael and Charlotte. James glanced down at Charlotte, who was still holding his hand, beaming up at him with excitement. He sighed. He wanted a chill ride and a father and daughter moment. But he also knew Hans and Hector were right. "I still go with the coupe, and one car follows." "That's it," James said firmly. Hans clenched his jaw. "James." James raised a hand, cutting him off. "I'm not walking around like some paranoid dictator. I go with Charlotte in the coupe, and a single security car follows at a distance." James knelt down to Charlotte's level. "Ready to go?" She nodded eagerly. "Yeah." So they did. Hans gave James the key to his coupe, while he got into a black SUV with Raphael. But before they drove off, Hector did what James didn't want and ordered the guards to follow him with two cars. And Hector's decision saved James' life. Chapter 52. Before the Angel Fell. The ride was smooth. Nothing happened, except that Hans's coupe was driving faster than James had expected. Even Charlotte noticed it. Her little hands gripped the seat firmly as James took the turns like an F1 driver, pressing on the gas and enjoying the horsepower of the car. The first thing he noticed before Charlotte was the cars following him, the two blacked-out SUVs tailing behind. I said one. He sighed as he stopped at a red light and glanced at Charlotte, who was already bracing herself for the next round of his driving. Fuck, for a moment I totally forgot she's next to me. This car is crazy. Sorry, darling. Are you okay? James asked, patting her head. Charlotte looked at him, her blue eyes wide. Maybe a little slower. I will be. He laughed, and when the light turned green, he continued driving, this time, more carefully. After a while, they finally reached the park, where the city's best ice cream shop was. James parked near the entrance of the park, his eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. The two SUVs that had been tailing him slowed down and pulled into a parking spot a short distance away. Good. They're keeping close. He stepped out, walking around to open Charlotte's door. The little girl unbuckled herself and hopped down. Come on, let's get some ice cream. Charlotte's mood instantly lifted, and she grabbed his hand, pulling him toward the ice cream shop near the park entrance. James glanced back, noticing a few men in suits stepping out of the car. His bodyguards. They kept their distance but stayed within sight, watchful, discreet. Charlotte, however, was completely focused on the ice cream display. She pressed her hands against the glass, eyes wide as she examined all the flavors. One strawberry, please, she said excitedly. James scanned the options before nodding at the worker. And one salted caramel for me. Charlotte turned to him, tilting her head. You don't want strawberry? Nah, I like something with a little bite to it. He replied with a smirk. She shrugged, accepting his weird choice, and happily took her ice cream cone when it was handed to her. As they walked toward a nearby bench, his sharp eyes flickered back to the bodyguards who got closer, but pretended to be just another group of men enjoying the day. James sat down, taking a bite of his ice cream. It was rich, sweet, with just the right amount of saltiness. Charlotte was already halfway through hers, her cheeks puffed out as she tried to eat fast before it melted. He chuckled. Slow down, you'll get a brain freeze. She ignored him, determined to finish before the sun did its job. James let out a small sigh, leaning back on the bench. For now, things were calm. The bodyguards were in place, the park was peaceful, and Charlotte was happily eating her ice cream. He ate his ice cream slowly, but his attention wasn't on the taste. He was mesmerized by the park itself, the beauty of it. Flowers in full bloom, dogs running happily across the grass, children laughing as they played. But what truly caught his attention was the group of high schoolers sitting on a bench nearby, joking and pushing each other around, lost in their own world. A life he never truly had. He had never known that kind of fun, never had friends to mess around with like that. Are you sad? Charlotte's small voice pulled him from his thoughts. She was munching on her ice cream, her gaze fixed on him. James hesitated, then smiled slightly. Yeah, kinda. But when you look at me with those blue eyes, all the sadness goes away. He was hoping to shift the topic, but Charlotte didn't care for sweet words. You can't be sad when you're with me. So tell me why. Charlotte locked eyes with James again, her expression serious. James hesitated, debating whether to tell her or not. But if he was really going to be a father figure to her, he needed to be honest. Maybe there was something she could learn from it. He let out a small sigh, staring down at his ice cream. I only had one friend in my entire school life, and that was when I went to college. Charlotte's chewing slowed as she stared at him. Only one. My high school life was boring. I was always alone. Like a loser. He scoffed at himself. No girlfriend, no social life, no first kiss. Charlotte's eyes widened in horror. You never had friends? Not really. She gasped, dramatically clutching her chest. That's so sad. James smirked at her reaction. Yeah, thanks for that. But wait. Charlotte's face suddenly turned serious, her little hands gripping the edge of the bench. What happened to that one friend? James felt his chest tighten. She leaned in, her blue eyes filled with concern. Did they die? She whispered, as if saying it too loud would make it true. James forced a chuckle. No, no one died. Charlotte let out a relieved sigh, slumping back against the bench. Oh, good. I thought this was going to be some super sad story. James stared at his ice cream. Liar. But she didn't need to know. She didn't need to know about Marcelo. She didn't need to know about the guilt that still clawed at his chest after all these years. So he smiled, forcing the weight of it all down. We just drifted apart. Life happened. He had his own things going on, and I had mine. We stopped talking. That's all. She stopped munching on the ice cream, and looked into James' eyes again, deeply. As I said, you can't be sad when you're with me. James raised an eyebrow. Why? Charlotte tilted her head slightly, as if the answer was obvious. Because I won't let you. James blinked at her answer, caught off guard. You won't let me? He repeated with a small chuckle. Charlotte nodded firmly, taking another bite of her ice cream. Yep. When you're sad, I'll just remind you that you have me. And I'm fun. James smirked, shaking his head. Oh, what makes you so fun? Charlotte puffed out her chest proudly. I can eat 3 ice creams in one day without getting sick. He laughed. That's not fun. That's just a sugar addiction. She narrowed her eyes at him. No, it's a talent. James let out a deep chuckle, something real and unforced. Charlotte, despite being a kid, had this strange way of making his world feel lighter, and he was also relieved. This side of Charlotte, the childish one, was comforting. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the park around them. The high schoolers had started a game of tag, their laughter filling the air. The bodyguards still lingered nearby, pretending not to be paying attention. Charlotte finished her ice cream first and licked the last bit from her fingers before turning to James with an expectant look. What? He asked. She grinned. Let's go on the swings. James stared at her, then at the small playground ahead. You serious? Yes, she grabbed his wrist. Come on. You can't be sad if you're swinging. He sighed, but didn't resist as she pulled him up. His bodyguards tensed slightly, their eyes following his movement, but James ignored them. They made their way to the playground, where a few other kids were running around. Charlotte ran ahead, hopping onto one of the swings. James sat down next to her, feeling ridiculous. You know, I don't think I've ever actually done this before, he admitted. Charlotte's eyes widened. You've never been on a swing? Not really. She gasped as if he had just confessed to some horrible crime. Okay, this is important. First, you kick your legs like this, she demonstrated, swinging her legs forward and back. Then you just go higher and higher. Try it. James sighed but followed her lead, feeling slightly awkward at first. But soon, the swing started moving, and to his surprise, it felt nice. The wind against his face, the lightness of it, it was stupidly simple, but in that moment, it was freeing. Charlotte giggled, already swinging higher. See? You can't be sad now. James shook his head with a smirk. You might be onto something, kid. For a little while, he let himself forget everything else. No bodyguards, no threats, no past. Just him, a 7-year-old, and 2 swings. And for the first time in a long time, James felt like a kid, too. A minute later, both of them got tired of the swings. Charlotte let out an exaggerated sigh, dragging her feet as she hopped off. I think I'm too old for this, she declared. James raised an eyebrow. You're 7. Exactly. A very mature 7, she said with a dramatic nod. James chuckled and ruffled her hair. All right, mature 7-year-old. Let's grab some ice cream to take home. Charlotte perked up instantly. Really? Yeah, but don't get too excited. I'm not letting you eat 3 in one day. She gasped. But I told you it's a talent. James shook his head with a smirk and led her back to the ice cream shop. He bought a few tubs, strawberry for Charlotte, salted caramel and chocolate for himself, and a few other flavors just in case. Charlotte hugged the ice cream bag like it was treasure. This is the best day ever. James rolled his eyes. You're easy to please. Yep, she said proudly. As they headed back to the car, James glanced at her, her little arms wrapped around the bag like it was the most precious thing in the world. As they walked toward the car, Charlotte suddenly tugged at James' sleeve. Look, she whispered, pointing toward the street. James followed her gaze and immediately noticed a whole line of police cars sped through the main road, cutting through traffic. But what caught his attention even more was the police car parked just 2 vehicles away from theirs. It wasn't just sitting there. 2 officers stood outside, one speaking into his radio, the other looking at them. James' instincts flared. Something was off. Why are there so many cops? Charlotte asked, her voice hushed but curious. Good question, James said, keeping his tone casual, but his mind was already working. Were they just passing through? Some big case happening in the city? Or was this something else? He glanced at the cars parked near his car. Some of the bodyguards were still inside, but he knew they had already noticed the police activity too. James, Charlotte whispered again, but he glanced down at her, seeing the concern in her big blue eyes. Are we in trouble? James forced a small smirk and ruffled her hair. No, kid. But let's get in the car and go home, all right? Charlotte nodded. But she kept looking at the police car as James led her forward. This was the last moment before James shattered and became somebody that would kill without hesitation, without a second thought. The true angel of death. Chapter 53, Broken Arrow. James' guards read the situation perfectly, so they moved his car to the middle, with one car in front of him and another behind him. It was a convoy whose sole purpose was to protect them, but the police car and the officer who had parked close to them was tailing them from behind. The last SUV slowed down, while James and the lead SUV sped up to break away from the officer. It worked, and the ride toward the house seemed smooth. Just 10 more minutes, and they would be home. But that wasn't what happened. As they arrived at the so-called Illinois Street, a long driveway leading toward Billionaire Hill, which rarely had more traffic than the residents themselves, the lead SUV suddenly slowed down and came to a stop. James positioned the car to get a clear view of what was happening in front of them. What he saw made him tense more: a police blockade and a sign that read "Traffic Stop." Had it been on any other street, it might not have raised suspicion. But here, this was different. Something was off. The first officer approached the lead SUV, knocking on the tinted window. The driver stepped out, but before doing so, he cast a glance at James, a silent signal. Get ready. Then, James noticed something else. An officer on the other side of the SUV was making his way toward his car. And he wasn't just approaching, his gun was already out. Charlotte, open that, James said, pointing at the glove box, never taking his eyes off the officer. She did it without question. She could tell something was wrong. James was tense. He didn't even look at her. She opened it and hesitated for a second before saying, "It's a gun. Give it to me." James extended his hand, and Charlotte placed the gun in his palm. Now, unbuckle your seatbelt. When I say so, get down as low as you can, like we're playing hide and seek. Don't make a sound. Don't panic, okay? She looked at him, and for the first time, she saw the eyes she feared, the eyes that told her something bad was about to happen. She nodded, quickly unbuckling herself and getting ready. In James's mind, he ran through every possible scenario. If they shoot first, the guards are already pinned down. The car in front of them is bulletproof, so they can use it for cover and go back to the SUV behind them. But he realized that behind them not one, but two police cars were parked, officers already out. It was a trap, and he realized it too late. The road was too narrow to turn around. If they started shooting, the coupe wasn't armored, which meant the only way out was to fight back. Charlotte. She turned to him, her eyes already glistening with tears. James pulled out his phone and handed it to her. The first number is Hector's. If things go bad, call him and say Broken Arrow. Got it. She nodded, opening the call list, her finger hovering over Hector's name, trembling. But officers moved closer now, their guns slightly raised, their eyes locked onto James. Call it. Now. Her hands trembled as she pressed the call button. The ringing felt like it lasted forever. Hector was still at James's house, the best possible place he could be right now. When his phone buzzed, he picked it up carelessly, not thinking much of it. Yeah. He answered casually, but before he could say another word, Charlotte's voice trembled as it came through the line. Be Broken Arrow. The words echoed through the phone, trembling and fragile, yet carrying the weight of something absolute. It was just an old military term, a signal used by soldiers when they were overrun, outnumbered, and had no way out. For the Bellinis, it meant the same. Hector knew this the second he heard. Charlotte's voice cracked through the line. Broken Arrow. Hector didn't hesitate. He didn't ask questions. He didn't need to. He hung up immediately. Then he ran. He sprinted through the house, his heartbeat beating fast. His mind raced through the possibilities: an ambush, a setup, a full-blown hit on James. Whatever it wasn't just bad. It was war. Hector reached the front entrance and threw the doors open so hard they nearly came off their hinges. Broken Arrow, he shouted. Get in the cars. Now. Every guard on the estate froze for half a second. Then, without saying anything, they rushed to their cars. The doors flung open, and the guards hopped in, assault rifles, shotguns, pistols in their hands, ready to shoot everyone in their way. But Hector wasn't done. He turned, his pulse pounding in his ears as he sprinted back into the house. Erica, he shouted, looking around. Then from the hallway, James' mother looked confused at him. Hector. She tilted her head, watching the storm of movement around her. Guards were moving like soldiers deploying for war. What's going on? Hector didn't stop, didn't explain. He grabbed her wrist and started pulling her toward the door. Hector. She snapped, resisting slightly. What are you doing? I don't have time to explain. He pushed her toward the waiting convoy. Get her in the car and take her to the safe house. Lock it down. The nearest guard, already gripping a submachine gun, gave a firm nod and Erica was shoved into the car. Hector turned back toward the house, eyes burning with intensity. The guards were already moving, tactical vests strapped tight, rifles locked and loaded, and he too yanked open the door of the lead SUV and hopped in. Whoever set James up was about to regret it, because Hector was coming, and he was bringing hell with him as they rolled out. 8 SUVs stayed together, heading toward James, while 2 others peeled off, taking a separate route with James' mother. Inside the lead vehicle, Hector sat in silence. The GPS screen beside him showed James' location, still unmoving. That wasn't a good sign. The guards inside the SUVs sat still, their movements precise. One checked the magazine of his gun. No one spoke. They weren't nervous, just prepared. In the 2 other cars escorting James' mother, the atmosphere was different. Tense. Her hands trembled slightly as she clutched her dress. Everything had happened so fast. Hector had rushed her into the car, barely giving her a chance to ask questions. She wasn't used to this. Beside her, Ricardo, one of James' men, sat with a large assault gun resting against his leg. His face was calm, unreadable, but his eyes were sharp. Every few moments, he glanced out the window, scanning the road. In the front passenger seat, Remy held his own weapon, his hands steady. He kept checking the side mirrors, then the rearview mirror, then back to the road ahead. James' mother swallowed hard, trying to steady her breathing. She needed answers. She took a shaky breath, trying to keep her voice firm. What's happening? What aren't you telling me? This time, Remy answered from the front, his tone calm but firm. Ma'am, please. Just stay calm. Calm. How could she be calm? She was being driven away from her son, with armed men around her. Her fingers curled into fists, her nails pressing against her skin. Her voice came out softer than she intended. Where is Raphael? Ricardo didn't turn to her. His voice was flat, controlled. He's with Hans, don't worry about him. Erica's chest tightened, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps. Her vision blurred at the edges, the world spinning as if it were slipping away from her grasp. She couldn't breathe. James. Raphael. She didn't know where they were, didn't know if they were safe, didn't know if she would ever see them again. The uncertainty pressed down on her like a crushing weight. Ma'am, you need to breathe. But she couldn't focus. A hand touched her shoulder, gentle, grounding. It was Ricardo. Slow breaths. He said, his tone softer than before. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Focus on my voice. She tried, but every breath felt like it wasn't enough. Her mind kept spiraling back to James. To Raphael. To what could be happening to them. What if they had dragged them out of the car? Executed them on the spot. Her sons. The 2 people she had given everything for. The boys she had raised, loved, and watched become men. Now, she didn't even know if they were still alive. Her mind spiraled into the worst scenarios. What if Raphael had been caught in the crossfire? Shot down, left to bleed out alone. His warm smile, the one she had seen since he was a boy, wiped from existence in an instant? What if James had tried to fight back? He was smart, but he wasn't invincible. Her chest tightened painfully. Her babies. No matter how powerful the Bellini name was, no matter how much fear it commanded, none of that mattered if her boys were gone. What was power worth if she had to bury her children? A choked sob nearly escaped her, but she bit it back, pressing a hand against her mouth. No, she couldn't fall apart. But she was right, because somewhere, the first shot had already been fired. Someone was already bleeding out. Chapter 54, Bellini's Blood. After Hans and James switched cars, one thing was certain, Hans and Raphael would be faster than them. The reason was simple. All armored cars in the family had the same privilege. If the cops ran the number plates, it would show as a restricted individual, meaning they couldn't be stopped. Usually, diplomats or high-ranking government officials had this privilege, but so did these cars, so Hans used this advantage to drive like a maniac, running red lights, swerving through traffic, and ignoring lanes. Because of this, they reached Sophia faster than James reached the park. And that was a big mistake because Hans didn't just stop there, he rolled into the driveway and got out, while Raphael remained in the car. Sophia was already waiting, so she stepped out of the house before Hans even reached the door. "Is that James?" she asked, squinting her eyes to see who was sitting in the car. "No, it's his little brother, Raphael." "Oh, really? Can I talk to him?" "No, we're in a hurry, so please just give me the document." She hesitated for a moment, but then handed the documents to Hans with a smile. He turned to leave, but Sophia grabbed his shoulder. "Wait." Hans turned back already annoyed, but what he saw just blew that small hope she had for Sophia as a woman. She pulled out something from between her boobs and said, blushing, "Give this to James. Please tell me it's not a thong." Her face turned even redder. "It is." Hans closed his eyes for a second, trying to push down what was coming up. "Sophia, why?" "It's a gift," she said, still blushing, holding it out. "A gift?" He looked at the piece of fabric in her hand. "This is your idea of a gift." She nodded for James. "You expect me to deliver that to James?" His patience visibly draining as his vein on his head got bigger. "Do I look like a fucking messenger?" "It's not used," she added quickly, as if that was the biggest issue here. "It's brand new. I was saving it for a special occasion, but—" Hans finally snapped. "I don't have time for your bullshit. I came here for the documents." He turned to leave, but she grabbed his shoulder. "Wait. Sophia, I swear." She held out the thong again, this time with a small, teasing smile. "Just hold it for a second." Hans didn't hesitate. "No. Why not?" "Because you are fucking horny and I know for a fact that it was used." He pointed at it. For once, Sophia didn't push further. Instead, she let out a small laugh and tucked the thong back where it came from. Fine. You're no fun, Hans." He shook his head and got into the car and just laughed. He could do nothing more. How the fuck can a woman be this down bad? Raphael glanced at him. "Are you okay, Hans?" "Of course. Just—" He chuckled again, this time with genuine amusement. "A horny woman is hard to deal with." "Yeah." He nodded slowly, though his confused expression made it obvious he had no idea what Hans meant. He shifted gears and floored the gas, leaving Sophia's house behind. "So, to the library?" Hans asked again, but Raphael's response wasn't what he expected. "No, actually, I don't need to go there." Hans glanced at him. "Then what?" He stared at Hans and asked, "Did my brother kill anyone?" His grip on the wheel tightened, and for the first time in a long while, he didn't have an immediate response. Raphael turned his head slightly, his eyes dark and searching. "Hans, why are you asking me that? You think I don't know?" "I'm not stupid." Hans didn't react. He just kept driving. Raphael continued, "I hear people talk. I see the way they look at him. No one crosses James. And the few who do." He trailed off, his fists tightening on his lap. "They just disappear." Hans sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. "Raphael, don't bullshit me, Hans. I just need the truth." Raphael turned fully to face him now. His expression wasn't angry, just tired. "Did he kill people?" Hans took a breath. Then, finally, he answered, "Yes." "How many?" Hans kept his eyes on the road. "Enough." Raphael let out a shaky breath. "Of course. And what about me? What about you? Am I just another piece on his board? Just another part of his empire? Because sometimes, it feels like I don't even know if I'm his brother or just someone he keeps around because it's convenient." Hans was quiet for a moment. Then, he said, "James cares about you, Raphael. If he cares about me, he would tell me to say it to me clearly?" Raphael asked, his voice tense. "Say what?" "What? That we live in a house worth tens of millions? That we drive armored cars and have armed guards?" He turned to face Hans, his eyes burning with something between anger and exhaustion. Why can't he just say it? Why can't he just tell me that he's a mafia boss? Hans finally glanced at Raphael. "You think you want the truth," he said, his voice quieter now. "But once you hear it, there's no going back. It's not something you can ignore. That's why James doesn't say it. That's bullshit. You know what's worse than the truth? Being kept in the dark." He turned back, toward the window. "I'd rather know and deal with it than keep pretending like this is all normal." Hans' fingers tapped against the steering wheel, as if he were debating whether to say what was on his mind. "You don't know," he finally said, his voice quieter than before. "But there was a guy named Marcello." "Marcello?" Hans nodded. He was like you in a way. He wanted the truth. He needed to hear it from James, just like you do. Hans glanced at Raphael for a second before turning his eyes back to the road. And when he finally did, he killed himself. What? It was too much for him. Hans continued, his tone steady, but there was something cold and distant in his words. Knowing what James was, knowing what this life really meant, he couldn't take it. And one day, he put a bullet in his own head. And James? He never talks about it. But I know it haunts him. Raphael stared at his hands, his mind racing. He felt sick. Why are you telling me this? Because you think knowing will give you clarity. But the truth doesn't set you free, Raphael. It chains you down. Once you hear it, there's no escape from it. Raphael clenched his fists. I don't care. That's what Marcello said too. I'm not Marcello. Hans slowly looked at him with a smirk. Let's hope not. After that, neither of them spoke, lost in their own thoughts. Hans sighed, gripping the wheel tighter before making a sharp U-turn, heading back toward the house, and that was when it happened. The mistake Hans made was parking in Sophia's driveway. Whoever had watched them must have assumed that the person in the car was Sophia herself. As they turned onto the road leading back to Sophia's street, Hans' eyes caught movement in the mirror, 3 police cars. One police car drove ahead of them, cutting into their lane. The second one flanked their right, keeping pace. The third didn't wait. Without warning, it slammed into their car from the side. The force sent their car skidding sideways, tires screeching against the asphalt, and as the car wrecked straight into a tree, its impact rocked the entire car. The sheer force of the hit sent shockwaves through Hans' body and Raphael's bodies. Raphael groaned dazed but conscious. Hans shook his head, forcing himself to push the airbag away, and before he could react, the first bullet impacted into the windshield. Raphael screamed at the top of his lungs, ducking down. Shut up and keep your head down, Hans shouted, his mind racing. They weren't getting out through the doors, not with the cops shooting continues at them, and if they stayed, the windshield wouldn't hold forever. So Hans reclined his seat fast, moving toward the back, where there was an emergency hatch designed in case of fire, a last resort escape route. As he tried to open it, more bullets slammed into the glass, too many shots, hitting the same spot. It was only a matter of time before it gave in. Open, you fucking shit, he shouted, punching the release handle, and with a final punch, it opened up enough to slide his gun out and start firing. Even though he didn't see shit, he was still effective as he shot the closest standing officer straight in the head and another one in the shoulder. The cops, caught off guard, flinched and scrambled for cover. Hans didn't stop. He fired again. And again he went through a whole magazine, then reloaded and opened fire again. Open the door and get behind the car, he shouted to Raphael, who was still in shock in the passenger seat. He quickly got himself together, but still trembling, opened the door and jumped out, hitting the asphalt hard as bullets tore into the open door. Some hit the asphalt near his feet, but the adrenaline helped him to run behind the car. Inside, Hans fired his last rounds before he had no more bullets left. He ducked down and started punching the side panel of the door, which came off, and inside was a compact submachine gun. He grabbed it, loading a magazine, while shoving the rest into his pocket, then opened the door, and as he got behind the door, he leaned out and started firing. Officers behind the cars didn't expect a barrage of bullets ripping through the window. One of them got hit in the head, and his body lumped over. Another one got hit by the window's shards in the eyes. Hans then leaned out more, focusing on the other cars. He hit 3 officers, and as they fell to the ground, the others panicked, and it was the perfect moment for him. He went to the back of the car where Raphael was. Call someone, he shouted at him as reloaded the gun. Raphael fumbled for his phone. His fingers were shaking so badly, he almost dropped it. The only number he had saved was Bella's. So he called her. Pick up, pick up, pick up. What? We're under attack, Raphael screamed. Cops, Hans is shooting. Hans fired another burst, forcing the officers back as they tried to reposition. Where the fuck are you? I don't know. Near Sophia House. They rammed us. They're shooting. Hans ducked as bullets slammed into the car. Stay alive, Bella shouted. Idian hang up, but it wasn't easy as more police cars came. The new arrivals opened up immediately, bullets ripping through the already cracked windshield, punching holes through the car's body. These officers weren't holding pistols, but assault rifles. Hans ducked, cursing as shards rained down on him. Fucking hell, Raphael screamed again, curling into a ball behind the car. Hans, what do we do? No houses. No buildings. Just trees and open ground. But it was all they had. We're moving. Moving where? Raphael's voice cracked. There's nothing. Shut up and follow me. He grabbed Raphael's collar and yanked him up, pushing him toward the only cover they had, the trees. Bullets whizzed past them, snapping branches, kicking up dirt. Hans covered their retreat, turning and spraying suppressive fire as he moved, forcing the officers to duck. They dove behind a thick tree, bark and dirt spraying into the air as bullets tore through the wood, splinters cutting into Hans' face. Get up and keep running, he shouted, firing blind over his shoulder to keep the cops from advancing. Raphael tried his best, and as he started running, then suddenly fell and screamed. He got shot. He clutched his left leg, blood flowing between his fingers as he dragged himself behind another tree. Hans, stay down. He shouted at him, then reloaded and prepared to buy them more time. And then he noticed his blood dripping out of his shoulder against the tree. Fuck, he shouted as he tried to rip his shirt and make a tourniquet from it, but then another shot. It slammed into his left thigh, and he collapsed onto one knee, his gun clattering against the dirt for a second before he snatched it back up. His vision blurred for a moment. He could feel the blood pooling under him. Too much. Too fast. But he forced himself to buy more time. But he knew the truth. They were going to die if a miracle didn't happen. Move your ass, kid. Hans shouted again through the agony, grabbing Raphael by the arm. He didn't care. The adrenaline was doing its job, but he had already started feeling the pain. But another bullet found a mark on him as he turned to shoot. It struck into his stomach. Blood gushed from the wound as the impact threw him back against a tree. Through blurred vision, he turned his head just in time to see Raphael. The kid was still standing, terrified, frozen. Raphael. Then it happened. A bullet pierced Raphael's throat. His body jerked, a spray of blood bursting into the air. His hands flew up to his neck, fingers desperately pressing against the wound. Hans, too. His hands trembled as he tried to press against the gaping wound in his stomach, but it was useless. Too much blood. It leaked through his fingers, pooling around him. He tried to move, to crawl, to reach Raphael's body, but his limbs wouldn't respond. His strength was leaving him, draining away with every drop of blood. This wasn't how it was supposed to end, and he knew it was the end as memories worth her daughter, started to flash. Dad, will I ever be healthy? His daughter's voice cut through the pain, soft, gentle, full of hope. He could see her, lying in that sterile white hospital bed, too small, too weak, tubes in her arms, her tiny hands curled into fists as she fought for every second of life. And he had left her. He had walked out that door, time and time again, telling himself that he would come back, that there was still time. He didn't want to die. Not like this. Not without holding his daughter one last time. Not without telling her he was sorry. I should have been there more. I should have held you more. His fingers twitched, reaching for something that wasn't there. Just as the darkness began to pull him, he heard it. Loud pops. Lots of them. Automatic. Rifles. Hans. That damn horny woman. Hans, don't you fucking die on me. Sophia's hands grabbed him. Fuck, he's bad. She muttered, kneeling beside him. R.A. fail. He barely said it, his head limping backward. Sophia looked behind her where there was Raphael, who was still conscious, pushing a piece of his shirt to his neck. Get them to a hospital right now, she shouted to his men. They lifted them up while their blood spilled everywhere. But it wasn't just their blood. 23 officers were killed, or rather, executed by Sophia's men. And this was only the beginning, as James got a taste of it too. Chapter 55, The Devil Won't Die. What did he say? James asked, his eyes shifting between the police officers ahead and the rearview mirror. They had stopped, speaking into their radios. Nothing, she replied, her small hands trembling as she held the phone. But she was ready to duck down at any moment if James gave the order. His bodyguard, who had stepped out of the car in front, was already in position, his hand hovering near his gun, ready to draw. But James could see the stress in him. There were too many officers surrounding them. 4 were positioned behind James, and 8 officers blocked the way ahead. But the biggest problem wasn't just their numbers, it was the second SUV carrying his other bodyguards. It was nowhere to be found. James glanced back into the rearview mirror, searching, and then he saw it. The police car behind them was damaged, its side dented, its left headlight shattered as if it had crashed into something. "Come on, Hector, get your ass here. Bella's calling," Charlotte said suddenly, holding out the phone to James. He quickly grabbed it and answered. "Hans has been attacked. The police are after you." Bella's panicked voice screamed through the phone. She was already in a car, speeding toward James' location on the GPS, but it was too late. James didn't even get the chance to respond. All Bella heard was gunfire and Charlotte's terrified scream. "James!" she shouted into the phone, but all that came back was more screaming, more gunfire. A lot of it. For a moment, she completely froze. "No." Then, James' voice suddenly cut through the chaos. "Charlotte, stay down." He was still alive. Before James could answer Bella, the second SUV arrived, crashing into the police vehicle behind. It missed James' car by barely a meters. But as soon as it happened, the bodyguard who had been standing outside pulled his gun and fired at the officer directly in front of him, hitting him in the throat, but as he turned and aimed at the others, a bullet struck him in the chest. His bulletproof vest absorbed most of the impact, knocking him to the ground. But even as he fell, he kept shooting, striking the officers around him. The other two got out of the SUV, but were immediately shot. Meanwhile, James threw himself over Charlotte, shielding her with his body. Bullets ripped through the windshield and went past James' head. He didn't notice first, but one of the bullets tore through his left ear, slicing off a piece. Charlotte stopped screaming. She remembered what James had told her, stay calm. So she tried to curl up, to make herself as small as possible. But then, warm droplets landed on her hands. Blood. Her eyes widened in horror. James wasn't moving. He was just lying on top of her. She thought he was dead, but he wasn't. James was just waiting for a sound. The sound of his bodyguards' automatic rifles, covering them. But that didn't happen. The SUV in front of them had only that bodyguard that was shot, and the second one, the one that had crashed into the police car, was supposed to be their reinforcement, but no one was out. They were barely hanging on. So he did exactly what people thought of him. He became a killer. "Charlotte, stay down." He shouted at her and kicked open the door, stepping out. Shots rang from every direction as James, squatting low, moved to the backside of the coupe as the open door was covering his back. Peeking out, he spotted an officer firing at the crashed SUV, so he aimed and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the officer's torso, making him stagger, but James fired again, straight to the forehead. He then peeked out more and spotted another one and fired twice. 2 rounds to the chest, and he went down. 2 had died in the crash, and he had taken down 2 more, so he went out further to look at. The smoking SUV wrecked against the police car. It was meters away, but reaching it meant sprinting through the gunfire. His only chance was timing, waiting for the officers to reload. Bullets whizzed past then, for a brief second, only a few shots rang out. Now, he dashed forward in meters from the SUV. He dove, hitting the ground hard and rolling behind it. Gripping the door handle, he noticed that his pinky finger was bent straight backward. He hadn't even felt it break, so he grabbed it ADN with his right hand and snapped it back into place and yanked the door open and looked inside. For bodyguards. Unconscious. "Get the fuck up," he shouted, punching one in the face, but nothing. He was out. He couldn't waste any more time. He grabbed him and pulled him out of the car, snatching the submachine gun from him along with the magazines. Then he heard the sirens. As he turned around, another police car was speeding toward him. So he aimed. Nothing. The gun didn't fire. He had never held a submachine gun before. He looked at it, checked the safety, aimed, but again nothing. The car was getting closer. Then he remembered from movies. He grabbed the charging handle, cocked it back, aimed, and on full auto, he shot the shit out of the police car, which swerved hard left, crashing into the guardrail. James looked at it, and without second thought aimed again and emptied the remaining bullets into it, making sure they were dead. As the last shell casing hit the ground, he reloaded, then leaned out, scanning the coupe. Charlotte was still inside. Out front, one last bodyguard fought desperately against an officer, standing his ground despite the odds. James had to move. "Charlotte," he shouted, but she didn't react. She was trapped in fear. There was no time. He sprinted toward the coupe, firing blindly at the officers to keep their heads down. Bullets ripped past him, but he didn't stop. Not until he reached her. He opened the door and dropped low, shooting again blindly. Charlotte's wide, tear-filled eyes locked onto James, but the sight of him only terrified her more. Blood dripped down his face from the wound on his ear. He barely looked human to her. "Charlotte, we're going to run." She barely had time to react before he scooped her up and held her close. Gunfire ripped past them as he sprinted back toward the SUV. His grip was tight, his movements desperate. He wasn't letting go of her. Reaching the SUV, he opened the door and put Charlotte inside. "Close the door from the inside and don't open it," he said, and slammed the door shut. Then, suddenly, everything went black. His body hit the ground. A sharp, ringing noise filled James' ears as he drifted in and out of consciousness. His vision blurred, fading between light and darkness, his body refusing to move. He tried to push himself up, but his arms gave out beneath him. "No, not now." A faint voice broke through the chaos. "James." Charlotte was banging on the car window, her voice barely coming through the bulletproof glass, but that distant sound kept James barely conscious. He'd been hit. His hand pressed toward his side, and he felt warmth. Blood. His fingers trembled as they pulled away. He stared at them, at the way his own blood. How long had he been bleeding? His vision swam again, black spots creeping at the edges. No, stay awake. He wanted to crack the teeth with the medicine, but he forgot to replace them. James. She was still there, banging on the window. He tried to push himself up again, but his arm buckled. His palms slapped against the bloodied asphalt, the impact sending another shockwave of agony through his body. "Move." He struggled to push himself up, leaning against the car, and even though he could barely see, he noticed a shadow moving, coming closer to him. He had no bullets, only his hands. Hands that was ready to fuck somebody up. And as the officer turned, James lunged. His left hand grabbed onto the gun, pushing it down, while his right elbow slammed into the officer's face and stumbled, his grip on the weapon loosening. James didn't hesitate. With all his power that was left in his body, he threw himself forward, tackling the cop to the ground, and his fist slammed into his face. Again and again, the officer thrashed beneath him, struggling, but James pinned his gun hand down, forcing it against the road. Blood gushed as he was punching his nose, but it wasn't enough. He leaned down and bit into officer's face, ripping flesh from his nose. Then he slammed his forehead against his. Once, twice, a third time. The officer's head bounced off the road, blood pooling beneath him. But they never move alone. A bullet punched into James' shoulder, jerking his body sideways as he knelt over the officer. He didn't react, didn't even flinch. His breathing was ragged, his body drenched in blood, his own, theirs, it didn't matter anymore. Slowly, he lifted his head, his gaze locked onto the officer who had just fired. A second shot. This time, the bullet went into his lower stomach. The officer aimed his gun again, then for a moment froze, because James Bellini was smiling. His gun trembled in his hands. His breath quickened, chest rising and falling in panic as James stood up. His body should have hit the ground by now. But he didn't fall, didn't stop, didn't die. The officer took a shaky step back. What the fuck? The man before him wasn't human anymore. Even death itself refused him. Chapter 56. The Abyss Calls. He felt nothing at that moment. All the pain suddenly and all at once vanished as he stared straight into the gun barrel. It was as if life itself had urged him to die without pain, to let him smile in his last moment before the darkness swallowed him whole. He stepped forward and fell to his knees, his gaze still on the officer, but his eyes were hollow, his face bloodied, and the smile slowly faded as his head slumped forward, still awake. But when he tried to open his eyes, all he saw was darkness. All he smelled was blood. He felt it, the warmth of the gun barrel that had shot him, the gun that would send him off. His last thought was Charlotte. Is she still watching? Then, a shot rang out, and he felt the officer dropping before him. He heard his body collapsing against the road, his gun clattering on the asphalt, and he heard more and more gunshots ringing out. That was the sound that kept him awake, the sound that made him realize that Charlotte was going to live. But the abyss claimed him. His body gave up on him, tipping to the side. Cold. Everything was cold. It was Hector who shot the officer in the head. If he was late for a second, James would have been executed. James. Hector's voice ripped through the chaos as he ran toward him. Blood. That's all he saw. He didn't know what to do. His hands shook as he tore James's shirt open. The second he did, more blood poured out, thick and endless. It was everywhere, too much, too fast. He pressed his hands against the wounds, but the blood wouldn't stop. Mike! Mike! Another bodyguard sprinted toward them, gripping a medical bag. Boss! Stay awake! He yelled, ripping the bag open. His fingers fumbled for bandages, his breath ragged. Boss! He slapped James's face, but there was nothing. No reaction. No response. Panic set in. Mike shoved a bandage into the wound. Hector grabbed another bandage, pressing it hard against James's stomach. His hands were slick, covered in warm, sticky blood. Behind them, gunshots still echoed through the street. The guards weren't just killing. They stormed forward, gunning down anything that moved. They weren't afraid to die. They didn't hesitate. The few officers left realized that they had no chance. They threw down their weapons, hands raised in surrender. Please, let us live, one of them shouted, and they answered with bullets. The rest didn't even get a chance to beg. They turned their rifles on them, executing them one by one. It was over for them. But Hector and Mike was still fighting to save James' life. His chest barely moved. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Mike was pressing down hard on the wounds, but the blood wouldn't stop. It seeped through his fingers, thick and dark, pooling beneath James's body. We need to move now. Mike snapped. Hector didn't hesitate. Get the car. A second later, one of the SUVs pulled up beside them. They grabbed James, lifting him carefully. His head fell back, his body limp, and his blood dripped onto the asphalt, leaving a trail as they rushed him into the car. Then Hector looked back and noticed Charlotte getting out of the crashed SUV, in shock just watching the ground. He ran and picked her up and get into the car, where James' blood covered the seats, pooling beneath his motionless body in the back seat. Boss, listen to my voice. Mike shouted, tapping his face, but he wasn't responding. Hector pressed down on James's stomach, hands slipping from the thick, endless stream of blood spilling from his wounds. Stay with me, James. His voice cracked. He shook him hard, but James's head fell to the side. Mike reached over, fingers pressing against James's neck. Nothing. No pulse. Hector felt something snap inside him. His whole body trembled. Fucking do something. Mike was already moving. He placed his hands over James and pushed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, breathe. 5, 6, 7, 8. He pushed harder, feeling the resistance in James's ribs. Don't you fucking do this, James. Hector growled, his own hands shaking as he grabbed another bandage, pressing it against the worst wound. Mike tilted James's head back, pinched his nose shut, and sealed his mouth over his. He blew in a deep breath, watching his chest rise slightly. Nothing. Another breath. Still nothing. Mike went back to compressions. Come on. Damn it. Breathe. James wasn't moving. He was floating in an abyss that stretched endlessly in all directions. There was no pain, no sound, no warmth, just the cold pull of something final. Then, a voice. Soft. Familiar. Fragile. James. Charlotte. His mind latched onto it. His body tried to move, to turn toward her, but the darkness dragged him deeper. Another voice. Rough. Angry. Desperate. Fight. You son of a bitch. Shouted Mike, pressing harder. Suddenly, something crushed his chest. Pain exploded through him, burning, searing, yanking him back. His body arched violently as air rushed into his lungs. He coughed hard, blood splattering from his mouth. That's it. That's it, breathe. Mike's voice was frantic, but his hands never left James's chest. James gasped again, lungs seizing as another wave of pain racked his body. His vision swam, colors blurring together. It continued the whole road to the hospital. Mike fought with all his power to keep James alive. Meanwhile, Bella arrived late. The scene before her was a massacre, so much blood. The guards weren't just killing. They were sending a message. One of them stepped forward, his rifle aimed at a corpse barely twitching on the ground, and he pulled the trigger. Another one put bullets into a motionless officer. A statement. War has begun. She grabbed the nearest by his collar, yanking him toward her. Where is James? They took him. He hesitated. He wasn't responding. She looked at the crashed SUV where so much blood was, and he saw one of Charlotte's shoes. That is when he realized it belonged to James. No, she breathed, shaking her head. No, no, no. She didn't wait. She spun back, running to the car, and sped away. He had to be alive. He had to be. As she arrived, she stormed through the hospital doors, and he saw them. Hector, Charlotte, Ferrucci. They stood in the waiting area. Hector's hands were stained red. His shirt, his sleeves, covered in blood. James's blood. Charlotte sat on a chair, her small hands trembling, her eyes red and puffy from crying. Ferrucci stood beside her, arms crossed, his face twisted in frustration, in anger, but most of all, he wasn't there to help. Bella's breath caught as she looked back at Hector. Where is he? Hector lifted his gaze to her, and in that moment, she saw something she had never seen in him before. Fear. His usual composure was gone, his face was tight, his eyes red, exhaustion and panic warring inside him. They took him in, he said, his voice rough. He's in surgery. Bella felt her knees weaken. Surgery. That meant he was still alive. But for how long? Her gaze darted to Charlotte, the little girl looking so small in that chair. She wasn't crying anymore. She was just staring at the ground, her shoulders shaking, her fingers digging into her dress. Bella dropped to her knees in front of her, gently reaching out. Charlotte. The girl flinched, but didn't pull away as Bella took her trembling hands into her own. I saw everything, she said, shaky, looking at Bella's eyes. So much bloody. Bella opened her mouth, but no words came out. She just pulled her close, wrapping her arms around her, holding her tight. Charlotte clung to her, shaking, her small hands gripping Bella's jacket as if she'd disappear too. Across the room, Ferrucci paced back and forth, mumbling curses under his breath. Every few seconds, he'd glance toward the closed doors, waiting for any sign of a doctor, of news, of anything. Hector just stood there, blood drying on his hands, staring at nothing. Hours passed. Then, finally, a doctor stepped out. Family of James Bellini? His eyes flickered across the room, Hector's bloodied hands, Ferrucci standing rigid, Bella gripping Charlotte tightly. James is alive. He lost a lot of blood. We did everything we could to stabilize him, but he's in critical condition. The next few hours will be crucial. He hesitated for a moment, then continued, his tone more cautious. There's also a possibility he may fall into a coma. It could last for hours, days, maybe even weeks or longer. Right now, we just have to wait and see how his body responds. Their reaction was relief, at least he was alive. But the doctor didn't stop there. His gaze dropped for a moment, scanning the names on the clipboard. What? Bella asked as she stepped closer to him. Regarding the others. He looked at Charlotte, then back up to Bella. We did everything we could, but unfortunately, we couldn't save. Chapter 57, Gone Forever. After James was stabilized, they transferred him to a private hospital, one with tighter security. An entire section was reserved just for him. Guards were everywhere waiting and ready to kill everyone who came close. For 5 days, all anyone could do was pray beside his bed. He was connected to countless machines. His face was barely visible beneath the oxygen mask, keeping him alive. Bella, James' mother, and Charlotte never left his side. They stayed by him, refusing to let him be alone. In the next days, the underworld trembled. The news of the attempt on James' life spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the city. But what truly shook them was the fact that it had been done by the police. Yet no one dared to make a move. They knew all too well, when James Bellini wakes up, there will be a massacre. They started preparing for the inevitable. Hector was no different. He didn't act. He didn't retaliate. He only prepared. Only the police took action. They broadcasted their version of events, claiming that a notorious underworld figure had opened fire on them and that they had done everything they could to defend themselves. 34 officers died that day. The city watched as the police held a funeral honoring the fallen. The president himself attended, paying his respects with the vice president by his side. And the vice president's speech was everything but a great idea. He waged war the second time. 34 brave souls, fathers, mothers, sons, daughters taken from us by the filth that dares to call itself a man. A gangster, a coward, who thought he could challenge the law and walk away. But let me make one thing very clear. This nation does not bow to criminals. We do not tolerate their existence. We hunt them. We crush them. And when they spill the blood of our finest, we drown them in their own. Mark my words, he will be laid in the ground. Just as these officers were, but without honor, without remembrance, without a name worth speaking. After the speech, a lot happened, especially when it made its way into the news and social media. Takoi used the public outrage to win the election and became the new mayor. After the reports came in about the operation and who died in it, the justice minister sent her loved ones overseas, and the NSBI director Odin publicly stepped down from his position and fled the country. His disappearance sent shockwaves through the government. It's confirmed what many already feared. This was bigger than anyone had imagined. But none of it mattered. The police, once parading as heroes, now found themselves walking on thin ice. The underworld was waiting, holding its breath, counting down the days. And that day came. James blinked, his vision blurred, the hospital lights stinging his eyes. His body felt heavy, like he was sinking into the bed, and for a second, he could barely remember what happened. Then, the pain hit. A deep, burning ache spread across his body. Every breath felt like knives stabbing into his ribs. He tried to move, but his limbs wouldn't. Bella gasped, tightening her grip on his hand. James. Charlotte clutched Bella's sleeve, tears welling in her eyes. He's awake, she whispered, almost as if she didn't believe it herself. They stepped aside as the doctor busted open the door, scanning the machines before looking down at him. The doctor's voice pulled him from the fog. Mr. Bellini, can you hear me? James blinked. His vision was blurry, but he could make out the white coat. You've been in a coma for 5 days. He couldn't answer, only nodded slowly. They examined him for hours, poking, asking the same questions over and over. Do you feel this? Can you move your fingers? Any sharp pain? James answered when he had to. Other times, he just stared at the ceiling. His body was fucked up, bandages wrapped around his torso, for lines in his arm, an oxygen mask on his face. He looked like he was the new Sith Lord. 5 days. 5 days, and he had no control. He was stuck, trapped in this bed while the world outside had already changed. For the first time since waking up, he closed his eyes, and he let it sink in. Then a small hand wrapped around his fingers. Weak, trembling. James blinked slowly, shifting his gaze. Charlotte. Tears ran down her face, her lower lip trembling as she clung to his hand with just her pinky, like she was afraid holding him too tightly would hurt him. She didn't say anything, just cried. You scared us. Bella whispered, her voice barely holding together. James just stared at her. He wanted to say something, to tell her he was fine, that everything was okay. But it wasn't. Nothing was. So he did the only thing he could. He squeezed Charlotte's hand back. She smiled a bit, still crying her eyes out. Then Bella gently tapped her head. Go get James' mother, okay? She's sleeping downstairs. She wiped at her eyes with her tiny fist, then, with her little legs, ran out the door. And the moment she was gone, Bella broke. She collapsed onto the edge of his bed, gripping his hand so tight it hurt. Her shoulders shook violently. I thought, her voice cracked. She squeezed her eyes shut, as if forcing back the memories. I thought I'd never see you again. James just watched her. Watched the way her hands trembled against his. The way her tears slipped down her cheeks, dripping onto the white sheets. The way her breath kept hitching, like she couldn't control it anymore. He had been unconscious. But Bella and the others? They had to live through it. Every second of waiting. Every sleepless night. Every time a doctor walked in with that look on their face, like they weren't sure if he'd make it another day. 5 days. 5 days where they thought he was gone. I'm here, he simply said. Bella without thinking. She leaned forward and buried her face against his chest. James felt her hands clutching him, as if making sure he was real. After a while the door opened, and James' mother stepped inside. Her face was hollow, her eyes dark, swollen from days of crying. She moved slowly, saying nothing. When she reached him, she pressed a trembling kiss to his cheek, then wrapped her arms around him. Her embrace wasn't tight. It was weak, fragile, clinging, and then she cried, silent, endless tears. Something was wrong. His gaze flickered to Bella, but she wouldn't look at him. Where is Raphael? His mother lifted her head, her swollen eyes locking onto his. More tears fell. Her lips trembled, but when she finally spoke, her voice was hollow. He gone, James. He stared at her. The words didn't make sense. They felt distant, like they belonged to another reality. But his mother's grief was real. Bella's silence was real. And the crushing weight in his chest told him this was real. What? But he was with Hans. He's gone too, she whispered. They both couldn't make it. His mind refused to process it. James' breath hitched. His chest tightened, his pulse hammering in his ears. No, it wasn't possible. They were always there. The machines beeped louder, alarms screaming as his heart rate spiked. Tubes strained as he jerked forward, his body fighting against its own weakness. No. Bella rushed to him, pressing her hands against his shoulders. James, stop. He didn't hear her, didn't feel her. Everything blurred. Their faces, their voices. The world around him collapsed. What a joke, they gone. Raphael, he shouted. Bella tightened her grip on his shoulders, her own hands trembling. James, please. But he wasn't listening. He wasn't here. His wide, desperate eyes were locked on the doorway, waiting, hoping. But no one came. They're gone, James. His mother's voice was quiet. She already understood what it meant. They're not coming back. Never. No. He muttered under his breath, shaking his head. No, this isn't real. Bella hesitated before reaching out again, her fingers brushing against his arm. James. Then, without warning, he turned and slammed his fist into the wall. His mother gasped. Bella took a step forward, an alarm flashing in her eyes. James, stop. But he struck the wall again, and again, until his knuckles split open and blood smeared against the white surface. His chest heaved, his body trembling, but then suddenly his mother wrapped her arms around him, gripping him tightly. I am here, darling, she whispered. You can cry as much as you want now. The warmth of his mother's embrace pressed against his shaking body, grounding him in a reality he didn't want to face. It's okay, she whispered, voice breaking. Let it out. Tears spilled down his face, silent at first. Then it all came out, crying and screaming in his mother's arms. Bella watched, helpless, as the strongest man she knew shattered in front of her. Chapter 58, The Choice You Made. I killed him, because of me. He died, it was me. No, James, it. Bella stopped talking as soon as James' face slowly turned to her. His eyes were wide open, but they were not just empty and hollow. No. They were without a drop of life. It was like a dead man stared at her, so empty and dark. She didn't continue but slowly stepped back and turned to leave the room. She couldn't do it. She couldn't allow herself to see James like that. But James' mother was still there, unmoving, without saying anything. Her breath was fast, controlled now, but she was still firm, her nails digging into James' skin. Anger. That kind of anger that was controlled, the worst one. She knew that it was all James' fault, that Raphael died because of him. She wanted to tear him apart, her own son, the cause of another's death. James knew it too. He knew that his mother was not going to look at him the same way as she did before. A murderer of his own little brother. A traitor of their bloodline. A failure. He couldn't cry anymore. There were no tears left in his eyes. He was swallowed by guilt, the consciousness that Raphael's blood would stick to his hands forever. James, she whispered in his ear. He is not coming back anymore. She started crying, her tears rolling down James' neck, then sniffed, trying to control it. He was shot in the neck. She stopped again, now her voice filled with anger. Can you imagine the feeling? That you're choking on your own blood? James slowly turned his head as his mother leaned back, now looking into his eyes. He tried everything. She bit her lip. Tried to stop the blood that was gushing out with his own hands. Her look wavered for a second, then locked again into his eyes. He suffered and tried so hard, James. That little Raphael that you swore to protect, to be a role model for, a brother. Mom. I can never hear his laugh. James, his eyes will never. Look at me. Her grip tightened more. When did you become a monster? There was silence, then she continued. I don't know who you are anymore. She whispered again, her face twisting with a sorrow so deep, so raw. I lost both of my children. James' breath hitched, but he couldn't say a word. His mother's fingers pressed harder against his skin, her nails digging in deep, but he didn't flinch. He deserved it. Every bit of pain, every ounce of hatred in her eyes, he deserved it all. She stared at him, her lips trembling, her chest rising and falling with heavy, ragged breaths. Then, suddenly, she laughed. A broken, bitter laugh that held no joy, only agony. Tell me, James, how does it feel? James had no answer. Does it hurt? Does it tear you apart inside, knowing that Raphael's last moments were spent drowning in his own blood? His mother shook her head. You were supposed to protect him, James. You were supposed to be his big brother. He believed in you. He loved you. And now, I will never see him grow up. Never hear him call my name again. She took a shuddering breath. Because of you. James felt something inside him crack. But his mother wasn't done. I lost my baby. Her voice broke, raw and full of pain. But not just Raphael. She lifted her gaze, and James saw it. The emptiness. I lost you too. A silence louder than any scream, heavier than any grief. James opened his mouth, but no words came out. There was nothing left to say, because he knew. He saw it in her eyes. She would never look at him the same way again. Mom, James finally spoke, his voice barely a whisper, full of guilt and fear. She didn't respond at first. She just stared at him, as if she was trying to make sense of what had happened, as if her mind couldn't quite grasp that the boy she had raised, the boy she had loved, became something that she hated. I didn't want this, he pleaded, his voice cracking. I never wanted this. His words tumbled out in a broken mess, but nothing he said could fix what had been done. But you did it, James. You did it. The choices you made, the choice that killed him. And now look at us. Look at me. It hurt. It hurt in a way he couldn't explain, because it wasn't just the guilt eating him alive. She slowly stood up and said, You're not the son I raised. You're not the boy I loved. The words wrapped around him, over and over, until he could no longer tell where his thoughts ended and the guilt began. It was true. He could feel it deep in his bones. He had failed Raphael. And worse, he had failed his mother. I didn't mean it. I never wanted this. But no matter how many times he whispered it to himself, it didn't change the truth. The truth was that Raphael was gone, and he had been the one to push him into that darkness. What did I do? How did it come to this? He could still see Raphael's face, the trust in his eyes, the way he had looked up to him, always believing in him. I was supposed to be his protector. I promised him that. But promises didn't mean anything when you failed to keep them. His mother's face, her eyes cold and empty, haunted him. He could still hear her words in his mind, each one laced with such finality. You killed him, and for that, I will never forgive you. Never. His hands curled into fists. What's left for me now? The tears streamed down his face now, unstoppable. He could hear his mother's voice again in his mind, the weight of those words. Everything I touch dies. I can't protect anyone. I never could. There was a part of him, deep down, that wanted to believe this wasn't his fault, that there had been something else he could have done. But that part was fading, slipping away with each tear that fell, each wave of guilt that crashed over him. And he had killed the last piece of his mother's love. He wanted to end it. End everything. And maybe that was the worst part of all, but he was pulled from his thoughts by his mother. Kill all of them, she said while looking back at him one last time before leaving the room. James stared at her, his wide eyes still locked on her. They took both of my sons, let them suffer the same way I suffer. She stood there for a moment, waiting for him to respond, but he was frozen in place. He couldn't find his voice, couldn't speak. You owe it to him, she added, her tone low, seething with an intensity that made his blood run cold. To Raphael. To me. Show them the choice you made. And the man you become. She turned and left the room, leaving James alone, and his mother's words became his own. The darkness that had been swirling within him for so long now surged forward, taking control. His mind, once sharp and calculated, was now clouded with bloodlust. He could almost hear the screams in his mind, feel the heat of the fire as he watched it all burn. Their suffering would be his release. Their pain would be his redemption. He would tear through the world, leave nothing but destruction in his wake. He would remind everyone that James Bellini was not a man to be forgotten, not a man to be crossed. The thoughts surged through him like a wave of dark power. The guilt, the grief, it all slipped away, replaced by a singular focus. He had become the monster they had feared all along. The only thing that saved him in the last moment before he fell into the darkness was that touch. James didn't even notice Charlotte coming in. The only thing he was focused on was the darkness, the anger, the guilt, all of it swallowing him whole, forcing him to finally accept it. A touch, a soft touch that carried innocence, a touch that came from a pure soul. James turned his head slightly, his hollow eyes landing on Charlotte. She stood beside him, her small hand resting on his arm, her expression filled with quiet concern. There was no fear in her gaze, no judgment, just the silent understanding of someone who saw beyond the anger and pain. "James," she whispered. It quietly, yet it carried enough weight to pull him back, even if just a little. His fingers twitched as if wanting to hold on to something. But what? Redemption? Forgiveness? He didn't know. All he knew was that, in that moment, Charlotte's presence was the only thing keeping him from falling deeper into the void. Chapter 59, One Day at a Time. The storm inside him roared, a merciless tide dragging him deeper into the abyss. He deserved this. The darkness, the guilt, it was his punishment. His burden to carry. But then tiny fingers curled around his hand. Charlotte's grip was weak, but somehow, it held more strength than all the chains of his past. She swayed slightly on her feet, her big, round eyes searching his face. "You look like a monster," she mumbled, tilting her head. James flinched. A monster? Yes, that's what he was. Not a scary one, though. Just a sad one. His breath hitched. He wanted to turn away, to sink back into the darkness where he belonged, but Charlotte wouldn't let go. "Do monsters get hugs?" she asked suddenly, her voice laced with the purest curiosity. His mind screamed at him to push her away to keep her from the poison inside him, but he couldn't move. He couldn't speak. Charlotte sighed, as if he was the child and she was the adult. "You're bad at this," she said. Then, without hesitation, she wrapped her tiny arms around his hand. James stiffened, his body locked up. It was such a small gesture, so simple, yet it shattered him. The weight of his sins, his regrets, his self-hatred, it all came crashing down at once. And just like that, the monster wept. "I still love you." His vision blurred. Love? How could she say that? After everything? After what he had done? After what he had become? His hands, hovering over Charlotte's small frame, trembled. He was tainted, ruined. He was not something to be loved. He was something to be feared, something to be abandoned. And yet, this child, with all her innocence, all her purity, looked at him as if he were still worth something. James squeezed his eyes shut. "Don't," he whispered, his voice raw, broken. "Don't say that." Charlotte didn't move. She held on tighter. "But I do," she insisted, as if it was the simplest thing in the world. He wanted to reject them, to push them away, to tell her she was wrong, but he couldn't. Because deep down, some lost, shattered part of him wanted to believe it. "You're all sad and messy, but that's okay. Messy things can be cleaned, and sad things can be hugged." James let out a quiet, strangled laugh, if it could even be called that. A tear slipped down his cheek. Then another. Then more. He buried his face into the tiny shoulder of the child who shouldn't have to comfort a man like him. But she did anyway. And for the first time in what felt like forever, James let himself be held. James' body shook as he clung to Charlotte, his fingers gripping the fabric of her tiny dress like a lifeline. She was there, holding him together with nothing but her small arms and her even smaller words. His lips trembled as he whispered, "I don't deserve it." Charlotte pulled back just enough to look up at him, her big, unblinking eyes filled with something he couldn't understand. "That's a silly thing to say," she huffed, frowning. "Love isn't about deserving. It's just love." James let out a shuddering breath. How could something so simple be so impossible to accept? Charlotte tilted her head, her expression serious in the way only children could be. "You think if you're all grumpy and sad, I'm gonna stop loving you?" She squinted. "That's not how this works." A broken chuckle escaped James before he could stop it. Charlotte puffed out her cheeks in frustration. "You're bad at being loved." That did it. He tried to stop it, to hold it in, but it was useless. The dam had broken. He cried more than ever. Charlotte didn't flinch. She didn't let go. "It's okay. Crying means you're not a monster." James squeezed his eyes shut as fresh tears slipped down his face, soaking into her small shoulder. In that moment, in this fragile, fleeting second, a tiny hand reached into the abyss and found him. How could she be so sure? How could this tiny, innocent creature still see something worth loving in him when he had so little left to offer? His chest tightened, suffocating, as if her words were both a balm and a wound. He wanted to tell her to stop, to tell her that love had no place in his world anymore. That after everything he had done, after the darkness that consumed him, love was a lie. But as the words teetered on his lips, they felt hollow, empty. He could feel Charlotte's small hands clutching him tighter, her fingers cold against his skin, but her grip unwavering. She believed in him. He had made choices, horrible, unforgivable choices. And now he was nothing but a hollow shell, a monster dressed in a man's skin. Charlotte, I'm too far gone. You don't know what I've become. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. She just looked up at him, her big eyes wide, filled with something he couldn't comprehend. Hope. Then I'll fix you, she said, her voice so certain, so pure. I'll make you clean. I'll hug you until the sadness goes away. Her words wrapped around him like a warm blanket. Something so simple, so naive, and yet so undeniably real. The chaos inside him paused, just for a moment, as if her innocence had created a space where the darkness couldn't touch. You don't have to do that, he whispered, voice breaking. Charlotte shook her head, her little face serious, as if the very idea of him being beyond help was simply absurd to her. I don't have to. I want to. Because I love you. Even if you're sad and messy, you're still James. And I'm going to keep loving you until you can see it. He didn't deserve it. But as he looked into her face, there was no doubt in her eyes, only love. It wasn't enough to erase the past. It wasn't enough to undo the things he had done. But as he hugged her tightly, feeling the weight of his grief shift just slightly, he realized it was enough for now. And for now, maybe that was all he needed. He closed his eyes, trying to steady his breath, but the sobs still clawed at him, breaking through his defenses. I don't know if I can ever be okay. Charlotte pulled back just enough to look up at him, her eyes searching his face. Then you just take it one day at a time, like me. We'll take care of you. We'll be okay, together. She gave him a small, comforting smile. You're just sad. And that's okay. We'll fix the sad part, together. For a moment, James just looked at her, trying to process her words, trying to hold on to that hope she was offering, even if it felt impossible. James stared at Charlotte for a moment longer, his heart still heavy but a little less burdened by the weight of her words. She had a way of seeing things simply, clearly, and for a fleeting moment, he felt the sharp edges of his grief soften, just enough for him to breathe a little easier. Then, Charlotte's small voice broke through the silence, her words wrapped in that same childlike certainty. You need to sleep, she said, her eyes wide with concern. Sleeping will make you happy. James blinked, the simplicity of her statement almost making him laugh, but it also pierced the fog in his mind. He opened his mouth to tell her that sleep couldn't fix the pain, but then he saw it. Her small hands still gripping him, her earnest gaze, filled with that overwhelming, unshakable belief. She wasn't just talking about sleep, was she? She was talking about hope. A hope that seemed so impossible, but was somehow enough to make him feel like it might be worth trying. Sleep, he said, his voice cracked but soft. You really think that'll make me feel better? Charlotte nodded, her eyes serious now, but still filled with that innocent certainty. You can't fix all the sad stuff in one day, she said gently, but sleeping helps. It makes the bad stuff go away for a little while, and tomorrow, you can try again. James closed his eyes, his heart aching with how much he wished he could believe her. But even as doubt crept in, there was something in her presence, something in her unwavering trust, that made him want to try. Okay, he whispered, his voice rough. Okay, I'll try. Charlotte smiled brightly, the light in her eyes making him feel like maybe, just maybe, he wasn't as lost as he thought. She clung to him a little tighter, her small form snuggling against his side. Good. I'll keep you safe while you sleep, she whispered, stepping back and sitting down on a chair. I'll stay right here. Maybe sleep wouldn't fix everything, but with Charlotte here, maybe it didn't need to. And as his body finally relaxed. But he was no longer James. No, that man was gone before Charlotte even stepped into the room. Chapter 60, Life and Death. Days went by with doctors checking on James, running tests, and slowly, he started walking again. A piece of his left ear was missing, and now gunshot wounds decorated his body. He was beginning to look like a gangster, not just in appearance, but in mentality as well. In just a couple of days, something inside him had changed. And it was thanks to Hector, who, while James was out, wanted to get every piece of information possible, exactly who ordered the hit, whose hands were in it, and it was easier than he thought. The information came without even making a phone call, because they all feared for their lives. Government officials, officers, and agents gave everything they knew. And in only 2 days, He had already gathered the documents, which he handed to James. After reading all of it, the picture was clear, and he waited because he knew that somebody would approach him. He was right. Hector opened the hospital room door and stepped inside. Behind him came 2 bodyguards, followed by a woman. James slowly looked at her. She wore a suit and high heels, clearly someone important. "Who are you?" he asked. She stepped forward. "Linda Walheim. I am the Justice Minister." James stared at her for a moment, then pointed at the chair that was beside his bed. At first, she didn't move, but she knew it wasn't a gesture, it was an order. So, she sat down and wanted to speak, but the words wouldn't come. Not with those eyes looking at her. The eyes of James Bellini. She had prepared for this, read every report, every document. She had trained herself to stay composed, to not waver before him. But those reports didn't mention his eyes. Eyes that looked like death itself staring back at her. Rage, guilt, bloodlust. She could see all of it burning inside him and ready to come out. "Speak." Another order. I am truly sorry for your loss, and I would like to offer my deepest apologies for the actions of the... She hesitated as James simply listened, unblinking, staring. The Capitol Police operation was ordered by Vice President Carter Vincel and the Mayor Takoy Mario. He said nothing, just smiled. It wasn't a smirk. No, it was a big smile on his face. "Oh, really?" He suddenly laughed, glancing at Hector. Hector, confused at first, then laughed too. The bodyguards followed, chuckling as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Then, in an instant, James' hand wrapped around Linda's throat and pulled her close. "You really came here." His grip tightened around her neck. "To fucking save your ass." She didn't fight back as James' grip tightened around her neck. She just choked as her breath slowly faded. Her head turned red and her vision began to fade. Then James pushed her back into the chair. Linda grabbed her throat as breathed heavily, then looked up. "Why, you're not untouchable anymore. We're offering you protection. We're putting you in a position you can't refuse." SSSSSS. James held up his hand and laughed again, shaking his head. "What you really want is to put a leash on me. But first, you want me to kill the vice president." He laughed, then just like that, locked eyes with her again. And the Justice Minister didn't know a single thing about this whole mess? It was under. "Shut the fuck up. Now talk." "I didn't know." "Shut the fuck up." He laughed again. "I was in a coma, now mourning my little brother, and still, you listen like a fucking dog." She said nothing this time, just looked at him as sweat rolled down her face, her legs trembling under her. "Who am I?" he asked simply. It wasn't a hard question to answer, but she took her time. "James Belly." "No, no, no." He waved his hand. "Say it. Say the thing that's clawing under your skin, the thing that makes your legs shake, the thing that makes sweat drip down your face." "Who am I?" "The angel of death." She finally whispered. "Yeah, that's it. The angel of fucking death. What a nickname." He smirked. "It sounds cool. But I am not that." He stared at her again and waited for her to ask. "Then who are you?" James tilted his head, his smirk fading. "Just a guy who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Too many times to count. Everywhere I went, people died. Isn't that weird? What are the odds of that, huh?" He let out a humorless chuckle. "I took a fucking walk, and 10 people dropped dead. I sat down to eat a croissant, and a shout-out happened. Again and again. And before I could fucking realize it, I became something I never meant to be. I don't understand. I'm just saying that I don't give a fuck anymore. Before all this bullshit, I actually tried to help people, tried to have some kind of morality. But now, my little brother is dead. My right-hand man is dead. And if that wasn't fucking enough, they killed Victor Moretti. You know I didn't give a fuck about him." He leaned closer to her, his eyes never leaving hers. "But they killed his wife. And his daughter, Penelope, too." He held out his hand, his fingers touching her face. "How come I never killed innocent people, but the police do? It was a mistake. James didn't let her finish. "These past few days, I've done everything I could to cope with this. I even read a quote that was supposed to motivate me. It said, 'A man who has lost everything fears nothing.'" He paused, tilting his head slightly. "What do you think about that?" he asked, genuinely waiting for her answer. But Linda knew this wasn't just a question. It was the sign that James Bellini had lost himself. "You're taking too long," he whispered. "So let me explain my thoughts on it. There is no man who fears nothing. Because at the end of the day, you're still alive. You only get one life. And I'm pretty damn sure that if I started chopping off the legs of some guy who claims he fears nothing, he'd cry like a little bitch, screaming for mercy, begging to live. He'd cling to the only thing that matters, life. Don't you think so? Yeah, I agree, but I read another quote. James interrupted. It said, only you know your true face. Every time you're around people, even your own family, you wear a mask. You never show your real self. You try to impress, try to feel bad for others, but never truly reveal what's inside. People don't see you for who you are. They paint you the way they want to see you. His cold gaze locked onto hers. And you fucking bitches, you see me as a murderer. A mafia boss. Linda swallowed hard but stayed silent. But that's not true. James leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a whisper. Do you know why? She shook her head. Because I'm more than that. He smirked. I'm not a mafia boss. I am the mafia. I'm not the angel of death. I am death. He smiled again. That sounds a little cringe, so let me say it clearly. I am life and death. Do you know why? Because you are a god? A god? Lady, I'm not crazy. He laughed, and so did the others. No, I give life to take one. I don't understand. Let me give you an example. James leaned back and turned to Hector. I'll pay 10 million to the person who skins Takoi alive, and 100,000 for every officer's head. And I mean it, cut off their heads. Then he looked back at Linda, who was shaking so badly she looked like she was going to pass out. I just gave someone a new life, $10 million. And for many, 100,000 is a fortune. At the same time, I caused death. You can't do that, she said, smiling through her pain. I have the power to bring the military in. You wouldn't last a day. He punched her. Hard. Her nose broke instantly, blood gushing onto the white floor as she fell from the chair. Then he stood up slowly, Hector grabbing his arm to support him. James stepped over her, grabbed her hair, and forced her onto her back. Without a flicker of hesitation or morality, he started punching her face over and over again. Blood splattered onto the white floor, onto the walls, onto the guards. He didn't stop. Not until his body finally gave out, and he physically couldn't punch anymore. Suddenly the door opened, and everyone turned at the same time. It was a doctor. He looked at them. I'll come back later. He closed the door as fast as he could. James looked back at Linda and her bloodied face. You're still conscious? Get back in the chair. She actually did. Slowly. Her head spun, her vision blurred, and blood was everywhere. She slipped to her knees. One of the bodyguards grabbed her and threw her into the chair. What is 7 times 8? 56. She answered after a few seconds. So, you're going to understand what I'm about to tell you. He leaned forward, handing her a piece of cloth. She grabbed it, wiping the blood from her face and pressing it against her nose. You are going to kill the vice president. And after that, you will become my personal informant. Okay. What? Yeah, you're going to kill him. And I don't give a fuck how you do it. I can't. He punched her again, and she nearly fell from the chair. But Hector caught her and pushed her back into it. James waited for her to look at him, then spoke. If you don't, then I'm going to fly to McCarty, take a 5-hour ride to a town called Lures, then go to Bake Street 34, where there's a white mansion. I'm going to knock on the door, and your daughter will look confused when, without a word, I step inside. Please no. I'm not going to kill them. No. He wagged his finger. I'm going to tie them up, your 2 daughters, their children, and husbands. Then we're going to take a little trip to the woods. We'll camp out. Talk. Make them feel safe. I'll make sure they know I don't want to kill them. Give them a little hope. He grinned. And then, one by one, I'm going to burn them alive. And I'm going to smile. Enjoy every moment as they scream while their flesh burns off. And the best part, he laughed, the others will watch. They'll beg, but I won't listen. His grin widened. I'll spare the little childs, though. Do you know why? Linda could barely breathe, but she shook her head. Because I don't hurt children. Unlike you motherfuckers. I'll let them live, let them grow up, and have kids of their own. And then, when they do, his voice dropped into a whisper. I'll kill them, just as a reminder of what you did. That this is all your fault. So what is your answer? I do everything you want, just spare them, please. James took a moment. Okay, now get the fuck out. Linda barely managed to push herself up from the chair. Her entire body trembled, her legs barely holding her weight. Blood still dripped from her broken nose. She stumbled, trying to move toward the door, but before she could take another step. I trust you, Linda. I really do. But if you so much as think about fucking me over, I'll make sure that before I burn your family, they'll spend days screaming in agony. Days, Linda. She didn't say anything back, just opened the door and stepped out of the room. They thought they could control him, restrain him, keep him in check with power plays, politics. They had fucked up, more than she had ever imagined. Should I issue the order? Hector asked. Before that, I go myself to the police station. Why? He asked, confused. To kill the police chief. He locked eyes with him. So get me some clothes and a walking stick. Hector and the guards' bodies stiffened because they knew. It was the beginning of a new era for the Bellini family. Chapter 61, Envy. Hector returned with a walking stick from the hospital. James looked with it like a walking zombie, especially after he beat up Linda. The stitches at some parts loosened, especially in his ear, so the doctor bandaged his head. The clothes Hector handed him only made things worse. A gray suit, black shoes, and a black fedora-style hat. With that outfit, he looked like a gangster straight out of the 1950s. And with the bandages and walking stick, he practically became one. I meant something like a t-shirt and joggers. James said, looking at Hector after changing into the outfit. You need to make an impression, not just with words, but with how you look. Hector smirked. I get it, but it's not the 50s anymore. Yeah, but if you show up in a t-shirt and joggers, you'll look like some low-level street hustler who thinks he's a gangster. Hector replied, I'm going to kill, not attend a fashion show. He grabbed the walking stick and took a step forward. Fuck, everything hurts. He clutched his side. Hector quickly stepped toward him, offering a hand. Maybe send Ferrucci to do it instead. No, I need to put a bullet in his fucking skull with my own hands. They slowly walked out of the hospital, where the security detail was now larger than ever. In front of them were 8 blacked-out SUVs, each filled with bodyguards who, without any attempt to hide it, were openly carrying assault rifles and wearing bulletproof vests. With 8 SUVs, each packed with 5 guards, James had a security detail fit for a president. But what caught his eye the most was the limousine parked between the cars. What is that? He asked, stepping closer to it. Hector smiled, his gaze sharp as he said, It's a gift from a friend. A friend? James asked, looking at him, but Hector only smiled. You know Helios and the dictator? I helped him smuggle weapons. He heard about what happened and sent you this. And, well, it's better than the SUVs. Isn't he the one who killed over 1,000 civilians after they protested against him winning the election 3 times in a row with 100% of the votes? Oh, well, yeah. Hector looked away. But this is better than the SUVs. Better? Yeah. The SUVs are armored, but this car, he pointed at it. It can withstand grenades and high-caliber rounds. It also has a fire suppression system and an oxygen supply in case of a poison attack. And if that wasn't enough, it has signal jammers too. James sighed but stepped closer to the limousine. One of the bodyguards rushed ahead to open the door for him. He hesitated. And you trust this? If he wanted you dead, he'd send an ICBM, not a limousine. Hector smiled. James shook his head and climbed inside. From the inside, the noise of the outside world faded, replaced by silence. Then James spoke. The report only said the police chief was involved, but it didn't mention a name. Yeah, there's a new one. I think he was specially selected for the operation. His name's Gerard Matthias. 45 years old. Spent 10 years in the Marine Corps before joining the police force. Close friends with Takoy. And what about the NSBI director? James asked. I read that he stepped down. He fled. A new one took over, and in his first week, he fired 114 agents for corruption, report manipulation, and bribery. Fuck. But actually, Hector hesitated before continuing. Well, I'll just say it. He sent you an invitation for dinner. What? James stared at him, confused. Hector smirked, realizing he had left out an important detail. I figured I'd hold it back until you were in a state to actually process things. So, he sent you a handwritten letter. And, well, to put it bluntly, he basically sucked your dick. Not literally, but the way he wrote about you, you'd think you were some kind of saint. He went on about how great you are, how you saved the city. Hector chuckled at the end. James looked even more confused. What do you mean by the dick part? Hector grinned. You know, like in those superhero movies, where the bad guy kills other bad guys, but he's still a bad guy, until some bigger bad guy kills him. Then, suddenly, all the good guys mourn him, even though he was never one of them. How the hell does he explain things this badly? Anything else? Not much. Just a dinner invitation. Oh, and he wrote 3 whole pages about all the good things you've done. Sounds like another attempt to lure me into a trap. At first, yeah, it seemed that way. Hector admitted. But actually, he was faster than you. Faster. He went to the police station and attacked Gerard. Beat the shit out of him, then just walked out like nothing happened. James thought about it, but he had a question that he had for a few days. Now, interesting, but tell me one thing, Hector, he said, looking deep into his eyes. You don't seem to be sad or mourning Hans. Hector's lips curled into a faint smile. Well, we all die one day, and I know that my job is to kill or be killed. He paused, his gaze shifting slightly. I liked Hans, but I don't connect emotionally with anyone except for you and my sister. That's it. So, his death, even if it's absurd to say, it means nothing to me. Just another guy who died. You really believe that? James asked. No grief, no regret. His eyes narrowed as he considered the question. Grief is a luxury I can't afford. Regret? What good would it do? The world doesn't stop for anyone, and neither do I. I do what I have to do, and when it's done, it's done. Life moves on, even if we don't. James was unsure of how to respond. Hector had always been this way, detached, unfeeling. It was the nature of his work, the constant dance with death that left no room for attachment. But doesn't it ever get to you? You don't ever wonder what it all means. Hector's lips twitched into a ghost of a smile, but it wasn't one of amusement. It was the smile of someone who had long ago accepted the inevitable. The only meaning is survival. Hector said flatly, and I'll keep surviving until the day someone else decides it's my turn to die. Until then, I'll keep doing what I do. That's all I can control. There was no emotion in his voice, no sorrow, no joy, only the cold certainty of someone who had embraced the darkness and made it his own. But then James fell in silence again and asked a question that Hector didn't expect to come. What would you feel if your sister died the same way like Raphael? Hector's gaze darkened, but he looked at James with a smile on his face. If my sister died the same way Raphael did, I wouldn't just mourn her loss. I'd find every single person involved and make them beg for death. I'd make them watch as I carved their lives away, until there was nothing left but the stench of their own fear. I'd break their bones, pull their teeth and nails, rip out their hair, poke their eyes. His smile widened as he imagined the scene before him. And when I finally stood over their broken, mangled bodies, I would laugh, because I'd know it was just the start. Next would be their loved ones. So we feel the same way, James said. You think we feel the same? Hector said, his tone steady, almost thoughtful. Perhaps in some ways, but it's different. I take pleasure in what I do, but you don't just control the chaos. You become it. You shape everything around you, twisting it to fit your vision, no matter the cost. He paused, his eyes locked on James's. I'm not sure you even notice the destruction you leave behind. It's just a part of the process for you, isn't it? I envy that. For a moment, James didn't say anything. Then, suddenly, he started laughing, so hard that a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Hector stared for a second before shaking his head and chuckling. Then, his chuckle turned into full-blown laughter. Finally, James spoke, wiping the tears from his eyes. Envy me, huh? Without warning, James grabbed Hector by the throat, pulling him. Hector's breath was instantly cut off, and panic surged in his chest. James's grip tightened around his neck, his fingers digging into his skin. Do you envy the guilt? James's words were dripping with a rage Hector hadn't seen before. Do you envy that Raphael died? No, James. I don't envy your guilt. Hector rasped, struggling to find his voice. His throat burned with each breath, but he pressed on, trying to keep his cool. I envy your control. His vision blurred, his face flushing with the lack of air. His mind raced, panic taking hold. Was this it? Hector couldn't understand the shift. Just moments ago, they were on the same side, but now James's grip felt like death itself. James leaned in, his face inches from Hector's, eyes dark with something dangerous, almost maddening. You envy this, you envy me. He'd never seen James like this. Never seen the raw fury, the emotion spilling out so violently. This was something else. I envy that you're still human." Hector gasped out, barely able to speak. James's grip faltered for a brief moment, just a flicker of hesitation. It was enough for Hector to draw in a desperate breath, his chest heaving with the sudden influx of oxygen. But it didn't last long. The moment was gone, and James's fingers tightened again, pushing him back into the suffocating darkness. "Next time, speak carefully," James whispered and pulled away from him. But Hector didn't feel anger. No, he felt something far different. Something he hadn't expected. He felt fear, but also admiration. He'd seen James as a leader before, as someone in control, but now? This version of James, this unhinged, dangerous, he was more than that. He felt his legs shaking, his body betraying him in the presence of someone so overwhelming, so terrifyingly unpredictable. The man he had worked alongside, the one he thought he understood, had just revealed something raw, something real. The realization. He wasn't just afraid of James anymore. He respected him even more. And that fear, it wasn't weakness. It was recognition. "Next time, I'll make sure you speak carefully," Hector whispered under his breath. But he wasn't speaking to James anymore. He was speaking to himself. This James will take over everything. Chapter 62, Mother. "Where is James?" his mother asked as she opened the door, finding the room empty. Bella stood beside her, unsure of where he could be. She turned to one of the guards who was with them. "Speak." "The boss went somewhere with Hector, but I don't know where exactly." Erica remained silent, stepping into the room and sitting down on the chair, her hand brushing the hospital bed. Bella followed her in, sitting down as well. For minutes, they sat there without a word. Then Erica slowly looked at Bella. "I'm a bad mother, aren't I?" she asked, a faint smile. "Nobody can understand how much pain you're in right now, but I can say that you're not a bad mother. You're far from that." Bella replied, "No, that's not true. I said things to James that I could never forgive myself for, and I know he took it to heart. James will always be your son, even if you hate him, even if you think he was the reason for Raphael's death. He will always think of you as his mother, just as you think of him as your son." Bella interrupted her. Erica's eyes fell to the ground. She couldn't look Bella in the eye, afraid that if she did, all the pain she had been holding in would come crashing down. "I've been so horrible to him. I hurt him when he needed me the most. I pushed him away, told him things no mother should ever say to their child. I didn't protect him when he was right there." She petted the bed. "I was blinded by the anger I felt and still feel, and now he's gone. What if I never get the chance to make it right?" Her voice broke completely, and her hand instinctively reached up to cover her face, as if she could hide from the reality of it all. Bella reached out, placing her hand gently on Erica's trembling ones. "No matter how many times you tell yourself you've ruined things, you haven't. You've been hurt too, and sometimes we say things we don't mean. But that doesn't make you a bad mother. It makes you human." Erica's body shook with silent sobs, her shoulders hunched as she tried to fight the flood of emotions threatening to overtake her. "I don't deserve to be his mother. I made him believe he wasn't enough. I said things that made him feel like he wasn't loved, like he was a burden. And now he's not here. I don't know where he is, and I'm terrified. Terrified that he'll never forgive me, that I've lost him forever." Bella squeezed her hand tighter. "James may need time, but he will come back. He loves you more than anything. He may be hurting right now, but he will never stop being your son. He'll never stop seeing you as his mother." Erica's breath hitched, and she looked up at Bella, her eyes red and swollen from the tears she had already shed. "How can you be so sure? How can you be so sure that he'll come back?" Bella's eyes softened. "Because I know James. He's been through so much. But he loves you. He always has. And if there's one thing I know, it's that he would never turn his back on you. Not forever. Not even after everything." She wiped the tear that had fallen down her cheek and whispered, "I don't deserve that kind of forgiveness. I don't even know how to make things right." Bella smiled softly, her heart aching for the woman in front of her. "You don't have to have all the answers. You just have to show him you're willing to try, that you're ready to be there for him, to love him the way he's always needed. It's never too late, I promise." Erica closed her eyes for a moment. What if it's already too late? It's never too late to love, never. For a moment, there was only the sound of Erica's soft, stifled breaths, as the pain inside her began to quiet, if only just for a second. The silence in the room held more than words could say, a fragile, shared understanding between the two women. I wish I could hate him. I really do. It would be easier. But no matter how much he hurts me, no matter how much I want to scream at him, I can't stop loving him. And that makes everything feel so much worse. Love isn't always easy, Bella said softly. Sometimes, it hurts more than anything. But it doesn't mean you love him any less. You're allowed to feel angry. You're allowed to feel lost. But don't let that anger turn into something that makes you lose yourself. Erica's shoulders shook as she let out a shaky breath, trying to find the strength to speak again. He's so far away now. I don't even know if I can reach him anymore. She looked at Bella's eyes. Tell me, Bella, how is your mother handling all of this? That you are who you are? How did she make peace with it? Bella stayed silent for a moment before speaking. My family was murdered. Erica's mouth opened, and with disbelief, he looked at Bella. What? I'm so sorry. I've learned to live with it. I love them the most. They were sweet and loving parents, kind people who did everything to make me happy. But one night, we were attacked on our ride home. My father tried to fight back, but he was shot, and my mother too. Then they kidnapped me, and I was in a cell for months. Well, things happened. I wasn't young, but I was beautiful, and I had the looks they wanted. But then James showed up and rescued me. Bella paused for a moment, her voice trembling slightly as the memories rushed back. I didn't know who I was anymore after that. I was lost. But James, he saved me. He pulled me out of that hell. He gave me a chance to live again. Erica listened, her heart heavy with the weight of Bella's story. I can't even imagine. How could you move forward after all of that? Bella took a deep breath. I didn't move forward at first. I was broken. I didn't know how to live with all the loss. But over time, I realized that I could keep living, even with the scars. I could keep loving, even after everything I'd been through. But she looked at Erica, thinking about whether to say it or not. What? Erica's hands twitched. I don't really like to say it bluntly, but I am too a monster. You said it to James, but I am too, and so on. Hector and Ferrucci. Hans was too a monster. We all killed. We all destroyed lives. She looked at Erica, her eyes dark with the weight of the words she was about to speak. After James saved me, I became somebody who swore to kill anyone who kidnaps women and does terrible things. I killed many, more than I can count, just like James, just like Hector, just like all of us. We've all been shaped by the same darkness. Erica froze, her breath catching in her throat. What? What are you saying? I did things. Terrible things. But James, he did what he had to do too. Maybe he didn't know where it would lead, but we all have blood on our hands. It's not just him. It's not just you, Erica. Everyone in this world has a piece of darkness they carry. Erica swallowed hard, trying to process what Bella had just said. She had known James had done terrible things, but hearing this from Bella was something else entirely. It was raw, unfiltered truth. But you're saying, James is just like you? A killer. Bella sighed, her shoulders slumping. You have to understand that we're not perfect. None of us are. I'm not trying to justify what we've done or make it okay. I'm just saying, James needs someone to show him that he can be more than his past. He's a man who's been broken by the world, just like I was. The room felt colder, the reality of their lives more suffocating than ever. I don't know if I can forgive him for all of it, for everything he's done, and what you just told me. I'm not asking you to forgive him. I'm asking you to understand. Understand that sometimes people make choices they regret, but that doesn't mean they're lost. James is still your son. He's still the person you've always known. Despite everything, he never showed you his bad side, never spoke about it. Erica looked at Bella, her face pale, her eyes filled with uncertainty. But how do I trust him again? How I love him again? Trust and love. Sometimes you love someone but can't trust them, and other times you trust someone with everything, but you can't love them the way you want to. It's hard, and it hurts when those two things don't align. Choosing, that's the hardest part. But I guess if you're honest with yourself about what you really need, it becomes clearer. At least, that's what I hope. Again, silence settled between them when a voice came. Where's Daddy? Charlotte stepped into the room. He went for a walk. Bella said, then looked at Erica. And there is this cute balm that can help you. She stepped away, petting Charlotte's head. Go hug Erica. She didn't need more words and dove forward into her arms. Hey, little one, Erica said softly, brushing her hair. Your dad will be back soon. She then smiled at Bella, grateful for the quiet moment and hugged Charlotte a little tighter, letting the child's presence calm her. But what Bella had just told her was far from the truth. It was enough to calm Erica down, but she knew very well that James wasn't himself anymore. Chapter 63. Time to take revenge. Somewhere else the emotions were very different. During the ride toward the police station, there was silence between them, not even a single word. Hector couldn't shake that feeling off. He literally smiled the whole ride. And they finally arrived at the police station. People passing by stared in shock at the convoy, trying to figure out who was inside the limousines and SUVs. Some even took out their phones to take pictures and videos. But the moment heavily armed men stepped out, followed by James in his mafia attire, the crowd quickly put their phones away and hurried off. They knew this wasn't a government escort. It was something far worse. "Give me a gun," James said. Hector didn't hesitate. He pulled out a pistol and handed it to James, who didn't bother to conceal it. Instead, he walked straight into the building, weapon in hand. Hector was at his side, and behind them, the entire security detail followed, fingers hovering over their triggers. The metal detectors beeped as they walked through, causing the nearby officers to freeze in confusion. Before they could react, assault rifles were aimed at them. No one dared to stop them. No one dared to question them. James headed straight for the elevator, but it required a keycard to operate. He glanced at an officer, and without a word, the man quickly tapped his card to grant access. "How kind of you," James said with a smirk as he stepped into the elevator, selecting the top floor where the office was. The ride up was strangely calm. James, Hector, and 6 bodyguards stood in silence while soft elevator music played in the background. A strange contrast to the violence they were about to unleash. The elevator door slid open, and as they stepped out, every eye in the office turned to them. The whole floor suddenly fell into complete silence, but James didn't care. His focus was on the door at the end of the hallway, the one with the nameplate he was looking for. Before he could take another step, a detective, braver than the rest, moved to block his path. "Why you are not permitted to enter with a weapon?" His hand slid toward his gun. "I have to ask you to put it down and—" James slowly tilted his head, giving the officer a look of surprise. "Oh, I'm not permitted." He glanced down at the gun in his hand, as if just now noticing it. Must have missed the sign on the way in. The officer's fingers twitched near his holster. James sighed dramatically and shook his head. "Tell you what, how about I promise not to shoot anyone? Unless absolutely necessary? That work for you?" Hector coughed, barely holding back a laugh. Then the officer noticed something far worse. A dozen heavily armed men were making their way up the stairs, weapons in hand. James smirked. "All right, let's skip the part where you pretend to be brave and just get the fuck out of my way." The officer didn't need to hear it twice. He quickly stepped aside. "Thank you," James said smoothly before continuing toward the door. When they reached it, he knocked politely and waited politely. After a few seconds, an officer opened the door. James stepped inside and was met with an unexpected sight. It wasn't just the police chief sitting behind his desk. The justice minister was there too, along with other men and the female officer that let him in. The room went tense as everyone realized that James Bellini had walked in with a gun casually in his hands and smiling. James glanced across the room until his gaze landed on Linda, sitting at the table with her nose bandaged. His smile grew wider, but it wasn't exactly friendly. "Oh, did you fall?" he asked with a smile. Linda, already shaking, hesitated before answering. "Yeah, from the stairs." James's smile only widened as he leaned slightly toward her. "And your nose broke?" She nodded slowly, avoiding his gaze. James gave a low chuckle. "I hope you'll get well soon. But can I ask what the fuck you're doing here? Because, by the looks of that nose, it's barely been an hour since it broke. Who are you to question a minister?" The chief stood up from his seat. "Do you think you can intimidate us?" James narrowed his eyes at the chief. "Why are you being rude? You know, people usually introduce themselves first." "I know exactly who the fuck you are, Bellini. A piece of shit, that's what you are. A pile of shit who thinks he can do whatever the hell he wants in my city." James stood still. The chief let out a small chuckle, shaking his head. "You're not in a position to give orders, Bellini." Then he looked at the woman. "And don't forget that you almost died. Do it, arrest him." The officer got his gun out and pointed at James' head and with the other hand she pulled out the handcuff. "Put the gun down and put your hands behind your back," she ordered. James tilted his head slightly, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips, but his eyes were still on the chief. Almost killed me. Are you proud of that? Are you proud that more than 30 officers died? He laughed. One of my men told me that they actually tried to surrender. He shook his head, and they got executed one by one. Arrest him, Chief shouted. James' eyes flickered back to the officer. You must be feeling real brave, he said, his voice almost amused. Pointing a gun at me. The officer swallowed hard, her finger twitching near the trigger. Come on. James leaned in just slightly, the barrel pressed against his forehead. Or is that hand of yours shaking because you already know what happens next? Nobody is afraid from you, the chief said. James chuckled. Oh, I don't think so. And suddenly he grabbed the officer's gun, pushing it more to his forehead. Go ahead. Shoot, James shouted at her, his voice echoing in the room. The officer hesitated, her finger trembling as it hovered over the trigger. Do it, you fucking bitch. James screamed, his eyes never leaving hers, daring her to act. Her hand shook violently, her finger hovering on the trigger, caught between duty and fear. James didn't flinch, his cold eyes locked onto hers as the pressure in the room seemed to tighten with every passing second. Come on, James, taunted, his voice dripping with menace. You've got the power right there. Don't be a coward. He pressed the gun even harder against his forehead. Hector stood frozen, no clue what to do, as the guards did the same. Don't be a bitch and shoot me, James shouted again. Put down the weapon. The men stood up, none other than the ISB director himself, Stephen Larkey. Don't listen to him. You have the chance to end it all, to kill James Bellini. Do it, pull the trigger. James shouted at her again. Her breath was ragged. She couldn't process what was happening, her mind locked in fear. I can't. She lowered the gun, her hand trembling. But James wasn't done. He pointed his gun at the officer. I asked you to pull the trigger. Then he looked at the chief. What is this if not fear? The chief took a step forward, but James pressed a gun to the officer's head. One more step, James warned, and she dies before you even blink. The chief froze, his eyes darting between James and his officer. You're a monster. No. He glanced at the woman, then back at him. I'm just giving you a choice. You claim to value your officers, but are you willing to sacrifice yourself for one? The officer let out a choked sob. Please, she whispered. James pressed the barrel of his gun more to her head, while he looked at her eyes. Do you believe in your chief enough to die for him? Her breath came in sharp, ragged gasps. Her whole body trembled. This isn't about her. Whatever you want, take me. Just let her go. The chief's heart pounded as he said it. James chuckled, low and cruel. That's sweet, Chief. But it doesn't answer my question. He tilted his head, pressing the barrel harder against her forehead. Do you believe in your chief enough to die for him? Tears welled in her eyes as she squeezed them shut. She didn't want to die. Not like this. Not here. I don't. James sighed in disappointment. That's what I thought. His finger tightened on the trigger. I'll do it. Whatever it is you want, I'll do it. Just don't hurt her. The chief shouted. James paused, his gaze flicking toward the chief. Open your mouth, James said to her, and she did. He then put the gun barrel into her mouth. Are you ready to die, sweetheart? Chapter 64. Something took over. The woman's entire body seized in terror as the cold steel of the gun barrel pressed against her tongue. Her breath came in ragged gasps, her wide, tear-filled eyes staring up at James in pure horror. The chief's face twisted in rage. You sick fucker, he shouted, stepping forward. James looked at him but kept his grip steady, his finger resting lightly on the trigger. Did I tell you to move, Chief? The chief froze, and placed his eyes on the officer. James turned his attention back to her, his smirk widening. What? Surprised? You look like you were expecting something else. She whimpered, her lips trembling around the barrel. James leaned in, slightly, his breath ghosting over her face. Now, sweetheart, I ask you again. Do you trust your chief? A muffled sob escaped her throat. No answer. He tilted his head, pressing the gun deeper, making her gag slightly. The chief's fists trembled at his sides. Enough. You've made your point. Leave her alone. Made my point. He chuckled, stepping back. Oh no, Chief. I haven't even started. You doing all this because your fucking brother, that Raphael? You're killing innocent people to take revenge? People who serve to protect? They did what they served for. Your brother was living in luxury, bathing in bloodied money. And in the end, he got what he deserved. He bled out like a fucking dog. James stood in silence. His grip tightened around the gun. And then he laughed, a humorless laugh. Let's make this more fun. Give him a knife. One of the guards pulled a knife from his belt and tossed it toward the chief. Cut off all the fingers of your left hand, and I'll let her go. What? Go on. You have a choice to make. Cut off your fingers, or I put a bullet in her head. You're running out of time. The chief's breath caught in his throat. His eyes flicked to the officer, her face pale, tears streaking down her cheeks as she trembled uncontrollably. Please. She tried to speak, but the words barely escaping her lips. But her plea only seemed to drive him further into the abyss of what he had to do. James locked eyes with the chief, smiling. You know, Chief, you talk a big about protecting people, about being the hero. But when it comes down to it, you're just like the rest of them. Weak. Always choosing your life over the lives you claim to protect. The chief's jaw clenched, his eyes flicking to the knife on the desk, then to the officer again, who was still sobbing uncontrollably on the floor. Please, just leave her alone. James's smile widened. Oh, I'm not going to leave her alone, Chief. Not until you make a decision. It's simple. Cut off your fingers, and she walks. She doesn't need to die. The chief's breathing became shallow as his gaze bounced between the officer and the knife. His hands were shaking, the weight of the decision pulling at him, but he knew he couldn't act too fast. Not yet. I can't. He whispered, his voice trembling. I can't do it. She's just a rookie. She's just a kid. So what? She's less important than your finger. His voice dropped low, menacing. Please. The officer voice came with tears as the barrel was still in her mouth. James ignored her. Tell me, Chief. He continued, his tone growing colder. How much is her life worth to you? More than your finger? Less. Maybe you think you can save her by doing the right thing. But the truth is, I get to decide what happens here. Not you. The knife gleamed under the light, mocking him, daring him to act. He glanced at the officer again, her face filled with terror. He knew he had to make a choice, but everything about it felt wrong. Was cutting off his finger really the price of saving her? Please, don't make me do this. The chief pleaded, his voice cracking. James's eyes darkened. You were acting tough a minute ago, and now you're begging? You think you can talk your way out of this? This moment is yours, Chief. You do this, or I put a bullet in her head right now. Make your choice. Go ahead. James taunted. Show me how much you really care about her. Prove it. Bellini, you can't. Shut the fuck up. Stephen, in fact, did shut the fuck up as he sat back down, not even daring to look at him. The decision felt impossible. His mind screamed at him to do anything but this. But as the seconds ticked by, it became clearer than ever. There was no other way out. The knife lay there, waiting for him. With a forceful breath, he grabbed the knife. His fingers were slick with sweat, his body trembling. For a moment, he just stood there, staring at the blade, feeling its sharp edge pressing into his skin, knowing that once he made the cut, everything would change. James's voice broke through the silence. You have 3 seconds. Make it count. Without thinking, the chief slammed the blade down onto his fingers, slicing through his flesh. The pain was immediate and brutal. A scream tore from his throat as the blade severed the bone and the flesh. His vision blurred, the world tilting as the pain shot through his body. Blood poured from the wound, splattering onto the desk and dripping down. The officer gasped, her eyes wide with horror as she watched him. The blood was bright red, pooling beneath his hand, staining the desk. He fought to hold onto the knife, but his hand was slick with his own blood. The wound throbbed, every heartbeat sending a fresh wave of blood. His finger was barely hanging on, the bone exposed. With a final, shuddering breath, he sliced through the last of it. The severed finger fell onto the desk. James stared at the scene, the blood splattered across the floor and desk, the chief's ragged breathing echoing in the silence. You did well. You're more valuable than I thought. The chief's body trembled from the pain, but he held his ground. His eyes never left the officer, who was now shaking uncontrollably, her face pale with shock. James glanced at the severed finger. You've earned your reward. He pulled the trigger, and the bullet flew through the officer's head. Her body jerked back, and James shot again. Again, the bullets ripped into her body. No, the chief screamed, but he turned and shot him in the chest. James stepped closer and fired again. He emptied the whole magazine, aiming for the chief's head. The bullet tore through his skull, and blood gushed out, part of his brain splattering against the wall and onto the ground. It was a gruesome scene, but for him it wasn't enough. James tossed the gun to the ground, then picked up the knife. Without hesitation, he leaned over the lifeless body of the chief, and he cut out his tongue. Next, he pressed his fingers into the chief's eyes, pushing his thumbs into the soft tissue until it fell back. He felt the warmth of the blood as it dripped down his hand, but he didn't flinch. He then grabbed the chief's right ear and sliced through the skin, cutting it off, then the left one too. As he finished, he stood back, looking at it. "Hear no devil, see no devil, speak no devil," he said, then turned to Stephen, whose eyes were wide with a mixture of shock and disbelief. He was frozen in place, unable to tear his gaze away from the body. "I saw this on the internet," James said, his voice oddly casual. "It sounds cool, doesn't it?" "Why, it does. You know, I can feel something taking over me." He pointed at his head. "Like something controlling me. Have you ever felt that?" James asked. "No, and never." "And you, Hector?" He asked, but he didn't answer. He was smiling while looking at Chief Body. "Hector, I'm feeling it right now." Hector's voice was calm, as he didn't even look at James, only the body. "Nice." For a second there was silence until he glanced at Linda, still unconscious, and then started slapping her face gently. "Sleeping princess, wake up," he whispered. "Get up, hey." Seconds later Linda stirred, her head limping slightly as consciousness slowly returned to her. Her eyelids fluttered open, and for a moment, everything was a blur. The light, the smell of blood in the air, and the warmth of something wet on her skin, it all felt distant, unreal. She shifted slightly in the chair, her fingers twitching against the armrest before her senses finally sharpened. Then she saw it. The chief's body sat slumped against the wall. His eyes were missing, as were his ears too. Then, the reality of it all crashed into her. A choked gasp escaped her lips before she leaned forward in her chair. Her stomach clenched, and she vomited onto the desk. Chapter 65, The Flip of Fate. James watched as Linda vomited everything in her stomach. He could literally tell what she had eaten that day. The stench of vomit mixed with blood created an even more disgusting and grotesque scene around them. "You done?" Linda coughed, struggling to breath. Her mind was spinning, unable to process what was happening, what she had woken up to. Hector, still grinning at the scene before him, chuckled. "Guess not everyone has the stomach for this, huh?" She then looked at Stephen, who sat there like he was trying to be invisible. Her stomach twisted again, but she forced herself to swallow down what was coming up. She needed to stay calm. Panic wouldn't help her now. "You're awfully quiet. I expected more screaming, maybe some begging. Instead, you just sit there throwing up all over the place," James said. She didn't want to speak. She couldn't. Her mind raced with 1,000 questions, but fear kept her silent. Hector chuckled. "Maybe she's in shock, or maybe she's just trying to figure out how to get out of here alive. That'd be smart of her." He leaned forward again, resting his elbows on his knees. "But let me make something clear, sweetheart." His voice dipped lower, colder. "You're not leaving, unless you have answers for me. What do you want from me?" She finally managed to whisper. James slowly reached out his hand, shivering her face. "Can I ask what the fuck are doing in the chief office after I beat the shit out of you?" She could still feel the bruises from earlier, the dull ache of where his fists had landed. She had barely been conscious when he left her behind. And yet, somehow, she had ended up here. She didn't even remember how. "I don't know," she admitted. "I don't remember." James didn't react at first. He simply stared at her. "You don't remember?" he repeated. "That's strange." Linda flinched as he suddenly grabbed the armrest of her chair, leaning in so close she could feel his breath against her skin. His bloody fingers trailed along the side of her face. "You expect me to believe that?" Her body tensed, but she forced herself to hold his gaze. "I swear, I don't know how I got here." "Well, shit, that's interesting." James laughed. "You remember?" He looked at Stephen. "She has nothing to do with any of this. I was the one who picked her up. She was unconscious the whole ride." James tilted his head. But she said something about the president, didn't she?" Stephen's hand trembled, but he needed to tell the truth. "I informed the president about what happened with Linda, and he ordered me to come and delete all the files and documents related to the operation." James opened his mouth slightly, as if surprised by Stephen's words. I see. His gaze flicked toward Linda, then back to Stephen. And what exactly did you delete? James tilted his head as he stared into his eyes. Stephen's hands trembled even more, but he managed to speak while blood slowly pooled beneath him. All of the files and reports that connected the operation to the government. James remained silent, while Linda braced herself, expecting something, maybe another beating. So you're telling me, he began, that the president sent you to clean up his mess? To make sure no one could trace anything back to him? Stephen slowly nodded. The vice president ordered the hit. The president just wanted to make sure the government wasn't connected to it, because he knew that you would come and maybe leak it to the media. Man, I don't know whether to be insulted or flattered. He let out a chuckle. The big guy himself is so scared that he's wiping every little trace of my assassination attempt. He glanced at the chief's mutilated body, blood still pooling beneath the chair. Too bad that I killed him. But tell me something. Do the government fear me or the files I have about all the corruption? Stephen didn't know what to say. He glanced at Linda, but her gaze was on the table, still. Trembling. The files. He managed to say it, but he wasn't sure that it was still true. James looked up at the ceiling, then back to Stephen. And what would happen if I burn all of those? The thousands of pages, the hard drives, all of it? Would you fear me? Stephen slowly glanced at the chief's body and the officer, then looked back at James. Yes, I would fear you. You would fear me because a man is defined by his actions. But then, would the government fear me? It was the moment when Stephen understood that James wasn't just asking a question, he was declaring a war. He was saying that even if he didn't have the documents, he would still be feared by the sheer brutality and terror he could unleash. They would fear you, he said. And how many bodies would it take? Maybe 10, 30, or 100. How much would it take for them to realize that they fucked up so badly that they have no other option but to kneel before me? It's not you. Linda suddenly spoke, her voice still trembling, but her eyes locked onto James's face. James Bellini wouldn't do such a thing. Killing without a purpose, it's not you. For a moment, James's eyes wavered, as if he was changing in that exact moment. He leaned forward again toward Linda. Crazy how the government always says this. We are not killing without a purpose. But then they bomb cities. They send soldiers to a war that has no purpose. They let people die from hunger in the fucking 21st century. Isn't that killing without a purpose? He leaned back. Oh, wait, I forgot. All of these things have money in them. How stupid of me. He laughed, looking at Stephen and Linda. But she said nothing back, just stared at him. She knew the truth very well. Even if it was horrible, it was still the truth. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not dumb and saying I should kill everybody. No. But there is one thing I hate more than someone trying to kill me. It's someone thinking they can get away with it. What do you want then? Linda asked. Do you remember what we talked about in the hospital? Linda's breath hitched, but she nodded. Yeah, I remember that. James smiled. Good. He leaned back, resting his arm on the chair. Then do it. Kill the vice president. What? Stephen blinked. Why are you acting so surprised? His eyes darted at him. You wanted to use me to eliminate your little political rivals, right? Why don't you just do it yourself? Stephen remained silent. You needed to fucking kill my brother first. His fingers twitched, gripping the edge of his chair. So let me ask you, do you have any objections? Stephen's eyes widened. I don't. Okay, and that DTA, or whatever the fuck you wanted, I'm also in. Linda and Stephen went numb. All the thoughts in their heads just vanished. Yeah, don't look at me like that, but I don't actually join. I do it my own way. You two will just assist me. He smiled. You want us to? Yeah, you will become my dogs, but very good dogs, and we can together take over the government, maybe help someone run for presidency. Wouldn't that be fun? He looked at Linda, who was already regretting all the life choices she had made so far, while Stephen was just realizing what James meant by it. Then he stood up and turned for the door. I want to see in the news that the chief slipped and shot himself or something like that. Y'all know how to cover up shit. James turned toward the door, but before stepping out, he glanced back over his shoulder. Make sure it's done properly, he said, his voice calm but clear warning. Stephen gave a small nod, though his fingers twitched slightly at his side. He had no choice but to comply. Without another word, James walked out, Hector following closely behind. As the door shut behind them, Linda finally exhaled. her whole body trembling. Because she knew this wasn't the end. It was just the beginning. On the way out, there were already dozens of officers with guns in a standoff with James' bodyguards. It was clear that someone had been shot, but seeing James standing there meant that he wasn't the one who had died. The blood on his suit and hands only confirmed it. "Drop your weapons." An older officer shouted at them. James didn't move. He barely even blinked. His expression was calm, too calm. His gaze swept over the officers, then down at his own hands, then back at them. "No, you drop your weapons." James shouted back at them, which caught them off guard and confused. The officer looked at each other, but the older officer didn't really care. "I said drop your weapon and get on your knees." "I don't even have a weapon, you dumb fuck." A shot. It went past James and into the wall. "Drop it before I fucking shoot you." "What are the odds that I will die if we start shooting in there?" "It's gotta be 50-50. James simply held out his hand toward Hector. "Give me a coin." Chapter 66. Luck. "I said get on your knees." The older officer shouted again, but James remained unfazed, holding the coin tightly in his palm. The bodyguards around him were tense. They wanted to shoot back, but they knew they'd be screwed too, because James hadn't given the order. I asked a simple question. "Heads or tails?" James stepped closer, but the officer didn't waver, keeping his gun aimed at him. "I don't play your fucking game, Bellini." "That's not true." James smiled, looking at him. "The moment you raised your gun, you already decided to play." As he spoke, he tossed the coin into the air. The officer and Hector's eyes followed it as it spun and dropped back into James's palm. He waited for a moment before opening his hand and looking at the coin. Then he shook his head, laughing. "How lucky you are." "Tails. You might not realize it yet, but this single coin," he held it up, "saved not just your life, but many others as well." What was the bet? One of the younger officers asked from the side. James turned to him, noticing that his gun was no longer pointed at him, but at the ground. "The bet was your head." James pointed at him. "Your head, yours too." He gestured at several other officers. "What?" The older officer, still pointing his gun, asked. James stepped even closer, just 2 steps away from him. "I was going to put a bounty on your heads. $100,000 for each of your heads. I wanted to show the city that you're nothing more than people in uniform pretending to be heroes." He smiled. "Think about it. How many people do you think would jump at the chance to make that much money?" Some of the officers glanced at each other, lowering their guns as James's words sank in. The capital was full of desperate people, but the worst part was that if James actually put a bounty on them, people from the slums, from all over the country would come to kill them. Money wasn't just power to them. It was a chance at the life they dreamed of every day. "But of course," James continued, his smile widening, "the first bet was just about a shootout, but when I saw the coin flip, I changed my mind. So be grateful to me. You can't threaten us like this. We are the police. The law. The shield of the people. We are." The officer looked around while speaking, but what he saw were trembling hands and eyes filled with more than just fear. Young officers, detectives, every single one of them hesitated, their guns slowly lowering. "You noticed it, didn't you?" James's gaze flickered to the older officer. "It's called fear. Not just the fear of death, but the feeling of absolute helplessness. Because if you do something, oh my." He chuckled. "Can you imagine your heads decorating the city? These young men and women's heads on display while their families weep in agony? No? Then do yourself a favor and step aside before I have a mood swing." The officer clenched his jaw, his grip tightening around his gun. His hands trembled, his confidence crumbling under the weight of James's words. "Go on then. Shoot me." He spread his arms wide, stepping forward one more step. "Show everyone here that you still believe in your badge." The officer's breathing turned uneven. His finger twitched on the trigger. "Tick, tock," James whispered. The moments slipping away, but the officer didn't pull it. James exhaled a short chuckle, shaking his head. "That's what I thought." He turned his back on the officer, walking toward Hector. The moment he did, several officers let out breaths they hadn't realized they were holding. Their hands felt heavier, their weapons useless. "Should we?" Hector whispered, barely moving his lips. "No need." He slipped the coin into his pocket. "They've already lost." Silence. Some of the officers stared at their trembling hands. Others looked at their comrades, searching for reassurance, but finding only fear. A few took slow, unconscious steps backward, as if distance could make them forget. What just happened? James turned back to them. You know what's funny? He smiled. People like you think you hold the power because of a badge and a gun. But now, you learned the truth, didn't you? No one answered. They didn't need to. James sighed dramatically, shaking his head. Let me spell it out for you. He took a step closer again, forcing the officer to hold his breath. You're all still alive, because of a fucking coin toss. The weight of his words sank in. Some officers visibly flinched. Now tell me, how does it feel? Knowing that your lives aren't decided by the law, by justice, or by some noble cause, but by a cheap piece of metal? The young officer who had asked about the bet earlier swallowed hard. That's insane. Insane. James laughed, shaking his head. No. What's insane is that you still think the law matters in this city. He glanced around, taking in their expressions, hollow, uncertain, broken. But don't worry. I'm not unreasonable. I could have let the bounty go through. I could have watched you all dying. But instead, he patted his pocket. I let luck decide. Some of them shifted uncomfortably, refusing to let their fear show. You know, you should be thanking me, he said casually, adjusting the cuffs of his suit. Not every day you get a second chance in life, right? No one responded. James chuckled. Oh, don't be shy now. A few seconds ago, you were all barking orders. What happened? Cat got your tongue. He glanced at the young officer who had called him and saying, You, what's your name? The officer hesitated before answering. Reyes. Reyes. James repeated, nodding slightly. Tell me, Reyes, how long have you been in this noble profession? 3 years. 3 years. And in those 3 years, tell me, have you actually made a difference? Reyes opened his mouth, then closed it. He wasn't sure how to answer. James smirked. See? That's the problem. You all act like you're in control, but deep down, you know you're not. The older officer, the one still clutching his gun but not daring to raise it, finally spoke up. We uphold the law, Bellini. His voice was firm, but there was an undeniable tremor beneath it. James shook his head. And what a fine job you've done. He mocked, gesturing around. The city's a shithole, corruption's everywhere. But sure, keep telling yourself that your badge means something. He took a step closer to the older officer, watching the man's grip tighten. Tell me, when's the last time you actually believed in what you do? He didn't respond. James leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. If you have to think about it, then you already know the answer. He stepped back, stretching his arms as if he were wrapping up a boring conversation. But hey, it's been fun. I'll leave you all to think about your existence. He turned to Hector and his men. Let's go. As he walked past the officers, he paused beside the older officer. A little advice, he whispered. Next time you pull a gun, make sure you're ready to use it. Otherwise, you're just holding a piece of metal for no reason. He stiffened but said nothing. James smirked one last time before heading out. The officers stood frozen, their minds racing, their hands still trembling. He's going to do it. One of the female officers whispered as James disappeared. Reyes turned to her, his heart dropping. What? The bounty? Maybe not tonight. Maybe not tomorrow. But one day, he's going to wake up and decide that we're better off dead. And when that happens, her voice broke. What the fuck are we supposed to do? Reyes wanted to believe that she was wrong. That James had only been playing mind games. That he wouldn't actually go through with it. But deep down, he knew better. If James wanted them dead, there would be no warning. No mercy. No second chances. I'm leaving. The others turned to her. Reyes looked at her, and what he saw in her eyes was pure terror. Not just this scene. This city. This job. She sucked in a breath. I have a family. A daughter. I won't. Her voice cracked. No one spoke. Because at that moment, every single one of them was thinking the same thing. They weren't officers anymore. They were dead men walking. And all it had taken was a single flip of a coin. As James stepped out of the police station, he stopped in front of the limousine, frozen in place. His breath was uneven. His chest felt tight. Slowly he looked down at his hands. Blood, dark, sticky beneath his nails, staining his skin, soaking into the fabric of his suit. He could even taste it in his mouth. I killed them. Chapter 67. The True Face of Bellini. It didn't feel like him back there. Like something else had taken control of his body, guiding his hands, pulling the trigger. And then, the scene flashed in his mind again. The police chief's eyes as he had pushed them in, his fingers sinking deep into his eyes, the sensation of it, the warmth. The gunshot. Chief's skull splitting open, pieces of his brain splattered across the walls, the floor, on James himself. The woman. She had nothing to do with his revenge. Nothing. And yet, he had killed her too. But the worst part that made his stomach hurt even more, that made his breath hitch, was that in that moment, he had felt nothing. No, that wasn't even true. He had felt something. Relief. And beneath that, buried deep but undeniable, was something even worse. Happiness. The trigger had been light. The kickback had been firm. And the moment the bullets tore through them, the way their bodies jerked, the silence that followed, it had been satisfying. Their deaths had brought him happiness. A smile, a real, genuine smile had curled on his lips as he watched them collapse to the floor. James. Hector's voice pulled him back. He blinked, realizing he had been staring at his own hands. The scent of blood and the taste of it hit him again. He turned his head slightly. Then, he bent over and vomited. His whole body trembled as everything came out. Hector took a step forward. James held up a hand, stopping him. His breathing was ragged. His body felt cold. The blood on his hands wasn't his, and yet, it felt like it was sinking into his skin, like it would never come off. He looked down at his hands again, the blood staining his skin, and something stirred inside him, something he didn't want to acknowledge. The disgust wasn't there. No, there was something else, a pull, a hunger. His body trembled, not from fear, but from something far deeper. A cold sweat broke out across his skin, his chest tight with the weight of what he had just done. But beneath the tremors, a warmth spread through him. A quiet, dangerous warmth. The kind that spreads through you when you've tasted what it's like to hold someone's life in your hands and feel the power of taking it away. The feeling of the gun in his hand, the way his finger had pressed the trigger, light, so light. Almost too easy. The violence, the blood, the shattering of lives. It had been so satisfying, so sweet. And now, standing here in the aftermath, the adrenaline was starting to fade, but the rush, the power, was still there. Why do I feel this way? He couldn't stop asking himself that, over and over, the question echoing in his mind. What had he become? What had he done? The chief's skull splitting open, the way the blood had splattered across the walls. The woman, her body falling as if she were nothing, nothing but a casualty of his wrath. But what haunted him the most was not the violence, not the killing. No, it was the feeling he had, standing over them as they died. He had felt relief, a quiet peace that washed over him the moment they took their final breaths. He had been so angry, so broken. But when the blood flowed, when life drained from their bodies, it was like a weight lifted from his shoulders. He wasn't just taking revenge, he was taking control. He was the one deciding who lived, who died. He was the one who got to decide who deserved to suffer and who didn't. And in that moment, he felt powerful like no other time. He had known, he had felt, that his actions were justified. He staggered back, his legs shaky, his breath coming in short bursts. He wasn't sure if he was going to throw up again or if he was going to break down entirely. What was wrong with him? This wasn't supposed to feel good. It wasn't supposed to feel right. He had always believed in justice, in the law. But now, standing here with their blood on his hands, he realized that he was the law. He had been the judge, the jury, the executioner. And the truth, no matter how much he tried to deny it, was that it felt right. The idea that he had control over life and death, it consumed him. The thrill of knowing that the end of someone's life could be decided by a single decision, by a single pull of the trigger, filled him with an unexpected sense of freedom. In that moment, he had tasted the freedom to decide who would live and who would die. But I'm not like this. I shouldn't be like this. The thought fluttered in his mind, but it was weak. Too weak to fight the truth that was already setting in. The truth that, no matter how much he hated it, he was addicted to it. The rush of power, of control, of the ability to bring an end to someone's life with just a thought. He had tasted it, and there was no going back now. James. Hector's voice broke through his thoughts again. James didn't look at him. He couldn't. He tried to speak, but the words didn't come. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to feel anymore. Instead, he just stood there, trembling, his hands still stained. And deep down, he knew he had crossed a line. A part of him couldn't help but feel alive. He steadied himself. I'm good. Hector didn't respond, just opened the door for him. As James sat into the car, The scene replayed in his mind again. The way he had cut off his ear and tongue. It was brutal, something he never thought he would do. It was all for Raphael. Hector's voice came again. James looked at him, his vision slightly dizzy. Don't think about it. You did what you did, and it's just the beginning. You know it, James. And I'm happy you finally showed who you really are. You showed them the Bellini's worth. Showed them the Bellini's worth. Was that what it had really been about? It hadn't. Felt like just proving a point. It felt like something more, something deeper that he couldn't quite grasp. Something dark. He exhaled sharply, wiping a hand over his face. What am I becoming? Hector simply watched him, as if waiting for James to find the answer himself. You're becoming who you were always meant to be. Hector said quietly. Who you were meant to be, James. You can't keep fighting what's inside you. Not anymore. That sense of power, of finally being in control. The emptiness that had lingered afterward wasn't the same as guilt. No, it was something else, something he hadn't expected to feel. Hector glanced at him. You don't have a choice. He said firmly. Not anymore. The world doesn't give you choices when you're at the top. You can't live like how you used to be, especially after all of this. You are truly becoming someone greater than everybody expected. And I will be on your side, even if we are against God himself. James didn't respond. He couldn't. The feeling inside him, was it really power? Or was it something else, something more dangerous, that had awakened in him that day? He didn't know. But deep down, he understood one thing. There was no turning back now. He had crossed a line, and everything after this moment would only lead him deeper into the darkness. James took a slow breath, fingers curling at his sides. He had been expecting guilt. James tilted his head slightly. Hector, James said smoothly, are you afraid of me? I'd be an idiot if I wasn't. James considered that for a moment, then nodded. Good. Hector just looked at James. His eye was far worse than ever. People say eyes tell the truth, but James' eyes were telling something different. When people fear you, James said, they don't try to control you. They don't question you. They don't stand in your way. He turned slightly, just enough to glance back at Hector. Isn't that what matters in the end? Hector studied him, something unreadable in his gaze. Maybe it was uncertainty. Maybe it was a realization. Maybe, Hector admitted. Then, after a pause, but if everyone fears you, who's left to trust? Then, without looking at Hector, he spoke. Death. What? Death? He repeated. The only one that trusts me. Silence settled between them, heavier than before. Hector shifted slightly, the weight of James's words pressing down on him in a way he couldn't quite shake. James had built something no one else could. He had stepped into a world that demanded everything and gave nothing in return. And now, standing on the edge of it all, the only certainty left was the one thing that had never failed him. Death didn't betray. Death didn't lie. Death didn't hesitate. Chapter 68, The Fall of the Circle. While James was heading back to the hospital, the tension was thick elsewhere. We need to accept the truth. This is over. Marco De Luca said, pacing back and forth in the room, biting his fingernails. We